But yeah, once again, you were correct about, you know, them not being able to buy. 5K is the only one with a light armor and the Vandal. Everybody else is on the Sheriff here, so...
Yeah, even Athena just on the Classic. I mean, this is not a great round for them. Let's see what they can pick up, though. Big rotation over to A.
Good catch on the rotation here, because F4Q, they're trying to confuse Vision Strikers, but they're not falling for it.
Mako there just tracking Bunny and then backing up into Baz. So well done. Gets Esperanza and Athena. Zumba finally gets revenge upon him, but what a killer.
They want to just drop as many guns as possible.
Ooh, Buzz missing 5K there. 5K gonna back up. Stacks moving back towards Heaven.
See, they rushed through lamps. They took over basically the Iggy site. They could have planted, but if you notice, they decided to just rush bats and clear that because they knew there was at least one member, so they were able to get the 2 kills right in bats. And the reason they weren't planning is because they wanted to kind of get one more pick to make it a 2v2 and then plant and have a chance of winning. But, you know, time was not on their side, so they were forced to plan here. A 3v2 retake here.
And Stacks here up in Heaven, just trying to wallbang the whole time. Finally, Buzz gets Zumba through the box.
Oh my god. Is this possible?
Yeah. Oh! 5K barely gets Buzz there. I love the updraft. It was a great idea.
The updraft on the shorty, he lands one shot of the shorty, but...
Needed the 2.
Yeah, good try though.
Okay.
But once again, that was basically a save round for F4Q. 5K was the only one with the light armor Vandal. Everybody else, Athena, you mentioned, was starting off with the Classic, and they were able to take this round here. It's a big win for Athena. Jeez.
Yeah, so well done.
Yeah.
All right, Buzz does have the Oct there again. Line comes out, has to go around the corner. Oh, Buzz still gets Bunny, even though your blast pack's up belong.
And Lakia coming in to save Buzz here, to, you know, allow him to safely get out and get into position.
And just a reminder, this is the last round before we switch those sides, so very important for F4Q to really try to pick this up, but with it 3 against 5, with 5K already this low, it doesn't seem likely. Yeah, Buzz gets 5K. Seeker's going down, they know at least somebody's there.
See, the thing that I disliked about what 5K did just now here, even when he had very low HP, he had his Trailblazer, he had one Guiding Light in his pocket, right? So he had 2 skills to get information without dry peeking. But he decided to dry peek into Buzz's off.
Ooh. I love the patience of the pros. They just wait and wait and wait.
You see this, like Lakia right now. Like, he had no information whether, you know, if somebody was at B-Long or not, but he peeks with his Guiding Light first instead of dry peeking. So small things like that just shows that, you know, 5K was not ready to play this guy.
I know, yeah. Normally he just, well, he doesn't get confirmation, but he throws his Leer out and he goes. But here with the Guiding Lights, not working quite as well. So 8-4 for Vision Strikers on that first half before we switch sides. Here's a question for you. Do you think Athena's Viper pick really paid off there? It didn't feel like we saw a whole lot of Viper-specific rounds that Athena helped carry them through with.
It definitely, I expected more lineups after you know, for the post plan. So like, you know, you take over either A or B, you plant, you get out, wait for the lineups to play the rounds for the wins instead of just using the Viper wall to take the site, and that's it, right? So yeah, I think I agree with you on, you know, in terms of whether Athena kind of contributed to the rounds that were won. But we'll see what he does in defense.
Yeah, in the defense, it can be really, really strong there as well. Now, RB and Buzz getting a couple of kills on a 5K and Zumba, respectively. Esperanza gets that revenge kill. Boombot coming out. Stacks backing up. Lakia setting up some crossfire here. The aftershock, just making sure no one's coming up from behind him.
The position of Stacks and Lakia, just a crossfire here.
So nice.
You see this? This is what I'm talking about. F4Q could have had this position with
Yeah.
a couple of the rounds when they took A. You know?
Yeah, but overstacking your
Exactly.
bads over in U-Haul.
So it's very unfortunate. It's already in the past, but they can learn from this, right? You see Vision Strikers, they had one by bench, one in bads, one in front of lamps, stacks, and one all the way back watching for flank. So they took over A together as a team, and then they knew exactly what positions that they needed to be in. And that basically just allows the retakers, which in this case was F4Q, looking every direction because you hear gunshots from here and your teammate says they die from there, so it's like it's causing chaos. So it's something that all of us could do, even in our solo queues, right? Getting into the right positions after plants.
Sure. No, it's definitely something we see from Vision Strikers that they excel at so much, setting up those crossfires, holding those positions so well. Making it as hard as they can on their opponents. Now look at this, trying to peek in RB versus Athena, and he does end up winning. RB and Mako take it over, jumping through window now. Look at RB just coming down. I'm not even sure what that.
Stuck.
Yeah, I wasn't like, where did he throw the paint shells? Did those go through the door? I'm not even sure.
Oh my gosh. But here we go. Once again, you can see and learn a lot from Vision Strikers' post-plant positions here. Look at how spread out they are, but they're literally like 1 or at max 2 steps away from a trade kill position. So it's gonna be basically almost impossible for this retake.
Ooh, Stacks is cleaning up 5K and Esperanza with those headshots at the frenzy. Zunba just waits.
Oh, he hears him. Boom. Oh, he gets one.
All right, yeah. That's RB. Takes someone with him. RB's like laughing right now.
The moment you see RB laugh or show his teeth, at least twice, it means he's having a good day.
I guess, well, he should be having a good day because right now it's looking like Vision Strikers should be taking the lead here on this map with the 2-1, but 10-4, it's not over.
Yeah,
F4Q
definitely
has a shot.
Yeah, Vision Strikers in the previous map had to come back from 2 rounds in the first half all the way to 9 rounds, so it definitely is a possibility here, but just with how Vision Strikers is playing after the post plants, it's just F4Q, if they want to retake the site, right, they have to get out and just give Vision Strikers the site without getting any casualties like this.
Ooh, yeah, Buzz takes some damage there and kills Bunny before Athena back there takes him down. RB blast packs in.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, Esperanza coming up big for his team here.
All right, so I think Athena, even if when Bunny got picked off at hookah, like right off the bat, right? And I was like, don't get picked off, and he gets picked off. But Athena in the back with the Viper, I think, held out long enough for his teammates to come back for the retake, fortunately, this time. But I don't know, Bunny getting picked off that early is definitely not something that you want. Not only for F4Q, for anybody who's defending on Bind.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Where's Bunny going to be standing again? Yeah, up at window. Yep. New standard for raises. RB going up B short as well. The Boombot battle room.
All right, well, I can understand Bunny staying in there with the judge. He wants to get a kill, the entry fragger, and kind of cut off the momentum of the rush. So I can understand him being in there, but look at this rotation.
Oh, Zunba. Lakia coming through caves. That's the last place you expect anyone to be to catch you. That was brilliant by Zunba.
How is he already out here, right?
Nah, I know. All right, well, you know what? They've infiltrated A very, very well here.
So now Buzz knows that this bath control is important, so he's in there basically keeping an eye on Zunba.
Doesn't have to keep an eye on him anymore, unfortunately, for F4Q. Mako waiting around this corner. Bunny, though! All right! Brings out his judge play on Mako and Stacks.
Buzz is alone. It's a 2v1 right now. And there we go. The information is given 5K. It's a 1v1.
Oh, that's... Yeah, let's see what a 5K can do. Starts the defuse. Okay, well... Oh... Yeah.
All right.
Too well done there by Buzz. I actually liked that Buzz went for the trying to get it halfway there.
Yeah. 5K wanted to get the halfway mark and then fight Buzz, but I think if it was anybody else other than Buzz, or rather Jet, with the tailwind available, they wouldn't have peaked, and they would have let 5K get the halfway mark without any shots being
Yeah, I
landed.
think so.
But because Buzz had the tailwind, you know, he had the confidence to peek out,
Yeah, and
whether it was a fake or not.
He did it actually at the perfect timing
Yeah.
too, right? Like right before you get it to halfway.
Yeah.
So you can just kind of tell the game sense how much these guys are practicing Valorant every single day.
Here we go.
It's a save round for F4Q. A little bit. Lakia actually only has a sheriff as well.
Yeah.
Here's Zumba again in the caves. I love
Oh
it.
gosh.
Yeah.
Lakia's not gonna fall for it again.
This is hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about this. That Lakia is sitting defensively on the left side of caves because Zumba likes to come back into caves as the defender. What? What am I even?
Yeah, I
what
know.
is this?
Yeah, it's
what
like-
am I looking at?
The map is divided the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, what?
3 kills on that Hunter's Fury. Oh my God.
Esperanza.
Line them up.
This is a save round for you guys.
That was wild.
Oh, he wants the gun.
yeah,
There we go.
so bad.
Well, keep in mind, the triple kill coming in from Esperanza is going to allow him to pick up a Phantom.
You know, going through.
All right. He didn't get caught.
Fina's coming for him, though.
Oh, gosh. He sees him. He sees him.
Yeah.
They have the information.
I think Lakia's in some trouble. Oh, Lakia turns around. He feels it. Spidey sense.
Yeah, he felt it for sure, but he does get headshotted here. Esperanza, he has a gun. They're both low, Lakia and RB.
Esperanza.
It's more than doable here.
Oh, but RB just finishes him off before Lakia can even get in there. That was a crazy round, actually. All right, so 12-5. Vision Strikers ready to shut them down.
All right, well, honestly, I know that Esperanza's teammates told him, all right, I hit this dude for like 120 or 100. So 50 health. They're both 50 health. They're very low. Do it. You can do it. Unfortunately, RB getting the headshot. That was just crazy. The triple kill with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, I know. Like, you can't possibly expect that when you're shooting that out.
Yeah.
All right, Viper's Pit immediately
Oh!
here. RB onto Athena. Goodbye to Hunters.
Buzz is
Oh my
like,
God.
wait.
Just madness there at the beginning. Lakia comes around to get Esperanza. 5 against 3. Not looking so good for F4Q.
What RB just did is something that Bunny would do.
Well, RB with another one. Only Bunny and Zumba remain.
Yep.
Sack's just gonna plant. This is not a retake I would want to try.
It is the last round, so they have to commit.
There's no saving here.
Nope.
All right, Bunny on
Showstopper?
Mako.
Bunny has a showstopper.
Backs up from that aftershock.
Is he
Okay.
not? Okay, there we go. He has it. He's coming.
They trade.
Oh my gosh.
Not enough. Buzz gets Zumba as he pops through that astral divide. Oh my God. Okay, Vision Strikers. Pretty dominating in that map. Like, we had some close rounds for sure, but they definitely look stronger.
All right. Vision Strikers gets their second map win. It's serious point now for Vision Strikers if they win the next map, and it's Ascent. And I don't know if you guys have been keeping up. Many, or if not all, of the Korean teams, they want to avoid F4Q on Ascent just because of Bunny's blast pack professing, right? Like, he's just double blast packing in, and he's just making chaos for the defenders. So
Totally. Who do you think played the best there? Who's your MVP?
honestly, I would have given it to possibly Stacks for the first half, for him rotating back and forth, kind of
Yeah,
providing the
that's-
support
that's
for his
true.
teammates. But
Yeah.
as the rounds went on, right, I think the entry fragger that was RB kind of blast packing in, making the entry frag and making it a little bit comfortable for the rest of his team to take over the sites, I think gave them a lot of the upper hands that they had in the second half. So I don't know, it stacks on RB, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards RB.
Okay.
How about you?
Yeah, for me, actually, I also liked Buzz's play quite a bit.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that game was definitely the save round where they used the flashpoint and Buzz cloudburst one side and double killed with the... Oh, man, that was amazing. But, yeah, it felt like RB really played his ass off there. He has become such a strong supporting player for the team. It's really weird because I feel like RB on Jet before Buzz joined the team, it felt pretty similar to how Buzz feels, but I feel like he's just... I'm watching him play all these different agents, and he'll play like anything. He does it fantastically. He's just such a great supporter, and then you put him on an entry fragger, and suddenly he's at the top of his team.
Yeah.
Like, is there anything he can't do?
Yep.
Does he cook for the team at home as well?
Probably, and cleans.
Yeah, does everything.
And puts them to sleep with the bedtime
He's
stories.
the ultimate teammate, yeah. He probably is better at singing karaoke than the rest of the team as well. Like, he's taller.
He can
bench press more.
He's probably the playing coach.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Termi, Argency, they're just glow. They're just there for the show.
Yeah. They're RB's assistants.
But yeah, anyways, like, RB, he just played, well, all of them played fantastically. But I think it's just up in the air, to be honest.
All right, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, guys. Vision Strikers close to winning this, but Ascent is next.
drunk, tangled up in these dirty sheets. I cannot live with myself if you call it quits. I'm gonna stay in this bed until you love me again. If you could just listen to what I have to say, a minute of your time, that's all I want, then I'm out of your way. Maybe I'm selfish for wanting what I want. It's all games till someone gets their heart broken. Or love, I can only sleep with the TV on. Ever since you left, I'm going through the motions. I'm laying here looking at the door. Please come home, you belong by my side, babe. It's getting cold on the side where you used to sleep, so I get drunk, tangled up in these dirty sheets. I cannot live with myself if you call it quits. I'm gonna stay in this bed until you love me again. Until you love me again. Until you love me again. Until you love me again. Until you love me again. Until you love me again. Until you love me again. I'm gonna stay in this bed until you love me. It's getting cold on the side where you used to sleep, so I get drunk, tangled up in these dirty sheets. I cannot live with myself if you call it quits. I'm gonna stay in this bed until you love me again.
Small town with no one stranger, but I'm the one brand new. Met all of my neighbors, but just remember you. All that with the phone you looked in. Look me up and down and you said, who are you? In the back of the car we at the party when you took me by the hand. In front of the prom king like they hardly know my name or who I am. Leaving me so alone, walk up alone till you don't know where to go. Running in circles till it's 'cause I know I just can't be you. You're something special, but damn it's stressful. 'Cause you keep sending sign after the sign, but I can't be you. You hit my mention, then leave me guessing. Yeah, you keep sending sign after the sign, oh yeah. And you beg me to go dancing, so don't wait, just meet me there. And I waited out in line. I probably should've stayed away, but I can't when you say one more time. In the back of the car we at the party when you took me by the hand. In front of the prom king like you hardly know my name or who I am. Leaving me so alone, walk up alone till you don't know where to go. Running in circles till it's 'cause I know I just can't be you. You're something special, but damn it's stressful. 'Cause you keep sending sign after the sign, but I can't be you. You hit my mention, then leave me guessing. Yeah, you keep sending sign after the sign, oh yeah. All out of attention, told me that we had a connection. If this is such straight affection, why all out of intention, tell me if you have a direction. Can read your mind, I just can't be you. You're something special, but damn you're stressful. 'Cause you keep sending sign after sign, but I can't be you. You're something special, but damn you're stressful. 'Cause you keep sending sign after sign, but I can't be you. You hit my mention, then leave me guessing. Yeah, you keep sending sign after.
All right. This could end up working out beautifully for them. Buzz from behind takes down Zunba. Buzz with another kill.
And committing or fake.
Oh my to come in.
There's
Coming around on the corner.
stuck here.
Drago now coming around. Ow.
RB. But
Lakia gonna get the blind. Fine, so I mean, you can't be unhappy with that result.
the rotation here, because F4Q, they're trying to confuse.
Bunny and then backing up into Baz.
Oh!
This low, it doesn't seem likely.
But he
Yeah.
decided to dry peek into Buzz's off. Yeah, just a crossfire here.
Look at this, trying to peek in RB. Jumping through window now.
Possible for this week. Ooh, okay. They're basically keeping. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's, whoa, what?
Not enough, but that map. Like, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Korea Stage 3 Finals. We are going into map 4. Right now, Vision Strikers leads 2-1.
Definitely, it's been, one win for Vision Strikers on Icebox, and then Split coming back from F4Q, and the Vision Strikers stopping that momentum again. So now it's a 2-1, and we're moving into Ascent. And before we went on a break, I was talking about how F4Q is very strong on Ascent only because of the entry that Bunny Bunny does with his blast packs, right? And basically all the teams know how they're gonna enter, especially the A site, right? When F4Q is attacking, they know, and they still can't defend against that. And look at this win rate here on your screen. Yeah, Vision Strikers, 73% map win rate and 75 for F4Q, but I think that 2% difference is a huge difference only because F4Q is so confident in this map.
Well, not only do they have a higher win rate, they play the map more times.
Oh, yeah.
So the more times you play the map, the closer you're going to get to your real win rate, right? So, yeah, that is a bit more impressive.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know. I guess the thing that I look at here, like I know I've been singing the praises of RB left, right, and center, but this is such an important map for Sova in general, and RB is not truly a Sova main, right?
Yeah.
Like we have people that play Sova like 80, 90% of the time. RB is not one of them, so you would expect him to be slightly less of that level. Is that going to impact how Vision Strikers can fight back against F4Q here?
See, that's the thing. That's why at the beginning of this broadcast, I was talking about possibly if they do decide to bring RB out again as the Sova on the Ascent instead of Lakia, it's a very big possibility that they're saving Lakia instead of, thinking, oh, RB is just a better Sova in Ascent, right? It's not that. Because Lakia has already proven himself as a Sova main in Ascent, in Masters 2 against the global team. So I think, if RB does come out again as the Sova player on Ascent for Vision Strikers here, I think it's a very big possibility of them just hiding their strats. But
I can't wait to watch Berlin and see if you're right about that. I think that would be super sick to see.
Yeah, I am very excited. But as for F4Q on Ascent, I think they're gonna just go with their conventional picks.
Yeah, you would think so. Their team composition fits very well on the map, so it should be just kind of their standard lineup. But yeah, I think over on the side of Vision Strikers, I guess that's the one I'm looking towards a little bit more. I have to assume that RB will be picking up Sova, but what else are we going to see? Like, is it going to be a Breach? Is it going to be a Sky here for Stacks? Right? I mean, obviously we saw him play Sage once today, which was kind of off for him, but I think that was a specific Icebox scenario. It looks like RB, he got the votes, huh?
Yeah, well, this time we don't have an outlier here. Everybody voted for RB here for MVP.
You should have done that Stacks vote you were talking about, man.
Yeah, I should have.
You could have offset it a little bit.
I should have. But anyways, but today is actually, I don't know if you guys noticed, it just came to my mind with especially F4Q. Bunny Bunny playing the Jet in map 1. And Sky being played by 5K in map 3. So we've been getting a lot of different picks from F4Q, but RB, like you were saying, he played the Jet for Vision Strikers in stage 1 and 2. Started playing the Raze, started playing the Sova, and I think he played the Sage today in Split. So he's become from a Jet one trick into an all-rounder
Yeah, which it seems less likely. I feel like we see a lot more flexibility from like Sova players or Omen players or something like that. Like they can flex into more positions, whereas a lot of times Jet players only play Jet. Like they were given Buzz a hard time about that before. So I thought that was kind of an interesting thing to see that unfold. Now here's our MVP rankings. TNL Hate. Can he hold on?
Is he here though?
He's not. That's the problem, right?
What if he wins?
But look, if we get like, if like Vision Strikers wins here and we vote Stacks, TNL Hate, he's done it. He didn't make the finals, but he's done it.
But look at this, Esperanza and Bunny Bunny, both of these players are here today, right? So if they even win one MVP, they're gonna just top it off and they're gonna secure that MVP position for all of Stage 3. Not just today, but all of Stage 3.
And look, actually...
okay. What?
Yeah, King back in, Lakia out.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's that's what we were kind of expecting, right?
So this does actually almost confirm, you know, your prediction about RB playing the Sova instead of Lakia in Ascent, right? So we'll have to see in the pick phase. However, it does seem like it's going that way.
Yeah, but actually about the MVP thing, one more time, right? For this particular map, Ascent, if they win, I think one of those guys will win MVP because it's Esperanza and it's Bunny, right? So that's their Sova player and their Raze player, which are like the two kind of important agents for the map. So you would expect if they win against Vision Strikers, one of them is going to be the reason why.
Or just because I might just vote for 5K.
You know what?
You wasn't even on the list.
I love it. I love it. He never wins MVP. Let's give it to 5K. We got the English casting voting block, but we're only 2 and they are 3, so it's difficult for us to sway it.
Yeah, but we try.
We try to ruin things. All right, so Vision Strikers will be on the attack first here on Ascent.
Obviously, picked by F4Q.
And automatically select for Haven if we make it there.
Yeah.
Too bad we don't have automatically select on the attack as well. But that's the way it goes. All right, we'll go into that agent selection scene in a moment, and we can verify any ideas we had as to those agents.
Look at this trophy.
I know, it's pretty beautiful, isn't
I
it?
actually took a very close-up picture before we started because it looked nice and the lighting was there, and I just wanted to keep it.
I want to steal that trophy. Okay, looking at, RB on the Sova. Looks like Stacks goes over to Sky. Everything else looks very normal for Vision Strikers. And then F4Q. Okay, that's literally like the agents that they all play. Those are like their main agents. So going to be a very comfortable game here for F4Q. Whereas on Vision Strikers, I mean, nothing like out of the ordinary. I guess the biggest thing that we're looking at is that flex RB on the Sova role.
Yeah, that is the biggest difference as well. But also, you know, both the teams are, you know, just going with what they're comfortable with on this map.
Yeah. Well, Ascent is that, right? It's like this is the kind of comfortable map that everyone's just like, we all know how to play this.
Exactly. But 2 entry for F4Q, only Buzz for the entry fragger for Vision Strikers. So we'll see if that makes a difference.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's Vision Strikers attacking first.
Yeah.
Okay. It's on your shoulders, Buzz. Let's see it. Loving the cheerful fan art.
I still can't tell who is who.
I can tell some,
Okay.
5K is the second one in there.
Okay, on the...
Yeah, no, they're wearing the outfits of their agents.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's how much they play the same agents.
Nice one for Vision Strikers.
Yeah.
All the way on the left, I caught RB. But here we go, RB on the Sova. Getting ready.
Yeah. Taking a little bit slow here, somebody there with the shoulder peek.
Right now, what Vision Strikers need to do is get as many rounds, not only because they're going up against, well, it is because they're going up against F4Q And when they swap into the second half, it's going to be huge. But Buzz takes a little bit damage from the shock bolt.
Yeah, comes right around the corner. Esperanza finishes him off there. Shoots another shock bolt in. Around the corner, though, comes King. King with 2 kills on Esperanza and Athena. And look at this. Them going through the defender spawn over towards B, which is highly undefended.
Oh my goodness, look at 5K. He was at short in Gardens by himself when 3 members of Vision Strikers just literally ran past. And now he gets picked off by the Mako lurk.
Dude, Mako always lurks mid on this map. He always picks people off on those rotations. Oh, RB gets Zunba as he walks in. Bunny peeking his head out. I don't think he can do much, man.
King is just jump peeking here. Ooh, takes a little bit of damage here. Now, tag teaming with RB. I mean, Stacks.
Little Stacks.
Yeah.
There's Bunny battle there. Mako comes in from the side and gets the kill. Mako, like, he is actually, like, the sneakiest snake on this map.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I see him play here, he just appears from a funny angle and gets extra kills.
Yeah, he's just always in a cubby, like, meditating for smokes for his teammates, and then he just stays there.
Yeah.
He doesn't follow them
Yeah,
in.
yeah,
He
yeah.
just stays there. He's like, I'm just going to stay here. Automatically becomes a lurker here. A good first round, and also you caught. I like the thing that you mentioned where they took over basically, you know, tree line for A short, and they didn't decide to go into A, but rather go through the vendor spawn into B, because they expected Mako, the lurker at mid, to get a kill, and that's gonna open their way freely into B, and it worked perfectly, I think. And here now we do have a 3-man Spectre by here.
Yeah. Bunny and Esperanza running forward here. Athena as well. It's just not working.
Yeah.
This very aggro play from F4Q not paying off. Zunba ends up getting a kill, but really that's it.
Well, Stacks stuck with his frenzy, and he didn't decide to buy the Spectre, so it's not a big loss here. A clean 2-0 win. The bonus round does go to Vision Strikers. Now this is the round, the first time where both teams could possibly get a full buy. Obviously, Vision Strikers going to stick with the Spectres. So now this round, F4Q needs to win to cut off the momentum. Because if they lose this round, obviously, as you know it, if you guys been watching Valor for a while, if you lose this round where, you know, the attackers are sticking with the Spectres, you're not going to have any money for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, and your opponents are going to have so much money. They're going to be feeling fantastic going forward. It's just so much easier for them.
They're going to be pimping their guns.
Vision Strikers pushing forward on Catwalk pretty quickly. Stacks sends for the Trailblazer. Buzz coming in just behind. Bunny gonna throw the paint shells out here. Does get hit by the Trailblazer, but still gets the kill with the Judge jumping up and hitting Buzz. Comes around the corner, puts some damage down. King having to back up there. Zunba gets RB 5K onto King.
This is exactly what F4Q needs. No cash. Oh, 5K does go down, but a clean win.
Very clean. That was beautifully done by F4Q. Obviously, a slight advantage there as far as guns go, but well executed.
Now, it is time for Vision Strikers to full buy for real. To buy real guns, right? Not Spectre.
Yeah. No, not that little weak Spectre.
Yeah.
I feel like it would take like at least 4 Spectre bullets to kill me, man. And I'm not even that tough.
Well, Bunny definitely made a huge difference with the Judge here in Gardens. Like, he got hit by the Trailblazers, still jumping up and down with the Judge getting the kills. That tilts you.
Okay, taking it a little bit slow this time. Vision Strikers can play from further back.
And you can
that's
see
what they're choosing.
Exactly. So you can see the setups of King and Athena, both the 2 Killjoy players. They're defending A, right? But King is just waiting for any pushes out into A. But the setup, it shows that Vision's not going to go A long. They're going to go probably most likely mid to B. If any, casualties do come out from F4Q. If they get curious, they peek out, you get a pick, they're going to go mid to B. And King is just securing to make sure that there's no flank coming out from A main.
And look at how careful Esperanza is being. He walks so far back to send out the Owl. Doesn't get it all the way forward. Backs up now, and it does look like they're going for that mid push through Market. Door is closed. They're going to have to shoot that down. Okay, that's going to trigger Vision Strikers to, or rather F4Q to move back into position here towards B.
But look at this. Ooh, nice pick off for Zumba, but can he live any longer? Nope.
Yeah, RB shoots him in the butt. Oh, Mako here, just around the stairs, gets taken down by Esperanza.
All right.
Athena coming over too. It's a 2 versus 3. Can they actually break in? Boathouse well defended right now.
Right now, King does have this alarm bot here to trigger that. Oh my goodness, perfect placement here. Esperanza super low. It's gonna be basically impossible for him to, you know, win this 1v3 here.
Yeah, looks like he wants to just go ahead and run, do a save here for his gun. Not a bad choice when you're that low. I mean, against 3, you're definitely gonna die. Maybe you trade, but that's the best you can really hope for.
Yeah. So, you know, what I noticed is this 4th round was basically the full buy rounds for both sides, right? And Athena, he chose to commit to A site instead of putting his alarm bot at mid market and leaving it open, because many teams do that, especially King, right, from Vision Strikers. They leave mid open, they just put one alarm bot there, and when that triggers, they know to look there. Until then, they're focusing on B main, A short, and just leaving mid open. But for F4Q Athena, he committed all his skills. Once again, he's doing that in A, which means he has to stay in A for his alarm bot and turret to stay active.
Yeah.
So it's good if Vision Strikers decides to just full-on ham rush into A, but if that's not the case, you know, what just happened in the previous round will happen again.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like, and it seems like they keep setting up for that as well, right?
Yeah.
With King just kind of laying over there in A lobby, and I mean, they're not going to get flanked in that regard. They're controlling mid beautifully. Yeah, they smoke the boiler whenever they need to. Just kind of keeping an eye here on anyone coming out of B main right now. Stax has the vision on that.
5K's getting curious.
Yeah.
Getting curious.
Gotta be careful about that one.
Oh no.
I feel like this, when your opponents are very quiet on ascent, like pushing out of B main always feels like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh, it might not be this time though. 5K gets Stacks, but now Buzz gonna pull the trigger and rush into B immediately. Tailwinds into the Cloudburst.
They know 5K's in B main. They have to know. Stacks just died.
Weird for him to go any other way.
We're gonna see the Bunny blast pack soon.
Oh, King right there. Wall bangs 5K. Some nice shooting from RB, from Boathouse. Right, King coming up and hunting now. Bunny doesn't make it either. Only Athena left over. And that was a pretty clean, pretty excellent victory there. Especially after that kill onto Stacks.
So basically, it was unfortunate that Stacks did get picked off, but because Vision Strikers, like you mentioned in the early round of the previous round, they took over mid control so fast and cleanly without any casualties, right? The moment Stacks got picked off, that basically was the go cue for the guys at mid, right? They broke down the door, they ran in with Buzz, and they got the kill that was watching by stairs, and, you know, they took over the site. And 5K, he had control of B main, but he was all alone, where Vision Strikers had at least 3 members rushing in, so it wasn't going to be enough. Waited for the backup, but did not pan out.
Vision Strikers this time looks like they are doing a 4-stack here into A. Paint shells come out, so hop away there. Buzz dashing in immediately. He's already taken some damage there from the paint shells.
But this kind of fast rush is happening because they assume that it's a save round, and they do assume right. And look at the smoke shot coming through.
Oh my god, yeah, Buzz doing a great job there.
Oh, they didn't check hell.
5K picking up a couple kills before he's taken down by King.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, he's hopping up. Bunny waiting for him. Has that Marshall.
He's gonna follow. Stacks is all, they know both of them are by heaven here.
Well, how do you break into this with a Marshal and a Sheriff? It's not gonna happen.
You don't break into this.
No.
No, you can't.
It's like looking for his Marshall shots as if anyone's going to show themselves. Yeah, as if you're going to shoot down there. It's not going to work.
Ooh, Athena gets that one tap.
All right. Can't be unhappy with that.
Yep.
Runs in for his own death.
Yep.
And Stax and Mako both to carry their guns to that next round.
Yeah, so, you know, right now the way Vision Strikers is playing attack is very straightforward. It's nothing special. Like, it's not a strat that, you know, they are willing to use possibly, you know, against a team in Berlin. Because right now you notice they knew F4Q was going to save. So they did something that we haven't seen before. Just a full ham rush onto A, right? Like, Vision Strikers are very well known for just holding their defaults, like King holding A main, Stax holding out mid with, you know, Mako and Buzz, and somebody watching B main. Like, that's what they usually do, like what they're doing right now. But only on their opponent's save round, they just do a rush. They just try to overpower them with the guns. So, you know, they're just switching things up very quickly.
Yeah, and look at this, once again, taking over that mid-control. We just haven't seen F4Q contesting this at all. Now, they do have 5K and Athena kind of coming up, throws the Lear out to try to peek around the corner, but they're already in position. Buzz and Mako just outside of market.
But fortunately this time for F4Q is that Athena, like I mentioned before, did place that alarm bot at mid instead of committing all his skills to A. So if Vision Strikers decide to force into mid to B, it's not going to be the same as the previous rounds. So we'll have to see what Vision Strikers decide to do here. But it does seem like they're going to do the same thing here.
We're getting pretty late into the round for no deaths as of yet. Just a little bit of damage as well. Buzz now just jetting himself in there.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury not really doing that much. Right, Athena gets Buzz. RB coming around for the kills. Oh, Esperanza outguns him though. King comes in with that flank.
But it's still a 3v2 with stacks very low. Zumba double kill.
Zumba just comes and kills everything. Mako's still here though.
They didn't get the plan.
But Mako can still kill them.
Oh, 5K just needs to hide. Oh, they win! And still gets killed.
Oh, man.
So see, this is exactly what I was talking about. Athena not committing all of his skills to A and just literally just helping out mid and B. Just stop their mid to B rush from Vision Strikers. Just by him just putting couple skills at mid.
Let's see if they continue. I mean, you have to start contesting it more and more.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like this is the strategy that they're utilizing. King is just making sure there's no sort of flank or anything, and then they take over B, and that's that. Yeah. 5-2 right now for Vision Strikers.
So look at this. F4Q Athena, basically the key player right now on the defending side.
Yeah.
Did the same thing here. Basically a very similar setup, but Stax switching it up. Now King isn't looking at A main, he's looking at B main here for the push, which means they're gonna possibly most likely go into A short, into A rather than mid to B.
And
so,
look, they like kind of predicted it as well, right? Because they have King sitting over there in B lobby, like they have a very good idea of what's going on. Feels like the Killjoy defense here just not working out.
Definitely isn't. We'll have to see.
Yeah, they're coming through Boiler now. Buzz checking out Tree. And goes the Recon Bolt.
But look at this.
Get a shot onto Bunny.
Ooh, he just missed him. But the 3-man stack in A is what I want, you know, you guys to focus on here. Because of the alarm bot at market, like you don't need to be, you know, keeping somebody always watching mid.
Yeah.
But look at this. Oh, Bunny gets faked and he...
Oh no.
So 30-second mark, Athena just pops his lockdown, tells them don't come to B. Basically forcing Vision Strikers to go A, and they still get wiped out. Oh my goodness. This shouldn't have happened.
No.
So the reason Athena at B just used the lockdown is, all right, 30 seconds left, I'm going to lock down. You're not going to have enough time to fight us and plant. So basically forcing Vision Strikers towards A, and the rest of his teammates in A side should have known that, right? Like they should have taken corner positions, like hiding positions into Cubby, into Hell, but they got picked off, and that's something that basically wasted Athena's lockdown for no reason.
I mean, why is F4Q reacting like this? Like, I mean, who called for the lockdown, and how did they make these mistakes?
Yeah, well, like, it's understandable. It's like, lockdown, yeah, don't come to B. Up to that part, it makes sense, right? Because it passed the 30-second mark. But the people that died in A is what I don't understand,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
like, if they decide to lock down B, that means it's a go queue for the A side people to stay hidden, stay quiet.
Well, it seemed like he laid the lockdown, and then we
Yeah.
actually had one rotation towards
B.
B. Did they just think they were coming B? They must have thought they were in B main.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can think. Because, yeah, see, he was coming back there. Bunny was, like, heading that way and then comes around, and Buzz is waiting for
Yeah.
him.
Well, they could have been faked by King because he was placing alarm bots. He was making noise. He threw his nanoswarm a little bit late as well. So it could have been a possible fake from King, and they fell for it.
Yeah.
But either way.
Yeah, either way, F4Q now on a bit of a save round. Shorty for Zumba. Oh, no. Buzz already getting 5K.
Remember, this is a half buy round, basically. Look at the guns. Like, we have Fina on the Bulldog, Zumba with the Shorty, Bunny on the Sheriff. So they need to get, a couple kills. They don't need to win. Let's see if they'll be able to do that.
Nice
Oh,
check
no!
here. Beautifully done with that owl.
Oh no!
Okay.
It's not
Zumba
okay.
and Bunny remain.
And they, both of their guns are not great, so they're gonna either have to die trying, or just get blown up by the spike.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's any point really in running in here. I guess Bunny should, because he just has the Sheriff. It's not like something you need to save with your no armor.
Yeah, Zumba does pick up the Phantom, so he doesn't really need to commit into this retake. But
maybe he can help for a kill. Okay, Bunny.
Whoa.
Okay, well, a little bit of a trade there for sure.
That's something that we'd like to see. Bunny would, like, if he had to judge, it would have been a different story.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
We would have had to write a new book. All right, well, that was basically the half buy round for F4Q, so let's hope that they left enough credits to full buy this round.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
It's definitely looking a bit rough over there. We just got a shot of their team. They were looking somber. I mean,
But also,
this is match point.
Yeah, it definitely
You know?
is. But I also want to still, have hopes for F4Q because they're more of a quote-unquote attacking team,
Yeah.
especially on Ascent,
Sure.
compared to the other maps. So
I feel like they still have to pick up at least like 2 more rounds to really
Yeah.
have that shot, though.
like
8
to 2.
A 2 to 10
No,
is not it.
Yeah, 8 to 4. I mean,
Yeah, an 8 to 4. I'm like, okay,
it's
yeah,
doable.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
doable. You have the rounds to kind of give away to full buy. But a 10 to 2.
Yeah, a 10 to 2 is like the comebacks there just they don't happen.
You gotta pray before each round for that to happen. So you can tell that Vision Striker is playing it very safe. They know, F4Q full bought this round.
Buzz and Mako in their positions over near bench right now, as always. There is an alarm bot there.
Okay.
Buzz shoots it down. Cloud burst goes forward into market.
Oh, are they committing here? Okay, they're
Looks like
committing.
it.
They lost a round when Athena was defending B, and they're still gonna try to just force their way in. Gets traded.
God, yeah, RB gets on site right now. King coming in. All right, Cosmic Divides.
Ooh, double
going up.
Cosmic Divides here.
Bunny with the showstopper onto Stacks. Gets Mako
Oh.
back in Boathouse as well before RB gets him. Zumba with the kill.
By now, they should know, if there's an alarm bot at mid, it means Athena is around B, which means they shouldn't go there, because this is the second round
That's a good point.
that they lost
point.
with Athena defending B.
Well, it's hard to get through all that Killjoy setup, right?
Yeah.
Not exactly sure where those nanoswarms are, especially when Buzz has to get in there immediately,
Yeah.
and suddenly it's like, Oh, there's one on the Switch. Okay.
Yeah, one on the Switch, but
that's no fun.
I have to click the Switch.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a nanoswarm.
Well,
But
this cloud storm, this cloud burst is saving me, but I have to get out.
yeah.
It's tough. F4Q with their tactical timeout now.
So what I would think that Vision Strikers would change up here is they're gonna go mid. They're gonna see the alarm bot.
Mhm.
They're gonna kill it. I actually thought they were gonna do that this round, but they committed, so I was surprised. But
Yeah.
I'm thinking just kill the alarm bot, throw a cloud burst, and pretend you're going mid to B,
Mm-hmm.
and then just swing back to A or wait for anybody from A to push out and pick that guy off, and then go A. It
Yeah.
would be a lot more safer.
I like that. Do you want them to go through like boiler, or you want them to
Well,
try to
it
go
could
through
be-
spawn?
It could be anywhere they choose, depending on where their lurker is, right?
Mhm.
So if they decide to put their lurker in A main or gardens, and if they get a pick, then you go that way.
Mhm.
But
Totally.
either way, like Vision Strikers, this is the second time they committed into where a Killjoy was defending, and
Mhm.
they failed both times.
Well, looks like Killjoy has switched to the other side, and they've got their stack up here, right outside of B main. Does look like Vision Strikers has a plan to go in here.
Well, this time it's not a mid to B, it's just a full-on B main rush. And this might work. You know, Athena is fully committed into A.
Oh yeah, Buzz gets right in there immediately and takes down Esperanza. Zumba headshots king. Bunny with the judge on the Buzz once again. Loves that gun. He's taking over the position.
Look at them rotate around. All right, guys, Bunny with the judge in sight.
Mhm.
We're not going B.
Run from there immediately. All right, going up onto catwalk through the boiler. Oh, Mako catches Athena there.
He is probably one of the top lurkers in Korea.
Oh, for sure he is.
Oh, gee.
Dude, he is always where you don't expect him.
Yeah, because, like,
It's almost creepy, man. He was like looking in through that guy's window. He's not supposed to be over there.
oh my gosh. And the window was broken.
Yeah.
You know what that
That's a
means.
felony, my
Yeah.
friend.
Oh, gosh.
All right, Bunny. What can you do for your team here? Not much, I think.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, the setup is too strong.
Gets flashed. He shouldn't.
No.
What? He's going?
Looks like he's just looking for kills.
I don't know why, honestly.
Can he outrun the spike? No, nobody can.
Honestly, Bunny should have saved.
It felt
would've-
that way.
Yeah, that would have been the thing to do, but because I don't know, I guess he wanted to try something, get a kill, drop a couple guns. But the reason I say he shouldn't have done that is because even if they did lose a player or two, right, Vision Strikers, they have so much cred stacked up that even if they did die, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Yeah.
Not sure what his plan was there. It's
Yeah.
like there was too many of them. They aren't gonna fully commit.
Yeah.
They're not like afraid that you're about to defuse it when they're both sitting over in
Yeah.
A main.
Well, this is the last round here for the first half. We'll see if, you know, F4Q is able to make it an 8-4 like we wanted them to in the first half.
Yeah, I think if it's 8-4, it's still.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's definitely a lot closer to 9-3.
Definitely, we'll see here. Vision Strikers taking it easy. The double peek in a short here with Athena and Bunny Bunny. But Vision Strikers, they haven't actually fully committed into a short in the first half at all. Yet. Look at this.
Starts to come around there. RB.
Okay.
Yeah.
He cancels his Hunter's Fury early
Yeah.
because he thought, you know, Esperanza was gonna, you know, snipe him
Mm-hmm.
with his Hunter's Fury. So.
So Hunter's Fury is a funny counter to everything.
Oh.
Oh my God, Zumba gets a couple kills on the RB and Mako. Buzz with the Blade Storm proc. Comes over into Boathouse. Oh, but Esperanza too
Dinger.
fast.
And the bunny judge is in the site here.
Oh.
5K.
Despite the leer, doesn't quite work out for him. 5K still alive. Not for long though. Athena tries to come down. And that's the last round before that side switch. 9-3, Vision Strikers with some domination here on Ascent so far.
Well, I would have wanted an 8-4 first half to have F4Q and give them a chance. Like 9-3, yeah, obviously, like you can still lose 2 rounds and still come back and win everything to go into overtime and possibly just win it if you're able to win everything. But yeah, like
It's
F4Q,
a tall order though.
yeah, F4Q is strong, but I don't think they're that strong.
Well, Vision Strikers has really kind of stepped it up here tonight. Even on Split, where they were getting dominated, right? They actually fought back to a respectable 13-9. Other than that, it's been pretty one-sided for them.
Like, even in my mind, like, I deleted map 1 and it's still considered pretty one-sided.
Yes.
Even without map 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens in the second half. So here we have the 2 Killjoys meeting up at B main here. They're best friends, man.
Killjoy is always funny.
But look at this. Look at this read that Vision Strikers have. They know that F4Q loves A. They have currently a 3-man stack on A here. We'll see if F4Q is able to come.
Yeah, Bunny getting right in on top of there. Mako with some sharp shooting. Not before Esperanza takes him down there as well.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, they just run into A. Obviously, this was a pistol round, so it could be different on a full buy round, but still, either way, you don't see any other teams do this.
Yeah, excellent entry.
Yep.
No doubt about it. Well, that's always something I've talked about. I feel like Bunny just has the best blast pack entry of anybody.
Yeah.
He aims, like sometimes you see people blast pack and they clip the wall and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
This guy could land on anything. You could put a dime down and he will land on it.
He can throw a dime in air so he can land on it
Yeah.
while he's blast packing. But yeah, like Bunny with the high sense while he's double packing, right? Like he's looking left and right, getting all the question marks on the mini maps for his teammates to get the information. So I think that is the biggest part of him double blast packing in. And it just provides so much information. And here we go, round 1, taken by F4Q. They're buying a 4-man Spectre here to secure this round no matter what.
Looks like they do want to do this push into A once again. They have their full 5 stack over here. Esperanza leading the way there with the Owl.
Here we
5K
go.
Leers in, but they back up.
Here we
Boomba being
go.
sent in. Here we go, the Bunny. And well, Bunny
Gets
actually,
one.
yeah, the Boombot somehow gets Buzz. But RB with that classic taking him down. My God, that was rabid. I can't believe that with the classics, without the shields. Like what? Vision Strikers.
See the thing.
They even entered with the 5 stack. They threw the Leer out. Bunny got on top of a box.
Yeah.
Like,
And Bunny got the kill with the Boombot. But
yeah.
the thing is, look at, oh well, this is the middle of the round, but at the beginning of the round, we had 1 man at B, no one at mid, and 4-man stack at A. So they expected it. It's like, all right, if they decide to go B, we'll just do a 5-man retake. If they come A, we'll just win, right? Like they did a stack, and Stacks took a risk on literally just trying to predict of what they're gonna do because they knew that F4Q wanted to win, secure this round, the bonus round. Obviously they couldn't, but I think Stacks just had a great read on what F4Q was gonna do on the bonus round.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah.
It seems so. Even with the good entry, not enough.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, here they are. Very few shields, only Athena with anything really. Sheriff's, a ghost. Can't expect too much. Mako instantly takes down 5K.
And keep in mind, Mako was a jet player for 2-pull before he moved in, which means his aim is impeccable. He's just playing
No,
Astra.
he was at the top of the charts actually last season. I was like, who's this Babo guy?
Yeah.
He's not on Vision Strikers or New Turn. Why is he at the top of the charts? It's like, well, now he is on Vision Strikers, and you know him as Mako.
Yep. As you see, F4Q is just on a sheriff round. But they want to just take down as many Vision Strikers as possible.
They've got 25 seconds left here. Shoot down the door.
Here we go.
Bunny with no blast pack, so he's just gonna have to walk in here.
There's the bunny.
Hey,
Oh,
Athena.
Athena?
All right, all right. Oh, but there's Mako again. Zumba trying to make something happen.
But I'm gonna be honest, this is a pretty good trade. Well, it's
Can't
still
finish them, but
they still
no,
get
definitely.
3-man down for on the side of Vision Strikers. I think this is definitely a plus for F4Q.
Yeah, for Sheriff buys.
Yeah.
Can't really complain about it.
All right. Well, this is the important round. I wouldn't be surprised if any tactical timeout was called by F4Q.
That would make sense, I think.
Because it's 11-4, and now it's probably a buy round for F4Q where
Yes.
they really, really need to take the round and not give Vision Strikers the 12th round.
They basically have to win out, right?
Yeah.
You're allowing yourself one mistake
Yeah.
in the next 8 or 9 rounds. So definitely this is it for them.
All right, they're deciding to go straight in here. And Buzz playing it aggressive. Usually you would fall back, but
Yeah. We're not going to expect this.
no, he's
He's actually looking in the wrong place. If
Yeah.
5K comes around, oh, well, there you go. That works. I love the updraft there at the end as well, making sure he gets away. Beautifully executed there.
doesn't take any scratch. Gets a kill. Now F4Q, they can't go mid because of Buzz's operator basically forcing them either into B main or A main, and they choose B main, but it's very unfortunate because of King. Right?
Yeah.
He's here.
It's
It's
already
going to
set up.
delay.
Shock ball going in
Yep.
as well from RB.
Athena.
Very low.
I feel so bad for him. He didn't do anything. He just 2 HP. He dies.
Just a bullet through the wall.
Yeah.
Get out of here. 5K
Oh my
falls. Oh no.
Gets flashed. So now they have information. Somebody's by switch and Buzz. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, wow. I thought that Buzz was going to get
Yeah, I
Suda
know.
there, but it was reverse.
Because Stax gave him the information with the guiding light.
Okay, well, Stax and King going to finish them off.
All right,
And
well,
12-4. This is tournament point
yeah.
for Vision Strikers.
Not just map point, it's tournament point like Artosis mentioned. And yeah, it's not a 3-0 victory for Vision Strikers like Stax wanted, but
Well, I mean, 3-1 is not bad, right?
yeah.
Vision Strikers. Oh, they're taking a tactical timeout. Do they have a special strategy for us? Are they confident enough?
How are we gonna, make our finale round here, right? Like they're literally just calling this timeout just because they can.
Well, I mean, you're not going to be able to use any more timeouts this whole season, right? So you gotta get it in.
Yeah. Oh gosh. I saw. I was watching the NA VCT right a
Mhm.
couple days ago, and on Twitter, Sentinels they posted when they went up against 100 Thieves.
Mhm.
You know how 100 Thieves logo is 100 and T?
Yeah.
On Twitter, Sentinels were, I
Oh,
guess,
100.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead, so people can know.
the 100 timeout.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
Like, use it when you can, right? Like, right now, F4Q, they have a timeout left. Unfortunately, they didn't use it on the 11th round where I thought they would. But Vision Strikers decide to just,
Give it to them.
yeah. All right, we'll call the timeout for you guys.
It's not a problem.
Yeah. Right here, perfect. And it was great because with Buzz just basically forcing his way at mid with the support of RB at the beginning of the round, forcing them into B main was just a great strat for Vision Strikers, not backing off, playing it aggressive. They have the round advantage, obviously, which allows them to do that.
Well, here we go, Bunny. Most important blast pack for you right here. Oh my God!
Wait, what?
But Mako somehow wins that? What? Is there anything he can't do?
Mako should have died.
Yes. Bunny had the judge right next to him, and it was surprising.
Yeah, it
That was a sick blast pack in, too. Okay, F4Q has
Oh.
scattered.
Oh my goodness. I think that just... Bunny should have gotten the double kill.
Oh, dude, this is going to be bad.
This
Look
could
at
have been the
Buzz.
round.
Look at Buzz wait here.
Yeah,
He knows.
don't.
Oh, misses the shot. And
Okay.
Athena. Okay, yeah.
Here we go. The
Very
lockdown comes
doable.
through.
And Esperanza does not.
See, the funny thing is, real quote-unquote Sova players, they would know the lineups to get that lockdown with just the shock bolts.
Yeah, so RB is unable to.
Yes,
That's
he falls
interesting.
back. So this is a small. It's not going to make a big difference, but
Ooh,
yeah, things like this, it's going to
RB.
cost you the round.
RB behind.
All right, well, King's left all alone, 1v4. He's not going to try.
Oh, well, now they know where he is at least. Zumba takes some bullets in the back for that info. Yeah, this round over.
Yeah,
So timeout, Vision Striker's timeout, not working out for him this time.
Oh, it worked out for F4Q.
Yes.
Like they called it for F4Q, yeah, like you said, and it worked out.
They're being pretty nice about it.
Look at the camera. Like they're just laughing. They're having a great time.
But what if they lose from here?
That would be great.
What if F4Q wins
Then
the
we're gonna call
tournament
them
from
out. We're gonna be like, hey, you guys didn't win, and you were laughing and having a good time.
Yeah.
That's what you get,
Are
right?
you allowed to have a good time? This is serious business.
Yeah. You guys saw the prize money, first place and second place. It's 2 times the award money. But here we go. F4Q does secure a round.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it a run.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be amazing to go
Oh,
to
yeah.
a overtime, even if they lose in the overtime. At least that's hype.
Honestly, map number 2 and 3 were kind of satisfying because
Yeah.
it wasn't like 13-1 like map 1.
Yeah.
Because in the grand finals, like, yeah, if one team is very strong, it's possible for a sweep, but you don't want a sweep, right? You want at least 4 maps. At
3-1 is a good score. Here we come. Bolt comes in. Buzz backs up a little bit.
Ooh, this time he doesn't
Oh,
miss.
that's not so good for F4Q.
Especially with Bunny having the showstopper, right? Like,
Mhm.
he could have gotten it as he died, but either way, 1 orb, 1 kill could have given him that. 5K does get that trade onto Buzz, though.
Yeah, that's something at least.
Mhm.
But do they have the entry they need to actually go and plant? We've still got a minute. There's still time. Esperanza set up here with that op. Just kind of checking out Catwalk. Right, the rotation to A. Down in Wine,
Are
though.
they gonna check Wine?
Yeah, Mako. I mean, that's a deadly guy to have right there.
He's never used this position yet. They're gonna check it with. Oh my gosh! But look at this. Look at this.
Oh no, Mako's gonna ruin everything.
Oh my gosh! Double kill! Triple kill!
Oh my god, and Mako from behind! That is going to be that! Vision Strikers is our Valorant Challengers Korea Stage 3 champions. They are going to Berlin as the top seed from Korea.
After losing to F4Q in Stage 2, they rebuilt the team. They came back so much stronger, and they are able to get their revenge onto F4Q, the Kingslayers, that stopped their 103rd, win streak, and now they're back here, starting off once again on a win streak.
I tell you, they are really quite a team, and I think that they're going to make a big mark on the world stage. We already had New Turn do that in Iceland, but these, the champions of Korea, I feel like Korea is just getting stronger and stronger. And I cannot wait to see these guys perform against the rest of the world.
Oh yeah, definitely. And even F4Q, their second place team, our second place team, is going to be amazing, but we'll see what happens here.
Yes, and off to the trophy. Beautiful trophy it is. Vision Strikers now having won 2 of the 3 stages. Of course, New Turn won stage 2. Big moment for them. Stacks raising it up. This whole team there to support. Lakia brought out of the back room to celebrate as well. See the coaching staff there, even Glow joining.
Yep. All right, well, we have the whole lineup here celebrating their victory. It's awkward that this is their first time actually going to Masters, right? Like,
I know,
because stage 2, they were knocked out.
Well, this is kind of the team that I think a lot of regions wanted to see
Yeah.
against the rest of the world. And honestly, I think they're improved now, right?
Yeah.
Like, I tell you, I've become the biggest Mako fan over this season, and I want to see him just wreck everyone with his lurking.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, why was he standing
Yeah.
there?
It's like, what game is he
Yeah.
playing?
And then when they go to bind and Lakia gets flown in.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like with Glow as the IGL in stage 1 and 2, like they were strong, but with
Yeah.
this new roster, I think they've just gotten stronger in
The
every
calls
way.
from Stack seem to be amazing. You were pointing out
Yeah.
some of the harder calls that he made,
Mhm.
and it was awesome to see the way that they just kind of all react. They're all playing their roles. They're all like all-star players,
Yeah.
but they play as a team the entire time, which is
Exactly.
a little bit different from F4Q. Even though they play as a team, a lot of it does come down to their individual gunplay,
Yeah.
right? Whereas with Vision Strikers, it feels like the total package.
Oh yeah, the total package, the full package, no discount.
Mm.
But but F4Q, yeah, they have the basics down, they have the trades down. However, like you guys just saw here from Vision Strikers, the tactical, the small things that matter. Even though RB couldn't, destroy that lockdown with the shock bolts, that's a very small thing. But all in all, Vision Strikers, they are very well made. With even the roster changes going back and forth, with Lakia joining in for bind, swapping back out. So it's just amazing, and I'm very happy that both of these teams are actually going to represent Korea in Berlin.
Oh, it should be really fun too,
Yeah.
because F4Q definitely has their own style,
Oh, yeah.
and they have their own flair. They have a flair that Korean teams generally don't show as
Oh, yeah.
much, so that's going to make it very interesting in and of itself, and I think that they can do very well in the tournament.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm not expecting a top 3 performance from them, but I think that they can make some upsets that people aren't expecting as well.
All right. Well, I know that the global fans are also excited to see Bunny, right? Right. Like
Yeah, sure.
the Professor Blastpack.
Dude, yeah, he's great.
Dude, it's like I want to see him. I see him every week. I still want to see him.
I know, yeah. He's one of the more exciting players to watch. Except when he gets off down at the beginning of the round. That's always sad.
Well, this is the bracket that starting from a round of 8.
Yeah, Vision Strikers, of course, able to take it. Sad to see New Turn go out in the round of 8, but that match against Damwon was one of the best matches I've ever seen. And then Damwon F4Q, another one of the best matches I've ever seen. Those two, unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely. I was there. Texture, popping off. I was like, wait, what game is he playing? It's like,
Dude, yeah. Well, it's
Jeez.
it's sad as well. We got to remember these teams that didn't make it, like Damwon. They've been so close. They were in the finals last time. Here they were. They're one win off of going over and over.
well, we'll have to see if. All right, well, this is the final result, but to continue, I want to see if TNL or Damwon is going to make it to APAC, right? Because it's definitely, it's still a possibility.
Yeah. No, I could see Damwon squeezing in. Like, these guys are really, really strong. And no disrespect to TNL, they're a very good team. Like, I think that they are solidly, I would call them probably the 5th best team in Korea, in my opinion.
Okay.
But,
Well, honestly, for me, what I think is stage 1 and 2, they weren't really, up there. But with the rebuild that they went through for TNL, I think in stage 3, even though they did get knocked out, they've improved.
all right. But, I'm excited to see as well which teams end up returning. But, I think we have a little interview coming up now.
All right, well, we do have the 3 Korean casters out on the stage. Gonna have that interview, like Artosis mentioned. I'll be translating. Congratulations, guys, on the win of being the best team in Korea. So how do you feel about being the grand champions of Korea? Let's start with RB. I'm very happy that we were able to become the champions in Challenger Stage 3. I'm also very happy that we were able to make it into Berlin. I'm just happy. I'm just a happy man right now that I can go to Berlin with my teammates.
자, 그리고 또 베를린 이제 그 국가대표로서 저희가 시사표했다고 이따가 들어볼 거니까 그 옆에 킹 선수에게 또한 마이크를 넘겨가지고 제가 다른 질문 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm gonna ask another question for King.
지난 스테이지 탈락 이후에
So-
오늘까지 너무 힘들었던 시간이 좀 있었을 것 같은데
After losing
어떤 부분이
in stage
그
two.
2에 가장 힘들었고 지금의 본인들을 좀 만든 것 같다고 생각을 하시는지
what's the
한번
biggest,
들어보도록 하겠습니다.
trouble that you guys had
저번
after
시즌에
losing in stage 2 and that made you guys stronger?
기 때문에 지금의 저희가 우승을 하지 않았나 그런 생각이 좀 들고요.
Truthfully, I think losing in stage 2 earlier on
또
and not making it into the grand finals and to Masters 2 basically built us to become stronger in stage 3. Obviously the rebuild, but our mentality as well to kind of prep ourselves to become stronger.
오늘 경기가 스택 선수가 예고했던 것처럼 뭐 쉽게 가지는 않았어요.
So
중간 중간에
today's
있었던
match, as
오늘
Stacks
경기 중에 뭐
said,
승리를
a
우승을
3-0.
확신했던, 상황이 있었다면
It
언제가
wasn't as easy as you predicted, but when did you start thinking that you were actually, had the upper hand?
하던 대로 하자.
In split, in one of our timeouts,
하자고 하셔가지고
even though we were losing,
하던 대로
the coach said, "All right, just do as you usually play." He didn't force us to bring out our quote-unquote strats that we were prepping for. He just said, "Just play as you do. Don't stress out. It's okay." And I think the moment, our coach came onto the stage and told us that, it just made my mind just more calm and I was able to play well in the next upcoming maps.
저희가 아니 스플릿 할때
So what was more what was so difficult
안 먹혀들어서
going up against F4Q on split?
했는데 그게 안 돼서 이제
Actually, before our coach told us to play as we used to, we were trying out things that we prepped. But it wasn't fully prepared, so we were basically kind of half testing our strats out. But it didn't work, obviously, as you saw. So that was the part where we, I guess, have to work on when we go back to our team house, work on split and kind of finalize our strats for Berlin on split.
어떻게 보면 알비라는 또 좋은 제트가 비전 스트라이커즈에 있었고
So a question for
그런
Buzz.
또 중책을 맡게 되면 팀에 합류하게 되고
So before you joined the team, RB definitely was the jet player for Vision Strikers. How did you feel joining Vision Strikers as the main jet player, kind of, I guess in a way, forcing RB to play other roles?
기존에 들어왔을 때는 뭐 제가 어떤 걸 할지는 처음에 몰랐었어가지고 좀 고민이
So when I
많았었는데
first joined Vision Strikers, I didn't come in as the main jet player. I just joined as a player.
상민 형도 저한테 많이 알려주고 저도 이제
So in the
많이
beginning,
배우고 해가지고
right off the bat, I was not the main jet for Vision Strikers. We were just trying things out.
못했었잖아요. 그런데 오늘은 좀 나름 괜찮게
And I'm very happy that,
해가지고
the coach and the manager of Vision Strikers noticed me when I was on Rio and was able to kind of allow me to try different things out. And I guess at the end of the day, I became the main jet for Vision Strikers, and I'm happy about that. And I'm also happy that RB is able to transition into other roles and still play his part.
엔트리가 먹여 살리는 경우가 많다고는 하셨는데 저희 팀은 그게 힘들어요.
All right, so do you think, you're doing as the main jet player, the entry fragger, you're pulling the weight for your team?
척후대가 좀 딸린다.
나머지들이 아주
척후대가 좀
아파줘야 되는데
딸리고
Honestly, I don't think me as the entry fragger on jet is pulling the weight of everybody, as you know.
어려워요 여기서.
그건 좀 맞는 말이긴 하네요.
Mako is playing well as a smoker. We have the initiators, and we have especially like King and RB when he plays the Sova, as well as Lakia when he's on the Sova. Like they play so well. So I think we're a very well-rounded team here.
많은 팬분들이 또 응원해 주셨잖아요. 팬분들께 또 말씀.
So any words to your fans, Lakia? Yeah, you only played one map today, but we know that you have a lot of fans.
많은 경기를 하지 않았지만 제가 참가하는
As you know,
응원해주시는
I don't play every single map.
저희
I come in and out.
너무 감사드리고요.
But I'm also very happy that I still get the support when I do come out.
올 때마다 선물을 많이 받았는데
And recently, we've been getting gifts from our fans when we come to play offline here at LAN. So I'm very thankful for that support that you guys are always showing us.
저는 이번 세계대회에서 아이슬란드에서도
And
승리라는 쾌거를 전 이뤘지만
On Iceland, in my previous team, I got third. But with Vision Strikers going to Berlin, our goal here is not third, not second, but first.
성적으로 보답을 하겠다라는 걸로
So,
보여줬습니다.
As we always thank you guys for the support, we're gonna repay you guys with getting first place in Berlin.
시상식으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 20회 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 3의 시상식을 바로 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 시상에는 오상현 라이엇 게임즈 e스포츠
All right,
사업자님께서
excellent.
함께해
And
주시겠습니다.
wanting to
박수와
get that
함께
first
맞아주시기
place, can they do it in Berlin?
I'm gonna say it's definitely up in the air. It's a possibility.
자,
I don't have any doubts.
예선을 시작으로
Well, we do have
본선과
Sean O
플레이오프,
from Riot
그리고
Games.
대망의
Yeah, I know that guy.
결승전을 거쳐 이 자리에
Been in esports
섰습니다.
forever out here, going to be awarding them their prize. It's the award ceremony time. They have won a ton of cash
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. Let's not forget 24 million won, which is probably about $21,000
Yeah.
approximately USD.
Well, look at that number, 24 million.
Yes, that's
I just
that's
like
so
that
many
number.
won.
Like they didn't put the won sign, so it's like you don't know if that. Oh, it has a K right there. Damn it! I was gonna say.
Yeah.
They just put the dollar sign in the
Well,
front.
there's no name on that check either. You and I could go run out and take it.
But anyways, yeah, congratulations, Vision Strikers.
Yeah, they played fantastically this season.
Yep.
You know, barely anyone even put a scratch into them, honestly. So it looks like they're back to basically Season 1 Vision Strikers again, right? Where they seem to be a bit unbeatable in the region. The hype is there. They're going to Berlin. How are they going to do? Yeah, it's great to see them back in that top form.
Exactly, you know, they're rebuilding their winning streak, right? So far, it's very low now compared to that 103 win streak, but they're building that back up, and it seems like we're gonna be moving on to the MVP ceremony.
Oh, all right, excellent. See how this MVP voting actually started out here. So Esperanza ends up taking the first place overall. Great job to him. I mean, he is amazing for his team.
I'm very happy that Esperanza got the MVP. He deserves it because he's the new member on F4Q. And also, I'm very happy that not the winning team got the MVP, right? Like usually in many of the
That's
tournaments,
true.
we would get the winning team and pick an MVP from that team.
Yes.
But F4Q, Esperanza, definitely deserving of this MVP.
Well, it's especially nice, I guess, because they didn't get to play they didn't get as many votes as Vision Strikers did. But that actually points back to the fact that Vision Strikers is such a well-balanced team.
Yeah.
They get so many different people that actually get voted to that MVP spot. So I think that's a hard thing to do, and a big moment for Hate as well on TNL, because they even played one less round.
Yeah. That's
Even
true.
one less
That
round,
is true.
and still Hate was right up there at the top of the leaderboard. So a huge season for Hate as well.
Yeah, so a lot of these players that's not on Vision Strikers but was up there is just gonna be just got their career up. How do you feel about getting this MVP? I'm just gonna go straight into translating. Nothing long, nothing big. I'm just very happy that I was able to get the MVP. I did not expect to win it. I knew I was up there, but I'm still very happy about getting this MVP. So, excluding yourself, who would you pick as the second MVP runner-up? Okay, so I don't know if you guys know this. Zumba didn't want to continue playing Astra. He started off as a pioneer, but he didn't want to continue playing the smoker, but he played it for us, and we got up here because he played the Astra. So I want to thank him personally, and I want to choose him as the runner-up on the MVP. So what are you gonna do with the MVP money? Alright, so we're gonna split it, but not evenly. My computer, my PC at home, is not that great, so I asked my teammates, can I get a little bit more so I can upgrade my PC, and I'll share a little bit. So, yeah, the deal was made. Any last words to your fans? We'll try harder than Vision Strikers in Berlin. We'll try our best to not disappoint you guys in Berlin. And with Vision Strikers, we'll show you guys a great show after, in Berlin. And let's bring up F4Q, our second place team.
Looks like they're probably going to get a little bit of an interview as well. Great to see Esperanza fitting in with his team so well. Cool to hear the little inside story there about Zumba, that he doesn't want to play the smoker anymore.
I never knew that.
That can be rough, you know, having to play that because he's so good at it.
Yeah, literally. Like you have to because you're the only one that can play it.
Yeah.
여정이 시작이 되겠습니다. 기나긴 여정
There they are, F4Q, our second place team here. Of course, they won 12 million won, half as much. Still a lot of money.
자, 그러면 마스터즈 스테이지
Still
3에
a little over
출전을 하게
10,000
되는 그
USD, I would
소감을
say.
한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서
These two
그러면
teams going to be flying over to Berlin soon enough.
주실 수 있을까요?
Well,
저희가 이제 저번
Gonna have a quick interview.
챌린저스 2를 이제 탈락으로 하고 지금 극복해내서 결국 베를린 시드권을 따냈지만
oh, okay. So any words before moving into Berlin?
해외들이랑
Stacks.
하면 얼마나 경기력이 뛰어날까.
So we didn't make it to Masters 2.
저도 사실
Now we
그거는
make it into Berlin. So it's actually basically our first time officially playing against foreign teams on a global stage. So I'm very curious of how we're gonna play. And our goal as a team is at least top 4. That's the least. And our main goal obviously is to win.
사실상 많은 팬분들이
So we're gonna
기대하는
practice our
만큼
butts
이런
off
자신감을 좀 보고 싶다라는
from now
부분이었는데
until Berlin.
좀잘 말씀해 주신 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 역시나 함께 이 베를린으로 향하는 F4Q의 손호천 선수에게
Alright, 5K?
5K 선수에게 한번 소감을 들어보도록
How do you feel about going to Berlin?
됐습니다. 맛집 검색하시고 그랬다는 걸로 제가 알고 있었는데
I know that you've been
어떻습니까?
searching
일단
restaurants
좋고요.
and good places to
앞으로도
eat.
더 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내도록 열심히
How do you
하겠습니다.
feel?
좋습니다. 자,
Alright, well,
그러면,
other than us
마지막으로
eating good food
팬분들에게
in Berlin, we're gonna try our best, like Vision Strikers, alongside our Korean team here. We're gonna do our best to make it as high as possible.
더 열심히 진지하게 임해가지고
Yeah, we're gonna try our best, like I
좋은
just
성적
said.
내도록
You know,
노력하겠습니다.
They always say that. Not disappoint the fans, try our best, eat good food, and not disappoint.
This is basically what life is.
Yeah.
뭐 모든 사람들이 한국이 우물 안의 개구리라고도 말을 많이 하는데 FPS는 약하다라고 많이 평가하는데
So a lot of people say Stacks wants to say another last few words.
열심히 하는 모습.
I want to break that, stereotype of Korean people not being good at tactical shooters, right? Like, yeah, we haven't been out there, but I think with Berlin, with F4Q, with Vision Strikers going into Berlin, I want to break that stereotype that the foreign players have against the Korean teams.
Well, I think a victory for Vision Strikers or F4Q would go a long way towards that. Of course, New Turn already breaking the ice over in Iceland with their third place finish. Guys, this has been just wonderful. I mean, you have more Valorant coming up, which is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Fireflux against Guild? You guys can't miss this. This is an EMEA Stage 3 Playoffs Day 4 match. It's on twitch.tv/Valorant Esports 2. Check it out, guys. Also, we have Masters Stage 3 Berlin, and that is coming up September 9th through September 19th. We will be watching it. I hope that you are as well. It's going to be amazing to see how the Korean teams go. Guys, from everyone here at VCK, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
I'm not heading for the stars, driving down this boulevard tonight. Yeah, playing Coldplay on repeat, watching people on the street as I go by. Now my wheels in motion and my windows open with the wind blowing in my hair.
Oh, this is it?
wrong. Wasn't expecting that. Like, he knows where people are behind the smoke and everything comes around.
Coming through here, you're just gonna get spammed. You're gonna get decayed, double damage. That's a big bait. That's a big bait.
Yeah, a little bit of missing there,
gosh.
but watch out.
Oh,
never mind. Yeah, it's really nice. Oh, how well are they doing? If Mako kills everybody! There you go, there you go!
Here.
Oh, look at RB's position as well. From behind, takes down Zunba. Buzz with another kill.
And committing for fake. Oh my god! The rotation here because F4Q, they're trying to confuse Vikal for Zumba, but can he live any longer? Tells them don't come to B.
Hey, Athena, all right, all right. Oh, but there's Mako again.
Double kill, triple kill.
That is going to be that.
The Kingslayer that stopped.
To celebrate as well. Yes, that's
I just like that number.
Get ready. Hello and welcome to the magic that is the Valorant Challengers EMEA playoffs. I got two wizards over here in Lothar and Zesht. I'm not a wizard though. I'm just Harry. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? It's like a whole thing. It's like a whole meme.
Your name's Harry, right?
Yeah, dude. And it's like that meme from the internet. And like the kids love the internet nowadays. What's up?
Avada Kedavra.
Oh, God, okay, right. Look, we can steer clear of the wizard talk. I think right now, you know, if we want to look through our spell books, we want to get everything ready, we're going to need to recap what happened yesterday. Because yesterday was a pretty eventful day as far as they go. We had some bonus matches, those postponed upper bracket games. We started with G2 Oxygen. Isn't that right, Lothar?
Yeah, we had to resume the game from 2 days ago because the servers were, let's say, unavailable for quite some time, and we had few rounds being played by G2. G2 woke up from the slumber in that Breeze game and won it in overtime with Mixwell for the first time on Sky on this match.
Yeah, then we had, you know, the second game, the follow-up there, SMB taking on FPX. Zeshton there, you were kind of surprised at the outcome of that one.
I mean, surprise is a very nice word to say. This was pretty much the start of the downfall of Fun Plus Phoenix, and probably one of the saddest stories of VCT EMEA Challengers Playoff Stage 3 right here. Those guys had to replay the game. They were in the lead, right? Think about it. It was 10-7 if I'm not totally wrong. And then at the end of the day, how did it end up? It was just getting a disaster. 7 rounds in a row, won by supermassive plays. No real sign of life left. Rounds that should have never went in the way of the Turks still successfully ended. And we all know how that day ended yesterday.
Yeah, well, so we caught you up with the little bonus matches, as I'm dubbing them, right? The ones that were replayed. But let's bring up the bracket again, because then we returned to our regularly scheduled programming, right? We had Team Liquid taking on Oxygen down in the lower bracket, and there, well, Lothar, do you want to talk to me about that one?
About the Oxygen and Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, that match, it was a little bit awkward because Oxygen, you know, they in the first match they showed up big against Giants. They won 2 versus 1, and then we actually we were looking forward for this match because we thought it's going to be very close. But Team Liquid appeared out of nowhere with the form that they didn't present for a very long time. They were just clicking heads. You know, I don't like to pinpoint stuff typically, but it was Scream's and Yampi's show. They were going nuts. Reyna on Scream was just headshots all day long, right? And suddenly they woke up. They had problems with tactical approach in the past, but this one they just compensated by killing everyone.
It's the Team Liquid we wanted to see, right? And that was a very, very good sign. You know, man, these lower brackets, it's the Wild West out there, right? It really, really is. And this town ain't big enough for everybody, right? People have to go. So, Zesh, you know, when we look at that FPX matchup, well, what went down there?
So in my good old European chair, I was sitting there and saw Icebox 13-4 for FPX. All right, as expected, right? I think pretty much everybody, whichever interview you listened to before, people were considering Force to be one of the way weaker teams in this tournament. Well, that was all good and fine until we had to really redefine the limits of time when suddenly Bind was going for pretty much more than 1.5 hours, 1 hour 42 if I'm not totally wrong, going into multitude of overtimes, 24 rounds it took at the end for Force that they find that success. Some of you who play other first-person shooters know that that's not even the amount you need to achieve there. And well, last nail in the coffin was basically split. And this obviously brings me to the point that I have really, really hard feelings. It's really getting to me at this point. I'm missing you, FPX. I really do. I love Doombros. I love Angel. They are great human beings, probably the best in the world. So if you have any clue, if you have any idea where they are, gaining momentum is the reward.
Oh.
We absolutely miss you.
Oh.
I really miss you. Please come back.
Yeah, the town was only big enough for one sheriff, right? The Last Chance Saloon, and that was sadly the doors closing on FPX. Their journey brought to an end, but you know, that's enough about the past. Let's start to look at the present, because the present is a bit of a gift, right? We got the schedule for today, and first up, Guild taking on Fireflux. Zesht, it's my understanding that you've got a little piece for us here. What are you looking forward to for this matchup?
We're going to go later into it a bit more in depth, but the interesting part of this is that obviously Fireflux had a quite decent performance against the recently just mentioned FPX. They're doing great there on Ascent, delivering a near perfect defense side. At the same time, there's obviously an issue when you swap sides and you don't get anything going. We have talked about this on day one with Navi a little bit, right? And that obviously sometimes can break your neck. This is what happened against FPX. It's going to be very interesting to see how those young guns in the form of Loris as well as Brasco can perform over here when they're facing Guild.
Yeah, and that second series was Navi versus the Vodafone Giants. Lothar, do you want to just, quick as you can, why should we be paying attention to this?
I'll be very fast. So, Navi, a new team called previously No Pressure. They got signed by Natus Vincere, one of the most prominent esports organizations, and they're coming into this tournament with a lot of pressure, coincidentally, on them. So this is going to be their third match in this tournament. They did fall to Ascend in a 0-2 match before, but it was a very close second map with 17-15. So there's a lot of, let's say, interesting stuff happening when it comes to Navi, and they're bringing them to our attention because they play a very defensive style, typically playing very well and, let's say, in a stoic way. But the other team is, how do I explain that? Well, let's say it this way. Guild is, not Guild, Giants are coming in with a stand-in player. They made a big showing during the open qualifiers, and they came out of the blue with a very huge success story and a redemption arc for David P.
Well, I tell you what, I want to keep looking at this, redemption arc, this story behind the Vodafone Giants where the grass is always greener. And so for that, I spoke to Meadow. And now I'm joined by Meadow from the Vodafone Giants. Meadow, I want to start by saying I've heard people describe this team as, a band of misfits, a band of leftovers. Can you give me a little insight into what the vibe in the team is like? And do you think that kind of fits the characters here?
I mean, yeah, kind of. I feel like, we have really nothing to lose. So I just feel like it's positive for us that, people view us that way.
Well, so, kind of on the back of that then, you guys had this incredible run through Challenges 2 to even get here, right? Can you talk to me a little bit about what went on there? Obviously, you take down Liquid in fantastic fashion to book the EMEA playoff spot, only falling in the grand final. So, man, how was all of this feeling for the Giants, boys?
I mean, it was pretty surreal, We went from 0 to hero in just one qualifier. So, I mean, it felt amazing, to be honest.
So looking at kind of your personal journey then, end of 2020, you were still in FPX, and then you get the news that you've been dropped. You go orgless for a bit, then you get the offer from Vodafone Giants. Can you talk to me about that whole, period of transition? What do you think it did for you personally? And did it kind of fire you up?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I was pretty sad, when I got the news, but it just made me more hungry to prove myself as a player. That I can still, compete at the top and stuff like that. I mean, it hasn't been going great now for a couple of months, but we're finally breaking through. It feels like, so I'm feeling good.
That's really great to hear, man. Last question for me. I'm kind of, I'm looking at your bind. I'm looking at what David P had to say about bind as well. Coming into this, he wasn't a big fan of the map. He said he hated it. But he said thanks to working closely with your coach and with the team, it's ended up becoming a map that he not only feels comfortable on, but thinks is the strongest map in your pool. Can you talk to me a little bit about, the role of the coach in integrating players into a map that maybe they're not comfortable with? And also give me your thoughts on your bind right now.
I mean, I feel like we have, really good basics on bind. And when it comes to David, I feel like we're letting him have the freedom that, that he wants and he can use really good. So I feel like, those are the main reasons we're so good at bind, because, we have the basics on the map.
Sweet. Well, Matt, that's great to hear. Meadow, listen, we're kind of crunched for time. It's been a pleasure having you on. I really appreciate the little insights you've given. And best of luck today, man.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, so Zesh, you know, if we were out here, if we were panning for gold, I want you to be the sifter, right? Sort me through that interview. What were some of your takeaways there from Meadow?
It's great to hear what kind of, let's say, synergy he sees with having those players on for such a short amount of time, right? Having an IGL as a stand-in form of David P, that can go wrong massively. In this case, it worked quite well, and we will figure out if it can even work better later on today.
Well, I tell you what, Zesh, you know, that's something, as you say, coming up later today. But let's start to focus on the here and the now, the matchup that we've got going down on our screens. I'm, of course, talking about Fireflux taking on Guild. This is set to be one hell of a matchup, right? The Fireflux boys, this young Turkish squad, up and coming, looking good. They've pushed teams to their limits. Their ascent's been looking banging. They've got this star Insociable who's looking to go blow for blow with someone on the other side in Yassine. When we look over at Guild, this is a 4-5 Swedish team, right? Very, very exciting that that's even the case. The coach is Swedish as well. These guys, they're kind of the loose cannons. They're kind of the wild cards, right? We never know what we're going to get out of Guild, and that's what makes them so damn exciting. But that's enough about these teams from me, right? I think a good way to get acquainted with them would be to chat to the Guild boys. So let's see what they had to say.
Hi, my name is Yasin Lagmari and I play for Guild Esports as, well, I guess rifler, but I'm just doing whatever they need me to do. The biggest success our team has had is, well, it must be the fact that we, together with FPX, are the only two teams that's been around ever since closed beta and still are, you know, top contenders in Europe. And obviously we made it so far in the most important qualifier up to date, and hopefully we'll make Berlin. I think the key factor to our victory is the fact that we are a family playing together. As I've said previously and multiple times, you know, when I join the server, it's like I'm going into rank with the boys. I'm just having fun and I'm just enjoying myself with the guys. We are aggressive when needed, we are passive when needed, and we kind of play this mixture of everything and just trying to be fluid within the game. The reason why we deserve to win the EMEA Challengers is basically because we've been, since the beginning, fighting for just this moment. I mean, we have fought hard, struggled, we have shined, we have had the bad falls, we've been through everything to come to where we are right now. And in all honesty, we've always been the underdogs, and I think that finally some people are starting to realize our true potential, and hopefully we can get to show it this time.
Who doesn't love a story then where the underdogs are realizing their true potential? I do love hearing Yassine talk about this team, man. I think, you know, knowing some of these players from their previous careers and where they've come from, I knew that this would be a pretty, you know, raw and emotional team as far as they go. And I feel like you got a pretty good sense of that in the interview. Wouldn't you say so, Zesh?
Exactly, and he went obviously for the classic Vin Diesel vocabulary and saying family, but it is kind of true, right? The kind of bond they have for the amount. It is in fact actually something. And you know, Barber is probably, he was the one who was bringing up Draken in CS. He was bringing up Safe in CS. That was a while ago, but he was some sort of mentor and teacher back then, always IGLing, and now as a coach, I think he can also bring that mental strength to the team and the knowledge.
Well, I actually spoke to one of these family members earlier on. I got to catch up with Draken, so let's see what he had to say. Well, now I'm joined by Draken from Guild. Draken, man, you know I love you. I'm just wondering, you know, not too long ago you were dropped from this squad for a period of 2 weeks, and then you rejoined. What was the reasoning behind that, and what do you think it did to you as a player?
Actually, it was kind of some personal problems that I don't want to get too far deep into, you know. It's been some family issues and stuff like that. So it was kind of a mutual agreement. So I had my little break, and then the team hit me up again. And yeah, they said, hey, come play, we need you for Berlin. And I was excited, and I felt like, yeah, I feel like I've loaded up my batteries again. And it was yeah, a clear yes for me. So I just went back to the screen.
Dude, that's great to hear. I'm very, very happy about your return, at least. And with it has come that you've been picking up Astra lately on Haven, which I thought was pretty interesting. We see you play that versus Force for the first time the other day. I also note that you guys are working Astra into your pool a hell of a lot at the minute. Can you talk to me about, you know, how you're finding her as an agent and how that's coming along?
Yeah, I like the agent. It's a very hard agent, though. I gotta tell you, and I had a pretty shit game. At least we won. So we played pretty good as a team. It was like we were playing against this comp. It's so nasty, you know. They don't have a duelist. They have like Sky, Viper, Killjoy, like all this nasty stuff. So it's kind of unusual to play against this. So we were a little bit lost, but and they played great, obviously, but we managed to beat them in the long run. And yeah, like you said, Astra, we're working on that. Me and Leo are playing it. I think it's a very good agent. I think when it came out, it was a bit overpowered. But now it's more, yeah, it's more balanced.
Yeah. She feels like she's in a better spot. Last question then for you, Draken, here. You seen the other day put that tweet out after you guys took an L to Gambit. It was after the Icebox game where you did great, and he seemed pretty emotional, and he said he really wanted to win it for you and all the efforts that you'd put in. Can you talk to me a little bit about, what this means to the boys, putting your hearts and souls on the line, as it were?
Yeah, I mean, we really wanted to win this Friday versus Gambit. We had a real bad, like an off day. We didn't play good. We gave away a lot of like 5v3s, and so I'm not taking away anything from Gambit. They are a great team, and like they have very good players, and they play good Valorant. So it was just unfortunate, and we were a little bit low on the energy, and I feel like we have refueled, and we're really hyped for today. So yeah, the energy is up, and Yasin is screaming, and yeah, we're gonna
That's good.
We're gonna put on a show today.
Brilliant, man. I really look forward to it. I've seen that little whiteboard behind you, and you are helping, Draken. You are. It's been a pleasure, man. Thank you very much for tuning in, and look forward to speaking to you again.
Thank you, Harry. Likewise.
I like that, dude. Draken's a good guy. I like this whole guild squad as well, right? We've already said a very emotional team. I want to move away from the emotions. I want to look technically, Lothar. And whenever I look for technical, feedback, input, you're the guy I come to. So talk to me a little bit about this guild squad and what's kind of interesting that we might get to see today.
Well, let's talk a little bit more maybe about the common spots that those two teams that will be playing against each other have. And I think Ascent is one of those maps that will probably show up today. And typically when you think about Guild Esports, that is Raze that is being picked up by the team because that's Yasin, right? But on Ascent, we have actually a lot of changes when it comes to Guild because they have Yasin playing on Killjoy, which gives him less freedom to roam the map like he typically does. So that's already a big change. But we also have seen Draken and Safe play on Jet, which is also a huge change for the entire team. And Guild is typically way better on defense than on attack, which is also a problematic thing for attacking side on Guild. So there's a lot of changes for Guild being made in the past matches, which are making me a little bit nervous when it comes to consistency, right? They also present different playstyles because they changed the duelist. Like Safe is a little bit safer than...
You didn't even mean to do that one, did you?
He's a little bit safer on defense. He doesn't really do aggressive peeks with the operator that much like Yasin would do, an example, because Yasin is that guy that just goes in, right? So I feel like this team is so different based on which agents they pick, and the way they play the game suddenly changes. It's going to be visible on many maps where they play either very reserved or very aggressive. And I feel like one of better spots to highlight as well is an example how they play on Haven, Serge.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point you're touching on, because you said if there's a man who's breaking down every single door you have with a crowbar or a rocket launcher, it's obviously Yasin, right? He's usually the type of man on the defensive guild who can open up a lot of space. We're going to take a look at a little example from Haven, for example, what was in the game against Force, because, this was a bit of a back and forth. Guild ended up here on an overtime victory, 14-12, and the defense was quite equal. And the thing here is, that they obviously know what kind of tools they have available. They have the Showstopper, and you see the first thing he does goes pretty much in, knows he's raised, can't dash, but he's still got his blast packs, and this is where they actually want to stay unpredictable. There's no scenario where Force should feel comfortable. There's no scenario where Guild wants that they are getting in a spot where, you know, we know what you're doing, because they have been very slow. They have previously let Force come at them, and we saw first kills happening around the 45, 60, 75 second mark, which is quite late in the game. This time around, and they sometimes do it, not always, they take a super aggressive stance, and it can work quite well. Force had to play off of that. Leo's doing his good job, and obviously success granted.
And
nobody else.
What is even more important on Haven is that, for me, like, Guild was always the star player we've seen, right? But
Yes.
more and more, we see other players picking up the slack. And Leo, for me, in my eyes, is one of those guys that is shining bright because he's playing Breach, right? So, you know. But he is doing so well on Haven. He's actually the top fragger, the top ACS player on Guild on that map. And he is that because he's like, he is so efficient at holding A site, which is also another problem, by the way, from Guild. Guild typically is anchoring sites a lot. On every single map, you can color code which site is which players. And that's just one player being a little bit more flexible, but other than that, they don't really swap that much, which is a bit of a problem. Maybe Fireflux will read into that. But I wanted to just say that on Haven, when I look at my notes, Leo is one of the first contacts, typically around double dose on defense, right?
Yes.
But on attack, they also tend to gravitate towards that mid area and double dose, which is easy to read. And today, this is something that I will speak about in volumes about both of those teams. They are a little bit predictable.
Oh, well, you know, we're talking about both teams. We haven't actually met the other team yet. Fireflux, right? Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on with these guys.
Merhabalar, ben Salih Onaran, Nikim Marknu'ya Fireflux takımının koçu ve menajeriyim. Takımımızın en büyük başarısı kurulduktan çok kısa bir süre sonra Valorant Champions Tour Challengers 1 ve 2 turnuvasında çok iyi performans göstererek, özellikle ikincisinde çok iyi performans göstererek şampiyonluğa ulaşmak oldu. Bizim başarımızın anahtarı arkadaşlık, inanç, hırs. Takımımızdaki arkadaşlık birbirine yakın yaşta ve seviyede oyuncuların bir araya gelmesinden kurulu. İnanç, birbirimize olan inancımız hiçbir zaman kaybolmuyor. Maçta ne kadar geriye düşersek düşelim bir şekilde birbirimize sırtımızı vererek bu işin altından kalkmasını biliyoruz. Hırs da kazanabileceğimiz her şeyi kazanmak istiyoruz.
Yeah, so Fireflux, they've been causing a bit of a scene. They've been looking good. I think, you know, there is one notable player that really springs to mind, right, in Sociable, Lothar.
Sociable is when you think about a duelist coming from Turkey, you're like, oh, he's that jet player, you know? He just drifts.
That's ruined it for everyone, man. That's yeah.
Not only him, there's just so many good jet players in Turkey. But here we have actually two teams that are playing mainly Raze in form of Yassine, and Sociable, who is that Raze player. But also he swaps sometimes to Jet, don't get me wrong. But he's typically associated with that Raze, and he's really damn good at it. Like, he is creative, he knows when to use the satchels for mobility, he knows when to use it for disruption. So I'm honestly, when it comes to Fireflux, it sounds like, oh, it's just one guy, but they also have other players that shine through. An example, Brasco is a 17-year-old Breach main player who picks up sometimes Sage, but typically he's the guy who's playing Breach, but because of that, they don't really play Sky, which is a problem in my mind.
Yeah, you know, and one of the big questions for me, you know, about this Sociable character is how is he going to stack up against a guy like Yassine, right? For me, this is such a cool head-to-head to try and focus on. Zesh, do you want to give me your thoughts on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a few things we have to take a look at here. Obviously, Sociable coming in with 282 ACS, it's a banger. Also, for first blood percentage, quite decent for such a young man. And the thing about all of this is we have to still keep something in our mind. Why is there such a big difference in the ACS of Yassine and Sociable? Well, the reason is also that Yassine, obviously, as Lothar mentioned earlier, has been a bit more versatile in his agent. Killjoy, for example, in a sense, is something where you don't necessarily frag that much. But on the other hand, it's also something where I have to say that he's lacking a little bit in ACS for us, specifically our tournament right here. This is where he's somehow stacking up with 207 ACS just specifically on that agent. And the thing is, he always nowadays has to share this kind of fragment role, which is a good thing, obviously, with Safe, because he also and Cypher can pop off. We have learned that in the past a good bunch of times. So we could make of a few things there. Maybe in the head-to-head, there's a slight issue. But on the other side, if Sociable is the only big fragging character, which they have to rely on here on the side of Fireflux, it might be a bit one-dimensional if there's problems just coming specifically towards that player.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting. I always like homing in on, you know, like star player stories. One of the discussions that like we sometimes have is this idea of like, when you're a star, you know, it is all eyes are on you. And there's a reason why you're kind of judged more harsh than the rest of the team, right? You're fielding all of that pressure and, you know, you're the one given the bulk of the support to try and create this space, right? So that's why when we look at guys like Yassine, even though it's maybe only a little like, you know, beneath where we would consider ideal for him, it's still worth mentioning. And so I hope we can get a good game out of him today. When we start to look at maps for this series, though, Lothar, I think it gets pretty interesting, right? I feel like we could maybe predict the first 2 maps we're going to get.
Well, when it comes to like the map predictions for me at least, you know, Breeze is typically being banned by Guild. Like that's something that they almost always do. Fireflux is typically doing the Icebox ban. So we think this is gonna happen, right? Then Ascent is the best map for Fireflux, but it's also pretty decent for Guild. Maybe not the best, but it's okay-ish, right? And then we have 3 other maps. Bind, Haven, and Split. Haven is also picked by both teams very much, right, often, and then it's just basically split between Bind and Split. So neither or both of those maps will appear as a decider. So one of those, but that's basically it. But what I wanted to just say is that Fireflux, because we're gonna most likely see Ascent, right, and Ascent is the best map. And I was talking about predictability, whatever, easy to predict. On Ascent, an example, they played it 7 times, and on the pistol round, they never planted on the B side. There's always a push towards A. There's always like a specific interval they're also doing it. And on attack, an example, if they do an aggressive push, it's only through A short with a slowed down push from A lobby. Those patterns that appear from Fireflux and also Guild, because there are many examples that are typically the moment where analysts and coaches are like, oh, okay, so we have tells. If this happens at the beginning of the round, we know what's going to happen later. That's a very big thing when it comes to top-tier Valorant gameplay.
Yeah, it's a little scary as well, because I can't imagine these situations where it is as black and white as like every time they've played this map, every pistol, they've done this one thing. Like, I bet normally, even when it is pretty skewed, there's a bit more variation there. It's like, this might be their favorite, but they've got these other ideas up their sleeve, right? So that is a little bit scary. You know, we were having this conversation about the tells. Does that kind of tie into the agent pool as well? That's pretty similar, right? Whenever we look towards Fireflux here on Ascent, if I'm not mistaken.
Fireflux on Ascent is typically playing the Jet. It's not playing the Jet, which is also a big thing. For Guild, actually, this is why we have someone else playing Jet than Yassine, right? We have Drake and or Safe picking up that agent. It's because the Jet is just so powerful on Ascent. It's like her playground. She's able to put so much pressure on every single point of the map with her dash on attack. It's just like synonymous. Ascent and Jet are coming hand in hand, but now Fireflux are not playing that, which means that Guild have a little bit more space in the mind, of the back of the mind, because we don't have to play against that dash.
Okay. Well, then let's start to take a look at where we're going to end up here. Let's get the maps up on screen and see how this is looking. Are we right in our assumption of an Ascent to open? I'm thinking, ooh.
I mean, we were right about the maps, but it's not
the order, yeah.
Not the order. Icebox and Breeze are being banned, so that's not a surprise. But Split being picked by Guild? Sesh, there has to be a reason that they picked a map that they typically don't start up.
I fully feel that, because you would say with Haven specifically, I mean, the numbers advantage is going in favor of the guys of Guild, right? They were quite decent. I'm sure there were a good bit of overtime, a bit of close matches, which might have went the other way with this and that happened. But Split being picked is something that I would have never really expected, because to be honest, right, the thing is, Guild has played that once during Stage 3, right? There was this one time where they thought, this is the kind of map we want to see, this is the kind of map we want to fight against. And obviously the thing about that is, when you do it once, we have seen this kind of pattern occur that you simply swap up the agents, right? You pretty much swap up the agents. They've done it actually 3 times to be accurate. G2, FPX, and BK Rock. Leave BK Rock out of that equation, right? It was a 13-11 against FPX, a 6-13 against G2. And that Breach combo with Cypher, Omen, Raze, and Sage, I could imagine we see a change there, because it might be so predictable also to Fireflux.
Yeah, it's also very funny that you mentioned that exact lineup, because both teams are playing this lineup so far on split. So we're most likely looking into a mirror match, unless Guild, as you brought up, will cook up something in the lab and bring something else. I wouldn't mind the KO, by the way. I'm not sure if Guild is doing that, but KO is actually pretty good on split, but we'll see. Viper, also another one that is missing. By the way, if we have a topic, I would love to find time to discuss why NA is ahead of EU right now when it comes to metagame, but maybe later. But when it comes to split, I would say that the biggest things are for Guild is like... They are so slow on this map. On attack, they're running out of time. I remember matches in the previous VCTs when they're literally not planting because they run out of time. They were executing the last 10 seconds, going through Heaven A to side. There's a lot of stuff like that. Also, Safe with his Cypher on attack, almost every single round was using the same setups, which is also easy to read. So,
do you know?
Problematic.
Should I tell you why that is the case? I have the weird assumption that it is Barbar's fault. Not necessarily fault, but I remember very much back in the day when he was in CS and he played it with Safe and so on under different names, he was always taking care that they really have this old Navi style of planting. Really last 30, last 20 seconds. I could imagine, I don't know, but I could imagine that this is obviously an influence of someone with so much experience saying, you know, this is something that has worked in the past for us. That can be very effective, but suddenly, as you mentioned, you can run out of time because every single step has to be pitch perfect.
And also, teams are getting way better at defense all the time because they pick up just agents that are meant to just slow you down when you're attacking. But yeah, when it comes to agent select, we're gonna see what's gonna happen because we are going straight into it. And the thing is, I wanted to point out, Fireflux, if they bring the exact same lineup, and it seems like they're gonna be going for it, there's an Astra for Guild, so that's a change. Typically they were playing the Omen.
Yeah, but they do this nowadays, right? Leo has been really adapting to Astra a lot recently, and this is very nice to see. Draken is also picking up his usual Sage part, not actually his usual Sage. He's usually on the Omen with that one. Understandable that they made that little change. And so it is a slight difference we see.
Slight differences.
But a good one. I personally like the difference. I'll be honest with you. Leo looked quite decent on Astra.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is a decent change. Specifically also because Omen doesn't have like the ability to play with a Jet here in their lineup, so that's a paranoia synergy that we don't see. I'm not certain if we're gonna see Löser on Reyna. Like, this is pretty ballsy. I don't see a single character that has smokes here. So typically he was playing on Omen, and also, by the way, I have to mention, he is like on defense, he's playing on ramp almost every single round. Left side of ramp on defense on A, that's his position. If Guild knows that, that's gonna change as well. You know, this is funny because I spoke with you, Harry, today about how like the meta game in NA is evolving a little bit faster than EU, and now we're actually getting 2 Astras now in EMEA instead of Omens. That's interesting.
I love
it. No, dude, this is actually I think everything about this has looked really, really good, right? In the map vetoes are interesting, the agent picks are interesting. We know where we're heading, we know what's up. All that's left to do now is really get this one going into game. So let's bring in our casters.
Okay, there we go. We're already in there. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for handing it off to us. My name is John Aller. With me is Gio. We're going to be getting underway with Split. We thought we'd see it, but we didn't think we'd see it on this pick. How you doing, Gio?
Yeah, I mean, obviously just seeing the agent compositions be the way that they are going into this game. I mean, you could hear the surprise that was kind of being taken when the analysts were talking about it. It's a little bit of a change coming in for both of these two teams. And I'm very interested to see how this is going to go, especially considering the fact that we are now in the coveted lower bracket. Whoever loses this game is going to be out of the competition. Their dreams of going to Berlin is going to be dashed. This is a very brave time to start bringing in new ideas.
I mean, Harry used the pun, I think, at least twice on the desk, but I'm going to bring it back as well. I mean, there ain't room in Berlin for the both of them, so they're going to have to try and battle it out here, try and duke it out, go head-to-head, loggerheads, as we are used to seeing so far, but only 2 teams have been eliminated so far. We're going to be looking for 2 more to happen today, and that's what we're bringing you. Guild and Fireflux. Geo, predictions? Let's kick it off. What have you got?
I mean, it's so cruel, but if I'm totally honest, I'm leaning more towards Guild, just purely because of the way that Fireflux play is, you know, they have some really, really good rounds. They have some really good plays, but in the last couple of times they played, they have been so inconsistent when it comes to attacking. You know, they've had these really strong defending halves, and then their attacks have just completely fallen on their face. And the problem with that is I think a team like Guild, who have been around a little bit longer, they have this more experience, could totally punish that.
Guild to start out on the attack. See what they can eke out of this one. Lizzie. First to face in mid, sees a little bit more than he bargained for, but the backup from Ropes. Sociable falls back. First frag goes over to Fireflux. As Brasco holding up towards the stairs. Not going to stop Guild from moving on forwards, though. They will continue to encroach into enemy territory, but they are walking in potentially to the jaws here. Or Fireflux. Playing forwards, though. Safe. Turns the corner. Gets the first, turns the corner again with a flashpoint. No one is going to be blinded. Laura's able to get 1 more on the board. 3 players now standing for Guild. They have got that spike, but it's not quite onto the site just yet. Play for the retake just now. Bonka getting that plant in.
Spike
they know where it's going to be, waiting for the cross. Laura's able to nail that shot with a ghost. 2 players now stand for Guild in the post plant. Leo holding behind the pillar. Trying to slow things down. There's a flank coming in, but they have not got a lot of time to be playing with here. Not a lot to be messing around with. Draken not going to have the range really to challenge against a ghost with the classic there. Frenzy up close for Leo. Probably their best hope. Blocking the vision yet again. Said he wasn't going to be able to get the range, but Leo playing up close. Swings for a second. Can't quite find it. And the first round goes over to Fireflux.
I mean, it started off like a pretty decent round for Guild, but Fireflux are pretty effective at their pistol rounds on defense. Seems to be a bit of a pattern, so not too much of a surprise for me that it worked out that way, especially with Lores popping off kind of the way that he did. Definitely one of those players who, you know, takes on a lot of the supportive roles, but you can definitely look to for making plays like that, getting a number of kills in any one round. So good start there for Fireflux. And naturally, as I said, you know, you expect them to be pretty good on their defense. It's going to be the second half that's going to be the one to, I think, worry about a little bit more with them.
Just a little bit. Okay, they've got their first round in. Every point is going to matter here on split. And now Guild, they want to try the same thing again, moving up mid, taking control. This time they've left safe towards the A side of things, but not really going to be able to do too much behind the Sage wall. The barrier orb holds strong. Sociable. This could be brutal. Could be into the mincer they go.
Spike
Only the
down,
ankles
mid.
found. You're going to feel that in the morning. Yassine, though, has a shotgun of his own in the classic. Right clicks, not quite there. 6 HP. But he gets another kill. Drops the paint shell in. Forces Leo up to challenge. We'll see it there. 45 HP. And again, just zoned away with the utility. Raze having an impact in heaven.
Even though those were some good kills there for Fireflux, and clearly they have a very definitive man advantage here, it's unfortunate that at no point the spike actually got dropped in vents itself, or in ropes itself. So it could have been a bit harder for Guild to have recollected that. So we can see Leo's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here as he tries to push up into B heaven.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy
Leo
remaining.
does not get the better end of that trade, and we won't even be able to refrag it. Only 1 player left standing, with the Frenzy able to find 1 onto Lurzi. Gets another as well. This Frenzy doing work, but only 5 HP remain, 6 bullets, and it's not going to be enough. They will shut it down. Fireflux, they win their second round, and now onto the bonus.
This could, of course, be an opportunity for Guild to put their first round on the board, as I assume they're going to be buying up here. Gonna have a little look at... I mean, I really liked this positioning from Sociable. It's just the fact that the spike, it just burst upwards.
Yeah.
And could be collected immediately. Ultimately, you know, it didn't matter. Guild didn't get to plant the spike, didn't get to do anything with it, but I think the hope was that it would probably be dropped down in ropes.
potentially. I mean, I felt like he could have sat there with the judge and just tried to chop the ankles off as they came and presented themselves to him, but just wanted to get away with a frag. I mean, fair enough. You don't want to give any chance to those pistols.
All these players of Guild pretty much staying together for now, and they just have Draken staying behind in spawn. Gonna have to contend with a lot of this Sage utility, but they can get rid of it pretty quickly. It's time for a rotate.
Slow and steady for Guild. Moving all the way back through spawn with only a minute remaining means that they are going to be pretty committed here unless they take presence in mid towards the B site. You can see they've left safe towards the sewers and will be popping his head out into mid in just a mo. Jump peeks around the corner, and actually they've got first face on Sociable. Playing up close has the judge taken down. Draken with discipline. Able to get the shots done. Brasco is going to be distracted by the Doombot. And Draken will find yet another headshot. Is going to land. 30 seconds and they make their way onto B. Yassine nails another, and it looks good for Guild to take the first round of their half.
It's really nicely cleared out there as well. The way that they were hoping for the bait so the Sociable could get the kills. Loras is going to try and return the favor, but so much control of the B site's already been taken by Guild with the spike down too. 3 versus 2 here. Loras is just staying out of the way.
Back. I mean, they have put themselves into a not terrible spot, obviously with the heal from Loris coming through. It'll be pretty important. Keep them topped off. You're seeing very low, but Leo fragging from the back. He's given them the old do-si-do. He's behind in the lines, and now there's no real hope here for Fireflux to be able to get back on. Just save the gun and get away with as much creds as you can.
Nice round there from Guild, and it really was nice the way that they cleared out the garage, just seeing the way that Fireflux had set themselves up in there. They wanted to get those judge kills from Sociable again as the attackers started to feed in, but Draken was very responsive to Sociable's position. You know, I also really like the fact that Leo actually held on to 3 of his stars, didn't use them all early, as you see a number of people who play Astra do, and so that meant he had them available to him when they actually got onto the B side. It facilitated the control that they'd already taken, and it made it doubly hard for Fireflux to actually contend with that.
Potentially the final nail in that post-plant coffin there. The Guild get there first. Now onto the first, well, I say the first rifle round. Lerzi on the Sheriff, didn't get the memo. Gonna try and play back with the Astra, playing actually pretty close towards Heaven. Looking for shots towards Male. Not gonna find any. Not investing into this round, so any damage that you can do with that Sheriff gonna do wonders for the economy. Fireflux. But it's slow and steady yet again for Guild. With a minute left on the clock, they haven't fully committed either way, but looks like they're going in towards ropes, trying to move some things around. Getting rid of that turret, pretty crucial to be able to swing up towards ramps, but that's already being guarded and covered off.
I mean, getting rid of the turret is one thing. There's still so much in there as well that they would have to deal with. So it makes sense why they're actually starting to look more towards B as well. The problem is, I think Fireflux are aware of this as you start to see the rotate come through. There's the stars. That's probably going to be a good initiator.
Moving in, going to be able to open things up just a little bit. Draken gets one, but Sociable chimes back with a trade, and now again into the numbers advantage. Leo, though, will find 2 more as we go into 2 versus 3 here for Guild. As Fireflux did manage to pop off the res in the middle of the fight. Showstopper, last pack in, wants to stop this plant. They know there's not a lot of time left. They just want to delay things. They might be able to do more than that as well, as Draken takes a tumble, and Fireflux nail a third, bringing it back on their defense.
Yeah, a really great, well, I want to say retake. It wasn't really a retake, I suppose, as they didn't have to go for a defusal at the end, but the way that they retook the control of the B side, even though Guild had really set themselves up quite well to initiate onto it, it's the way that Fireflux surrounded them and used their utility very well, and especially with that res coming out from Laura's too, it just fed into the power and the strength they had that they could use against Guild.
Satchel out. Last pack forwards again, Guild. Want presence in mid on their pistol. Seems to be their typical set play here for this matchup on Split. They're just going to cover off these angles, try and bulldoze their way in. But look at the utility that they're coming up against in B Heaven. Will not be easy. Killjoy littered, as well as Astra, ready to go. And now Lurzi can just keep on putting that suppressive fire down immediately. Everything is just guarded off, and it's a firing range. Oh my goodness me, Lurzi nails the quad. It's against the pistols. I mean, sure, you expect them to win it, but style points, they might not count for anything towards the win, but they certainly get it done in my book.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, sure, the weapons advantage was there, but because all of the Killjoy utility had been used up there in B Heaven, you know, the second that they just set off one of them, those gravity wells could come out immediately, and then you just eat up. And you can see they're trying to come back because they want that trade. They want the trade onto Lurzi, and even though 3 of them swung round, it just wasn't enough. They just lined themselves up.
I mean, what could you do? What could you do? It was perfectly placed utility. If they'd have gone A, it was a different story, but maybe they read into the fact that that's what Guild like to do on these pistols, on these ecos. A little bit of a tactical timeout coming through. Now they want to decide what they want to do for their defensive side, want to try and read into Guild just that little bit more. Of course, a lot of ults on the cards now, Gio.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a decent amount. If you're on Guild side, I mean, I think the res particularly is going to be quite important. That's something that, you know, of course, always provides a lot of value. If you're falling into a man disadvantage, you can bring yourself back into a fight, especially on a round like this where you're actually, you're coming in with rifles, right? This is a round where you would want to use something like that. And you know that that's not available on the other side too. Laura's used his res 2 rounds ago. So that's not an availability. That's an easy, clear path to an advantage if they decide that that's the right thing for them. You know, you got the neural theft, you've got the cosmic divide as well, and you are just one piece of the pizza. You follow Average Jonas, I guess that's what you're going to be calling it now. You're just one piece of the pizza off of having a Rolling Thunder too. And of course, we know that this team, amongst many others, you know, in the professional scene, and I suppose below that too, like to use that as a big initiator to push into any site.
The technical timeout makes a little bit more sense than the tactical there, I think. I'm not sure if one led into the other, but yeah, you're right. I have a question for you, Gio. If Rolling Thunder was a pizza, what would be the toppings?
You know what? I feel like Breach is the kind of guy who like has a meat feast pizza.
Okay.
I can see him being one of those guys who wears like those fish caps that say like women love me, fish fear me, and has a barbecue and drives a truck.
That's not a pizza topping though.
Yeah, but he's the kind of guy who would like cook his pizza toppings on a barbecue and then be like, I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, well, here's my theory, right? I think first of all, I think it's barbecue based, so I think you nailed that. I think instead of the tomato, I think you got barbecue. And I think you're going cheese, and then I think you're right. I think there's a big meat component, but I think there's also jalapenos on there.
Maybe so. I mean, depends how spicy Bonkar's feeling.
That is true. That is true. And at the moment, looking pretty lemon and herb right now for Guild at the start of their half, but still plenty of time to spice it up.
Well, looks like we're going to be heading into the next round, so we get to find out.
Sociable, already opening things up. Fireflux on the rifle, a really solid pick, taking off that Cosmic Divide as well for Leo. They're going to have to rethink their strategy. At the moment, Guild, you're right, they're coming up against a really strong defense from Fireflux at the moment, but it is not the question whether or not they're strong on the defense. Their attack that could go either way. You've seen uses the res as a beautiful bait. They traded off with a paint shell. Very nicely found. However, over the course of the round, it is going to be an even trade. Fireflux in 4v4.
It's so unfortunate, though, that Leo went down again after being res because he's still holding on to the Cosmic Divide. That's not going to be an option here for Guild in this round anymore. And they're also not going to be able to set off those stars. And, I mean, Leo has just been a very effective Astra player in recent times. So to have invested into bringing him back in the game and to have him lost once again, really unfortunate there for Guild. But as you say, you know, it's the 4 versus 4 at this point. They still have the opportunity to make this work. They have a relatively open path here, but they will be met by defenders they actually start to push in onto the B side.
Damage done. Only to Lurzi, though. Yassine finds another onto Brasco. Traded off 2 for 1. In the meantime, Guild racking up even more. And now just Suchini left in a 1 versus 2.
10 seconds left.
Moving in as the spike is going to get planted. Guild now in a post plant. 1 versus 2. Showstopper is available. Draken no res, but no lockdown as well. So they can't go for it. Yassine, though, racks up a 4th on the round. 2 HP, but it won't matter 1 jot as Guild get the second of their attacking half.
Yeah, nicely played by Guild, you know, especially just being able to recognize that they had that open space. Even though they got flashed going in, they still made their way through. As I say, unfortunate about what happened with the res, but ultimately it didn't end up mattering too much, I suppose. And one way that you can look at things like that is, like, yes, you lost the guy who got resed, but that means that you're put into a 4-man situation rather than a 3-man, because that kill would have been onto someone else had the res not been there. So it still helped Guild on their way.
But even the lines get them back into a 4 versus 4, you're right. That's what we in the business call worth, Gio.
Now look at this. Guild, they pretty much got to come in through Garage here because of where Sociable's holding on with the operator. They can't push through mid. Got a star that they'll have to deal with, but you can see where the positioning of those players up in B Heaven are. They know that Guild will have to come through this way.
No one first face yet. Well, they can just chill out, bide their time. Again, a minute left, and Guild playing slowly on this attack. They want to find these cracks for Fireflux. And perhaps maybe they'll be a little bit more dynamic towards the end of this first half. Sociable just missing the peak there on the timing. Actually allows 2 out wide. Oh no, timing just so unfortunate. Caught out by the Showstopper. That is so unfortunate. You hate to see it. Sociable goes down to several unfortunate timings on the trot. And now mid is opened up by Guild. There's the crack that they were looking for. And then they go in and freeze it open. Lurzi playing on this side of the Cosmic Divide as Suchini gets taken down. 2 kills for Guild come through, but they're answered. 2 versus 3, Rolling Thunder, and back of sight is safe for Loras. Oh no, he steps into it. And Leo now brings it into a 1 versus 1. Brasco do so much work from on high, but concussed. Can't do more. Guild get a 3rd.
I mean, fantastic at the end by Leo there, but that did get a bit touch and go for my liking. I mean, I love the way that Guild played that round, the way that they came back into mid. They wanted to bait Sociable out so that they can use the Showstopper on him, bring the Cosmic Divide in to prevent the defenders from finding value out of the rotation back towards A. The problem is you had a couple of players here, Drake and Yassine, getting too aggressive onto the Cosmic Divide a bit unnecessarily, whereas I think they could have they didn't necessarily need to do that. And you know, Leo getting the 2 kills at the end, it brought it back into them. It was a close one.
Seen moving through, they know they're against pistols. They want to move fast, move up high, get the peak, and it's going to work. Safe. Capitalizes on it, swings with the Spectre, the paint shell up top. Lurzi has to back away. A fast take on towards the A, and this is the dynamicism, I think that's a word, going in from Guild, that maybe they've spotted some openings and changed up their strategy just a little bit. Against the pistols, fair enough, but Leo cleans it up yet again.
Flawless round to even things out, John. All right, you know, there would have been people there who were a little bit worried on the first few rounds just because of Fireflux taking it away, but Guild, they found their footing. 4-4 so far. And it does make you kind of question, you know, for Fireflux, this team who are ostensibly much better on their defense, what do you expect here? You know, I'm unsurprised they're taking their tactical time out, because if they don't have a really dominant showing on their defense, what are we going to expect from their attack? And that might sound somewhat pessimistic, and I suppose in a way it is. But, you know, just having a look at, for example, the last time that Fireflux played here on Split, they took a grand total of 1 attacking round. 1 attacking round. Now, the game actually went into overtime because they had such a strong defense, but it's not their forte. And if Guild are going to subdue and oppress Fireflux's defense, what are they going to feel going into the second half?
But it also relies on Guild's defense, right? And they need to be able to hold off, because whilst, you know, they're not maybe the strongest, they will not give up on opportunities that are presented to them for Fireflux. So they just want to keep things going, get as many rounds in here. You can't be thinking about that at this stage if you are Fireflux, right? You just need to take this round by round, get them on the board, because you know that they're going to be important later on. It's a morale question for me, if I'm honest. That's what I feel like the attitude towards this game might sort of sit. Ults at the moment, Showstopper, big opener for Sociable to try and slow down a push, but they have the Rolling Thunder to contend with.
Very stationary at the moment. This is actually one of the first rounds where we've seen Guild be this separated out, as they just kind of prod at the start. In a lot of these attacking rounds, they've all stayed in pretty much one big group. You can see Yassine just trying to have a look around the corner, see what's going on over towards ramps. And now they've had the call to start pushing up.
There's the Killjoy ult going in the lockdown. Just get a timeout, not too much there. In towards ropes, Brasco needs to nail this one. Rolling Thunder, that's going to see them completely displaced. Moves in fast, Showstopper to try and slow things down, and gets 2-4. It's Sociable, Hero on the A, and Guild left flagging. They invest a huge ultimate and get sent packing. Turned back into flat pack for the Swedes, and they're going to go and have to rethink their strategy here. Move back into mid, but two players still over towards the A. Draken tries to open it up. And they move around the corner. Safe just strafes out. Ferrari peak there for Brasco to deal with. Can't quite hang on there. Drops down again, and Leo opens. 8 seconds, and they get on to the plant. But it's open. It's wide. This could be disaster, but Draken holds the line. And they fall it on back. One found for Lurzi to try and bring something back, but in a 1 versus 2. Only Cosmic Divide available here. And they need to go for this retake. They want to stem the flow. They want to hold this one down. Safe. Playing with a Spectre still. Despite the rounds that they won on the trot, just wants to save money. Playing up close. Back beside Draken. Holds it back and will crack out another headshot. Third kill on the round, and Guild put 5 up.
I mean, it was just such an effective way of clearing out the A Heaven area. And you can say, yeah, I mean, that's obvious, it's a Rolling Thunder, but every time they've tried to put pressure there before, because Brasco's been playing there basically every single time. It's been his job to defend this area, but it's always been with something like the Aftershock, or you know, that kind of regular utility that the Breach carries. This time they had something a lot more beefy they could use against to guarantee that area cleared out, and it meant they had that path into A.
I mean, they opened it up. I mean, Sociable, absolute stonker of a shot with that Showstopper. And that's what I was talking about with that face-off coming on through. It's just unfortunate they couldn't pick the pieces back together after the advantage came their way. And now a B site potentially being set up for Guild.
I mean, yeah, Fireflux have actually only got 1 player over towards A. And Sushni over there, and they're allowing Lurzi to be a bit flexible, but here's the initiation in from Yassine. He gets 1, can't find a second.
Draken, though, gets a second for Guild. Around the corner, not quite getting that one done. Through the wall they go. The bullets find their mark. Sociable falls. 2 Sheriffs now in the hands of Fireflux on their pistol. And it's looking pretty good for Guild to be able to take this one. They even have the res, but they shouldn't even need to invest it. All 5 alive. Not a jot of damage sent to anyone but Draken there. 14 armor left, but that's going to be just fine and dandy. Geo should be good for Guild's 6th.
It certainly looks like it's going to be that way. Absolutely. You know, there's not really much to go by for weapons here on the side of Fireflux. You can try and get a couple of dinks, which Lurzi manages to land. But he doesn't last very long, and not even Sushni can get an exit frag at the end there. So as you say, John, another round on the board for Guild. Looking really good there. And, you know, it almost makes me laugh a bit. You use that satchel on the Raze sort of as an equivalent sometimes of the dash on the Jet. But when you're playing Raze, you obviously don't have the smokes to help kind of conceal your path. And I feel like that round for Guild was just them saying, yeah, we don't need it. It's no big deal.
I mean, we spoke a little bit about on the desk about the matchup between Yassine and Sociable on these Razes. At the moment, Sociable just a little bit behind, still fairly even. Guild, though, really started to step up, and they're going to step up to B yet again. Cosmic Divide to see them fairly safely on towards the site. Lurzi, though, the first to face if they want to go for it. Trades out. Yassine will go for one, but falls again. Lurzi nails a second, but it's traded once more. Bonka needs to fade away from the paint shell, but it's not going to be fast enough. The paint satchel will be able to blast them away from it. Invest the res as well. Fireflux see their opportunity, and they want to take it firmly into their control, but not without the price. Flores will fall. The res was already invested. Another headshot, but a triple kill for Safe, and that's Guild to go down yet again. 6-5 in Guild. Not going to be able to rack up that 7th just yet. Fireflux want to go even on the half.
Yeah, finally back into the game here, and one thing that I will say is even if Guild do win this next round, Fireflux are not in the worst position in the world. I'd say a 7-5 at the half. Not too horrendous. Of course, this is assuming that they actually have a halfway decent attack when it gets to that point. But in terms of setting yourself up for an advantage, disadvantage, whatever it may be at the half, a 7-5 isn't the end of the world. And of course, it still could go 6-6 at this point. They can afford a full buy. They have, or nearly a full buy. We've got one Spectre.
Oh, puts the showstopper away, still has it though, brings it back out, drops the paint shell, beautiful from Yassine. Look at that, herding him like sheep. Flores goes down, but Brasco not going to go down so easy himself. 2 kills found and fades away to the heavens. Sociable has to control him, but Draken's there. Rolling Thunder for the retake now as Brasco raids on through. Draken nails another shot, but Sushni able to get the answer. 2 versus 2 in the final round of the half. Leo looking to plant for Guild, and it will go through. The retake not there just yet. As Lurzi up in astral form needs to move back. Sushni trying to play from their spawn. As Leo controls the back of site, elbow held by Saif. Sushni turns first, plays up close, only has the Spectre. Leo gets one and Safe nails the second. Guild goes 7-5 on what we thought might be their weaker half, Geo. And it's on to the ever-faithful Fireflux side, and their turn to attack.
Oh, yeah, this is where we have to see how this one's going to go. I really do want to believe that they're going to have, an absolutely banging attack in half, and it's going to be great, it's going to be really close, but I just feel like recent performance has led us to this point where we don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case. So I'm going to withhold my confidence for now until we can actually see Fireflux put those rounds on the board. At the end of the day, it's not horrendous if they can't, just because this is Guild's map pick, but naturally you still want to be going for that 2-0 rather than a 2-1. No one wants to be putting themselves in, a best of 3 position where they have to go further than they need to.
Paint shell completely denied, and they had the fault line as well. That is brutal to stop that double glass pack play coming on through. They aren't going to slow down, not too much anyway. Trying to play for the A. Fireflux stall just a little bit. They'll try and push towards ramps, try and push towards site. It's just such a difficult movement. Guild though, not able to get any frags on the first phases of this attack. You have to be worried about it. Trying to right click around the corner. You see, not able to do anything from the top. Bonka playing close, waiting for them to drop down towards the A, but at the moment, looks like Fireflux might have got the read, and they're moving over through mid. They got presence in B Heaven, and look at the rotates coming through from Guild. Draken already slowing it down.
Yeah, I want to see if Sushni's actually going to be able to get anything here, because he was really far out of that initial fight. He was over towards Sushi, kind of looking after his turret. But now, I mean, even more of a rotate coming in through from Guild, and Fireflux are split across the map, so they could get picked apart here.
Or not. Safe, able to just peek out, land a headshot. This play on the Cypher has been clean. Leo is going to get one more, and Bonka strikes finally from underneath. They know where this last player is going to be. It's Sociable from up on high. There's the flashpoint. Leo swings. It's a 2K on the round, a headshot to close it. Guild holds strong on the pistol.
Ah, and I even said the Fireflux were good at pistol rounds, didn't I? I cursed it.
You did say that. You did say
that. I will say that was a really long pistol round.
That is true.
Which I can always appreciate a bit, but Fireflux really did split themselves up quite a bit in that round.
Spike down A.
And I think they anticipated some kind of lurk that wasn't going to be coming out from Guild.
It felt like indecision, just a little bit. It felt like they hadn't really decided, like they stepped up and tried to go towards A, and they faltered, and then they were like, oh, we've got an opening at B, let's go over there. And then they sort of thought in the middle, hang on, should we? And then by that time, Guild were able to maneuver around them.
They haven't been able to get any kind of opening pick off of the early use of utility, which is very reminiscent of what they did on that first round as well. And I suppose they don't want to over-aggress, really, just because of this weapons disadvantage. Especially if you've got, you know, SMGs going up against Sheriffs. There's a disparity in the range that they're going to really operate at. But they can finally start to sneak around. Might be met by Yassine here. That's exactly what's going to happen. He just guns them down.
And Bonker's there, right at the back to bring up the rear, get a frag for himself. Safe nails the last, and Guild 9 and 5. Fireflux on their second round on their attack, not going to have too much luck. I mean, fair enough. You kind of expect that one, right? Let's sort of put that in there as a little asterisk. You know, fair enough. Guild starting out good, but this is the second round of the half so far. It's really going to be on this bonus to decide how the pace of this half is going to go. Fireflux needs to put this one in.
I mean, I'll be honest, the use of the Sheriffs was a bit peculiar to me. You spend more money than you really need to for fights that are going to be short range, going up against what you know are going to be Spectres. So, you know, it happens, but at least Fireflux can actually afford some better weapons now. Got one Bulldog in there, but some Vandals as well. Hopefully, if you're them, this is going to give you a little bit of a boost into actually putting some attacking rounds on the board.
Maybe just a little bit. But it's no small order. Chef's working overtime to try and cook them up. No ults on the cards. You're only 2 rounds in, you'd need a heavy pop-off play. Sushni knifing onto the wall. They think they've cleared... I feel like they think they've cleared it. I feel like they think they've cleared Draken. That's going to drop it down as well. Just get rid of that one. Look at the cam. Oh, goodness me, in the picture-in-picture. They know everything right now. And Safe just swings out. Spectre spray down onto one. Sociable drops. And they haven't even spotted that camera. They haven't been able to deal with it. I think they know that it's there from those sound cues. Finally, it's going to get taken out. Drops another cage, and they're playing it safe. Guild disciplined around these angles. As you're seen waiting for the base, and it will come to meet him. There he goes. And there's the blast pack as well. Safe nails yet another. There's the aftershock. Forces the peak to continue. Lores, they know he's nailed into this spot, and finally it will time out. Safe finally falls as well. And 2 versus 3 they go. Leo cleans it up though. Nice and tidy. Swept under the rug. Guild put a 10th up.
It's just so passive from Fireflux. Like, I almost feel like if they keep playing like this, they're not going to start finding rounds until they have something like a lockdown on the board, which actually, thinking back to the last game that they played against FPX, a lot of their set attacking plays came off the back of something like a lockdown that helped initiate them and push them forward onto something, you force that space that they needed, because they're struggling to force it themselves.
Early cam out on A. Safe. Gonna just spectate here for the time being. Get spotted.
Recovering it.
And will get taken down. The information gathered, only one over towards A, but the spike's there as well. Pistols and a Marshal for Sociable.
See how this one goes. It's, he's looking over towards ramps at the moment, but there's also some action happening here towards Mail. Draken has a nice angle here, just sitting on top of the barrier orb. It's Yassine who gets aggressive though, but fails for it.
Draken finds one. Loris will go down. Heal on up as well. Knows that there's Sheriffs in play, so wants to pull back. But that's a Spectre dropped and a weapon in hand. And as soon as I say that, Safe takes it straight on back. Pops it back in the guild bank. Be there for repairs. Leo moves up close to play the high ground here. Play on their balcony.
One enemy remaining.
As Leo lines up too and knocks them down as easy as that. Lurzy, 21 HP. There is a Spectre down there. Not going to swap to it just yet. Moves up the ladder, and Leo picks up a third. 11-5 Geo. We had our doubts about the Fireflux attack, and they're only going to have one more shot here. It's going to be this pretty much nothing if they invest fully into this round.
Yeah, that makes me wonder what it is they're actually going to bring along for this round. I mean, it looks like it's going to be an actual buy. They've got pretty much all of their utility there as well. I mean, just a couple of pieces that's missing. But they've got to forego some armor as well. Lerzy's going to be a bit weaker. They don't have any ultimates. And sure, I would imagine that Laura's, if anybody, is going to be able to get the res in this round. But is that enough? Because you're also going against a full buy, and you're going against full armor, and you're going against two different ultimates that are on the board. This is really hard for Fireflux. And the way that Safe especially has been using the utility that he has, I mean, Safe was obviously very well known for playing on this cipher. So the way that he can gather intel is incredibly effective, and how that's been passed along to the team has also been incredibly incredibly effective. You know, is that going to be too much for Fireflux to surmount? Because I worry that the answer to that is yes.
I feel like Fireflux, they need to have confidence that they can just click on faces, right? Like that, it feels like they are, you're right, like they're slowing down, they're playing too timid. Maybe they can just start to frag out. But is there a standout player that can do that here? I mean, we talked about the average combat score on Sociable. At the moment, it's kind of standing up, but it's always being traded by Guild. They seem to have really solid positioning on this defense.
I think if you're Fireflux here, obviously you want to win the round, but you really need to put a dent in the economy of Guild. Because if Guild are going to be coming in strong for the next round, I mean, what even happens then?
What does happen then? I mean, you can't really do too much in that situation for Fireflux. There would be a force into the next. As I said, this is almost their last chance here on Split. Safe finds one. Actually, Draken beats him to the punch. Neural Theft is there as well. Moves through. A double spray down for Safe. Drops down. And it's Bonker as well with the Aftershock to be able to get one more. And the shots to finish it out. Guild just demolish Fireflux. Goodness me. Guild on Split just demolishing on this defense.
Oh, that dent in the economy didn't happen. Really, did it? Oh, God. That was everything Fireflux didn't need to happen in this round. And as you say, John, they pretty much have to go for this force buy. There's only so much they can afford now. They do have a couple of ultimates, so at least there's that. If Sociable can actually get a really good showstopper here, then maybe they can pull this round back in their favor. But you are going up a really, really tough task here. There are so many rounds you need to put on the board.
Showstopper in here.
God.
They're really hedging their bets. Oh, it's going to be slowed down. It's going to be blinded, and they're not going to get any value for it. Info given away as to where they're putting this pressure as well. So Guild can start to rotate. Sushni, though, finds an opening pick onto Draken. A really solid pick to start things off. Over on the A side of proceedings, Safe controlling those ropes and actually watching for this approach. Fireflux just slowing things down again over towards B Heaven. There is no dynamism on their attack.
Sociable, don't get too overzealous. I mean, there's no one around, but still, you don't want to get too overzealous. There's Safe finally putting the first kill into Fireflux, so to even things out, and he's gonna be absolutely brought to his knees.
And they're forced back down, though, with the Rolling Thunder. The lineups can continue, but Lerzy swings well with the Spectre. 2 players for Guild survive. Leo's one of them, though, and he's out for blood. Brasco shuts that down as the res comes on through. They need to invest it here. I mean, why not? Bring it back. The Showstopper's out, and they'll hear the sound cue. Around the Cosmic Divide, he pops up, and Lerzy falls. 1 versus 2 now, as you're seeing is low, and Brasco swings for an excellent fast flank coming through to keep Fireflux in it for now.
Wow, okay, so it wasn't off the back of Sociable's Showstopper, because getting caught in the gravity well really impeded the efforts that he could do there, but it was really once they actually finally started to make that push through to A Heaven, bring Safe down, and even though the Rolling Thunder came out, it actually almost narrowly missed them. So there was still space that Fireflux had to play with. And now they've got some breathing room because they can actually start building a little bit of money up. They still have ultimates that they can use, and you can see Brasco getting ready here as he lays down the fault line. You know, maybe this will give them some momentum.
Rolling Thunder lockdown. The combo that they need, but they've got so many rounds to stretch out in front of them.
You should run.
Maybe they're not going to want to do it all just now. There comes the lockdown. It will zone away. Be heaven.
Ooh.
Slow things down there as well. Dropping the slow orb as actually the lockdown going to come into effect, and they're going to move away with one detainee. Flood straight back onto the site. A lot of presence here for Gilder. Pretty solid stack, but in comes the Rolling Thunder. This is both of their big ultimates. Getting slowed down yet again, though. On the ball with the utility for Bonka. Sushni, though, in the heaven, finds one more, traded off. And it's back and forth, the conversation being talked on the B side for now. Flashpoint and Bonka still yet to be displaced. Leo lines them up and sprays two down. And now Brasco, all that stands between Fireflux and a loss here on Split. Gets one, but with only 5 bullets, they are going to drain it away. 13 and 6, Fireflux not able to pick it up on their attack. Guild take the first in the best of 3.
Excellent performance there from Guild, and the way that they completely nullified the value that Fireflux were looking to get from that lockdown by running in, using the utility, ensuring Fireflux could not flood into the site. It worked every way that they needed it to, and that is, I mean, that's a substantial scoreline to end the first map on, and Fireflux have got quite a climb to take going forward.
Yeah, quite the way to go. I mean, if that is going to be their attack story across the board, it's going to be pretty hard. They need to pick up their feet, try and get something done. But we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it'll be the analyst desk to talk about what they can potentially do to fix things and just what happened in that game. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere.
just saw Guild come through with a big old victory there on Split. Things are looking good for the Swedes as they lock in their map pick. Zash, I'm going to start with you. You know, what was some of the promising things we just got there out of the Guild boys?
Well, it seems like Guild, first of all, came in quite prepared. I mean, that was, for me, a very crucial part. You saw in a few rounds that they seemed quite prepared in what they would expect from their opponent. Specifically on the attacking side, it started with the pistol, where you notice that they are aware what Sociable would like to do over there on ramp. There were a few scenarios of those where you noticed, okay, they kind of read into them and understood that. I love that so much. I really enjoyed seeing that. And, you know, that's something that I like, because you notice how you can disable a team when they're not back in their comfort zone or they don't get anti-strikes. If that happened, I think that was a big advantage for them.
Yeah, I feel like in general, there's in this match, Guild showed that they're a little bit more flexible than they were before on Split. They didn't do as many late attacks as before, but also like the thing is, there was one pivotal round for them because they were down pretty bad, 4-1 on attack, right? But then one round when Lurzi got stunned by the Rolling Thunder in the last 1v1 and he peaked unnecessarily, that was something that that turned the game around for Guild, and they were able to snowball, because otherwise if they lose that 1v1, they would have been still down on the economy and wouldn't be able to chain 5 rounds.
And here we have it again, how much impact Yassine has on a good day, right? The man was really delivering in many individual duels right here, coming in with a 309 combat score. I don't really like to talk much about stats, but in this case, really notice that this is the Yassine you want to have. The guy has to be awake, and then he can really dismantle this kind of setup of Fireflux, finding frags that sometimes only he can get, which gets them around.
Yeah, and you know, considering when we came into this, we were painting, you know, this kind of head-to-head between Yassine and Sociable.
Exactly.
You know, Yassine besting him in every single category. It's instrumental for a Guild victory. So, you know, Zesh, I understand that maybe you've got a little something you want to take a look
Something
at.
small.
Here. Yeah,
something
okay,
small.
Okay.
Because I really like setups. Who could have guessed, right? And obviously, I want to give you a little bit of a thing that you might have seen previously in other pro matches. But we can stop right there. Possibly you can stop right there. Can we stop right there? Maybe we can't stop.
Maybe we can stop here.
That's a little unlucky. It doesn't matter. What you see a lot is a great amount of Killjoy utility. What we just noticed there was there's a little alarm bot paired together with 2 of those Astra stars. So on this left and the right side of that little bot, you obviously find the Nano Swarm. So what's going to happen? As we see there on the minimap, we obviously got nobody else Lurzi just waiting, and also waiting for a visual cue. He hears when the alarm bot's triggering, can put up his little Astra utility, which is obviously the gravity well, as well as the little stun, and then the Killjoy can activate her Nano Swarm. What's going to happen? Stunned and sucked in. The issue then obviously is, you first of all can't get through, you're taking damage, and most likely if you want to even go further, you're gonna die in the process without even seeing an opponent. This is a tiny setup, it's against an eco, I know, but it's still very fun to see those great kind of team play options Fireflux had. It didn't get them the victory though.
Yeah.
Take a look for the thing.
Oh man, yeah, some of these little gross wombo combos,
There
right?
you
Look
go.
at them, look, the pull into the, everything about
It's so
it.
simple, but I love those things.
Yeah, man, it's a real like kill box up there over towards heaven, right? It just shuts down that entire area of control. And you know, you say it's only up against the low buy, but mate, those rounds can still get out of hand. And so, you know, you've just got the safety of a nice little utility setup to not have to worry about that. Lothar, do you have anything you want to take a look at here?
Well, the main thing is that change for both of those teams, bringing Astra, as Tesh pointed out, but not many teams actually even have a good way of utilizing the Astra in the first place. But this round is actually showcasing a very good execute for the team, but what I want to showcase is not even the utility, the way it was used here, because this is pretty standard. There's Killjoy Nano Swarms that try to stop the push, the flashes to just stop the player from the backside, and the Astro Wall that tries to give you the plant. The thing that I wanted to point out here is that you cannot fall back in those situations. If you commit to a side on this kind of level of gameplay, you cannot force yourself to go back and play on a deficit on this attack. The only way of trying to win this round is to be aggressive and go with your first plan, which is, in my opinion, something that we didn't see much from Guild before. They were trying to sometimes like re-aggress, maybe think, let's fall back after we lost the player. So on here, they go in. They don't care how much utility is in front of them. They go with the force, which is a very important thing on this level of play.
I would love to hear your thoughts as well on this Astra move, right? It's something that we've spoke about a good deal now. Leo, obviously the guy playing that, but we also see, you know, Astra getting worked into guilds map pools more and more, agent pools rather, right? On Ascent as well, we've seen them start to lean in towards an Astra lineup. We also then have Draken playing it on Haven. It's pretty interesting that they're looking to bring her in as like the controller of choice at the moment for this guild squad. Would you say so, Zesh?
I think the change is actually extremely beneficial. Honestly, I think, you know, Guild has not been swapping up too much, and putting Leo, who's obviously individually stepping up as well, on that agent seems to be working brilliantly for the team. It's a good change in my eyes. It's exactly what you need from time to time. Lofar had a really good point about going into the direction how you adapt to meta and how you also logically do his play style, but also agent-wise. And I think this is once more fitting to the guild side of things. Getting in here with Astra, getting Leo back into that spot, it really fits in my eyes.
One more thing I wanted to add is that Fireflux, you know, they got pretty demolished on Split. Like, their score of 13-6 is not really something that you're proud of, right? And the thing is, the main thing that I think worked for Guild is that Fireflux was very easy to read. Something I pointed out before. They had the same setups, the defensive setups that they were always using. The Sage on A, trying to like block the entrance with a wall, which is something that Safe is controlling very well with his camera, so they have a lot of information. They know how to pace that. And I feel like Fireflux, if they will play the same way on Ascent, even though they have more experience and better results on it, I think it's gonna be a very tough game to play against Guild, who seems to be dissecting them very well.
Yeah, right. Well, so I'm glad you bring up Ascent, right? Obviously, that's going to be the next map in this series. That's Fireflux's pick. It's one that we've seen them lean into an awful lot, and to pretty good success as well, right? You mentioned how that scoreline on Split, not one that you can be proud of. Zesh, are we thinking we're going to get a bit of a closer affair here? What would be something to look out for moving into this second map?
It's a very good point Lofar had here, because the thing is, also I think on the attacking side of Fireflux, you noticed how prepared Guild was. The pistol round was the best example, because usually you would see someone like Sociable really get it up the ramps fast with all the race utility it has. And obviously then you see the opportunity of Breach coming in, having exactly the right timing on the concussion and suddenly stopping that attack, which was then also additionally paired with obviously the pain shells coming in. So you really stop it before it can even come in. You nip it in the butt basically. And the good thing about that is that this gives me a kind of idea that a 10-2 half, like we had versus FPX, might not happen, because they started to realize and adapt to what Fireflux usually would do.
Yeah, and you know, there has been a lot of this adapting going on, right? Me and you, Lothar, we were having this discussion about, you know, anti-stratting and the processes that maybe are involved with that with these two squads. Who do you think is going to have an easier time in terms of anti-stratting their opponent right now?
I think anti-stratting will be easier against Fireflux, because they seem to be more, let's say, they have bigger patterns when it comes to their behavior. But the thing is, on Ascent, Guild is changing the way they play as an entire team, and that's what I'm worried more about than the anti-stratting against Fireflux, because we're gonna have, most likely, right, this might change, but we're most likely gonna have Yasin on Killjoy, and he's gonna be anchoring B-side essentially, right? We're gonna see most likely Safe on Jet, who is a very defensive Jet when it comes to peeking, and because of that, Guild on defense, we're probably not going to push over the orb line, essentially, so they don't really try to get a lot of map control on defense. And on attack, I mean, the stats are just... Okay, I have it here.
Come on, just read
this it looks pretty bad. On attack for Guild, they have only 30% win rate on this map, and one of the reasons is they do have a very defaulty way of playing this map with just simple lane pushing like in League of Legends. It really doesn't work that well on Ascent.
Sorry, Zest.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're having a very good point, but the same issue, the exact same issue applies to Fireflux. That's the thing, right? For the best example here, one would be Sociable. He's an absolute beast on defense. Sochi is really using him well, and he sometimes, it's like a bit of a dog putting him off the leash, but in the good sense, because the man is an absolute maniac. He knows how to perform. He's really good with the fragging department, not really to discuss, but he's used as a tool. So he's not necessarily that free-floating. He's getting actively used by his IGL, which is something I like to see. But the problem is, what I feel like, when he's on the attacking side, when he needs to get first kills on the attacking side, he cannot actively direct the show. It's the defenders, when they're proactive, coming at him and not the other way around. And this seemed to cause an issue against FPX, for example, because back then he had 7 opening duels as an attacker on Ascend against FPX, a lot of numbers. But at the end of the day, he was winning only 1 out of those 7 attacker first duels. And this is an issue because you want to open up space as a mat fragger.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, then I guess that puts even more onus, you know, when we're talking about these stars trying to create all this space once more on that head-to-head between Yassine and Sociable, right? Like it's another reason that we're going to have to really home in on the clash of these 2 stars, and all that's going to be coming up in just a moment, right? So we're going to have this second map of Ascent that's taking place in due course. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Count that big bang.
5lux's pick. It's Ascent. It's a second map in this series, and they're now a map down versus the Swedes in Guild. It's starting to get a little bit scary for 5lux. The only solace they've got is that their map is right here on the horizon. Lothar, we're going to start to look towards agents and what might be appearing here. Can you talk me through your thoughts, and then we'll move into the agent selection?
5lux most likely gonna stick to what they know, which is the race pick as the only duelist, then Killjoy, Sage, Sova, Omen. Now this is pretty standard, right? We don't see anything out of the ordinary, but the thing is, there's no Jet on attack here, right? That means less pressure on the opponents, which is something I'm sure that Guild will be happy with. Never mind. We see the change. We see the change. Sociable on Jet. Amazing.
Absolutely right. I love it. You were right. You were finishing the right sentence. He only played Raze, and the first thing he does in 5 seconds.
I'm very happy.
So far, you're wrong. But you're absolutely right. He only plays Raze. He only plays Raze, and that's the thing. And now he goes into Jet. That is, it's interesting to see how much it can pay off.
That's showcasing how important Jet is in the metagame, and it's something that I stress out very often. On this map, I said that in the pre-show, right? That Ascent and Jet go hand in hand.
Yeah.
So the amount of pressure that you can create on both sides, because you can dash over B straight onto side. You don't care about any kind of utility. You do the same on A side by just pushing over to Generator on the right side while checking corners for your team. It's like an additional drone. It's absolutely insane. On Raze, it's harder to do because you cannot help yourself with like smokes, additional like cloudbursts and so on. So amazing change for Fireflux. I feel like they were a little bit favored on this map, but now I strongly believe this is going to be a very big problem for Guild.
Well, especially because, when we were talking about anti-stratting and, like, preparing for what FF are going to bring to the table on this map, we were saying it had been very, very similar so far, right? And that this Jet hadn't been present, it had been raised, and now you have this big change coming in. I think that's going to be like a real worry if you're Guild, right? It means that suddenly all this prep work you've done, all the info that you thought you knew and you thought was consistent across every single appearance on this map, well, that's kind of going to change now with what's been bought in with the Jet pick. Give me some of your thoughts on the agent pool though that we have from the Guild squad, Zesh. Did you like what we had there?
Absolutely. I need to add on top that Lofar's actually having a perfect point here.
Okay.
Lofar's having a really good point with what you said over on Jet on Ascent, because it's the race thing is so unusual in that sense, and also the creating space of a race on Ascent is, I think, 10 times harder than on a split or on a bind or on a haven. And this is where that's a very valid point of Jet being picked. At the same time, talking logically about what we were having here from Guild, high hopes. That's all I'm going to say, because we're not too surprised about it in that sense, right? And therefore I very much have high hopes that this is possibly going in the way of Guild, except there's really a rabbit being pulled out ahead here for Fireflux.
So are we thinking then that the Fireflux Jet pick is like the make or break? That's either the defining moment where we go, this helped them win this game and get us to a third, or it's going to be something that maybe slows them up. Lothar, I see you wanting to weigh in.
Yeah, the Jet pick actually changes every single note that I had on my in my book when it comes to how the way they're going to attack, because typically they were not attacking through main entrances. They were going through a short, they were going through market, right? And that changes with just the addition of the Jet, who opens up those outer lanes. And also the difference is, I feel like Fireflux was pretty slow, even slower on attack when it comes to like the way they play the rounds than Guild. With just the change of the Jet will allow them to be a little bit more aggressive on the opening. So even if they're not gonna do an aggressive dash towards a side, they can use it to get a first blood and go defensive then with the Jet just dashes away, if she of course plays for the first blood. So it all depends on what kind of Jet we're gonna see from Sociable. Will it be the typical Turkish attacking Jet, or will it be more the reserved, the more EU one?
That's the thing, right? Because funny-wise, when we talk about Turkish teams in Stage 2, I think a lot of people made the assumption that they're always super fast teams, super swift, super quick. And when we talk about this team, Fireflux, who still have also like Sella on the side, who is obviously coaching the team and giving them the inspiration he had from NA and EU, for example, they always planted around the 60-second mark, which we would consider, I think, average. Let's say it average to late, let's put it that way. And something obviously in Stage 2, a lot of people would have said, no, they're a little bit faster than that, right? And that's what I really like to see, that Turkey has been showing a great presence so far in really updating their tactical and strategic game. At the same time, this is the moment for Guild, because last time they were eliminated by a Turkish team during, obviously, Stage 2 EMEA Challenger playoffs. And that's the thing. They're on a good rise. They're on a good run. And it's now time for the Turks to pretty much, dethrone those Vikings from that spot. And it's 2 more maps they got to go for, and actually the last one is going to be specifically interesting if we go there, because that might not be so easy as well.
Oh, I wanted to kind of talk to you about that third map, right? Because this is one where for Guild, right, it's a good map for them. It's one that they feel comfortable on, but it is kind of like this middle ground. I think when I saw the Haven pick come through, I was looking at that going, if this goes 3, I think Guild have got it. Lothar, are you in that same boat? What do you think happens if this ends up going the distance?
Yeah, I honestly think that split was the decider. Like, even though it was the first map, it was the decider.
We originally envisioned the vetoes would maybe be the other way around, right? With split as the third and then Haven opening up.
So I feel like Fireflux is on a back foot for the next 2 maps, even though if the Ascent is on their side and they're going to win it, they have to go now against Guild on Haven, which is one of their most comfortable picks, right? So split pick from Guild was actually very interesting. This is why we're caught off guard and was actually very impactful, because it feels like it just puts Fireflux in a spot where they never feel comfortable, because they're not like, okay, we win this and we decide it's on our side.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And you're not like looking at that going, yeah, it's like an easy 50-50, right? Like it is very much one where you're looking at it going, no, Guild are leaning into that as favorites. I think it also puts a lot of onus on, like, if you're going to win Ascent, you kind of want a bit of a statement victory here, right? Especially considering the split scoreline against FF was pretty grisly.
It reminds me pretty much of a reverse FPX game where the second game was really showing us their weakness in the attack. And then there was still Ascent looking decent. But at the same time, we have to really highlight one thing. Fireflux, in comparison to Guild, is a team that is fairly freshly formed, that still tries to really find their zen, that finds to really look out, how do we actually set ourselves up as a team? How do we make moves without communicating that much? So you have the synergy, you have this understanding without talking. And this is something, obviously, the way the Swedes have an advantage playing together for so long. Fireflux, it's in every professional team, first fundamentals, and then we can get fancy. And the fundamentals look decent, they look good, but maybe not good enough yet. And the cherry on top, it might be not the thing they have yet.
Yeah. So another thing that I found interesting is, like, you know, when we were kind of taking a look at like how agent pools have changed here, when we look at Guild, they were, or at least they had recently lent in to, I think it was an Astra Breach comp on this map ever since, you know, they kind of moved away from the usual Sky and Omen. I don't actually remember, Lothar, who were the, who was picked in this one as the controller? Do you remember what agent was like? Because we were focused so heavily on FF, man, and I don't want to throw you under the bus. I've forgotten as well.
I was certain it was Astra, but now I'm doubting
No,
myself,
I know, right?
You know?
Yeah, dude, I'm starting to doubt myself.
Yeah, but the thing is, even I feel like even the agent pick is not really that as important here as the fact that when it comes to defense from Guild, there's 2 aspects of the way they play, and that's Bonkar and Draken being glued to one side, because they play on like very rooted anchors. That gives a little bit of information to Fireflies, because we're gonna see Draken on Sova on A side, right? So you know where the recon arrow and the drone will be typically used. And then we also have my God. We have the breach on Bonka on B, so you know where to expect the flashes and where to expect the stuns from, right? Which might be a little bit problematic. I hope that Guild tries to be a little bit more flexible in their positions.
Yeah.
I would love to know as well, right? So when I'm watching Guild and I look at this team, obviously full Swedish squad, right? That in and of itself is pretty interesting. International teams are super common in EU Valorant, but with this squad, they kind of remind me of like Swedish CS style from, like, you know, a few years ago. And this is what you were saying earlier, right? I think that's where guys like Barbar and that being his background maybe play into it as the coach. But even down to the point that you have this 5th guy in Bonka who is normally like pretty quiet down the board, and that was like a classic of the old Swedish Counter-Strike from back in the day as well, right? With a guy like Pronax. So I think that's pretty interesting that this is like the style that we have from Guild. I think it really makes it like a celebration of what Swedish tac shooters are like.
And this is the thing, right? Again, because once we're taking a look at the agent composition, they have been swapping up things again, because we don't see an Astra this time around. It's going to be Brimstone, actually, funny-wise, that we obviously are going to witness here from Leo. And that's once more a thing where I thought I like the versatile approach you can have from an Astra more than a Brimstone. I generally think so, because what's on top, Brimstone truly has faster smokes, more smokes, so on, but obviously a very limited battlefield. So you can't do any action whilst you're on the attacker side when you're standing in front of A, because B is way out of range. So your faking possibilities are somewhat limited, or whatever you're trying to sell, you really have to commit with what Brim does to a certain degree.
The thing is, like, Brimstone fits to teams that like explosive executes. And
that's what we've seen.
And like Guild is that team that either plays very slow and tries like out-drain the opponents from the utility, but in that case they really can't use the Brimstone to its full extent, or rather would drain the Brimstone out of his smokes first, right? So they need to play a little bit more with a plan in mind at the beginning of the round than just being like, oh, let's play default here, see what the opponents use, and then we do something out of it, which is possible with Astra and Omen because they regain the smokes all the time.
The thing, though, I like very much about it is that I personally felt that with some of the B-side attacks we saw on the attacker side of Split, they seemed somewhat swifter than usual. There were some were always on the side on the 120 and 110 mark and committed to it, as you said. That's the crucial part. They committed to it, whatever came their way. And that might be just once more the benefit, what Lothar pointed to. You gotta be doing it. You gotta be actually committing to it. And well, that little Brimstone might just turn out successful.
The one little Brimstone that could, right? Yeah, I would love to hear, Lothar, your thoughts on like big picture then, right? Because we've been watching EMEA, you know. You've also been watching some of the NA playoff action.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think? Yeah, we can do this now. How are you thinking? You know, what's been your impressions as to how these hotly contested regions are stacking up against one another?
This is gonna get clipped and put on the Valorant competitive sure, because it's the EU analyst that will say that right now, in my opinion, NA is ahead of other regions, at least ahead of EMEA, with the way they play. Like when I was watching the tapes of NA, with how they played in the challenges, with how they approach the game, it seems like the NA teams are actually understanding how the game is progressing and how well the executes, not how well, how important the way of executing your attack is in this game rather than defense. So it seems like an example, 100 Thieves understand the KO a little bit better than the teams in EU, in my opinion, because it's more aggressive than typical. It allows the Steel to actually be more free when it comes to like the way he approaches the game than playing on a Killjoy or an example like in the past, right? And the executes I've been seeing from those NA teams are also more aligned with each other. So they know exactly what to do when they commit to utility, which puts intent behind the move, which is so important. And I feel like in EU, a lot of teams actually regressed in that. Something that I was very optimistic about in EU, and it was always a selling point of EU. Oh, those teams are playing better strategically, even though they might be worse at taking duels, but they have better fundamentals and they have better understanding of how to follow up and cascade on utility. Right now, in my eyes, NA is ahead of EU, which puts entire EMEA region and our event in a spot where I feel like we need to step it up as a region, because right now it's not really looking pretty good for us.
Yeah, man, EU aren't really used to being the guys on the back foot either. Right? Yeah, no, it's certainly interesting. Well, you know, I love hearing about this, Lothar. I do actually have something that we have to look at. So, as I understand it, the agent pools might have changed a little here. We had a little lobby bug. I think Leo is the one in question.
Picking Yoru, right?
Yeah, he's locking Yoru. Look at this. Look what's happened.
We had a conversation about Brimstone.
Yeah, well,
right?
so I was thinking when we were having that conversation, it was like, yeah, this is weird as we're talking about
Let's find common sense behind it, right? All right, okay, thank you, Leo.
No, so I'm really glad that like we get that cleared up, because now that we have the Astra in, I think things are making a lot more sense. Right? We were kind of floundering for a moment to figure out Brimstone, what's going on? Well, Brimmy's dropping a stimmy, and Daddy's giving this one over to the casters. So take it away, Gio and John Allen.
Thank you very much. We're going to be getting pretty swiftly into proceedings, I believe, as the games are pretty much already underway. My name is John. With me is Gio. We're going to be right into the action here. I'm not going to give Gio any time to talk, 'cause we're already into the post-plant situation. Guild on the defense. Oh, good stuff, Gio. We'll get you next time in after this one, but Fireflux going to be able to hold out for a little bit. Guild raining on through, and now it's just Lurzy looking to try and hold in this post-plant, and Leo swiftly deals with it. Gio, you're allowed to talk now. Go on.
Hi, I'm Gio. It's so great to be here. I can't believe I get the opportunity. No, it's yeah, we're straight into this game. Guild going to be taking the first round here. Now, this, of course, is Fireflux's map, and actually the last couple of times the Guild have played this map, it hasn't gone too well for them. And I suppose Fireflux did technically lose it against FPX when they last played it, but it is a map that they feel a little bit more confident on. But it is that the infamous attack right, that we spoke about, the Fireflux struggle a little bit more on, and I'm very interested to see how that's going to go for them here. They've, of course, made this change, bringing Sociable in on the Jet. They haven't played a Jet on this map in the last 7 times they've played it, which could, of course, change their, their entire approach.
Saw the little animation around the side there, the wispy, smoky tendrils. Lerzy. He's not going to be able to land a shot. Fortunately safe. Takes a little bit more damage than you bargained for. So does Loris, though. You see him holding close. Gonna have the peak baited out, and again, just waiting for things to come through. There's the spray, and that's the spike.
Down,
now
mid.
under the purview of Yassine. Over towards Pizza. Just gonna have to figure out how they're gonna try and reclaim this one. Leo gets the spray down, an investment into this round from Fireflux, though. You see the Spectres coming on through, so they spent some creds here. They want to change it up on their attack. They don't want to let it go by the book. Looks like they've got that spike, they've got it back, and they're already up to the A. Again, into a post-plunge here.
Spike planted.
Spike is down. Sociable trying to take quite an aggressive standing here. Looking out for the recon. Ooh, he narrowly missed it. That's not what he wanted to happen. God, and now Yassine's going to be getting the opening kill in this engagement. A second one for him. And just clearing up the remaining members of Fireflux. That was a bit of a slip up from them. Not what they were looking for, and it means the Guild can put their second round on the board.
And move Yassine one pizza slice closer to the full calzone, and it is going to be that lockdown online sooner than most of the other ultimates in the game. Guild looking good on the defense. Such a vital tool to be able to shut down an attack with that lockdown. You see them coming in towards B, you just drop it on the floor, that's kind of it. You can shut down the entirety of A on a retake. Beautiful stuff. We'll wait to see how impactful that's going to be. And remember, that wasn't just a free round against a pistol. That was an investment coming through from Fireflux, and it looks like they're going to buy a couple of Marshals again.
Lerzy's usually the player you look to bring out the Operator. Obviously, it's a bit early for that, but maybe he can do something with the Marshal in this round. It's safe. Holding on to mid. Been playing Jet on this map the last couple of times. People got very excited about it. But Bonker's going to be the first one to fall.
I thought that shot was on. Goodness me. Surprised it didn't connect that. Not through the wall anyway. They're slowing things down. And this is... I'm already getting flashbacks to last game with such a stagnant start to the rounds here for Fireflux. They've yet to make their push.
Placing alarm bot. Starting to head over towards A. Got some utility to push through, and of course you have Leo, who's just right here on site. Spectre in hand, so I mean it could be better, and there's quite a lot of them he'll have to deal with. You can see the Cloud Burst going out, but there's the Gravity Well.
Gonna break down the door as well. Leo holds nice and safe. They're gonna be dinged out. The shot through the wall. Displacement. Brasco gets one. Shini gets another as well from the back of sight, but it's a triple for safe. They are going to be able to dash straight on through. Picking up a third, and economically, they're sitting pretty. That was their bonus round, and again, because of the force buy coming out in round number 2 from Fireflux, Guilds can start to stretch out a lead on their defense.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Fireflux, the fact that the investment they made in round number 2 didn't work out for them, which of course naturally meant that they couldn't afford a full buy in round 3, and this is the position that they've found themselves in as a direct result. They can finally buy something here, have some actual rifles. See if that actually makes a difference.
How much further can this Guild stretch go on these Spectres? Against the rifles, obviously, not going to be as strong, but economically, looking pretty solid. Sushni does have that lockdown available, and funnily enough, Yassine doesn't actually have it online just yet, which means that they can't counter out for a retake. Unfortunately, though, the lockdown, given it needs to stay safe, can't control underneath that heaven. Can't control the hell there. Leo playing from it around the side, spotted out. Yassine and Leo, a firing squad on the site, and they will hold it out. There's the lockdown coming on through. The spike didn't get picked up, didn't push all the way in, so it can fall away now as Lerzy sneaks that one back. But 5 versus 2, and you got to wonder just what can Fireflux pull together in this round.
Yeah, I don't think the answer here is going to be all that much. Lurzi and Sushni have reconvened together, but I don't really think they're going to be able to put sufficient pressure. You know, Safe switched out his weapon here, so he actually has a Vandal to try and contend, but it's Sushni who wins that one out. The turret goes out, but it's not going to find anybody as those players from Guild have started to dissipate somewhat. And this kind of puts FF in a position where they're lacking on information because, you know, they don't know where these defenders are.
13 seconds, just looking to save. Keep the guns in hand.
10 seconds left.
And try and figure out something into the next round. This is great news for Guild, being able to pick up this round. After 2 of their players not having to abort since round number 2, their bank is going to be really solid. Keeping a hold of that operator, trading up for some heavier rifles as well. This is a really good start for Guild here to try and take this one 2-0. I mean, it's early days, Gio, and it is, as we all know, a lot slower on the attack for Fireflux.
When
I'm getting the feeling.
Yeah, when Fireflux played against FPX on this map, they actually had some really nice set plays, and they found a lot more success attacking onto the A site than B, which is probably why we've seen most of their attention there. The thing is, that was a very one-dimensional push from them. Previously, they would like to send players up Catwalk, but because of where Safe is, it's so hard for them to do that.
It's not the easiest. It's certainly not the player you want to run into.
One down.
In the mid, and that's going to go well for Guild. They lock that one down nicely. Lurzi falls. Rifle on Suchny. Really going to have too much of an effect. The recon bolt is there. Just going to force them backwards. No openings found, and again, looking a little bit stagnant here for Fireflux. Just playing in that mid. They have some ground, they have some control, but it's just utility barriers facing them at every turn.
Yeah, and they don't want to risk sending the spike over mid either, because if you drop it there, like, all they have to do is send Safe out into the center, and he can just hold it. Yassine taking down Sushni. You can see these defenders still pushing up quite far forward on the A site, which gives Fireflux very few options for what they want to do. They can try and challenge mid here, but there isn't a ton that they can do about it.
Another shot for Safe, able to land that one yet again. There's a player around the corner as well that they have to worry about. Bonker spots the spike, gets one. Brasco trades it with the Sheriff shot, but last alive against 4, and Guild looking to close ranks.
Yeah, I mean, that was always... It was always going to be relatively hard, given that Lurzi had gone down. You didn't have the dark covers available to help facilitate that kind of push up through mid. And Guild are looking indomitable so far here on Ascent. Fireflux, this is your map. You know, you would really like to have done a bit more by this point. But they are definitely struggling to apply the necessary pressure onto Guild. So they'll be taking their tactical timeout now because they really need to figure this out.
I mean, this scoreline is the risk you run when you force into that second round after losing. You invest so much there that Guild can start to stretch out that lead. And 5-0, not really completely out of the question that it's just that second round that has caused this scoreline potentially for Fireflux. They could have maybe come in and tried to trump on the bonus round, the standard sort of back and forth conversation that you have in Valorant on that third round economy. But as it stands, this is their chance to go for that combo breaker, right? They're back onto the rifles, they've got the armor on board, and look, they've got the res, they've got the knives available as well.
We'll see how that goes, because I get the feeling that regardless of that, they're still going to struggle if they can't actually make space here in mid, because that's Safe's position has been causing them so many problems. They can't take their regular preferred route of attack. They can't go in through cubby and tree if they've got an operator just staring them down. You know, we've seen the way they like to use their lockdown in the past to actually clear that space out, but you can't access the area that you would want to put the lockdown in if that jet is still there. And you would have hoped by them choosing a jet themselves, they would be able to take control a lot better because of that mobility. And they're finally going to be creeping up Catwalk. They've got to act pretty quickly here, I think, to get out of the way.
But they haven't really had too much success getting this position. Yassine's been such a stalwart defender. This time, though, of it, they slip under the purview. Lurzi trying to trade, and the first frag goes to Guild. They invest the res here. Rolling Thunder available for the retake, but Yassine's going to go down. You have that Cosmic Divide as well. Safe lands the shot with the Operator. They're controlling around towards the garden, towards heaven as well. Guild waiting, biding their time, getting in position for this retake. And there comes the Rolling Thunder. That's go time. Concussed all across the site, moving through. Draken's there, trying to invest here with the Hunter's Fury as well. But Bonka finds another. They're trading evenly, 2 versus 2 now. But pushed off the site they go. In comes the Cosmic Divide, and now they separate things. Lurzi needs to peek at the right time. Difficult to coordinate this. Leo taps the defuse and swings out. Such a difficult place to play. They spot the corner. And they're able to find one. Guild holding out. They want to keep Fireflux down in the dumps here. And there's the defuse. They're just going to stick it, and Loris has to fall away. Guild get the defuse. A beautiful use of utility there from Leo's Astra.
Yeah, so much investment, but that Cosmic Divide was so perfectly placed to ensure that Fireflux really didn't have the option to move forward. So, you know, again, just great by Guild, and to come off the back of, you know, the tactical timeout the Fireflux have taken, and they're still struggling like this. It's incredibly unfortunate for them. Now, let's see what their options are going forward here. They've bought a couple of rifles and
with the knives, does not want to slow down. Lurzi's already on as well. A site swarmed for now. Yassine around the door. Sushni covering the flanks and able to sneak a kill in over towards the mid, but Yassine's not done. Lurzi sees to it that that's going to be the last sentence he writes in this round. But the story continues. Guild continue to go for this retake. 3 players alive, and Safe still on that Operator. Cloudburst back and forth, and the spike hasn't been planted yet. It's being carried all the way across the map. Leo now in a 2 versus 1 on the site, but the other 2 players, they've moved all the way around the world, and it's going to be Brasco moving the bomb to B.
Guild were a little bit guilty of leaving some openings over towards the B site after rotating when they were defending in the last time they played this. So at least Fireflux have actually been able to get in, get the plant. You're still in this 2 versus 2. Maybe these positions could help cut off Sushni. You don't want to get too out of position because you just get caught out like that.
That was really unfortunate, and the concussion there from Bonka, absolutely impeccable. Brasco gave the position away just a little bit too early, startled by his own teammates' utility. And this should be a defuse with not too much trouble there. They're trying to wait and try and get an Operator back on board, trying to give themselves time to get there. And Bonka will continue that defuse, get another pizza slice on board, and it will come on through. Nicely done.
It just looks so... I mean, what is this? I feel like the narrative for Fireflux has actually changed quite a bit over time. And it is something that they lent on the desk. It is something that's been noted, and it's really worth mentioning that this is still a relatively young squad. Only 3 of these players have actually played at an A tier level before, you know, at the top tier, whether that's First Strike, whether that's in a previous challenges. Whereas Guild have been in this for a long time. I mean, it was Yassine who said they're one of the only teams who've been in it from the beginning. But this is still the squad that knocked out BBL. That was a huge upset in Turkish challenges. And now suddenly they're looking like they're having such a struggle.
Not having the best of days. Not just yet. Guild 7-0 right now. Under the 1-up in the series. Safe look at it. Put them up towards the 8th, but Draken controlling the sightlines as well. Leo picks up the pieces and Draken sprays through the sightlines as only Leo falls on the push. With the rifles as well. Again, Fireflux come up short in the round. 4 players left standing, and Bonka will be the one to get the final kill. 8-0, it's devastation.
I mean, so far, Fireflux have, as per their, I suppose, recent history, had more success in actually breaking into the A site. I know their plant was over on B, but it seems that on this kind of B site push, they're just being gunned down with relative ease by Guild. I mean, they can't really hold their own once they're in the site. At least they've had a better chance of doing that on A. It almost feels like they're just more comfortable over there.
0 kills right now for Sociable. 0 and 8 on this Jet. And they spoke about how, you know, swapping him over might be useful, but I feel like they're just not seeing that here on their attack. Maybe on their defense they'll have something different, but
This is a really common position for Leo. They like to have a defender in wine.
Oh,
and
come on.
If Fireflux don't spot it, then, you know,
hey, it's first kill of the game. Let's go, Sociable. 1 versus 5. Now's the time to prove yourself on this jet. Marshal in hand, and it's safe to get the headshot around the corner. 9-0, Guild continuing to reign terror on Ascent.
That hurts as well, because Sociable could have had that. He could have had that.
But he didn't.
Oh my goodness. And the thing is as well is you're seeing that Guild are just free to position actually quite aggressively on their defenses. I mean, someone who I'm really looking at is Yassine. He's almost always defending over towards A, but when they were playing against Gambit, Yassine frequently got caught out in those opening engagements, and it was a really big sore spot for Guild. It actually really hurt the way they defended, and it gave Gambit openings in a lot of times, but are Fireflux doing that? No, they're not. So Yassine still has that free reign quite far into the round.
Trying to follow the Owl drone over towards B. Seen stalwart on A, not really being bothered too much. No noses being poked into his business. Can just simply vibe. Back at A with this killjoy. Sociable though. Maybe looking to poke in towards B. Bonker has other ideas and sent back to spawn. Goodness me, that's a lot of kills coming in immediately for Guild as well. Loras gets 1 back onto Draken, but it's 2 versus 4 yet again. Fireflux just slow things down. I mean, we were talking about this a little bit during the break, Gio, when we weren't on air. And we were saying that Fireflux is... It feels like they're such a passive team that they're almost turning this into a turn-based combat game. Like, it's just so slow coming through from them at the moment, and I feel like we're seeing that yet again.
God, that hurts so much. And the thing is as soon as the spike went down, which by the way is what I said a few rounds ago, that would be a problem with trying to commute through mid when you've got safe where he is. As soon as the spike went down, no one was actually looking to recollect it, because at that point, if you're Fireflux, you probably just want to try and get rid of some of the weapons that are in the hands of Guild. But they still didn't do that. They just did not do it. And I mean, Guild have 3,200 credits. 3,200 credits compared to 700.
That's a lot. That is a lot more. They are definitely sitting pretty. It's hard to think about how they can come back from this one, but you know, they have had really strong defense performances before. That's where they do shine. If they can pick up these next 2 rounds, they're probably in with a shot of having a miracle run, but I feel like if you lose it here, it's just all too much. And Safe gets that second kill. Leo opens up with the first before that and has more to say into the fight as well. And comes the Rolling Thunder, and this is just insult to injury. Leo drops Aftershock, and they are pinned in. Lambs to the slaughter. Only 1 kill found, and that is an 11th round without an answer from Fireflux.
I mean, at least Fireflux got onto the site. They actually pushed through the Cosmic Divide, but once they were there, it was very easy to tell where they were and die. I mean, this is just... what do you even say at this point? Guild,
I mean, there's not much, right?
Guild are 1 round off of match point, but they're also... We're still in half number 1.
Oh no, you can't do it to him. Oh my goodness me. I was waiting for the kill feed to start lighting up, but that's a lot of damage already found at the start of the round. Laura's no armor. The shot's coming through from Safe. What do you do here? 2 kills already. Last round of the half guarantee. Just throw everything in. You've got the res. You need to try and invest it here. And the lockdown just to zone them off as well. The spike in possession, but they're being slowed down. The tag from the Hunter's Fury is there, and they aren't quite going to catch the shoulder of the final player. Oh, goodness me.
I have the spike.
I don't know how much damage has been done when Guild are actually being able to see the players from Fireflux, but right now they're just shooting through these walls and nailing the shots as they come.
Concealment.
Okay, well, I mean, you've got 4 HP Loras. I mean, we could try and get some information from here, I suppose. And then Lurzi. And Lurzi's totally the sort of player who could pop off it. I mean, so is Loras, actually, but it's still just a really tough task, and you've got to consider where the mentals are as well at this point.
30 seconds left.
yeah, I couldn't really spin this story another way here. I think that this is, they're gonna go down. Yeah, Leo turns the corner. Loris does get one in response, but 4 HP, and it's easy pickings for Draken. 12 and 0 on the half, a flawless half on Guild's defense here on Ascent. They've got to be feeling good about themselves. These Swedes are here to play.
Right. So, Fireflux, if we got to look for the positives, John, they're now on their better half.
Do we?
If you're Fireflux, you have to look for the positives. If you're a Fireflux fan, you have to look for the positives.
Good job on that. I don't know if you're trying to say that one.
If you're here and you're like, I'm here to support the Turkish region, you know, you just saw OXG go out yesterday.
No, I meant saying Fireflux fan. I would
yeah.
not have that sort of confidence to go straight into that one.
Listen.
Hey, that's
There has to be some hope.
That's why they get you back for it, isn't it? Okay, there's the hope. Just a little bit and a second for Brasco. Looks for more. Leo shuts it down and Draken evens the score lines. Now, Guild, 3 versus 3. They've got presence on B. They're looking to shut it down here and now. A 13-0. I think this might be, I'd go out on a limb and say the first flawless that we've gonna see if they're able to win this round here at the VCT. I'd have to go back and check the records.
Out of the
But certainly in the playoff stages, going to be an insurmountable task to beat Ascent. The map to do it on. They're looking for more. 3 players from Fireflux on this pistol, trying to move forwards for the retake, but Leo holding towards the back. Bonka facing forwards. They know there's a player close. Sushani as well, trying to hide from the watchful scans of that recon bolt. Draken finds one, jumps through the smoke, a second as well, and now it's just Lurzi who snuck through. Fair enough, playing at the back of sight, but you've got to hit those shots. Lurzi finally hits it, but 6 bullets in the magazine, drops for the tap, and there's the fault line as well to seal the deal. Turns the corner, one more. Oh, Bonka, you had to do it to him. It's the knife to the back. And they crack out the pain. It's 13-0. Geo devastation. Guild wipe them from the face of Ascent. Fireflux just go down.
Yesterday, we had officially the longest game of Valorant in professional history, and today we've just had the shortest. So, you know, balancing things out, we're just ensuring that it's a zero-sum game here with our scheduling on VCT. That was brutal, and I don't know what else there is to say about it other than that. That was not the showing that Fireflux wanted. This was their map. They chose to come to Ascent, and they put no rounds on the board for it. They struggled monumentally. What an absolute devastating dismantling from Guild.
It just, there's no other way to put it. I feel like the knife kill right at the end sums it up perfectly, right?
Yeah.
You've got just this situation where it's just so hard to really bring back that mental, to bring back any sort of prowess, to be able to frag out on the pistol. It's gonna be super, super hard to be able to manage that one. But all credit to Guild for keeping it together for throughout that entire one. You know, you're going for that flawless streak. It's really easy to let that get into your own head as well and start to go for those slip-ups. I thought maybe those 2 opening frags in the pistol were going to be good, but we just didn't see it. But Guild, they had some pretty spectacular players and spectacular plays coming through. And speaking of the players overall, Guild, we are, with that 2-0 victory, going to have to choose our pay-safe card player of the match. It's going to be between 3 of the players on Guild. That's going to be Yasin, Safe, and Bonka. They're going to be seeing that vote. So if you head on over to the Twitter, you can vote for your choice for pay-safe card player of the match. And Gio, who are you thinking? What's your pick here for player of the match?
It's going to sound really boring, but I'm going to go with Safe, not just because of the fragging out that we saw on Ascent when he was playing Jet, but I was just really impressed with the way that he was playing Cypher back on Split. The kind of information he was providing for the team, just you could see so tangibly what that was actually adding to their effectiveness and their success. So that's who I would pick. What about you?
I'm actually going to go for Bonka. I think that I'm a massive fan of breaches in general. I love how effective he was. The number of times where they were starting to use utility for Fireflux and trying to push into a site, and Bonker was like, fault line, by the way, and they were just concussed and couldn't really do much on the push. The number of times that happened, I was like, oh, he's done it again. But we're going to have to go back to the desk. It's 2-0 as Guild eliminate Fireflux from proceedings. We're going to head to a short break, and whilst we do, you can enjoy the incredible music that we've got in store for you as well. It's going to be Resist Your Love by Oframi featuring Mugleta. Take it away.
Lights calling my name. Pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game. Make me wonder, can get away. I know your type, but not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me now I'm lost in the streets. Got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally. Got me bleeding. Can't you see? I know your type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm wondering why. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me, my heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me. Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
The gloves are off, the knives are out. Bonker ends that with a knife, and it's flawless for Guild. We were saying going into this map that it would need to be a statement victory if Fireflux were ever going to have a chance in this series, were ever going to have a chance at dodging elimination. And it was a statement victory, but it's against them. So that's pretty brutal. A 13-0. You do not see that every day. And we actually have a very special guest here. We've got Bonker standing by on the line. He's right here up on the big screen. So, Bonker, talk to me about this matchup. 13-0, my guy. That doesn't happen every day.
It doesn't. It feels good. I feel like they didn't bring out their A game, but we surely did, and that's what happens then.
It's amazing to see that you guys can really show what you're capable of doing. I guess some people had a little bit of doubt from time to time with the guild roster. I think that would be really interested in, because I genuinely never got to figure out that much. What is the sort of impact you would say Barbar has on your team? The man has tons of experience, more than a decade basically right now in CS already. What kind of impact does he have as a coach on you?
He has a massive impact. He helps us a lot outside of the game when it comes to discipline and our schedules in real life, you know, living healthy, eating healthy, getting a good sleep schedule and all of those stuff. So he's a massive support for us.
That sounds like him.
I have a question, since we have quite a bit of time because you speed round, you know, kind of this match. My question is, you're the IGL. You also, I'm sure, have a lot of impact on how you guys prepare for the match. So when you were preparing for Fireflux, what was the way you guys tried to dissect the way they play? Can you like shed a little bit of light of the way you try to like counter-strat or like get any information about your opponents, and how does that affect your team?
To be honest, it's different versus different opponents. Like if you feel like we're going against a super strong opponents, we change our game quite a bit to counter-strat them. When we play against like a team like Fireflux, we know that if we just play the way we want to play, we're going to win the game if we're playing as we're supposed to. So there's not much counter-stratting coming into this specific game. And also the way that they play, for example, on Split, on defense on Split, they really like to take B lobby control. And A lobby control fits our way of playing perfectly because we go mid all the time on Split. So it wasn't much counter-stratting, to be honest.
So you think the way that Fireflux was playing was a little bit more predictable for you?
Definitely. They tried to swap up their compositions a little bit here and there, but they still had the same play style. We noticed it's like 4 rounds in on Split. We said they're playing exactly the way we watched them play on Split, and we just did our thing and it worked.
What's the bunker? One of our analysts here at this event in Kakuka. She is a huge fan of yours. The entire LVP desk are all of Spain apparently really want to rally behind you. I don't know how much you've heard about Bonker to Berlin and all of this, but yeah, man. Talk me through that knife kill to close this out, right? Like you went for it. I know that you Swedes like to have a good time, man. You like to get rowdy. Was that just to have a bit of a laugh? You know, build some morale, a bit of BM?
I mean, that's just for fun. I knew he didn't have any time, so it didn't matter if both me and Leo died. So I said, I'm going to daze him when he's tapping the bomb, and then let's just go for a knife kill. And we both tried to do it. And luckily, I got it. So.
Brilliant, man. Brilliant, Bonker. Dude, it's been a pleasure talking to you. For real, best of luck in all your upcoming games. And hope to see you again, man.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day. I'll see you around.
Sweet. Oh, what a dude. What a great guy. I love it. I love it. And yeah, dude, playing for the knife at the end just to rub salt in the wound. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So talk me through this one a little bit, Zesh, right? Obviously, it's a 13-0. I don't think there's much we can say really in terms of like pulling data out of this game. But for Fireflux, you know, it felt like they were just never really in it, right? They looked very, very lost. Do you think they'd kind of already resigned themselves to an L in this one?
No, I think resigning to an L was never the case. But a crucial thing that probably played a role in all of that is experience, right? Because it starts to be a momentum game. You know, when I had the possibility to talk to Sal, the coach of Fireflux, he was saying that this is going to be a very momentum-based game. He was right. Unfortunately, the wrong way around for him. So that's obviously a thing that's absolutely crucial. And you saw right there that at one point they seemed to really lack the confidence you would usually see from them. But definitely nervosity, being nervous really plays a role in this. Those guys are, well, comparatively young, let's put it that way, right? They're quite young lads. And maybe it's the pressure getting them to some degree, specifically one individual here that really suffered.
Yeah, Sociable had a really, I think this might have been the worst game of his career, right? And that's, you know, I'm not trying to like paint a picture, oh, he's bad or something. This guy's pretty damn good at the game, you know? They just showcases that the entire team got crushed and outclassed by Guild. Sociable, who's typically playing like really well, you expect him to be spearheading the entire team. He had 1 kill in 13 rounds, and his average damage was 1 bullet from a Vandal. It was literally 40 damage. So this is a big problem when the entire team has like issues with getting something going because no one can compensate for a loss. Typically, you have like this idea of, oh, our team can always try to find something going for us because we will try to trade and so on. Here, nothing was really like working out. Look at Lores. He's top fragging in the team with 5 frags.
And the thing about all of this is, you pointed the picture quite well in the beginning, that a Jet on Ascent could be a really good idea, right? You know, gaining momentum, getting quickly on the sides. At the same time, it seems like this kind of risk they took, I mean, surely they played in the prac, right? That's the thing. They 100% played that in the prac. The real issue, though, is that when you do all of that and you suddenly swap the agent, because he's an absolute massive impact player with Raze on Ascent, even if it's not fully on meta, even if it's maybe not, you know, hypothetically the best idea, he still played Jet. And this seemed to be a difference, maybe, that cost him the game to some degree. It could have been. Like, it's not only his fault. No, obviously not. But still, he has insane stats. He's individually super talented in all of those games previously. And then he swaps the agent once in a while. It seems like it might have not fit them too well because they have played this race composition on Ascent for a good bit of time.
Well, also to a little bit paint a picture to the less experienced viewers here in front of the screens. An entry fragger, right? He doesn't need to frag per se because his job is to create space on the side and just made an opening possible. So he's essentially like a drone that comes in on site. If he gets a kill, fantastic. That's like you're done more than expected of you. The Jet on attack could be 0-12 and still have massive impact because everyone else is just coming after you and trade you. The thing that I would have to rewatch this entire match, but I feel like what was the massive piece that just brought the Fireflies down is they essentially couldn't do anything while trying to create the space because they were lacking the trade. So Guild was just dismantling them one by one, which is not ideal because that's how the defenders want to play.
Yeah, I think as well, right, like whenever you look at a scoreline or a game like this, confidence is a very, very hard thing to quantify, but it is so impactful, right? And when you're going unchallenged and it feels like every fight you're throwing yourself into, even if it's not a good fight, you're still winning it out, right? And so that's like a huge deal because Guild, they went into everything believing they'd already won it, whereas, you know, on the side of Fireflies, they were going in like, mate, this is 0-10, like, you know, we can't seem to win a damn fight. So yeah, no, that you really started to feel the swing of confidence, right, Zesh?
There's exactly the thing that begs the question, basically. How would it have been if there would have been actually FPX swapping sides in the game previous, right, when they played against them? Would it actually also been something like a 13-2, 13-3 when going there for FPX? They did a 10-2 half because they started on their comfortable side, seemingly. And that could have been also maybe the case versus Guild if that would have been the case.
Well, you know, this matchup, as mentioned, it was a bit of a speed run. So we can start to wrap this one up now. We'll give you that pay safe card player of the match when we come back after a break, as well as a little bit of Na'Vi versus the Vodafone Giants action. So stay tuned. we're back. It's the Valorant EMEA playoffs. And well, we've got more still to come, right? A little bit of Na'Vi taking on the Vodafone Giants. But first, some housekeeping. We have to announce our PaySafe card player of the match from that last series. And well, I'm kind of happy about this one. Of course, it's our supreme ruler. It's the guy in charge. It's our favorite Swede. It's Bonker locking this one in, largely getting it over the line because he really is a man of the people. This knife kill at the end, delicious. Zesh, you love to see it, right?
I really love to see it. It's really great that finally that Kakuka used her Twitter bubble for something good, and obviously got Bonker as the player of the match here. Very understandable, really. I mean, he's the man of it. And you know, I generally have to say, it's great to see a man who's pulling the strings, who's right now making the puppet dance, is usually not getting that much credit, right? This is a very well-deserved prize overall, because in IGL, they still deserve attention. They still deserve this credit. And this time around, this is my Bonker prize for the day.
There's a very low-hanging fruit here. That's bonkers.
It's just
Like,
because you're a
man,
dad,
how do you
right?
come up with this stuff, man? You just stand there, and I see him cooking it up in his head, and then like, I know when he's going to open his mouth, it's like, oh no, what's Lothar been thinking up? Well, look, let's start to turn our attention towards the matchup we've got now, right? And first of all, where better to begin than meeting the Na'Vi boys?
Всем привет, меня зовут Влад Свистов, играю под ником Arch и являюсь капитаном команды Na'Vi Valorant. Ну, самый большой успех – это проход в EMEA часть и топ-2 СНГ, потому что мы ничего другого еще не успели сыграть. Я бы сказал, что у нас команда довольно-таки структурная, но это не значит, что мы играем по скриптам. У нас есть баланс, каждый знает, что нужно делать в разных ситуациях. Главная цель сейчас для меня и для моей команды – это быть одной из лучших команд не только в СНГ и в Европе, но и в мире. Но для этого нам потребуется время. Если брать СНГ-регион, то самым большим оппонентом является команда Gambit, которую нам так и не удалось обыграть. Но я думаю, что со временем мы до них доберемся. А что касается европейских команд, то нам совершенно не важно, против кого играть. Мы будем делать все возможное, чтобы выиграть.
Yeah, so that's Na'Vi, right? And if Arch, if he were the surgeon, the guy, directing the flow of surgery that is Valorant, I guess like his scalpel could be someone like SSK, who I think has shown time and time again that he can be the real difference maker between a victory for this Na'Vi squad or them falling a little flat. Would you agree with that, Zerst?
I do agree with that. The thing, though, is it seems like SSK needs a time to wake up from time to time, ironically. And that's the thing about him. Does he really step up from the beginning on? He really likes to push the boundaries as a defender, for example. We see that quite often on Icebox. He's taken the ground over there on that map in front of the A side. It's nice to see. It's great to witness that his individual skill can become in handy that much. At the same time, that's the thing. Will he actually be activated? Did he have a good sleep? Did he have a good day? Because consistency is still a thing where I sometimes worry about this lad.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi is consistent in one thing, and that's attacking slowly. They're playing so slow. And if we're actually going into a match where both teams prefer that style, although Giants is a little bit faster sometimes on the executes, they're mixing up the styles, but they're evenly, let's say, split between all the times of the round when they typically planned. Na'Vi has like this typical, I don't want to sound stereotypical, but they do play that CIS style of defaulting that you can see in other games as well, where they just stand, wait for opponents to make a mistake, and it actually kind of worked on many teams in the past, but I'm not certain how much it will work against Giants.
Yeah, right. As far as that style of gameplay goes, right, it's got like an obscene, beautifulness about it, right? It kind of looks so simplistic, and yet, the more you see teams attempt to even lean into that style of play, I think you realize how difficult it actually is to nail down, right? When we were talking about a team like Guild for that last series, we were saying these guys run out of time sometimes, right? And it's like that is a genuine concern. When you're leaving everything down to the wire, you're playing very default heavy, you're really hinging on the round playing the way you've envisioned it's going to play, right? There's no real room for error in situations like
and
that.
it's also exaggerated or like blown let's say in a bigger picture, when you play on maps that are allowing you to stop the plan for certain reasons, like Icebox is a great example. When on B side you don't really have an easy time of planting the spike if you don't have a contingency plan, like an example the Sage Wall, which is so much needed. And on Split you have very narrow entrances that can be stopped, like can be stopped with one piece of utility to stop the entire push, right? So you have to adjust the way you want to play depending on which map. You cannot just have one play style on every single map present.
Yeah, you know, beating this slow style, it can sometimes be a tall order, but who better to place a tall order than the Vodafone Giants?
I'm Johan Meddo Lundborg. I'm playing for Vodafone Giants, and I'm a Sentinel player. I think our playstyle is very aggressive. Right now we have a lot of confidence and it clearly shows on the server. I think our team has always been really good, but with the addition of David P and Ambi, like our confidence and like how much fun we had skyrocketed. And after that, like we just went in, we know that we are better than the enemy, you know, just full confidence. I think that's the reason. I think we deserve to win because we've been practicing so hard. With this roster, we haven't been practicing that much, but in general, for so long now, we've been practicing and really not had success, but it feels really good right now.
Yeah, so that's our guy Meadow there, having a little chat with us about the Giant squad and where they're at. And we have to learn where we're at, right? We have to get the maps ready for this game. So we can start to have a little look into this. Lothar, I would love to get your thoughts on what we might have as a pool, or just reviewing the pool.
I think we already have it.
Yeah,
right here.
yeah, look at this. The speed, the pace. Another speed run, perhaps?
Okay, so this is very interesting because it seems like Haven is banned, and so is Bind is banned by VGA by Navi, which is not a surprise. But then Giants are banning Icebox, which is an interesting choice because so far Navi didn't really look that hot on Icebox, even though it was one of the most map played, right? And we go first to the first just an Ascent, which I feel like both teams are presenting the playstyle, which is okay. Let me put it this way because I'm kind of in a loop. Navi played Ascent last time, and they played with no duelist. So Giants are coming into a map which they have no clue what Navi will do.
And so that's going to make, reading into this a hell of a lot harder, right? And it makes looking, things like agent pools even more important. Zesh, do you have any initial thoughts as well on the back of seeing the maps, like just from the get-go, Ascent being that first one we're moving into?
That's very good. With Lothar said here, no clue what's happening because we hardly saw them play it, first of all, and it was a while ago. At the same time, remember Vodafone Giants playing a new composition from Team Liquid with KO, for example. They were working off of that brilliantly. Liquid is a different chapter. At the end of the day, still, I think Vodafone Giants seem to have a really good leader with David P, who has so much knowledge in first-person shooters, knows how to make it in those late-round calls, and might be a winning condition for them.
Oh, well, look, we got the agent select on screen, so we're going to be able to have a look at this. Yeah, man, I told you, we're doing it lightning mode ever since Guild got us in this mindset, man. We're coming at you thick and fast. Let's go. What are going to be the locks here? Na'Vi?
I'm really interested to see the Na'Vi composition because, as I said, we have seen SSK actually playing not on a duelist. We had Hoodie hovering over the KO. Man, they need to stop doing this, but yeah, typically what I've seen from Giants is an Omen, Cypher, Sage, Jet, Sova lineup. Here we have somehow a difference because Hoodie goes to Sage, so it's all good. This is the way they play it. SSK though is going to a different lineup, and this I very much like this. They go for a Reyna for SSK because it works so well in the previous games when SSK just wakes up, he's a monster. But the thing is, they played it before with a Skye instead of a Reyna in this lineup. And this was working so well in Fury as well because Skye is such a powerful statement lately in the game. She's basically a duelist and you have a little bit of sustain as well in the regrowth. Pair that up with Sage, you actually have a very defensive lineup, right? So the question is, for Navi, what is that needs the reinforcement on this map, and it seems like they're just lacking firepower, right? So they think we have a better defense side, so we don't need more reinforcement in that regards. We need something better on attack, which for them seems like to be the Reyna.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You know, there isn't very much in the initiator category either. Right? We're pretty light on the old flashes here. You know, you've got Reyna, and then you've also got the paranoia on Omen on the other side.
I have Sova.
Oh, yeah, right. But still, like, you know, you're pretty limited in that regard. I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts on this one, Zesh. After you've seen the agent pools, do you have any strong feeling here?
Yes, I do, because Once More Over has a really good point regarding, obviously, the Sky being played in such a useful agent in a support and also initiating way, as you mentioned. At the same time, it is very important, in my eyes, to now have a quite good momentum start for Na'Vi. They're definitely better on that attacking side, and this obviously means that at the end of the day, right, they have to be swift and fast about this in case that happens. And so, you know, with the Vodafone Giants being a slightly worse bit on here, the defense, it could be potentially momentum becoming crucial for both parties, though.
Yeah, well, so we got Vodafone Giants taking on Na'Vi, and to take it away, we're going to go ahead and throw this one over to the casters. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Thank you very much. We're going to be getting straight back into Ascent. I mean, we didn't see that much of it last time around, so we thought we'd treat you to a little bit more. A 13-0 on the cards for Guild, setting the bar pretty high, I think, for everybody else. But either way, we're going to be seeing what these two teams can figure out here. Na'Vi going to try and step up and take on their opponents here and see if they can open up against Giants, to see if they can find that difference in playstyle, right? They've got that slow attacking, encroaching phase that we know Na'Vi like to play, and try and move that one forward, Stu.
Yeah, I mean, you know, still for Na'Vi, this is very early in their lives of actually playing against EU teams. So they're still dipping their toes into that. And to see how that is going to go, I think is especially going to be interesting in this map, just given how different those agent compositions are looking for it. You know, they were talking about it on the analyst desk. We were having a little private conversation about it behind the scenes as well. Just, it's not that common these days to see such starkly different lineups.
No, you've got three differences. Obviously, the Omen, the Cypher, the Jet, playing on the defense first for the Vodafone Giants, and then you've got this Killjoy, Astra, and Reyna composition playing on that attack. So maybe side selection has something to do with it.
I'm really going to be watching out for SSK, I think, because instead of having the Sky to kind of support any kind of, or provide initiation for someone else, SSK should be able to do it himself on the Reyna. I want to see how much of a difference that makes. Everything's seemingly happening over here in Spawn. Hoodie's going to try and catch them out as they burst through the barrier orb, and he goes down himself.
Walls being funneled in, trying to move people, corral them into the right position for the taking, but at the moment, A site is covered, and the spike is going to get planted in by Na'Vi. So they're going to hold off against the short cloud, moving on in, looks for the early shots, finds a very solid pick over onto David P, falls back to the team, doesn't want to give ground, they shut the door, force the sound cues to come through. At the moment, Vodafone Giants looking pretty shaky on this retake to start off, but it's still a pistol round. Anything can happen. As they dash on in. Fidinho first up the bat into the Cloud burst with the tailwind as Cloud finds yet another. They only find 1 and 2 fall. Now it's just Meadow on this Cypher to try and challenge. Will find Arch, 73 HP, and the timer's ticking away, but the timer will not end the round. Instead, it's Dinks with the headshot on the Ghost.
A nice approach in there from Na'Vi to kick off the game. And, you know, I was so excited to finally see them bringing in a composition where we're going to have a duelist, and we didn't really get to see a duelist much in that round. But I mean, there's still chances, there's still opportunities for them to do that. Now they're of course going to have the advantage in weapons going into this next round, which is going to be excellent for them. See how they can carry that momentum.
Picking up those Spectres, just getting it on board. Vandal in the hands of Cloud. Picking up a few more kills than the rest of them. Wants to invest in here and spend that moolah. A little bit of a stack defensively coming on through at the moment for the Vodafone Giants as they move on over towards this B site. And it looks like it might just pay off here as Na'Vi trying to move in past Pizza, past the sliding doors. SSK gets spotted out by the Recon Bolt and Arch. Trying to slow the approach for the Vodafone Giants even further. Stop them from getting back into it. But Hoodie from the boathouse will be able to find one. Ambi, excellent backup there on the crossfire, controlling the approach. The Vodafone Giants will not go down without a fight here, but Duno dismantles them. Two more still on site to deal with. The Cloud finds a double of his own. Thinks, looks for it, but Duno racks up the triple. Na'Vi, 2-0.
Yeah, nice one there for Dino, especially as, you know, it is a risk to be buying the weapons that they bought in that round so early on. So, I mean, yes, you know, they have the advantage, so yeah, they're gonna most likely win anyway, but had they lost them, that would have put them in a pretty big economic downfall for a couple of rounds. So ensuring that they get the value that they needed off of the back of that, they got the kills that they required, find themselves in the site. Great one there from Na'Vi. And Vodafone Giants can finally actually start to bring in some weapons of their own. It's going to make it a lot more even in the fights here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pistol round. You expect that one to go down. Now Vodafone Giants, they're up armed to the teeth. Looks like they're going to have to hold off on the A site at the moment. The Lear around the corner. Just a little bit of vision from the camera. The trap wire does get taken out. But no damage really found for it. Meadow a little bit slow on that swing, but oh, the spray through the dark cover finds what they're looking for. Arch falls.
Again, just trying to use that intel that they have available to them. Na'Vi are not the sort of team who are going to overzealously aggress when they don't need to.
So that's sort of their characteristic style, isn't it? That attack, that slow posting.
Camera taken out.
Coming through with a moment Vodafone Giants. They're not going to give an inch either. Ambi holds for the first phase. David P is there. Corner is checked, but David P better on the day. And SSK is going to fall. 3 players now standing for
30
Na'Vi.
seconds left.
Vodafone Giants with 30 seconds left, looking good on this defense to come back after the bonus.
I mean, there isn't really a direct route in that's obvious here for Na'Vi to take, especially not now that Dinks has been brought down, leaving just 2 of them. I mean, even if they wanted to push out mid, they've got to deal with this, you know, trap wire. They don't have any time. So it is definitely better for them to just save the weapons. Absolutely. And they've held onto them for a couple of rounds now, so at least that's good going forward. They actually can distribute the money that they do get elsewhere, help buy up for the other players. Vodafone finally get around.
That's the thing, though. I think that Na'Vi actually over-invested into that round. I think a couple of them bought more rifles. Yeah, and that's going to leave them not able to buy into this round, despite being 2-1 up. They bought a little bit more, so they're going to be down on Spectres on 2 of their players. David P going to stick to that Spectre for Vodafone Giants, but they have the cash and they're trying to build that up. I feel like Na'Vi kind of dropped the ball a little bit by rebuying into the second round, into the third round, sorry.
Early recon dart out, doesn't actually see anything. I don't know if SSK is gonna know that David P is right around the corner. He can get one of them, but Ambi's there to trade. And that wasn't what Na'Vi were looking for as Vodafone continued to clean up, and there's just 2 players of Na'Vi left already.
Meadow doing work in the mid with that Cypher, trying to open it up, control the ground, and shut any hopes of Na'Vi getting back into this round down. Dino and Cloud now, last 2 standing, split the 4 corners of the map, but it's not going to matter because there's a neural theft in tow to spot them out exactly. The Spike's in control. Vodafone Giants have all the cards in their hand to play.
Dino trying to check these corners. Cloud as well. These are the same 2 players, by the way, who survived out the last round. Everybody else, like, losing those weapons, losing that money for the team. He gets the kill, but he can't quite land the second one onto Coutinho. He's Cloud on his own. He can collect the spike. But again, it's all about the face checking here.
Moving for more. Coutinho around the corner. Holds his nerve. Gets the headshot. Now it's even Stevens on the scoreline. 2-2. 2 happy ducks sitting on the pond. Vodafone Giants will be able to even the scoreline once more. And I think it kind of roots itself in that third round bye that allowed Vodafone Giants to really put it to Na'Vi, because now they're down again onto the Sheriff Force buy. Full rifles now in tow for the Vodafone Giants, and they're looking happy right now for their defensive side.
I mean, it's just a shame here, because it's at this point that you start to wonder, how does this composition change fare for Na'Vi? You know, SSK hasn't necessarily been really prominent in these opening engagements, whereas maybe sticking to that Sky could have helped, you know, provide some support for the rest of the team so they could work together. David P gets the opening kill here, and that takes Cloud straight off the board, and SSK as well has lost a ton of health already in this round.
A lot of damage already done, but I think you might be right about this sort of change over to the Reyna. It is still early doors in this game, though, so I will caveat that. But I think you might be onto something there, Gio. Binks finds the pick with the headshot over onto Coutinho. Playing around the corner, they want to chase this one up. David P with a cheeky little aggressive peek onto Dino. Will take one more down. Remember, this is against pistols, so any kill that can be found for Na'Vi, highly valuable here. David P on the face again. He wins it. Triple kill.
Oh, well, that didn't take too long for them to clean up at the end there. Unsurprising, given the fact that it was the pistols, but Na'Vi, after having some early couple of rounds that they put on the board, they're struggling to regain that money and regain the position that they were in previously. Yeah, that's the whole reason that they decided to go for an eco in that last round, because they have to give themselves a more beneficial position to actually help them move forward. Because especially as Vodafone Giants have been putting these rounds on the board, I mean, their momentum is doing okay. They got 20,000 team credits in pocket. They spent just under 10k. They've got an operator. They're in a way more comfortable position right now.
Absolutely. And over towards
You
the
should
A.
run.
Comfort might be tested though. Coutinho, oh, this is bold. Holding the corner, gets the shot. Arch goes down, and without their Sage, they will have no healing. They've been moving on with it as well. SSK taking a lot of damage from that as the lockdown comes through. They manage to get the detain onto one. Na'Vi do take the site, but the retake looking pretty strong. Look at the flank coming through, and they're checking the angle. The Cosmic Divide's there, looking for the retake. Dino is scouted out. Perhaps they have a read on that one, but goodness me. Na'Vi going to be unhappy to have that flank taken down. Now 3 players moving in from A main, trying to swing on it. The Aldrone's there, Cloud holding towards the winery, and he's just going to get scouted out as well. Pushed out of the corner and taken down by the shock dart. It's only 2 players left. SSK and Dinks trying to hold it. Coutinho up close and personal. End of the barrel down his throat. Going to blow him out. And we'll start to pull on through. The rest of the squad comes back in, and it's the Vodafone Giants to get the retake. The defuse comes out. They won't even give it over to Meadow. They were going to get that Hunter's Fury back towards Ambi, get him closer to it.
I am not a fan of that Cosmic Divide they used. The thing is especially after Dino got taken down, they knew the flank was coming through from Vodafone Giants. Where they put the Cosmic Divide, which would typically be used to cut off Heaven, at that point they knew to expect a push coming in from A main. So they can't sit in hell watching A main, because the Cosmic Divide's in the way. It would cut off their own senses. They wouldn't have a line of sight. They wouldn't be able to hear if those defenders had come in. So they had to sit in the middle of the site, knowing that this push was going to come in through A main. They are in a vulnerable position. They don't have any safety, and there isn't really all that much of a threat coming in from Heaven that's going to be cut off by the Cosmic Divide. Now, there was one player, and I'm pretty sure it was Fatinho. If they'd have put the Cosmic Divide further down on the site, you would have cut off the potential for those flankers to come in through from A main. You could have sat in hell, which would have given you much more safety and impunity when you're trying to defend onto the site, as well as a line of sight onto where the spike plant could have been. And the player who is up in Heaven would have had a much harder job actually trying to kill you. So for me, that Cosmic Divide did not work, and it could have been so much more effectively. And I hope that after Na'Vi's tactical timeout, they're going to come forward a little bit rejuvenated into these upcoming rounds.
Hunter's Fury, Empress, that's the sort of rejuvenation power you need. Post plant, very, very strong, obviously, with that Hunter's Fury to be able to control it. So, all right, we'll see if they can rejuvenate.
Shadows traveling.
They have very slow attacks. That's not something that's changed at all. Throughout these rounds, it doesn't matter what their buy is. They're on a kind of weird half buy at the moment. There's no urgency.
I think the economy has been something that has sort of bothered me so far about Na'Vi's play. They haven't tried to keep it in check. They haven't tried to control it. They've just sort of been trying to squeeze out the end of the toothpaste. And it hasn't really come up smelling a mint just yet. Na'Vi able to go 1-for-1 so far on the trade, but Meadow holds face against the second two. Arch finally taken down, but the damage is done. Two players standing. The res is invested here. Na'Vi don't want to let it go. Vitinho nearly lands the flick shot there. Always on the ball. This guy with an operator on the jet is just nutty. And that's what you want to see from Ascent, the jet.
Spike planted.
Been healed up as well by Hoodie, so he's going to be coming into this next fight nice and strong. These players from Na'Vi have got to look at all these different angles with Cloud removed. That also makes it so much easier for Vodafone to clear up. They only have to look in one direction at that point. Na'Vi a little bit overwhelmed there in that round, John.
And yet again, they give the defuse over to Ambi, just slowly accruing those points towards the Hunter's Fury, and Na'Vi cannot hold it off. Not anymore. Really disciplined retakes coming through from the Vodafone Giants, Gia.
Definitely, definitely. And when you say that about the Hunter's Fury, it just reminds me of its price increase it had in the more recent patches. You know, if you've got these free opportunities to just hand over the defusal to one of your players, yeah, do it. Give it to your Sova. They need it. They need those points. And now Ambi is going to, of course, be coming into this next round with a Hunter's Fury, as is Cloud. But that is the only ultimate that's on the side of Na'Vi.
With the rifles, they might want to try and invest it here. Not really looking at any other ults anytime soon. No rares, no lockdown. Not even that Cosmic Divide. It's really there's only two super high impact ultimates here. And that is the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. You just have to wait for those things to come online. They already used that earlier. Vitinho. A sliver further. 1 pixel. Might have been in trouble. Dino holding. A little bit of a Wild West standoff here.
There is a bit, and you know, the spike isn't being held at the moment. I would assume that Dino is meant to be the one to go and pick that back up at some point. But of course, if he gets taken down by Vitinho for whatever reason here, it's going to require more of a proactive effort from these players in mid to go and recollect it. Now you've got an engagement occurring over on A main.
Both of them happen. They popped off straight at the same time. Vitinho wins it. And across the map, Ambi wins it as well. That is
30
2
seconds
picks
left.
Coming through for the Vodafone Giants. Yet again, Cloud able to move through, get towards Gardens, but has a tough time moving any further. Vitinho refaces onto the corner and misses the shot. Actually goes down to the spray, but Hoodie's there for the backup.
Spike
That's the
down,
spike.
B.
14 seconds left. Drops the Lear, and SSK will be able to finally get some frags on the board. Hoodie not going to be able to stop that one going in, but out comes the Hunter's Fury. There comes the tags. Needs to try and tag it towards the spike going down, but doesn't actually manage to land any damage. 2 versus 3. With the off angle held by Cloud. I wonder if they're going to check the angle. No. David P swings out backwards. That's not going to do well for the health bar. 2 versus 2 now. As SSK and Cloud are there. They have got that Hunter's Fury. Just keep Cloud safe. Try and buy some time with SSK. You might just be able to get around on the board. I'm going to slow it down.
It's not the first time that we've seen a recon dart be missed, but Cloud gets the kill onto Ambi. It's leaving just Meadow here, John.
Not too much more to do. Trying to hold for those pushes as well. Tagging the spike yet again. And SSK able to fade away. Beautifully held there, I have to say, from Na'Vi to give them the slip. They lost too early, but with the presence they were able to find with that push up towards Connector, they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that it was maybe a bit of an oversight to keep Vitinho in B main after bringing down Dino, because it meant that engagement he faced was incredibly close range, and while Man's got insane mechanical ability. It's very hard to take that kind of a fight with an operator in such an enclosed space, whereas had he been a bit further back, maybe all the way over to defender spawn, they could have held onto the B site maybe a bit better.
Perhaps, but still, Vodafone Giants in the lead, sitting okay, they're feeling fine. Getting you back on that operator, fully kitted out. One of the few full rifle rounds we've seen so far in the half.
Meadows on that same camera that he's placed in that same spot for a couple of rounds. You can see the owl drone going in from Na'Vi. They want to scout it out, know where the information's coming from, know where this utility is, know where these players are. Still nothing just yet. It is so serene.
Cage triggered.
They are playing it slow, standard, but I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to change your entire sort of identity playstyle? If you're Na'Vi here, not particularly keen on doing that. And of course, on Ascent, you know, you've already got 3 rounds on there on the attack.
Left.
You can rack up plenty more in this half. It's certainly not a terrible start, and now they're back into sort of some economic strength. But if you're going to lose players like to a sneaky position from David P, might be a little bit harder. Meadows there finds one more. Hoodie gets yet another 2 now left standing. Coming in for Na'Vi as they try and move all the way up to site. They have got there, but they're trapped underneath. And they are completely surrounded. There's no way they get out of this. They drop down and Ambi finds one. Up top it stinks towards heaven, but not really too much more to do. Vodafone Giants 6-3.
No, and only just one weapon wrenched out of the hands of Vodafone Giants in that round, and that should very easily be able to be brought up, I would imagine. So we'll have a look. Yep, there you go. Meadow just has a Vandal put straight back in his hands. Meanwhile, on the side of Na'Vi, that isn't the case. They don't have a lot of money to share between them. You can actually see these weapons being changed up. So, not going to go for the Guardian. They're going to go for the Spectre in the hands of SSK. That should enable him to play a little bit more close range, be aggressive. But it's not a particularly strong weapon situation.
Not the best, not ideal, especially when you're down on your half, but keep on moving forwards, keep on trucking. There's a team that can do it, Na'Vi. Really looking strong, and you have to, you know, count your positives, Gio, like you said in the last game. It's not going to be a 13-0, that much we can be certain of. Moving forwards, David P gets caught, and that's a good start for Na'Vi on their round.
That was a cheeky little angle there taken from SSK, using the dark cover against him, which you always like to see. And David P, who's been doing a decent amount of work so far, to have him off the board is definitely nice. Meadows just waiting for this push potentially from A main, given that he saw that on his camera. Coutinho's just got to be very careful here, because of course the Nebulas are being brought out to try and conceal his line of sight. The cages too. It's going to be very hard to find his targets.
Oh, he spotted an ankle there, and SSK actually finds Meadow. That's 2 picks now on the round. Coutinho unhappy about it. We'll try and get some frags back into the round. The spike getting planted, not going to be stopped there. Now 5 players for Na'Vi in a post-plant. They have got the Empress. Nothing to really control it. The res is available, but I think Vodafone Giants might just want to fall back and regroup and save on their weapons, try and keep their economy afloat.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Coutinho's not actually had the operator taken away from him at all, so might as well hold on to that. Keep it going. Don't allow yourself to fall into the unenviable economic position that Na'Vi found themselves very much in at the first half of this half. I'd say that they've found some stability, a little bit more as it stands, but it certainly has been rocky for them, and quite difficult to get out of. It's like Na'Vi found themselves in the payday loans of the Valorant world, you know?
Yeah, it's not been ideal. It's not been ideal, sort of living paycheck to paycheck. It's not how you want to carry on, but again, they found themselves just a little bit afloat there. Heads above water, and they're trying to stay afloat. Vodafone Giants, they're looking pretty solid. I mean, they moved back, they saved those 3 rifles, they're keeping themselves good pretty much until the end of the half now here.
I mean, yeah, actually, these teams, you know, very... Coutinho, you can do it. He misses. Very similar loadout values, very similar team credits, very similar spend as well for this round. So this is actually shockingly even. I suppose the biggest difference would be the ultimate situation. But if Arch can get a kill, then he'll have a res.
Take flight.
And at least that will be on par with what Hoodie can bring for Vodafone.
They have to find those openings. They have to actually get into a position where they're in a post plant where the resable target, and it's easier said than done, especially given the strength of the displaying on the defense for the Vodafone Giants. If Coutinho gets a pick, that might just be enough. Able to find one, stays in the Cloudburst and actually peeks around the side of it. Whipping around though, it's Cloud immediately changing tack. The spike not committed to any position right now, and a forward position being held by Dinks allows them some opportunity to move towards the B. The dark cover about to expire. Trapwire will be the next main obstacle, but from out the top towards Pizza, they're going to flood on through. Not quite able to guard the cross there as well for the Vodafone Giants, and they will be allowed in. Hoodie getting scanned out, needs to slow it. David P's there as well. A lot of damage from the shock dart. SSK finds David P, confirms that kill. As Dinks gets it on the crossfire. 12 seconds left, and they need to be worried about Hoodie. Just needs to slow them down just a little bit. Only 1 kill found. Now with 6 seconds left on the clock, they're able to get back in and get that spike planted. The ankles are spotted again. Fancy footwork not going to help you there. SSK on the triple kill right now. A reign of terror from the Reina. And SSK starts to stand up for the team. Na'Vi going to be proud, but Meadow looking to prove to be a thorn in the side here. He falls on back. I feel like this is, again, just going to be looking to be an economic decision. Looking for exit frags. Trying to limit Na'Vi's economy a little bit more than it already was, but that's not going to be effective. Arch nails it.
Yeah, I mean, given how even the economic situation was actually looking in that last round, obviously for Vodafone, knowing that you're about to lose the round, you would have really liked to have gotten an exit frag just to help bring Na'Vi's advance down now, because suddenly that situation has kind of shifted and you have the imbalance where Na'Vi are now ahead, and this being the last round of the half and Na'Vi being 1 round off of actually evening it out, they have the advantage now, and that's a bit of a struggle. Now, you still have good weapons on Vodafone, and if Coutinho can get some nice kills here, maybe they'll be able to finish this at a 7-5 half.
Goodness me, it felt like that was going to be on. In comes the lockdown, one of the high-impact ultimates that Na'Vi have at their disposal. 5 and 6, and even half would be good news for them. They're just trying to body block for it as well. No darts to see it go on down. They're going to push the team to the back of the site, the Leo around the side, and whilst the Vodafone Giants try and flood for the positions to hold, they're going to try and take control. But those cyber cages, so brutal, and look at that trapwire, so oppressive on the defense coming through from the Vodafone Giants. They find 2 picks, and all of a sudden Na'Vi, that was their main game plan here.
Oh, nice kill there from SSK, who really has been showing up more in these last couple of rounds. They're still sitting at the man disadvantage though, so there's more work to be done. Now it's just David P over here in line. Is he going to be able to take both of these 2 players down who are here in A main with him?
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them? I can't count, John.
Goodness me. All right, fair enough. But Arch is just going to be checking the angle nonetheless. They have 3. One of those crosshairs was trained on the right position at the right time. SSK finds another. This is what they brought Rain into the mix for. This is what they were looking for. 5 and 6. And they want to put that 6th up on the board for them. Try and equalize. 2 players still standing. Cloudburst over towards main, controlling these lines.
Last player standing.
Trying to get those peaks with Cloud spots. Ambi, and they know exactly where Coutinho's playing. They have his number to the T. And 6 and 6 is the half. Na'Vi move over to defense.
All right. Well, what seemed like it was going to be a bit of a rough half for Na'Vi, they managed to find some redemption on, which is really nice for them, I suppose, because yeah, it was looking a bit rough. So hopefully they can change things over now that they're on their defense. And just given their playstyle, honestly, John, you know, I would expect that to work better on the defense anyway, just how passive they were playing. We speak about the fact that they've chosen to bring Reyna and how that fares against the Sky that they usually go for. But the other thing that you have to consider as well is if you're not playing a Jet or I suppose a Raze would also count under this, is you don't really have that option to be hyper mobile when forcing yourself into an engagement or forcing yourself into a site. So that's not an option that Na'Vi have had, and that's also, I think, kind of contributed to this fact that they haven't been super aggressive and they haven't made really fast engagements. So I think on the defense, that will probably work a bit better for them because it's just not as necessary.
I mean, those retakes are going to be a little bit easier, right? The lockdown is such a great retake tool to be moving through, as well as that Cosmic Divide. You spoke about how it was actually better almost for the retake, that they dropped that over on the B site when they had that post-plant position, I think back in round, what was it, 6 or something like that, something around that sort of time, where they dropped that. They were in a 2 versus 4, and they really couldn't do too much there. But now those tools are on the defense, they've swapped sides, and they've got a good baseline to be playing from. This is a good scoreline for Na'Vi, I have to think.
There are definitely worse scorelines in the world.
I've seen them, specifically the last time.
I can't think of any recent history that I've seen.
No? Oh, okay. None spring to mind.
No.
No? Alright.
No, I don't think so.
Geo Goldfish Collins coming in strong with the analysis there.
Well, whatever. They get to go into their pistol round here. The one at the start of this game was incredibly slow.
Not fast, far from it, and it looks like we're going to get the same dose of medicine this time around. A little bit of a sneaky beaky push up towards B main. Should be spotted out by the Killjoy utility and then immediately addressed by Arch. Vitinho, again, spotted out by the very same. Spike not spotted, it is pretty far up mid right now. 2 players holding in pizza, so very rotatable positions, if you like. Vitinho's just baiting out this turret. There's 2 players there as well, ready to take the fight, and he's just teasing them. Oh, I love it.
Well, here's the rotation coming out from Vodafone. Got some utility to go up against here if they do try to pass in through the A site, and especially consider that Tree is being occupied by these defenders. That's going to get smoked off, but it doesn't stop Dinks from getting a kill.
Moving up towards the A site, now swelled on over the Vodafone Giants, getting the plant on in. Retake with 5. There's a flank to worry about, but David P's very far away from this one. All 5 players for Na'Vi looking close for the retake. Vitinho taken down through the dark cover there. Meadow trying to hold around the side. Has to take care of the darts, and actually David P dealt with on the flank as well. Now it's just Hoodie and Meadow, and now it's just Meadow, but he's not going to be able to get too much more done. Na'Vi with an excellent fast retake there to be able to close things down. They find those mistakes and they exploit them. A good start to the defense.
Another lead for them. This is how the first half started. Na'Vi did have that lead, but what I want to be seeing in this next round is not an overinvestment. That really was, I think, the beginning to a number of the problems that Na'Vi had on their first half, was the fact that it took them so long to recover from the investment they made in round number 2 that didn't work in their favor. So if they could just go for the more standard, like, just buy some Spectres, you know, that'll do. That's a little bit better. So at least if things go wrong here, they're not setting a future that's going to be quite disadvantageous for them.
They haven't quite managed to get the memo on the Bulldog embargo just yet. Dinks is sneaking that one past. But it'll be all right. It'll be all right. A little bit more power in some of these fights. But the force actually coming through from the Vodafone Giants as well. Maybe trying to answer to Na'Vi's mistakes. But again, it is a risk. But you do get a reward for it if it actually pays off. You get a massive reward in that you're going to bump on down Na'Vi's economy exceptionally well. But, of course, it can go the other way and end up going 5-0 on the half. Fortunately for Na'Vi, they were able to claw it back, only letting one more round slip. Is it going to be the same story here?
Arch is pushing up pretty close to this barrier orb, but Now, it's almost been removed. See what these Vodafone players do, because you can see the way they're pushing here on mid. The first kill goes to SSK. I don't think David P was expecting him to see him, but Coutinho was there to trade. Looks like Vodafone have pretty much made their way onto this B site. They just got to deal with Arch.
They're going to try and control it there. Arch is going to hold strong for one, but not for more. And now it's a Spectre and a Bulldog against two Spectres. The plant going to be coming in as well. Killjoy and the Astra both playing from the same position. Killjoy utility all the way over on A, so they're down just that little bit. Two shock darts available for Ambi as well, so post-plant probably a little bit stronger here for the Vodafone Giants. Setting up for the retake.
Cage trigger.
Move on through. They even have a Cyber Cage to invest here. It's going to slow things down. In comes the Recon Bolt. Trying to push in as two, trying to swing on the corner. Good sprays from Ambi, nails two headshots. Oh, he's chopped to bits with that one. Going to be able to get away with it, and that is what you can get from an investment into the second round, trying to kill that bonus in the third.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. They're in this position now where their risk, their force, paid off. I mean, Ambi just had to kind of line up his crosshair really there. He knew because of his recon dart that no one was coming in from behind.
Isn't that what you do for every kill? Just line up your crosshair? Lol.
Well, in theory, but I have not quite mastered that.
No, me neither, actually, to be fair. It's pretty tricky.
Revealing area.
Back to an eco for Na'Vi. God, that's got a sting. Oh my god.
Oh! Goodness me. A quick 3 spray down, and they will open up the A site. Really nothing more to do in this round. I feel like this one's going to be over. I mean, barring some miraculous headshots coming through, but it's more than likely you're just going to play for exits at this stage if you're Na'Vi. Try and hit some of those rifles. Try and drop some economy. I mean, you might as well go for the retake, I suppose. Cloud trying to move forward, so's Dinks, actually. They're looking towards A main, waiting for the pop-up, and Cloud actually nails the shot there. A little bit more damage, but it's seen too that that's the only damage that gets done. Again, those Spectres, that Bulldog, even the Vandal that they invested into this round are going to be saved for the Vodafone Giants. Now they're 8 and 7, and they're probably looking at a road where they're clear to go to probably even pretty close to 10 to 7 at this stage on the economy.
It's basically going to take them to a point in the game where you have to, as the team on the back foot, be very careful and very vigilant about the way you're playing your economy, because if your opponent is at 10 rounds and you screw up even slightly on that, you just send them straight into 13. So this is quite it's really quite dangerous waters now for Na'Vi. They do have a full buy this time round, so at least they have some real weapons to play with. Meanwhile, on the side of Vodafone, they're still bonusing through. They haven't decided to invest.
And Na'Vi not even going to take these fights with the weapon advantage. They don't want to play up close. I mean, that's fair enough. You know, SSK has that Vandal. If you're coming up against Spectres at that range, it's not the most uneven of duels, so you want to take a longer range fight, potentially.
It's another deadlock. Na'Vi aren't even on the attack this time.
Well, I mean, they said on the desk, right, like, it's also Vodafone Giants playstyle, as they do play this slow encroaching movement.
Yeah. And Gravity Well's gonna hold Hoodie back a little bit. They managed to get some intel up towards Fruit Market, but you can see the Vodafone now. They're actually turning their attentions over towards A. SSK's kind of cornered here.
We'll be able to take down Fatinho, though, and that's the Knives going down with it. 2 more kills come on through, but Arch able to trade, taken out, and now it's 3 versus 2. Vodafone Giants with 3 in the post plant.
Bot coming back.
And they're coming up against Dinks and Cloud, the Sova and the Killjoy. No lockdown, so those retakes not going to come on through. Cloud looks for shots, finds it towards main, evens up the numbers. Takes us back to 2 and 2. Dinks playing from the door for Na'Vi, able to spot Ambi as well. And now David P left wondering what the hell happened to his team. Not too long left to go. They haven't really got control of A main right now, and there's no real way they can block it. A really solid position for David P. If there's one way he's going to do it, it's going to be from there, but it's traded off. And the time should be just right for Dinks to be able to get this defuse.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh man, I mean, that was a close one. And one thing I will say, if you're Na'Vi, not only are you happy because you put the round on the board, you've given yourself some cash, but, you know, Giants were picking up a lot of weapons in that round. And so if even a couple of them had survived that one out, then it still would have saved them a ton of money going forward. And that would have really, really forced that discrepancy between where these two teams were.
There were two sort of random picks in that post plant, I thought. I mean, the pick over towards A main, you shouldn't be giving that one up. And what's the rifles for it?
Dino's got a judge, though.
That's basically an operator. I mean, might as well be. Certainly clapping fools from range.
The thing is, there isn't anybody pushing to where he is, so he's present here to try and take some kind of short-range engagement. And all of Vodafone is stacking up on A main, where there's really no one to do anything about it. And Dino sure as hell can't stop them as they feed in.
Moving in, Vodafone Giants stake their claim to A. Will be unchallenged fairly significantly there. Spike getting planted. In comes the retake. And there's the Hunter's Fury to try and dissuade that one from going through. It will stop the plant there, as well as get a kill, actually, over towards Hoodie. So they're not going to give up the ghost on that. Now they're going to try and put the... oh, no. Goodness me. Every ult's getting thrown at the wall to see what sticks here. The Killjoy dropping it, and there goes the spike. 2 kills for Vitinho up on that jet. 3 versus 3 now. As the lockdown has timed out. Spike did get planted. It's fairly open towards A main. Those stars need to be good, and underneath it's Meadow in Hell. As Dino pushes through with the judge. There we go, looking for more. Swings out wide, gets the range, but can't quite land the spray. The shot's not there, and Vodafone Giants wrest it back in their control. The 9th on the board, and at a time where Na'Vi might struggle to rebuy into this next round. I think they should have enough for this one, but if Vodafone Giants take it here, it's dire straits.
Yeah, tough one there. I mean, Vodafone Giants really got the, I'd say the full value out of the Hunter's Fury that they used, because totally negated the lockdown. That's something that Dinks doesn't have going forward. And that was something that I think Na'Vi were, you know, really looking to lean on in that last round. Now again, they're playing rather economically here.
Shorty up close for Arch. And that judge yet again. Vodafone Giants, they're boosting up the wall, and they spot out Cloud on sight. Remove one of the defenders and actually teleport the Omen straight onto sight. Meadow gets one. Hoodie nails the shot to the back of Arch. And now it's just 2 players on the defense. I mean, fair enough, it's these pistols, but Vodafone Giants right now looking good to take this 10-8 score line here on Ascent. A lot closer than the last time we saw this map just a couple of minutes ago. And now it's Dino with the judge. And they fade away. They don't want any part of it.
No, I mean, I respect it. I like the idea, sure, but they're not going to be walking into that one. It just really, there just wasn't much resistance whatsoever in the entrance into B. Oh no, now he's been spotted out. He doesn't even get away with his life.
Oh no.
It's unfortunate. No, I mean, there really wasn't that much resistance into B. You got the shorty that was playing there, but, you know, especially once Cloud was taken down, that's another angle that's being held onto it. Vodafone didn't really have to expend all that much to actually get in. They had pretty much freedom to walk in, and as they were doing so, Na'Vi were still rotating their other defenders from the other side of the map. So, really, Vodafone just had a lot of space.
And right now, their bank might need to invest in getting some more space because it's looking mighty full. It's currently flush with cash, probably almost good enough to see them pretty much to the end of this game, no matter which way it goes, or certainly towards overtime if it does get that far. Information gained, player in cubby.
I want to see if Na'Vi are going to use their Cosmic Divide in this round, because if Vodafone are going to aggress like this, it might be the best idea for them. Spike not yet been planted, as that's still being filtered in onto the site, but you can see Vitinho positioning himself over in Hell to provide the overwatch.
Spike planted.
Now into the post plant. No kills going through just yet. Only a tickle of damage towards Ambi. We're getting spotted out. Everything being felt either way. But it's just not going to work yet. And the retake just slowing down for Na'Vi. They block off A main. And I think I kind of like this one. They have control over a position that's been historically pretty hard for them to deal with on these pushes, but Vodafone Giants don't let it slip. Meadow with 2 and a third as well. They hold out. The crossfire is strong, and Vodafone Giants nailed the 11th, put themselves up 11 and 8 in Na'Vi. I don't even think they can buy into this one fully.
Oh my god, that was... Obviously you couldn't see me, but I felt like my face scrunch up. The problem here is that they set this Cosmic Divide down, I think expecting them to be on the other side of it, and instead, Meadow and gang, because they were hiding inside that cage, they were already on the site and could just eat Na'Vi alive as they fed into it themselves. And you're right, John, it's a really horrible situation for them in terms of what weapons they have, going up against such a strong Vodafone.
The Hero Guardian from SSK needs to have an impact here. This is a map deciding round right now, Gio. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, it's on their eco. I mean, the best that they can hope for, really, I think, is hit Vodafone Giants in their ever-expanding wallet and see if they can get to overtime at this stage. But that's not the way you want to start it. That was a Spectre as well in the hands of Arch getting taken out.
I know exactly where
Spectre looks like gold compared to a lot of what else they're bringing with them, so, you know. Neural Theft popped and gives Vodafone Giants even more information, and as a direct result, they're going to begin making their rotate. Now, they might get met by Dinks here, but while he's on his own, I'm not sure he's going to be able to just hold Catwalk and mid single-handedly.
Not quite the supermodel to be able to
30 seconds left.
Hold out the catwalk. Just to fall back just a little bit. Dinks gives ground. 4 players alive for Na'Vi. Not going to get blinded, but Dinks actually evades it. Steps back, a little bit disciplined. 15 seconds. This is not a lot of time to play with for the Vodafone Giants. They need to get up onto site. There's a player up top to deal with, and Dino isn't going to have a bullet find him until right towards the end. Cloud also finding a pick here. 4 seconds. This is a crucial spike plant as well coming through. 3 versus 3 as the Vodafone Giants enter the post plant. Shots landing pretty significantly over towards the Vodafone Giants as well. But now they can start to cinch this one in. Wrap it around and try and tie it up in a pretty old bow as David P and Hoodie find the shots they're looking for. And another to boot. Cloud gets 1. It looked maybe a little bit hairy, but sleek easy cream there. Vodafone Giants are able to put the 12th up. It's map point.
Yeah, just like a really nice return back to the site there, and cutting off Garden as well just meant that they had the extra route in. Ultimately, even having Fatinho be brought down didn't hurt them that much, and they have more than enough money to replenish his resources. And cool, Na'Vi actually can afford some stuff here, but it just feels very... I'm not sure, like, because even if they win this round, they've got a lot more to go, and they have not been able to string together more than a couple of rounds where they actually have rifles, and I think that's really hurt them.
They've been, yeah, I think you're right, they've been sort of scrabbling for these pieces when they haven't actually been focused on setting themselves up for a whole chunk. Well, it certainly feels like that. I mean, they are playing pretty well, ostensibly. I mean, they've got some good rounds, they've got some good strategies, but it's just always about the current round and never about the next one. Certainly in my mind, anyway. I mean, the gut reaction. I have to look at the actual numbers to see what they've been investing into there. But SSK going to find the first pick, and that's the sort of player you want to invest into, but it's rezzed almost immediately. Not going to get traded off either. Vodafone Giants find SSK. And yet again, they're going to lose a player. Dinks able to trade it off. Now it's 4 versus 4. Vodafone Giants move over towards the A. Try and drop down towards Dino, who's holding. Spots the shots and gets 1. Hoodie able to trade it, but Dinks is there. Further deeper into hell and gets a 3rd on the round. Flicks for another one, but it can't quite come off. Coutinho now with the spike. 25 seconds to play with. Needs another pick here, but can't quite get it done. And Na'Vi answer back. They hold out the map for now. But the Vodafone Giants denied their map point.
Definitely great for Na'Vi to keep themselves in this. I mean, we have to remember, of course, this was Na'Vi's map. Na'Vi wanted to come to Ascent, you know, this is where they felt that they were going to have the greatest advantage.
Down A.
And the next map is going to be Breeze, which Na'Vi haven't won. They've played it twice, they haven't won it before. So it's still new territory for them. They played different compositions both times. They're still figuring it out. That is not the environment you want to be in to win this best of 3. So they have to pull it out here in Ascent.
If they want that sort of buffer, that comfort zone, they're playing into Breeze to give them maybe that little bit of extra breathing room to flex their muscles. It's so hard to do that, you're right, when you're under the pressure of potentially being fully eliminated with from a chance to going to Berlin. Not the easiest of spots. But again, the Vodafone Giants, they're playing the same game, slow and steady. I don't even think Aesop wrote a fable about 2 tortoises.
What? What did you say about tortoises?
The Tortoise and the Hare. The
Oh.
most famous fable in the world, written by Aesop. No?
Who was
Come
written
on.
by? I don't know. I'm not cultured like you, apparently, John.
Disappointed.
Oh, well. See the setup here from Vodafone. There we go. Coutinho's in. They look to make their engagement.
30 seconds left.
We'll be starting to push on through the cyber cage, and RV find 2 to kick things off. Looking for another, but Meadow shuts it down. SSK trades off, and now 2 players left for Vodafone Giants. Meadow not done. Looking for more, controls those sight lines, but they don't have the spike. They've only got 12 seconds. It's all onto Meadow. Controlling the high ground as well. Tries to fake for the spike plant. There comes the Hunter's Fury, and it's going to delay things even further. They don't have time. They need to stick it. There's just not enough.
Enemy remaining.
And the Vodafone Giants are going to let it slip. Meadow with a 4K on the round, but it is not enough. Na'Vi are going to be able to win this one. Keep themselves in the game. Double digits on the board. We're going all the way. It's looking close.
Vodafone Giants really wanted to help enable that kind of aggressive push in. The fact that Hoodie was holding on to the operator that time to try and provide some overwatch has been handed back to Coutinho now. I'd say it's the right time for them to have this tactical timeout. It's not too far away from the potential overtime now. And it's felt like that quite a bit throughout the course of this game, I would argue, John. You know, the fact that there have been times where Na'Vi have looked to be shaky, but slowly and steadily, those rounds get made up for. That deficit is reduced. It happened on the first half. We ended at 6-6. Even though in the first few rounds, you looked at them and you went, this is not great for Na'Vi.
No.
The very same thing could happen here.
At the moment, the economy for the Vodafone Giants means that they can invest into this round. They can go full buy here. They can get a couple of drops over. I mean, Meadow, pretty stacked on utility, should be able to drop over towards either Hoodie or Ambi if they want to go for that. The operator even being invested into for Coutinho there. It looks like they are going to try and push for it. But it's going to be tricky nonetheless. 2 pistols still in hand. I'm a little bit surprised about this buy coming through from the Vodafone Giants. Okay, there's the Vandal. Okay, finally they do pop out. I was going to say, you're playing a little bit close to the wire, but in comes the Hunter's Fury. They invest it early. Tactical timeout. Strats discussed. They're going to clear out the site, move through, but the first kill goes the way of SSK. That's not what they wanted to see. Coutinho evens the scoreline, moves in with the knives and can't quite get it done. Another 2, a third as well. Arch able to rack them up, and Na'Vi shut down Vodafone Giants' chance to be able to take it there, and then they're going all the way. Geo, they might have just crushed the economy of the Vodafone Giants to boot.
I mean, that was a great response from Na'Vi, and I think the fact that the Giants tried to push in, they used this Hunter's Fury, but they just didn't have enough focus on what was going on towards the back of the site. You know, there was nothing to stop those players over towards Boathouse from doing anything. They didn't have a ton of direct information because Ambi, of course, had been using the Hunter's Fury. So they were kind of going in a little bit frantically. Now the second tag timeout now.
Wow. the second in 2 rounds as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the round loss bonus did start to mount up, so they do actually have enough money to be looking to buy into this round. And not a lot of utility was used last time, which means that they don't have to overinvest into that for this one. Na'Vi, though, they've got to be pretty happy about this comeback. It was looking a little bit shaky. Only by round 20, only 2 rounds on their defense had won, and they've just won 3 on the trot. 21, 2, and 3, all going their way. It's all on the crucial 24th. Vodafone Giants want to shut it down here.
Placing sentry. Okay, let's see how this goes. SSK's picked up an op.
Form grenade.
Where is SSK? Okay, over in cubby. So holding out across mid. Misses the first shot as David P is trying to bait it out.
Cover going out.
There's the dark cover.
Shoulder peeking, trying to play for control in mid. Vodafone Giants again going slow, so no dramatic changes this time around. I mean, they tried to play it fast over to B. Just didn't really work out for him. Oh, pull the trigger on it. Come on, SSK. You know you want to. I'm denied yet again.
Unfortunate for you. As it stands, he's obviously got nothing to stop him from seeing down through mid, but I'd imagine at some point that's going to get blocked off. So he really needs to be getting a kill before that happens. And Vodafone are very aware of this too. Again, David P trying to bait out the shot. As the rest of his team, they're looking to move over towards the A side, it looks like. Pressure over onto tree. SSK's making the rotate.
30 seconds left.
Chef's moves going on in this game right now. Honestly insane. In comes the lockdown and they're holding out B. Move forwards into this? Are you crazy? The Vodafone Giants are going to try and take out the lockdown, and it's not going to get destroyed. Not yet. Oh, finally able to swing on it, and Hoodie gets a kill, but 13 seconds and Na'Vi find 2. Na'Vi staying alive as SSK lands the shot. 8 seconds and counting. Now 2 versus 2, but is there time? 5 seconds and ticking. You need to nail it, and with that final kill, that's all they needed to do. Cloud racks up a third for good style, and it is 12 and 12. It's going to overtime.
What is it with these 6-6 halves, dude? There's this whole narrative that goes along that's like Na'Vi looking a bit shaky, everything's a bit slow, maybe a bit more firepower from the Vodafone Giants, and then you get to the second half of a half, and Na'Vi look so much more comfortable, so much more well situated. Now, I was just gonna talk about the economy a little bit, because the thing that was really limiting Na'Vi was that they were sometimes in these spots where they didn't have economy. Well, guess what happens in overtime, Gio? Get loads of money. It's not a problem. And well, there is that, yeah, because I was gonna say one of the concerns I have for Na'Vi is that you only get 2 rounds really in overtime to make it work, and Na'Vi certainly had some streaks where they weren't getting any within 2 rounds. But with the economy not being such a problem, that might not actually be such a prevalent issue. Here around the corner, it looks like B site is on the menu for Na'Vi. How many overtimes are we getting today, Gio? Try and vie for the longest. I doubt we'll see it, but one of these teams is going to have to walk away the winner in map number 1 here in the series. Just slowing it down. They tried to go to B and they said, oh, there's a wall. Guys, there's a wall. What are we going to do? Going to run away. Hey man, you got to know your limits. It's true. Walls are limits. I think, by definition? I'm not entirely sure. Have to double check the etymology. Infinite potential energy. Anyway. What? Did you just say random science words at me, Gio? Na'Vi pushing up through mid, not looking the right way though. Oh, I was gonna say that means SSK now knows where he needs to aim.
30 seconds left.
Moving on up, Hoodie. Oh, this is brutal. If he swings at the right time, doesn't quite get the shots. Looks for the spray. The lineup's good. Hoodie with 2. They knew he was there, and they still couldn't do anything about it. Only 1 left, and it's a triple kill. 1 versus 3. Vodafone Giants hold out on B on their defense. David P with the last one, and 13 and 12 once again. Map point. I just want to point out as well, Hoodie had 7 HP.
Match point.
And 6 bullets.
Oh my god. All right. Okay. That's certainly one way of kicking off overtime. Oh, I'm sorry. He
HP,
only
6
went down to
bullets.
7 HP after the
Enemy remaining.
after the first shot. My bad, everybody.
Yeah. That's all right. I forgive you. Well, I'll certainly stop talking about it. Whether or not I forgive you remains to be seen. Vodafone Giants, though, not in a very forgiving mood. They're starting to move up, stacking up to B. Maybe mid as well.
I mean, look at all of mid is totally open. It's not like they've got someone like SSK who's holding up there like before, so they can just block it off, but very quickly get in position to move into B.
RV tried the whole phase, but Hoodie again, he's on fire. Vodafone Giants, they want to close it down here. Only one overtime for us, they say. 13 and 12. Looking for that 14th. Post-plant, no ults. It's all on the gunplay. Utility looking pretty barren, but SSK does have those tools. He's got the leers to try and get around, the dismisses. See himself a little bit safer. They're going to know the presence, though. Check the corners. Leer invested. Crucial utility there. The Killjoy turret is down. Going to get spotted out by the drone, spraying out, controlling these corners, controlling these angles. But the time, it's ticking down. SSK tries to move forwards for Na'Vi, but he's getting slowed. Dinks finds one, tries to flick for the second spray. David P lands two, and the third, it's all Meadow. And he will be running through fields of wheat to victory there. 14 and 12. Vodafone Giants take ascent for map 1.
It took a little bit of time, maybe a bit longer than it looked at certain points in that game, and what was a very relatively slow game of Ascent. Finally, it went in the hands of Vodafone Giants, and it makes you wonder how things are going to go as we head over into Breeze for our second map. Is it going to be as close? Are we going to expect an overtime there? Because, you know, I would say that Na'Vi's experience on that map is going to be very different to what we just saw going into Ascent.
But I think that the main takeaway from this, right, is that we've got two very similar playstyles. I mean, they spoke about it a lot on the desk. How are they going to mesh with each other? Well, it seems very, very closely, right? They're not quite sure about how to deal with it, or maybe they are, but it's just so hard, or they haven't figured out why that strategy is going to work for them. I don't know. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, and they're going to tell us a little bit more about what we just saw. We'll see you in a few.
We could call it coupledom.
Ah, with duos, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I like it.
We could talk about working together. Oh, like collaborations and that.
The ups and downs. Shared hustles.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Whoa.
You know, the power of partnerships. What do you think? Hello?
Synergy.
Good word.
So it's a conversation.
It's a podcast.
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
This morning I woke up in the fortress of distortion. I'm at war with my emotions.
Courage starts with a risk. Break free from expectations. Defy boundaries and anything in your way. Dare to defy. Calvin Klein Defy, the new men's fragrance.
I remember the whole thing, from the train hitting my car, spinning me around. I can remember the sound of the window smashing, the metal crunching, the seatbelt was the first thing that I undone, and it was then I realised that this pretty much saved my life. And then here I am walking, telling the story. Yeah, not many people do that.
I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
So it's an overtime win for the Vodafone Giants there. They lock in that first map of Ascent. I'm Harry. Obviously, we've got Lothar and Zest over here with me. How did you two gents find that game? I'll start with you, Zest. Give me some impressions right off the top.
I think the best word to describe this game has 4 letters, right? Slow. This was a damn slow game. You really felt like you're trapped in a CIS Challengers game, actually, to some degree, where both teams are playing super slow and do it a lot on those mid-round late calls where you default around a lot. And this is something that can be very enjoyable, I'll be honest with you, but I still felt that from time to time that there were some mistakes that really cost them rounds for no reason to some degree.
Well, round 11 was a good example where both teams played, I mean, sorry, not both teams, but we have seen that Na'Vi was having a very slow attack from mid-market to B. There was like 12 seconds left on the clock, and Giants still peaked from B to stop that push instead of just playing backside and trying to just
so many scenarios.
Slow the spike, right? And so many scenarios like that were actually a recurring thing happening during this game. So it was a little bit awkward, you know. I feel like the teams weren't really learning from each other.
That's the thing where I have to say, right, a lot of people out there might be having this kind of idea. Why is it so important that those guys talk about individual decisions where a player might die of a minor thing? Well, the thing is, there's a long run. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. You do individual little mistakes. I very much remember a round where it was a 5 versus 2 in favor of Vodafone Giants against, I think, a 4 spy of Na'Vi. And it was actually a dash on the side happening from Vodafone Giants for no apparent reason. And you might be making, man, this guy is pretty much just talking about the smallest little details, just let him waste a dash. At the same time, when I was sitting beside Lothar, and he just said then afterwards, this guy died because basically he didn't have the dash available to get away from those 2 players that are attacking him. It's such minor things that in the bigger picture can cause a catastrophic outcome.
Yeah, and you know, that is the kind of essence of Valorant, right? It's like sometimes 1 second or 1 accidental button push on the keyboard can change the entire outcome of a round. Someone else I wanted to draw some attention to is David P here, right? We saw him engaging in a lot of these opening fights. Lothar, this was something you and me spoke about in the green room while we were watching the game. So do you want to kind of explain your thought process here?
Well, I'm actually a bit upset on myself that I didn't say that in the pre-match, because David P on Ascent is very much known for pushing through A short to get control of mid and just kind of like, oh, look at this. Here, I'm going to just push through that smoke, you know, and that's what David P often does. And I was really weirded out by the fact that Natus Vincere didn't really learn from it, because this is on tapes so many times. This is on tapes like so often, and yet in those rounds I think I've seen at least 3 times David had a frag and it was never punished by the lurks on defense that he does through A short. It's a little bit awkward.
And I have chosen specifically this round to ask production, could we see this entire round number 9? Because I wanted to show the viewers how slow this playstyle is. By the way, we're right now 40 seconds in. Nobody has seen each other yet. Nobody has lost a single bit of HP. Now they're getting in front of the gates of the A side. David P is still deep down in the middle. I would probably read the newspaper or something at that point in time. Don't get me wrong, I like both approaches because they're very methodical and they build up on one sequence after another. At the same time, this is a great round. This is a great summary of what this game has been giving us. Slow approaches, slow plays, slow build-ups, which at the end of the day might fall short due to the fact that the factor of time runs out at one point, right? That grain of sand is going to land on the ground with that hourglass.
Yeah, no, I mean, whenever you get like two teams that play a similar slow style, yeah, that is the first kill with 20 seconds left. And it's in mid during an A take. Like, oh my god. Right, so whenever you have two teams like this that play very, very similar, you know, measured, default heavy styles, it's not uncommon to see rounds go like that, right? Where essentially, right, if you're like Giants in that situation, you know Na'Vi are going to be taking it slow. You know they're going to be waiting. You're not playing into their hands in the default. And so it becomes like this weird stalemate where everything is about trying to either outread and like outstack your opponent, or you're picking up whatever micro hints of info you can and having to adjust accordingly, right?
So I agree with everything that you said, but the thing is, for me, like if you're Na'Vi in this case, you should know the most pattern behavior that your opponent will do.
Absolutely.
And David P being allowed to lurk like that through mid so many rounds is, in my eyes, on an unacceptable level.
Yeah, I mean, you even said, right, like, because oh man, everyone should have heard it as well. The moment we actually left the studio, you started saying like, "Oh, I wish I'd brought up this David P point." And then we see it coming into fruition in the game, and we were questioning like this idea. Well, if this is info that you have right from the research that you've put in, Lothar, you were hoping that Na'Vi had done their homework there as well, right? So maybe not the best sign of them having, you know, like researched and read up on their opponent, or am I reading too far into that?
I mean, we don't know Na'Vi that well, right? So we make a lot of assumptions. I might be always wrong, right? Maybe it was just a matter of, oh, we lost focus, or we had a different plan, which is always a possibility. We are not alphas and omegas here on the desk, so, but we do have opinions. But the thing is, Na'Vi has a very certain style that thrives on making people, like opposing teams, making mistakes, right? And if that style doesn't punish the mistakes that the opponents are doing, well, then that's a problem. And we're coming into a map, Breeze will be the second map, that will be hard to try to execute the same plan.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about Breeze as that second map then. Let's start turning our attention towards it a little bit, right? Zest, I would love to have your input here, you know, because with Vodafone Giants a map up now after taking away Na'Vi's map pick, it feels like we're maybe setting a stage for a 2-0 for the Giants.
I fully agree on that point right there. At the same time, I have to say, you know, Giants have just been not working too well off on the map, right? It just didn't work in the past few games. We saw them playing that Breeze specifically, so that might be a little bit of a thing. At the same time, we saw also some inventions coming in from the Na'Vi side, recently putting Cloud on Sky, for example, which means they really tried to address the issue they had on this map so far. Played it only once, if I'm not totally wrong, back there in CIS Challengers. So obviously, right now, it is a bit of a weird battleground considering both of those parties are not too comfortable on this map. At the same time, it has been a pick, so there's obviously some certain level of comfortableness in it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, look, I was just going to say, I'm kind of curious about this being the pick, right? Do you think this is a case? Yeah, I was going to say, do you think it's a case where they're trying to pick to the weakness of their opponent?
I think so, since No Pressure, aka Natus Vincer, played Breeze in the past like 20 few maps only twice on Breeze, right? And lost both. Might be like a sign of weakness, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi comes in with a bang, right? Because they're going to be prepared to play this map. The thing is, there's a small difference in typically how those two teams approach the map, and it's the choice of the duelist. They play the exact same lineups typically, but SSK is typically on the Reyna on Breeze, while Vitinho plays the Jet on Breeze. And the contrast is, Reyna is way better at attacking on this map than Jet, in my opinion, because Dash doesn't have that much value when opening and pressuring A side, but it does have on B side. While Reyna has like the Leers that have limited range, but they still support your team a lot. So Jet is less valuable on this map than on the other ones, at least in my eyes, you know?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous because of the idea of like picking to your opponent's weakness. Whenever I see this as the go-to, it always makes me a little bit worried. Something that was spoken about by Guild earlier on when we had them on was the idea that if you're the favorite, you kind of want to play to your strengths. You want to go into it playing a style you're comfortable with, right, Zesh?
Exactly, but at the same time, think of it that way. Vodafone Giants formed with 2 stand-ins. They added those 2, obviously previous to challengers too. So maybe you can't really play to your own strengths because you didn't develop them all yet.
So you don't have a style, you don't like have a brand just yet. You're still finding that identity. You're still like building that up. That's very interesting. I can't wait to see how this one plays out. And I know you guys can't either. We'll be back in just a moment with this second map. It's Breeze, and oh, it's going to be a treat.
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
Seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
I remember the whole thing, from the train hitting my car, spinning me around. I can remember the sound of the window smashing, the metal crunching. The seatbelt was the first thing that I undone, and it was then I realised that this pretty much saved my life. And then here I am walking, telling the story. Yeah, not many people do that.
Shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you. To look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my
Well, it's been plain sailing for the Vodafone Giants so far. Life's been a bit of a beach for Na'Vi as we get ready to head to Breeze, the second map in this series. It's the map pick of the Giants, and well, you know, we've kind of already set this one up as the interesting pick of Breeze. It's like Giants picking to their opponent's weakness, and we've put a bit of a spotlight on the agent pools here because of this one agent difference, right? Jet normally for the Giants, and Reyna oftentimes on the other side. Lothar, you want to talk to me a little bit about the similarities that are being shared here in the pools and what the different agents are?
Typically, they play the same core, which is, you know, you always see, I'm over-exaggerating the always, but Sova is like almost a must pick on this map, right? So is Sky, so is Viper. Those are like the 3 agents that typically are being picked, and then Cypher, Killjoy, Sage are typically occupying the same slot. But hey, let's focus here. What is going on?
Yeah, so we got the agent select up on our screens. Na'Vi locking in there for Zesht. I see you.
That's kind of new. We see Meadow now on Killjoy. Person being on Cypher on that is obviously going to be a different of a change. David P playing on Viper, that's normal. We see Sova, Sky. In this case, actually, it's obviously Sky being swapped out. It's part of Sky being there, but Killjoy being brought in. And the side on the CS side looks actually as we know it, pretty much.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about before, but the change to Killjoy. If Giants actually win this map, I would love to ask a question: why Killjoy over Cypher on this map? Because typically, Killjoy has a range. Not typically, she always has a range, right? So she's limiting a player when it comes to rotations. She's limiting the player when it comes to the angles that he can play with, right? And Breeze is the most open map from all the maps that we have in the map pool. So it really changes the way you play as a player when you have this in your arsenal. And also, the amount of places that we can put the Killjoy lockdown to be effective is very limited. So you can play into that very easy, especially on A side. When you try to attack the side, you typically want to put the lockdown in holes to affect almost the entire side. So those are there are some tells with Killjoy which are not being made with Cypher.
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty interesting as well, right? Because as we were kind of highlighting, like usually these comps are nigh on identical apart from the Reyna and Jet. So it is super interesting to have seen the Killjoy pick. I'm leaning in favor of the Cypher pick, if I'm being honest. I much prefer that here on a Breeze because it is just such a big map. And speaking of, big deals, we're going to start to bring our casters in now. We've got Gio and John Allen standing by to bring you the second map of Breeze.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being called a big deal there, Harry. I mean, from the big man himself, it's pretty, it feels pretty good. You get me pumped up with his Breeze, as you said, plain sailing, easy breezy. We're going to get chilled out with it. Let's see if Vodafone Giants can step up on one of the maps that maybe they're a little bit less comfortable on, and with a difference in those agents as well.
I mean, you say like they're a little bit less comfortable on, but this is the whole argument, right? Because Na'Vi arguably even less comfortable on this map. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting from that perspective solely that we're basically seeing attempted growth, I think it's fair to say, from both sides here. And the gamble for Vodafone Giants is that we can overcome our past troubles on this map more than Na'Vi can. And both sides have made a couple of changes. The fact that we are seeing that KJ come out, as the analyst desk was discussing. We're also going into the Reyna Sky on the side of Na'Vi, as opposed to the Reyna Jet that they've played in the past.
Already, though, they're wasting no time. The Vodafone Giants not playing slow this time around. Stark departure from their performance on Ascent. And they're able to get the game either way, but fast over to the A, getting this plant down. Fair enough, it's Breeze. You're generally going to see a lot more retake strategy coming in through, especially from a slower team like Na'Vi. And they are going to start to mount their retake. They've already lost a player, though. Meadow traded off. Vodafone Giants starting to fall. They are going to trade one, but it's just going nowhere near where they want it to go. And Na'Vi moving in. Abby last to face, but there's three. He jumps around the corner and bites off way more than he can chew. Good retake coming through from Na'Vi.
Yep, nice start to the round. Let's not forget, of course, though, that, of course, Na'Vi won the pistols on Ascent, too. So it's not exactly too far from what's been par for the course so far in this series. It's about what Na'Vi are going to do after that. Okay, good. There's nothing too crazy.
Yeah, what I'm most interested in, they talked about on the desk as we highlighted here, Meadow moving over to the Killjoy. The guy is one of the highest value ciphers in this tournament right now. So the fact that they've moved over to that Killjoy and on Breeze, where Cypher is typically played a lot more, and a lot more sort of universally, it's a really interesting change.
It's interesting to me too as well. Also bear in mind that Vodafone have decided to go for something of a force here. SSK getting the first kill though. He's carrying the Phantom into this round.
Seems to be the meta in this matchup, the force buy into the second round, but Na'Vi have a no part in it. They will take their leave from this one as a 4K from SSK to close it down. Really nice hold over on the A. Again for the retake on the first, but on the second, they shut the door entirely.
I'll be honest, this is really nice as well. One of the big criticisms that I had of SSK, not necessarily just him individually, but the way that Na'Vi were playing on Ascent was the fact that because it was so slow, they weren't necessarily getting a ton of initiation out of SSK. They weren't getting real value out of many of those opening engagements. But, I mean, if SSK is going to play like this and do it so much better and actually string those kills along, which obviously as a Reina is huge considering the utility you have, then maybe Na'Vi can actually springboard themselves forward much more effectively than they did on Ascent.
Already up to the ultimate. Round 3 and the Empress is available. That's a pretty solid springboard, but do you want to invest it? Do you want to try and use it in a round where you know you're against a little bit of a limited buy? Hoodie, over on that Marshall, maybe a difference maker.
Scout destroyed.
We did see him on the operator a little bit earlier on, although he didn't actually get anything on that round. Gonna peek around some of the corners.
But he tried.
He did try, and that's the important part. Again, just providing a little bit of overwatch. There's the guiding light, but there's going to be a flash in return. This time, SSK can't find anything, though.
I mean, he certainly tried to play around that corner, but unfortunately, it might be the participation that counts, but the participation in Berlin is contingent on winning here. Both of these teams down to the wire, and Vodafone Giants one step closer to saying safe so far. Na'Vi really want to take this one down. They're starting off with the way to do it already. 3 kills coming in for Cloud as he rallies in from Connector, moves through the Hawks around the edge, and there's depression across the board as Na'Vi gonna roll it on up, and it's an ace for Clouds to be able to take round number 3. The Bulldog bites back.
Who needs SSK when Cloud can just pick it all up, right? No, it's been some really, really nice defending rounds here from Na'Vi so far. Again, we can attribute partially, I think, some of Vodafone's lack of firepower just because of the way they decided to invest in their second round and therefore couldn't have a full buy in their third. This has been a recurring theme amongst both of these teams throughout the series so far, so I feel a little bit like a broken record saying it, but it's certainly something notable because the entire momentum of Ascent was really dependent upon a lot of those you know, economic decisions. If that's going to continue forward here, then it could certainly have a decent effect. I mean, Giants have the money now for some rifles. This should allow them to play a little bit, you know, more aggressively, I would assume.
Maybe not aggressive, but certainly more confidently in terms of taking these crossfires.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean aggressive as in far forward. I just mean, like, assertively, maybe.
Angrily.
Ferociously. All right.
Ferociously. Viciously. They're viciously walking forwards.
Welcome to the
Look at that.
Thesaurus with John and Gio.
Ooh. Not sure about that one. I don't spend a lot of time around the Thesaurus, I'll be honest.
I got the spike.
There's a lot of control that's been taken here by Giants. I mean, they have all of mid, and no one from Na'Vi is holding on to A. Not that the rotation couldn't be made easily.
Revealing area.
Double scan. Gonna be sort on out. Figured that one the other day when after I said seek, I was like, it's not alright. Said sort instead, and he's gonna sort them right out. SSK trying to get a trade. Hoodie able to go 1 for 1, but Meadow gets the double-double. As Cloud is traded off yet again. 3 versus 3 now. Na'Vi looking to try and go for the retake. We'll be able to bounce off there. Look for the pressure on this post plant, but 12 seconds, 10 and counting.
10 seconds
trying
left.
to get the damage on in, and Na'Vi now have some really strong angles. They stopped. Oh, they didn't manage to stop the plant just out in time, but that's a kill either way. And now Cloud can look for more. Flash out fully, and Hoodie evens it up yet again for Tino. Echoes in, and the post plant looking strong, but SSK still riding high, and it's a 4K for SSK against the Rifles. And Na'Vi keep it alive. 4-0 on Breeze.
They are looking more alive. Definitely. This does not feel quite like the same game that we saw on Ascent. And I mean, this is the thing with Breeze, just as a map anyway, you've got to be more on the ball with the aggression, with your actual firepower, because you just will be overrun if you're not. And with Ascent being especially a much smaller map, you have the freedom to be a bit more slow and just sitting and contemplative, I would say. But Breeze, you just don't have that kind of option. But you know what? Like, Na'Vi seem to be thriving in this kind of environment so far. I don't see them struggling that much with this situation. And
Get out of my way.
I mean, it's just a ton of kills being racked up for SSK.
Blade Storm invested already by Coutinho. Do they check SSK's position? I think they just took down the Owl Drone there. 1 for 1 so far, and it's not ideal right now for Na'Vi to be playing in these spots. Dino able to escape from the purview of the Bolt, but not from the Seekers. In the meantime, though, Na'Vi rally and cry. And then around the corner, the Vodafone Giants continue to frag. Goodness me. Even with these pistols, they're still pretty brutal. Hoodie, I mean, he closed out the last one with a cheeky little triple. And he wants more here. Arch might just come a cropper, going for the double face, and Hoodie gets a triple as well here. Only with the Sheriff, but he's got to lay down the law. The spike still in their possession. The cross guarded by Dinks. Maybe just waiting for some utility to go on through. The flash not going to stop it. Look at this, just keeping the line of sight going with the Phantom. And Meadow's just afraid to cross. Gets across, pretty much unscathed though. They get the spike.
Planted.
Now it's just Dings. He's got to deal with this post plant. And with not much information either. Not much life. Finally, Giants put a round on the board.
I mean, to be fair, I think Hoodie put a round on the board just there. 4K on the Thrifty. This guy's nutty, I think is the only way to say it.
I mean, this so far in these 5 rounds we've had, when a team wins a round, so many of the kills seem to come from, like, one person. There hasn't been much, like, sharing of the wealth.
Maybe. But they can all still bask in the spoils. 4 and 1 for Na'Vi. A really good start here for their attacking side here on Breeze. Again, sorry, for their defensive side on Breeze. They're going to keep on going. Keep on trying to hold it out.
You should run.
A lot of momentum found, and they're trying to lock down the site for the attack to just zone everyone away, get all of them onto the site safely, but they've already lost Coutinho for the Vodafone Giants. You're not going to force the defenders away, sure, but the retakes, we've seen them from Na'Vi. They are strong today. But less strong. Fair enough.
Yeah. And the Seeker's going to be coming out from the Vodafone Giants. Cloud shut down one of them as they try to move on in. They need to get this retake. The kill from David P from behind, but the trades are coming in. Puts it in a 2 versus 2.
Dino with a 180 skull clicker. That's going to be felt in the morning. Gets another one as well on the swivel. Picks up the Phantom, and now it's just Meadow. Trying to play for this retake, and they're not giving it away. Meadow tries to control it, but the Vodafone Giants lose control, and Dino should be able to stick this defuse. There's plenty of time left. I say plenty, less than a second, but inches are good as a mile.
I mean, Na'Vi really have been looking decent on their retakes here, which is funny because, you know, when you go back to the game that they played against Ascend just a few days ago, on Breeze, one of the things about Na'Vi on their defense was their retakes were actually fairly poor. They were quite reluctant to rotate. They weren't super decisive. It was really quite difficult for them to achieve that. And, you know, maybe some of that comes into how Ascend specifically were playing it, making them feel more reluctant. This is certainly an improvement based on what we saw just a couple of days ago.
Deploying drone.
And that's the name of the game, especially when you're playing on this international stage, is to be adaptable. When a lot of these teams might not have faced each other, might not have come across these playstyles before, to be adaptable, that is the most important skill you can have. And adapt Na'Vi have to the start of Breeze, certainly on the defense. Dino spots out 2, gets the bolt in as well, and the Hunter's Fury should be a kill there. Very little way to get out of that one. Cloud covers the cross, and that's the spike dropped as well. Still a player to worry about. The spike getting planted up close. It's Dinks around the corner. Spots Meadow. Na'Vi haven't taken a lick of damage there. Only 10 over towards SSK, but they're going to get revealed. It's going to get bolted out. And Ambi, what can you do? The answer's nothing. SSK, Lee around the corner. And the retake's good. Who gets the defuse? They're going to give it over to SSK, maybe for the half. No, they want the Viper's Pit. And Arch is going to come and claim that extra pizza slice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as if SSK actually needs any help. He only needs to get 6 pizza slices, and the remaining 5 he can get in the next round, you know? So, yeah, you know, you're very close to the Viper's Pit as well. Na'Vi typically way more likely to use that to actually cut off some kind of rotation, so whether that's gonna be at the entrance of Cave or the entrance of B site, to disallow Giants to actually move in. Na'Vi are way less likely to actually use it on the site, really. Just based on their previous play on this map, of which there is not much. So I think this is the thing with Na'Vi as well, is we should be expecting this kind of fluidity in the way that they're playing, purely because this is still new ground for them. And they're still kind of figuring out where they sit with it. As it stands in this game so far, they're actually doing a pretty good job, and that's why, you know, Giants have decided it's their time to reconvene, have their discussion about what's going on here, because it's not working for them. You know, they've been able to get in and get the plant down a couple of times, but it's what happens after that. They just can't retain that control.
I asked you this before, Gio. I'm going to ask you again. You spoke a little bit about the Viper Ultimate. What sort of pizza do you think the Viper Ultimate would be?
Oh, like...
And I'm not talking... And last time you went on a tangent about trucks and barbecues. I want to know what the Viper Ultimate...
Look, Viper is green,
pizza is it?
therefore every green food. So, like, I'm talking about, like, the ones with all the peppers on, which, by the way, on a pizza, disgusting. I mean, pepper is disgusting anyway, but, like, I'm thinking, like, lots of pepper and peas.
Now, hear me out. What about a pesto base? It's green.
No!
Oh, dear. I think Gio's going to have to take a minute for that one. Try and clean out the memory. Vodafone Giants slowed down a little bit by the Viper Orb.
Again, you know, Giants have been coming in from this side down from Cave a number of times, and I mean, I don't blame them, it's very common. But I'd like to see them change up a little bit, which is why I'm kind of happy to see them moving up through Tube. We have seen that being defended by Cloud before, but he's over by B. So that's actually giving Giants a lot of space here. They get the opening kill, and they can actually surround the site a little better.
Now Arch has to be on the swivel. Shuts the door as soon as it's open there. Oh, gets caught right in the back as well. So unfortunate. David P trying to inflate that ultimate from the sidelines, but it is going to be denied for Arch to take that position and control it. Moving on in. There's not a lot of time though. And with 4 players only left for Vodafone Giants, they have to keep it on trucking. 20 seconds left now. And they're going to keep on racking up those frags. Cloud, last player standing, and Vodafone Giants finally get a plant in. It looks like they might have found their second of the half, Gio.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, and I think the fact that they just could take all that space around the A site virtually for free just set them up in a much better position to actually do that. Now, it looks like they're trying to hunt out Cloud here. They know that that operator's still on the board, and it's gonna do a bit of devastation.
Hawk out!
Just a bit. Is there such thing as a bit of devastation?
Yeah, like 1 quantum of devastation.
Right, but isn't devastation just total destruction?
I'm out of stuff. Hawk out!
So is there such thing as a bit of devastation?
Yes.
Isn't that just a bit of, isn't it more accurately a bit of destruction?
No, a bit of devastation, John, because that's what I said.
No, I know, but I'm questioning probably the
I
very
understand
fundamental
what you're
being of who
questioning,
you
John,
are.
and I do not appreciate it. They caused a bit of devastation by bringing down Hoodie. Vodafone Giants still took the round, all right? With a couple of bits of devastation. You good?
I'm a little bit devastated. 2 rounds on the board now for the Vodafone Giants, and they need to convert here to try and have a little bit of a basis to move on forwards. There's the Viper ultimate that we know and love over on the B site. Going to try and lock things down, force them into an A site.
And the Pesto base is out. And you can actually see that Na'Vi have moved back to have a bit more of a defense over towards this A. Cloud's back in that position. The Seekers are being sent out by the attackers to hunt out what they can. And with the door being open means they're going to find Cloud pretty easily.
Cloudburst as well. I feel like they could have snuck around the corner and got a little bit further, but blocks out the vision nonetheless, and they'll be just fine. Post plant already coming through, and obviously that Viper's Pit completely nullified. But Arch trying to force them over to the A, and looks like they didn't want to fight that either way. Are we going to go for this one? Sorry, is the reset going to come through? I'm not entirely sure it would do, but Vodafone Giants, they want to stop anyone sneaking away past the openings, and now 3 players stand. SSK, ever watchful. Here's the vent. We'll be able to clap back over towards David P. There's the recon bolt, and they'll know he's faded away around the corner, probably not crossing that open ground, so they can isolate his position. Excellent game awareness there to know exactly what was going on. Coutinho gets the shot through the wall, and they're even spraying down towards Connector. Arch takes a tickle, 2 players survive.
You know what that felt like? It was like they were slowly encroaching onto the A side. And as soon as Dino went down, they turned and ran away. And it was like that game you play as a kid where like you're in a little group with your friends and someone has to knock on someone's door and you all run away. And you just sacrifice one of them because inevitably someone's going to get in trouble.
Gio, I never played that game. I was a good boy.
Ow.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Also, there are going to be people in the chat who are like, it's called this, but I'm pretty sure it gets called something different depending on like what 20-mile radius you're in whatever country you live in. So it's probably called something different for everybody. But,
it's all very illegal, Gio, and very naughty doing it.
Well, anyway, not really the way that Na'Vi wanted that round to go. You know, anytime where you're investing a decent amount of utility into a round and you still fail to find all that much value from it is really tough, you know, because, for example, with the Viper's Pit, naturally, you're probably going to assume that you're not going to have much of an engagement over at B because that's exactly the space you're trying to deter. Now, if your idea is to force the attackers over towards A and you still have an insufficient defense or insufficient, like, retake strategy, that is a letdown. That's not what you were looking for. So, Na'Vi need to kind of come back from that one and figure out where they stand, especially as they have about half the money that Giants do right now, despite their lead. Here.
Again, just very slow towards the start. Unfortunately, there's a player in the corner. Fortunately, David P checks it. SSK can get taken down, and look at this. The speed at which they can execute off the back of those picks. I mean, we talk about how they play slow, but they play slow to find these openings. And when they find them, they really do burst on through. But unfortunately, Cloud is there to try and answer back. Hoodie pushing up to try and cut off some of these Na'Vi rotations. Has backup as well. Arch swings and Hoodie gets the better end of the deal. Through the wall, Hoodie gets another wall bang. Now they can start to move around the side. 2 players are there. Dinks, most recent to fall. 2 players alive. And it's the full save. They want to save this operator. I mean, fair enough. You want to close it down. Oh dear, Hoodie with a triple. And now flash around the side. Dino not going to get affected by it, but there's the dog. Only the Guardian. Difficult to play up close. And Meadow shuts it down. No save in sight for Na'Vi.
Impossible to save that operator. Yeah, indeed. That was tight one, a difficult one for Na'Vi. And once again, that gap is starting to close. We could end up finding ourselves in a situation reminiscent of what we had last map, where we end at a 6-6, even though it didn't look like it was heading that way in the first few rounds. So, I mean, now Na'Vi have got this kind of awkward bye here. Where...
Yeah.
You're really leaning into this Marshall idea. You got 1 Vandal, so you got like 1 guy in the middle who's just normal.
Dear, Coutinho nails the first shot over onto Dinks. And SSK now breaching through, looking for some more shots, but it won't happen. SSK will fall. Meadow traded, and Hoodie as well, finding a double over towards the spawn, and now it's just Arch. Looking for anything into this round in the post plant. Maybe just looking for exits here. I mean, there's not much more you can do in this situation. The ult's stacking up for the Vodafone Giants now. Are we on track for another 6 and 6 half? I mean, it's looking to go that way, but what can Arch do here? He's been left alone on this B site almost every single time, and the times they have gone, they just blitz him out the way. super early. I mean, I think he's not even got a kill so far in this game. Looks for the trade, and that'll be the first on the board. But is that the only exafrag? I'm pretty sure it will be. And what more value can you get? You know you're going into the last 2 rounds, so the economy's pretty much decided.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very risky position that they're in right now, because on the side of Na'Vi, sure, you could invest the Empress from SSK, and the way I feel right now is unless they do that and it gets a bunch of kills and just cleans up with Giants, pretty much Giants have everything in their pocket to win this round. Now, whether or not that will actually happen remains to be seen, but you consider the utility that they have here. You know, you look at someone like Coutinho, he's carrying an operator. If he wants to play short range, he can pull out the blades. If he, you know, for whatever reason has that behind him, you got the Hunter's Fury for denial, you have the Seekers for intel, you're very close to the Viper's Pit, which if you can get a plant down, then that is great deterrent from any kind of post plant. Like, I worry for Na'Vi here.
In come the Hunter's Fury, out come the Seekers. Ambi gets the first over towards Dino. And they will be denied the presence on the site. The Spike moving up. They don't have the Viper Pit just yet. David P, oh, he misses the first, goes to the second, and then picks up the first back. And the old switcheroo is going to work on out for him. 2 players left standing for Na'Vi. You're worried about it. And that has come to pass. It will bring to bear those worries, and the Spike getting planted now needs to be retaken. Cloud with the first shot, and Seeker's actually invested here as well. We'll try and block some of the shots from the operator, but David P on the back lines, they'll know about it. There's a Seeker there, so they start to push on forwards with the Empress. There's a lot invested actually coming through. Cloud isn't controlling the angle, and it's a clean 6-6 in the last round and a half. We're going evens yet again. Geo, it seems like it's going to be a tale as old as time, back and forth.
It really could end up being, and the thing that I look at here is now Na'Vi are going to be going on their attack, and for Na'Vi on this map, attack is not their stomping grounds. So even though they had some decent rounds on the defense, it started to wane a little bit towards the end as they became far more reluctant to go into post-plant situations. They wanted to save a lot more. With their attack, especially when we look at the game that they had against the Sen, they just really struggled with it. They didn't do a ton of flanking in any way. They were quite one-dimensional in the way that they pushed, and they just struggled. So of course they'll have had the chance to VOD review, they'll have had the chance to learn from their mistakes, but will they?
Remains to be seen. All the way up through the bridge, through the tube, and the flash is out, trying to take control in a swell over A. Coutinho playing close, actually getting dropped fairly low there. SSK with the first frag over towards Meadow, looks for more and finds the head. Now at range, it's Dino as well to chime on in. And the Vodafone Giants, they're going to have to back off here. There's really not much more to it. Try and rethink, get some exits, get some ult points on board, try and get closer to those Seekers, to that Viper's Pit, which is pretty firmly important for David P to be able to hold on to.
Blinded. Shining light, so Hoodie knows that there's someone nearby. Gets SSK. He doesn't quite know where Arch is at the end. So yeah, Na'Vi, they put the first round of this half on the board. Nothing quite like what we saw on that first half, where basically you had an Empress after, what was it, round 1, round 2? Did not take very long for them to build that up. But, you know, some points on the board. I suppose they're only 3 kills away from an Empress. Or 2 in a round. Or 1 in a round in the defuse.
There's so many ways. There's literally dozens of ways that it could happen.
All of those permutations.
I know. What are we going to do about it? Well, we'll have to wait and see which one is going to happen, or if none of them potentially could happen. Moving out into the mid, Ambi looks to go aggressive here for Vodafone Giants. They've got that Marshall on board. You see it a lot more on Breeze, a lot of open space, a lot of long sight lines. So even on these ecos can be effective. Na'Vi, though, they're not going to slow down. Dino taken down in the meantime on a flank. Actually, David P maybe be able to sneak on through. Spike does get picked up, but finally Na'Vi come back on in and even it. Just that little bit. A little off the top. The Spike now being held. In the hands of Arch for Na'Vi. Yet to move up to site. They're playing it slow yet again. They have almost the entirety of the site. And yet, they bide their time.
Wondering, like, because they don't have the wall up. They're waiting to be able to put that one up because they can't hold all of these different lines of sight. There's finally the one that's going down. The owl drone coming in from Ambi is going to tag that out. Finally, the wall does go up, but not before Arch can actually be killed.
Oh, goodness me. SSK, look at her. Maybe even go down here as well. The Bulldog's good. They pick it up off a body. And it's the Thrifty coming on through for the Vodafone Giants. I'm not sure if it's technically Thrifty, but it certainly wasn't thereby. There we go. I do get confirmed on that one. 7-7. They come back in round number 2. Hoodie playing havoc with that Marshall.
Yeah, that was a pretty good round for them. So, you know, evened out again. I wonder how long this will go on for. Does make you wonder. I mean, Na'Vi, let's see what it is that they can afford here, because they can't afford a total full buy.
Yeah.
Neither can, well, Vodafone aren't going to. So it's
no, they don't need to. I mean,
yeah,
they picked up quite a lot in the last one. They should be all right. But only the Vandal and the Spectres, really. The Vandal's the only sort of stalwart presence here for Cloud. Over on Na'Vi. Other than that, they're going to have to figure something out.
they're just trying to creep over here. They might get caught out in mid, though. Because you literally have Ambi standing right there. In fact, he backs off and he does get killed as the first blood. So that gives them mid, at least. And you can see that they've put a lot into trying to protect from some kind of flank from B, just the way they got a player over a window. They've also got a trap wire over on that side. I'm gonna head back that direction, though.
Feels like maybe they were just staking that out, keeping that ground so that they could come back and swing on in, and that's exactly what they're going to start to do. SSK goes for one, but traded off. Hoodie around the corner with the Bulldog, gets a dink, but it's not enough. Cloud down to 10.
30 seconds
And
left.
they will start to get swung on themselves. Meadow able to move in, get one more frag. Cloud is low, so they need to be careful. Shock dart not going to tickle. Goes for the jump peek, gets back to the corner. Now Fatinho able to swap out. Gets the Phantom on board at range as well. No head armor, so the one-shot headshots crucial there. Checking those angles, looking for shoulders, looking for anything that could give it away. Around the corner, he sees a knee, and Arch is going to fall. There's the dart back into the Cloudburst. Excellent use of cover there, but there's not too much time left in the day. 2 players left standing, and it's Cloud who's on a big flank. Able to hold it down. Meadow taps it on out, goes for the challenge, will find one. Looks for more around the side with the classic, but can't land the shots. And has to fade away. Na'Vi chime back in, 8-7.
Well, all of these rounds on this half so far have felt very close. You know, there hasn't been any real definitive runaways. And I suppose you consider that their weapon situation in that last round was relatively even-ish. Just the fact that it was, you know, it wasn't like a full buy on either side. This is going to be the first time that we're seeing Fatinho bring the operator back in, and, you know, being on the defense particularly, that's going to be incredibly valuable. You can see he's actually positioned over to look directly down towards Cave and Shop. It makes you wonder if he's going to back out, because I was going to say, if he messes this up and he gets caught out there, that operator's just out there for Na'Vi to pick up.
Moving in towards the Owl Drone, gets bolted out as well. Out come the Seekers, the Empress is in. This is a lot of ults coming out through for Na'Vi. And they're trying to go through the wall as well. Finds one, and Cloud's there for the backup. Excellent 2K on the crossfire. Team play from Na'Vi.
Spike planted.
There's not much doing there. Only the Sheriff in the hands of Ambi as well for the Vodafone Giants. Na'Vi looking to eke out a lead here. Remember, Vodafone Giants, they have the advantage. Ambi gets himself an operator, so should be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, I mean, probably just a hand back to Fatinho next round, but... better than nothing, eh? Na'Vi, yeah, relatively immune here. Got no reason to worry necessarily, other than potentially David P. He could get an exit frag here if Cloud's not careful. Or I suppose any of them as they're all running up this way, but Cloud's just better.
Well, in this circumstance, certainly winning out that trade. 5 HP. The number of times he's got to... Oh. It's unfortunate, Arch. A little bit of a miscalculation there. Not quite safe. Lose a little bit of money for that one, but should be all right. Look at the disparity in kills here. This is quite interesting. Arch 3 kills, Cloud 21. This is a 7 times multiplier between the two of them. They are going to go for attack timeout here. 9 and 7 on the scoreboards. It's very close. I mean, we saw that over on Ascent, that it was going pretty close most of the way. I mean, it looked like a little bit of an opening was to be had for the Vodafone Giants at one point in the second half, but after that, it really did start to tighten up. Maybe we're going to see the same thing here.
Guess we'll find out. I mean, this is certainly a better showing from Na'Vi than what we saw of them when they went against Ascend. They only took 1 attacking round when they were against Ascend, and the only other time that they've played it was against Gambit Esports, where they took 3 of their attacking rounds against them. So, you know, they haven't had the most fruitful history on Breeze. You can tell this has clearly been something that they've been studying and working quite hard on, especially as their game with Ascend was only a couple of days ago. So there has been some work put into this, which is always really encouraging to see, because they're definitely reaping more benefits out of that fact. Now, you're sure you can argue, like, Ascend, they're scary. Maybe a little bit scarier than Giants, a little bit. But there has definitely been an improvement in the way that they're playing. I think sometimes they've looked a little bit fearful or overly cautious in some of the decision-making that they've made. But for the most part, you know, they're looking fun. I mean, they're winning.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you know, they are in the lead, and it's a win is a win. They will take it if they can get it, but they are not going to have an easy time of it. A little bit of a technical timeout between these two teams. And at the moment, in the state of play that we're at the moment, Vodafone Giants seem to have the ult advantage. So in a couple of rounds, it should be a little bit stronger here. So they're almost on the verge of being able to come back into this half, I think. I mean, they've already got the lockdown online for retakes especially. That's going to be useful. The Seeker's almost online. And if they have to bum out into another eco round, you've got Fatinho, who's almost got that Blade Storm up as well. Whereas you look at what Na'Vi have, they invested a lot into that last round. I mean, they put in, I think it was the Seekers, the Empress as well. Arch, I believe, invested the Viper's Pit, so not going to have that online. Not a lot to be talked about there. So Vodafone Giants potentially in the next 2-3 rounds going to have the advantage.
Oh, the next 3 rounds? What, when Na'Vi are on round 12?
Well, if they win 1 round, then they'll only be on 11, won't they?
Little bear. You know, when Breeze first came out and we got to try it out, I got really distracted and kind of stopped playing it and just went and hunted all of the bears. And then uploaded on Twitter screenshots of every single bear I found. There were a lot
Aren't they
of them.
sloths?
Huh?
Aren't they sloths?
Well, they're all different. Some of them are bears. There's like some penguins and some squirrels somewhere.
True, I've seen a worm or two.
The one you never see when they're observing is the one that's in the sort of geode thing in the cave. In like the blue geode thing, the little radianite thing. There's a little bear
Just because
hidden
it's
in
got
there.
your name on it, all right? Just because it's got your name in it doesn't mean that everyone's going to take the time
It's
to
the best
go and
bear.
investigate. I'm sure. Well, the best headshot for Hoodie on the push. Be able to control SSK. Just trade it out. Cloud finds what he's looking for. Going to get darted out. Oh, David P caught the cross out in the open. Dino makes short work of that one. Vodafone Giants flagging a little bit for Fatinho. Ever present with this operator. On somewhat of an awkward buy for the rest of the team, though.
No hard feelings.
It's going to hurt. Ambi was in the Aldrone as well, so no chance of seeing that one. I think sneaks under the purview. Fatinho now with quite a lot to do. Meadow, 8 HP and only a Sheriff. Bush needs to come in. Yeah, I think you do just save this operator. There's a rifle right on the other side of that screen. That's exactly what Meadow was moving forwards to try and get. Using that Viper wall, they'll be able to save a little bit more money into the next.
makes perfect sense. If I remember correctly, this was not an operator that they bought this round. This was the one that Hoodie picked up, right? And handed back over. After the timeouts, my sense of time has been lost, so I'm trying to think how long it's been since that was the round. I think that was it. So it definitely saves them a lot of money considering the fact they're going to have to buy up those remaining weapons. And you don't want to risk having to spend an extra 4,700 on top of everything else for a round that you're likely to not win.
Turret out.
Arch in round 18 is still on 3 kills and Abby's on 4. It's curious that there's such a disparity across both of these teams in terms of the kill counts, right? And so late into the game, you expect those averages to start to sort of bump a little bit up.
Sure, but when you consider the agents that they're playing, they're not necessarily in roles where you're going to be looking for them to be fragging out. You know, in a lot of cases, especially on the defense, Arch has been on the other side of the map, very similarly to how David P is now. You know, Viper kind of just chills out somewhere for the most part.
I mean, sure. But we've still, you know, we've had 6 rounds now on their attack and still yet to really have too much to say about it. Vitinho moves through. Meadow, though, takes the kill away, and actually the knives don't get reset that time. Puts them away. We'll have to wait for it. Nade, Snipe will not be able to land. Cloud lands the headshot instead. It's traded. The Na'Vi come out on top. 3 versus 3 now. Overall, and quicker on the draw, it's Cloud yet again. Starting to pop off. Seekers now invested after coming online. The spray downs are good, and Cloud will finally fall to the snake bite. Ambi gets another. And now it's 1 versus 2 for Arch, who said he needed to step up a little bit more. Spots the Viper and will be able to shut down the Viper pit. Did get tapped. Oh, and the stop on the defuse there is crucial. Gives the game away. The footsteps, but Arch steps up. And big time as well. Na'Vi up to 11.
There you go, John. You spurred him on. It was actually a really, really good kill as well to be able to bring down the Viper's pit as they were looking to go for the retake. That
tough love.
Just basically single-handedly gave Na'Vi that round. It would have been much, much harder to contest had that ultimate finished going up. So, let's go, Arch. We appreciate you. You know, for me, actually, if we're looking at like where people are in the scoreboard, the one that captures my eye is the fact that Vitinho's on a negative KD.
Which is quite interesting. I mean, given that you're playing on the Jet, normally you see them topping the tables. And it feels like he's been having some impact frags as well coming through, but for now, it's just not really being brought to bear. Moving on up towards the A, claiming that ult orb. And again, leaving David P across the map. Wondering when are they going to come B? Don't even have the Viper's pit to be holding on. They busted that one out in the last round. Cloud just nails 2. Looks for a 3rd. Meadow puts an end to it. But SSK still going. And the spike looking to get planted now. Na'Vi, they want the map point here on Breeze. We talked about how both of these teams maybe not super confident on this map, but for now, Na'Vi certainly sitting head and shoulders above. 7 to 11, really dicey scoreline to be sure, and with another kill going over, but Meadow racks up 2 more, 13 HP's not going to be enough though when you swing on that. The Vandal lands the headshot, and it wouldn't even mattered if you had full. 7 to 12.
Point.
All right. Hey, John, this might be the first 3-map best of 3 that we get to cast in the playoffs.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's exciting.
I mean, it is exciting, especially because this was very much the map that coming into it, I thought, Na'Vi really have a disadvantage here. And actually, that doesn't seem to be the case. And we've mentioned a couple of times Na'Vi not having a real storied history on this map. But Giants haven't played it a ton either, and the last couple of times that they have, they also lost. So there's a weakness for both of them. Right now, seemingly more so for Giants, you can't seem to pull it back while they're on the defense.
And when you consider as well the change in agents, right? You've got Meadow moving over to the Killjoy instead of playing on that Cypher. You have to wonder if they're going to be double thinking. They're going to be thinking twice about doing that again in the future. I mean, I haven't really seen the lockdown have too much of an effect. I mean, sure, the Killjoy turrets have been decent in circumstances, but they've been dealt with so many times.
My ult's not ready. My ult's not ready.
It certainly does make you wonder. Oh, they're going to start making their initiation here onto B, led by the Hawks, but it's David P to get that opening kill as he backs off into the site.
I know exactly.
Taken on down, 2 players already falling. Meadow doing so much work trying to keep this one going. I mean, I said maybe the Killjoy isn't the best pick, but the guy playing it is pretty good as well. You have to be worried. 2 players now standing for Na'Vi, trying to boot their way up to the B site, but Dinks moving through. 3 bullets left in the magazine, so needing to land those headshots. Only 13 seconds. Slow for Na'Vi as ever, but with just 12 seconds left, they will be starting to go for it. A lovely little headshot there coming through. Dino finds another, and now it's just Vitinho. Has a Vandal himself, trying to move around the side. I think they know he's onto site, and now into a 1 versus 1. Vitinho low, and the spray goes the way of Dinks to bring Na'Vi to a 13-7, and we're going to our map number 3.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's actually happening! Na'Vi really pulled it out there in their attack. You know, given what I said, that the attacking half ostensibly is the worst half for Na'Vi, and that is where things could have gotten quite scary for them, just given their recent performances on this map. But for them to come through and actually pull that out, and I think, you know, some of that credit does almost have to go to the fact that Giants looked far less confident on the defense themselves than they did on the attack, and that obviously balances it out somewhat. But taking it into a map number 3 for, you know, games that have, while at times looked dominating, other times looked close, actually turned out to be fairly well balanced. I'm ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We'll see if they can duke it out over on Split. We're only going to have 1 winner. And remember, this is an elimination game. It's an elimination series, which means if you go down here, you're not going to Berlin. You're not going to be able to qualify. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to set things up, to tee us up for the next game. Whilst we have a little bit of a break before that, you can listen to some music. And of course, that's going to be Aframi featuring Mugleta, Resist Your Love.
Calling my name, pull me closer, make me stay on the beat of your game, make me wonder, can get away. I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong. Listen, I got the moves, I got the groove, I got the ooh. I got the ooh, better take them to school. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Someone tell me ooh, da, da, da, da. Ooh, da, da, da, da. Ooh, da, da, da, da. Someone tell me ooh, da, da, da, da. Ooh, da, da, da, da. Ooh, da, da, da, da. Someone tell me now. Lost in the streets, got my last hour on repeat. I got shot fatally, got me bleeding, can't you see? I know you're type and not just what you like. You'll shoot right through and in between the eyes. I no longer know what's wrong or right, and I'm in danger, and I'm running wild. Feelings getting stronger. Can I resist your love? Will I resist your love? Tell me. My heart beat like thunder. Can I resist your love?
Na'Vi. They put the easy back in Breeze there as they lock in this map. And now we're split right down the middle. 1-1 in this series right now. I got Zesht, I got Lothar with me. You know, we were a little bit worried, a little bit anxious to the mantra behind picking into your opponent's weaknesses, right? And maybe we saw the reasons why we were worried in the server just now. Zesht, I'd love to hear your take on this.
Absolutely. I mean, it very much seemed like the tidal wave was hitting Vodafone Giants there, and they were caught up in a tsunami at that point, which unfortunately left them on the shore pretty much without anything. So at that point, I really gotta say, it seemed, unfortunately to me, like it was sort of a default play that we're going for, specifically the defender side, but they were just missing the antidotes to a lot of those sicknesses that came their way, and that's obviously somewhat unfortunate. We saw a very redundant approach from Na'Vi over on that side of A, and obviously you would have said at one point, 3 rounds in a row doing the same kind of thing, you might have a reply to that or be kind of proactive, but it just unfortunately didn't happen. It didn't feel like that.
Yeah, so some things I was happy about here was, you know, Skye, I think, is such a pivotal character on Breeze, such a pivotal agent to have in your pool. Both Skies showed up here, right? We had big Skies in this service. So, Lothar, you want to give me a bit of a breakdown of this one?
One of my favorite agents currently in the game. She's just amazing at everything. It's kind of like amazing when you think about it. She is a semi-healer, she has flashes, she also gives info, she has the target to gather informations like more steadily than the flash, and also the ultimate can be used either proactively, reactively, and can be either used for defense, offense. She has everything. So I'm not surprised to see people who play her well, notable you know, key players here like Soulcast, an example for Liquid, are excelling at their own stats because they can play for themselves as well, which is something that they couldn't play before.
And that's the thing with Na'Vi as well, right? I mean, Skye being such an Australian Swiss knife and having every single opportunity for herself. At the same time, Na'Vi have different approaches. We see sometimes Arch playing a super supportive kind of Skye, like we saw Mixwell, for example, do that for Kellogg's. And this way we see a more aggressive type of Skye, which obviously can work on individuals ever since the patch, and you pretty much can solo flash yourself in. And therefore it's nice to see those mixes from Na'Vi. Also recently picking up that Skye on Cloud. When the talk previous to stage 3, I was talking to them, do you consider picking up that Skye? And I said, you know what, be surprised. And obviously they did that. They seemingly also surprised the lads of Vodafone Giants with it. And this means some kind of reply needs to come right now here on Split.
Yeah, so while we're kind of still like pretty agent focused here, I want to look at the Jet presence for the Vodafone Giants. Vitinho's having a bit of a mare as far as performances go, right? Pretty quiet from him over here on Breeze. When you're playing the Jet and you're responsible for creating space, I know we said that Jets don't need to have the flashiest KDs, right? They don't need to be like right up top of the board, but it would certainly go some sort of mileage if we could have some opening pressure found in the form of kills, not just space take. I think Vitinho might be pretty key here.
The thing is, for Vitinho, I think like on attack he was doing a pretty good job, but the problem was defense. He was less impactful, let's say it this way, right? But I also have to take but say Nadus Vincere, I had like criticism towards them in the past few days, that their attack sides typically are weaker than the defense side, because actually they play defense on almost every single map very well. On Breeze, they actually played well as well on Breeze defense, but they excelled in attack. Even though the plan was simple, typically just pushing on A, was very blunt force, like a brute force composition to go through cave. It was very effective, and the call was, yeah, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it till it works, and it works so well for them. It's actually quite surprising that Giants didn't find an answer for it, right? They didn't swap anything. We have still seen the Killjoy just try to delay the plant instead of delay the push in the first place, which is I understand that they basically didn't want to even play to try to delay the push through A. But the thing is, one thing that more impressed me from Na'Vi, they knew how to play deficit scenarios. So now coming into Split, when playing on a deficit is even more important, because this map is so focused on solo performance as a team, when you running, at some point you're gonna run out of utility, and this map is so utility based because of the narrow entrances. It comes down to fundamentals at some point, and it seems like Navi has them nailed down during this evening.
Yeah, and because these teams both kind of lean into this slow style, right? This really is going to feel like a war of attrition almost, right? Like it is very much about, you know, working some map control for the longest time, looking for any kind of opener, and then trying to, you know, play on the back of your opponent's mistakes. We've had a lot of these rounds where just not a lot happens, right? Where one team isn't wanting to overpeak into these defaults, and so there's a lot of onus put on the idea of info gathering right now, right? I think if you're able to be one step ahead of the opposition and what they're leaning towards, that's pretty key at racking up these defensive rounds. As we head into split session, is there anything that you think we should be looking out for?
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I really want to point out at that point is that there has been a great track record for Na'Vi / No Pressure over on Split. I mean, we saw success and also mental fortitude against Liquid, for example. Obviously, the CRS region, they have been successful, except one team. That's Gambit, of course. And the interesting part about that is what Lothar mentioned all the time, which is very crucial. They don't have a great attack, but their defense is really good. Yep. This was lackluster against Gambit on Split. They struggled there. Good time, big time. And that's going to be interesting to see if also the Vodafone Giants can now capitalize exactly on the weaknesses that the guys from Gambit actually played on.
Yeah, Lothar as well, just so we can give you some time here, you know, as we look towards Split, I would love to get your thoughts now on what we could see in terms of the agent pool before we actually, you know, bring that up and get it solidified.
So, interestingly enough, on Split, typically both of the teams are playing with double duelists. The contrast is SSK is obviously on Reyna. I say obviously because he was doing some nasty work in the past on this agent. Like, typically, I'm not a fan of the agent, but when someone consistently can do stuff like this, right, then it's pretty obnoxious. And he was, I seen Hypok tweet, like, what are his DPI settings and so on.
Shampoo.
Everyone wants to know.
Everyone is on that train from SSK. You know, the ex-pro Fortnite is making strides here in Valorant. So for Na'Vi, we're going to have Reyna and Jet. Reyna and Raze, but for Giants, we're going to have Raze and Jet. So there's a bit of a difference here when it comes to the approach on attack. My main, like, let's say, note for Navido is that typically I was putting them as a win condition on the defense side. So when they were doing like a 9-3 score, that was like minimum plan for Navi. And I'm worried about like how will that go on Split for them. But today they actually do attack better than in the previous days.
Okay, so we're going to put a lot of onus then on that defense side and keeping an eye on the offensive side of Na'Vi. All that and more is going to be coming up after a quick break, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be back with that third and final map of Split.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
We're getting into the third map between Na'Vi and the Vodafone Giants. It's split. I'm Harry. Once again, I'm joined by Zesht and Lothar for one final ride here as we get ready to embark into this game. Now, before we went to a break, we were having a little discussion about the potential agent pools. Just to kind of summarize again, I think one of the big difference here, both teams playing double duelist, although one, you have that Raze Jet combination more often than not, and on the other, it's Raze and Reyna. Off the top here, Lothar, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the kind of differences between these like two duelist stacks, and which one would you say is like your personal favorite?
My personal favorite is Jet Raze here on this map. Like, it's still about the pressure that Jet can create, which, by the way, a lot of teams are in EU not picking Jet on split, which I feel like is gonna go back into the metagame at some point because the dash on site is just so valuable, especially on B. But one of my other things I wanted to point out, on this map, it's most likely gonna be Ambi playing on Jet and Vitinho playing on Raze. So there was gonna be a swap between the duelist roles here, which is also very interesting because it's Vitinho who typically was playing the operator on defense, but at the same time, Jet opping on defense on split is not really that favorable because the map is typically very, let's say, packed when it comes to the distances that you're going to encounter your opponent. So Phantom is typically also a weapon of choice.
The most interesting thing to me is what I'm really looking out for. I genuinely believe Navi's going to lose a lot of room on defense. They're going to lose so much territory from the start on. When you take a look at the early positioning from Vodafone Giants, they usually go really deep into B main. So they hold that B main ground, which is a very normal thing to do, right? And you would be saying, hold on, I'm sure Na'Vi does that as well. They don't. There's not a high likelihood that they really actively aggress those positions all around the map where you usually would expect them to do so. At the same time, as those guys from Vodafone Giants do it, I'm concerned that there will be a lot of territory lost from the Na'Vi side of things, which could result into less map control, less pressure on your attacking opponent.
Oh, I can feel the hype. I can feel the energy here. Yeah, you know, so something else that's interesting to me is, actually, the agent pool's going to be ready in a second, so I don't really, and I'm leaning around the shop as well. I'm really putting our cameraman through their paces. Yeah, so we're ready to take a look at the agents here. It's split. The third map, as I've said. Are we going to get what we expect? Already for Na'Vi, I am seeing exactly what we kind of hypothesized here, right, with the Raze Reyna and the Jet Raze over on the side of Vodafone Giants. I always like having a Reyna with an Astra as well. There's something about the way the Dismiss can play around the ult that's just terrifying to me. But yeah, what else do you guys make of this?
Since it's basically what we explained already all the time here, because those are the lineups that the teams are using, I wanted to just point out something that Na'Vi didn't punish, or when it comes to Giants on previous maps, especially on Ascent, the lurks from David P, right?
Yeah.
It was just not punished at all.
Very true.
David has also tendencies to push A lobby here on defense a lot towards sewers and spawn of the attackers. That can be a weak point for Giants if Na'Vi tries to punish that behavior, but also on this map, Hoodie has the tendencies to push B mid when the attack on A is resolving, so he has control over sewers. And I feel like really, that's a lot of information when it comes to like patterns that your opponents are doing that you could punish as Na'Vi. The question is, we can pay attention, right? You pay attention as well to those Hoodie and David P pushes on defense, if they are getting effective or not.
especially when like we list, you know, Na'Vi as kind of this default heavy slow team. You feel like these are the little nuggets of information and patterns that you really have to pick up on, right? This is the whole essence behind your game plan, is waiting for someone to overextend and, you know, give up that potential opener that then leads to the round coming together, right? And so they weren't able to catch David P's aggression back on Ascent. I'm hoping that they've done their homework here for Split. Zesht, I see you wanted to say something.
So at this point in time, I'm just waiting for the Twitch account, quote, if David P lurks, to come in, and you're obviously being quoted. But the most interesting part of all of that is obviously that this reminds me a little bit of the Fnatic Liquid game. We're about to see who's going to be eliminated or not. It was the same thing where David P/Link back in the day was not punished for that at all, and it was nerfs coming into play. So we'll see if those nerfs come into play for Na'Vi, because David could be very annoying.
Well, that's one thing before we go into the game. Okay. Giants attacking side, they typically ignore mid control and just push through B or A. That's the way they typically do it.
I know you're so happy you got that last little word in Lothar, because now it's going to come true. Let's see if it does come true. Lothar's looked into his magic ball. Let's throw this one over to the casters. Take it away.
He's shaken the 8-ball and it's come up saying A or B, there is no in between. No middle ground for Lothar's Vodafone Giants. But we are going to be going into the game here on Split. The final game of the day, Gio, and at the end of it, we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams from the entirety of the VCT.
It feels like such a long journey that we've been through in this game. You know, I made a joke earlier on in our first series of the day about how yesterday we had the longest Valorant game that went to God knows how many maps it was. But I feel like this one also could be the longest just because of how slow a lot of the rounds have been and the playstyle of these two teams, and the fact that now we're going into map number 3. God knows how long this is going to last. This could go on for a very, very long time. Now, you know, considering what they said on the desk, Zesht especially was saying he's expecting Na'Vi to have to concede a lot of space on their defense, and maybe Giants are going to be able to pressure them a lot more. That could speed things up if it does work, but we're going to have to actually wait and see if that's going to happen.
If the Vodafone Giants are going to speed anything up. But hang on a minute. You know what I was promised?
What?
I was promised B or A. Lothar, what the hell? This is distinctly middle based right now. Okay, hang on a minute. Oh, they were just teasing. It was just teasing me. All the way back they go. Oh, it's back and forth. Goodness me. My nerves can't take it. Gio, help me.
Well, next time, just don't listen to Lothar. Your nerves will be a lot calmer.
That's probably fair enough. Have to wait and see for now, though. Looks like they are going to go straight up the mid, all the way to ropes, and play for A. They did actually end up tracking it all the way in. SSK not controlling Heaven right now. They do have to worry about the Killjoy utility, but Dink's holding on the cross. Look at that discipline from SSK to be able to keep control of the main ramps. And Dinks is moved by the paint shell, blinded out by the paranoia. Fatinho swings, and the Vodafone Giants, with their mid control in the pistol, have the ankles taken out, but they will get to A, and the spike will get planted.
Finally down. You've just got these last few players of Na'Vi who are trying to feed themselves in. Dino gets a kill, which is nice. It's going to help them reconvene at some point as they're so spread out here. There's the engagement on ramps. Goes the way of Cloud, and they're getting ever closer to actually moving on in. But Fatinho, he doesn't want that to happen.
Traded off, though. Arch able to find another, and Fatinho is low, 14 HP. They know his location. They know where he is, and the retake is good. Na'Vi come thundering back to A and reclaim what was once theirs. 1-0 to start things off.
Nice start there for Na'Vi. And I honestly, like, if I'm gonna go really deep into the analysis nice and early, John, I would say that the reason it didn't work for Giants is because they went against tradition and pushed mid.
BYB fam.
You know, like, changing up their playstyle so drastically like that has just completely thrown... I don't know if they're gonna be able to mentally recover.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. That's pretty dramatic there, Gio. We'll see if see if that mental boom can be recovered after round 1. See if that momentum can be dissuaded. But for now, looks like they are going to go a little bit back to basics. It's time for B.
First step in recovering.
Yeah, fair enough, but they have bought up into this round. They've spent a little bit of cash. Tried to dash forwards, tried to get some presence here, but healing back on up, getting that ult orbit in as well. Putting in the Cypher camera around the side. Meadow trying to gain some intel. And again, they have got those Spectres, so they are not terrible in these trades. Playing up close, they've got the range of those Sheriffs as well. First trade, it goes both ways, and Dino comes out on top, but Meadow shuts it down, and another found as well. 3 kills against Na'Vi. Meadow, Hoodie, and David P standing tall. Spike moving back towards Garage, though. Maybe just getting picked up and moving onto site across the wall before it fades. It will be safe for now. Cypher camera is going to get taken out. The Spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
Once again, these last 2 players of Na'Vi separated, but that wasn't so much of a problem for them last time. Just having a quick check to make sure they're not being flanked. There's a turret going out as well. Using what they can just to ensure that all of these corners are accounted for, and that means that they can both hop down together. Start to encroach. There's the first kill.
Finds a second as well. One versus one, and SSK able to clutch it down as well. Na'Vi 2 versus 3 on the second. Get the retake of Vodafone Giants. It felt like that was theirs, but instead they turn around and just chuck it to the wayside. It's going to be 2-0 with Vodafone Giants investing into that second round. We've seen this story before.
And so far, Na'Vi are not necessarily falling into that prediction that they had on the desk about them conceding loads of space, but we're also not far enough into the game yet to have those full buys, to have the full weaponry, the full utility available that would kind of, I suppose, beef up Giants enough for them to do a kind of full force attack. So we'll have to wait a round or 2 for that to come through, but as it stands, Na'Vi have had a decent go at it so far.
Dino at the back of B with the Judge. If they try and push there, they might have another thing coming. A spread baseline of fire right now to operate from for the Vodafone Giants. You can see they've left the Spike down towards mid, down towards Ramen. B side getting peeked, but Dino's there with the Judge, and there's no way you get it past that. 2 kills on the trot. Lickety split, no trouble. Arch swings out on top of the wall as well and finds Ambi. There's another player there waiting, and David P able to find the kill, but at the cost of a little bit of health. Doesn't have control of the Spike. Instead, sends Meadow back to try and wrest that one into their hands. 2 players alive, and versus 4. Sneak up to A, but the Killjoy util just too strong.
Yeah, and with Dinks just around the corner, that position is going to be known, and this is why you're actually seeing Cloud start to push up a little bit, because Giants have no choice but to really go this way. There's the first kill, there's the second. That's all it took for Na'Vi to put their 3rd round on the board. Looking really clean so far, to be totally honest.
Very impressive stuff coming through for Na'Vi. They're able to get these coordinated retakes when they have to. I mean, 2 of their rounds, remember, those have been retakes. And this is, I think, the first round where I think we're going to have to see a full save coming through from the Vodafone Giants, if I'm not mistaken. They invested into a rifle this round. They bought a Vandal. They bought a couple of pistols and a Spectre or 2. And now they're just down to that Sheriff buy. So they are right scraping the bottom of the barrel. Next round should be the first rifle, but Dino might be able to convert on a cheeky little Judge play.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm really happy for him, because if you think back to when he was playing the Judge on Ascent, he didn't ever really get to use it. Now he actually... Oh, no. I spoke too soon.
He's not even going to be able to squeeze off a shot there, and David P's going to pick up the spoils. Spike in his control as well. They move up mid and move straight towards the back of B Heaven. Trying to control towards Spawn. The sprays from Dinks as he spots out the player. They are going to get swelled upon. Actually moving the Spike towards Spawn. That's... Okay, David P has taken the Spike, and it looks like they're going to have to commit towards A. Not too sure about that one. Cloud is going to go down. Patino can't quite hold there with the pistol. The Sheriff not quite strong enough. Meadow as well on the front of A, not having the best of times. They still left the Spike in Defender Spawn. Ambi finds another, though, and again, they find themselves in the numbers advantage with 38 seconds.
Well, actually, the alarm bot didn't go off, and now Dinks versus Meadow here. It goes the way of Dinks. Somewhat scrappy fight over ropes there. 2 versus 2. Now Na'Vi, they've got to prove how their retake's going to be here. So far, it's starting off pretty good.
3 for Ambi on the round. Tailwind away. Dinks is low. It's dangerous already. 4 on the round. And Ambi able to get it done. A win on the cards for Vodafone Giants, and on a thrifty round as well. They only bought Sheriffs into it, and they were able to make it work with some cheeky picks. Opened it up towards Dino in B Heaven. And from there, it felt unstoppable.
This SSK is sat at the bottom of the leaderboard for Na'Vi at the moment. I know we're still in the early days, but still not necessarily what you expect.
If you haven't got 10 kills by round 5, Gio doesn't even want to talk to you.
I know. I only talk to the best. But John's the exception.
Oh, nearly stuck in there with a pre-claiming the compliment. I knew you were going to do something like that. I had to try and turn it around, but no, I've been defeated, thwarted at every turn, Drat.
Alright, I'm gonna overlook the fact that you said
Drat
Drat.
is I said it because I was like, I'm being the villain, right? Like that's the whole thing.
That's what villains say. Yeah, I heard the Joker oftentimes went, "Oh, Drat," whenever Batman defeated him.
I mean, you obviously haven't read that much Batman if you think that that's a joke.
Anyway, all of Vodafone Giants here working together to push up towards A. There's the teleport, but immediately he's going to be returning back to the rest of the team. He's going to hand over some of that information, and out comes the Gravwell as well as the Nebula to hold them back.
Just slowing it down yet again. They try and go A. Not going to work. Instead they go through sewers, and again, might be a little bit of a mid-sneak. Maybe have to go a little bit louder. They've got the Sage to worry about. Arch gets spotted out in ropes, and Hoodie able to deliver the mail. They are going to take control, but instead they swing out, go towards the vents, and drop down. A site on the cards now. Killjoy utilities there, and there's the neural theft as well. They'll know where the defense is. They can make their plan. Oh, a beautiful wall to stop Cloud from getting anything done. Finds it. Nonetheless, Abby goes down to it. It's a 2-for-2 trade. There's not a lot of time left. The spike yet to be planted. 6 seconds, and they finally are going to start that plant sequence going on through. 2 players left on the retake. No idea how neither player spotted on that first flick. David P gets the better end of it. Cloud turns the corner into the dark cover and fades away. Tries to get out with this operator. Playing around the Cosmic Divide, and we'll be able to find the kill onto David P.
I mean, yeah, nice to get an exit frag. Not going to be chasing any of the others. I was very surprised to see Cloud actually get the showstopper off there. But it was a really nice rotation that was done by Giants, to be honest. You know, the way they came back up through mid and backed off a little bit, but decided to return back to A. You know, the only thing that was really deterring them from making that push in through A Heaven was an alarm bot. And when you've got your comrades by your side, you don't really need to worry about something like an alarm bot, especially if they're going to be investing the utility like the barrier orb to hold back the defenders in those necessary places. They had a lot of room that they could play with, and it was a very nice calling done from Giants, which I assume came from our wonderful David P, as he does a lot of their IGLing. So good job, Dave. P, in case you don't go by Dave.
Oh no. Well, you heard it here first. Gio thinks alarm bot is just rubbish.
No!
That's what she said. I heard it. You heard it, chat. Let's get it clipped, get it shipped. Make sure no one ever forgets it. Alarm bot, not even worth it. Why even play Killjoy, to be honest? Trying to play around this cyber cage, though, could be tricky. Cloud not able to land the shot with the operator into a field of 4 and not there. Frenzy around the side, though, as Dink swings. 2 in response, though. They open up onto the site. Ambi getting healed on up by the Sage as the spike makes its way to A. Retake potential. There is a res, but with 3 players and only pistols, it's difficult.
Look at this really big lurk that David P is going on as well, because they know that these defenders are going to be up towards screens. They're going to be up in spawn. If he can come and sandwich them from behind, especially when they've got this wall to deal with as well. I mean, this could be a very effective pincer technique here. Even if he just gets 1, but he doesn't even need to. It's Hoodie who clears them all up. Vodafone Giants put their 3rd round on the board to even things out.
Fair enough. They sweep the pistols under the rug. They shrug off the solo kill. They did receive. Send it out their way. And Na'Vi, they started off strong, but Vodafone Giants answer back in kind, and they're going to be able to bring it back even. 3-3 here But remember the first halves, they've gone 6-6 both times so far in this series.
These two teams really they've flirted with this whole evening things out kind of deal. Kind of crazy how that be. All right, let's see what's going on here. So they've actually got a lot more, they being Na'Vi, have a lot more kind of manpower over to try and prevent any rotation that could be made in through vents. That is a space that Giants have taken control of quite considerably at times, but the weakness here is that they can just walk straight in onto A. There's not much to stop them. Now, eventually, Na'Vi are going to recognize this, but it's certainly not going to be before the spike actually gets planted.
Moving in, full 5. I mean, it's a retake. They're playing on retake servers apparently. Trying to go in towards the spike, get this one done, but no. I mean, you still got to worry about David P on that flank. Coming in for the retake though, they're going to load it up with the lockdown. Won't isolate all of the site though. They have to be worried about that. There's the showstopper to try and speed things up, but Meadow finds 2 for Vodafone Giants. With the retake looking to try and put pressure on. Both players can sit at the back of the site, but Coutinho's holding strong. Arch trades, and Arch gets 2 as well. Breaks the trap wire. Dino goes down to Meadow in the meantime, and Arch now last standing. David P's flank finally comes to bear, and despite the lockdown, it's going to be another round going through for the Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, a bit of an oversight, you could say, by Na'Vi, and totally understand why they made the adaptation that they did, with Giants actually looking more comfortable with making those mid pushes and, you know, working together in that for the last few rounds. It makes total sense that Na'Vi would kind of shift their resources to respond to that. But the problem that they then have is that they didn't have any way of knowing what was going on in the A site until it was too late. The turret had actually been used in A Heaven, where the alarm bot previously had been. So the turret couldn't have spotted them out. Though the alarm bot was up by screens, well, I mean, none of the players from Giants had to go near screens given that the push that they made. So really, they were just free to waltz in. So you can already see Na'Vi have changed where they're placing the turret. And we'll see where they you know, use other utility of theirs.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they were trying to fall back on the lockdown, though, right? Like they were going to use that as their main tool to retake. I mean, it is a very powerful tool, but they didn't cover the entire site. They allowed 2 players just to sit there, go unpunished, and weren't able to push through and actually get that covering. And I have to give credit to Meadow on that one, I think. Playing from those ramps, brutal hold from that side of things, and wasn't in the lockdown, had some great lines of sight to cover and stop the crosses coming in. But yeah, I feel like you're right. They moved some of that utility, they changed it up a little bit, and they tried to rely on that lockdown all too much.
Real shame there for Na'Vi. Now, they are going to be weaker here because they're not buying up much, but that also means they haven't bought into all of the utility they could. Trade early, but there's the res coming in from Giants is going to help build them up. The Gravity Well's not quite going to catch out Ambi as he dashes out.
Falling back just a little bit. 1 for 1 with the res gives the advantage to the Vodafone Giants. And they invest the ult nonetheless. Arch does have the res available as well, so if they can get back mid-control, potential to bring it back into their favor. But on a strung-together buy, do you want to invest that sort of an ultimate? Trying to check those angles. Moving slow, but up towards B they go. Dino first to face. Needs to get the picks here and won't be able to get the shots. A lot of damage sent out their way as well. Turns the corner and Cloud nails the shot over to David P. Another kill, and that's the spike scene as well. To trigger the push, but Meadow's there waiting. Vigilant over on A. And now the rotate can come full on through. You've got Ambi sentineled in mid. And we'll turn the corner, take down Arch. And look at this fast rotate coming through from Vodafone Giants. Heads up, good picks from Meadow.
Yeah, it was the perfect way of enabling that rotate to be made very swiftly through, especially as the spike was on the other side of the map to the space that had been found by Giants. Now they can pretty comfortably get the spike down. There we go, finally done. And once again, if you're Na'Vi, just these 2 players remaining, you're exceptionally limited for your options, especially now that barrier orb has gone up. I mean, what do you do here? Are you going to back out? You're going to try and go in for the kills?
Meadow playing towards the back of sight, trying to keep control of Heaven. They've got quite a lot of it, to be fair. Only One player really going for it. Cloud already on a triple kill on the round. I mean, fair enough. He's had some impact. Dino instead just saving the Vandal he was able to snaffle away in the midst of it all. But Vodafone Giants putting themselves up to 5 at the end of this round.
Yeah, not quite as big a deal to lose the Marshal as it would have been had Dino lost the Vandal in that scenario. But again, Giants with what I praised them for earlier, just really effective rotations. The way that they're actually providing support for the remainder of their team to do that. In this case, it was because of Ambi and his position in mid.
Turret out.
It was nice as well because, you know, they could have chosen to use utility, like a barrier orb, but instead they saved that to use later to prevent a retake being available to Na'Vi. So, just kind of good resource management, I suppose you could put it as. Na'Vi have been able to buy up here. Should actually be able to defend these sites a little bit better as it was a bit weaker on that last round.
Just a little bit. I mean, back up to the rifles now, though. No operators going to be in play, no snipers on either side. Not going to invest into it, but again, mid presence being felt by Vodafone Giants. And I mean, they spoke on the desk about, you know, this A or B strategy, and it seems like Vodafone Giants have changed that, right? They've taken presence in mid quite a few times now, and even on this rifle round, it's their main strategy. Move up, take control of vents.
Have Na'Vi made it difficult for them to do that, though? The answer, in my opinion, is no. Very rarely have Na'Vi had someone present in vents. There hasn't been a direct threat onto mid at really any point.
Quite, but that's a pretty direct threat to the gut of Ambi. The shots land, Arch. Able to find the first pick. Fatinho now pushing up in main.
30 seconds.
Trying to play in the stars. Spray downs come through, and Arch gets a second as well. Fast out with a blast pack. Dino gets one. Hoodie again, continuing to rain down. Na'Vi looking at answer back here. 20 seconds on the clock. The spike down over in B Heaven, and there's really nothing doing here for Vodafone Giants. They're trying to move through, but they're only going to be able to get a couple kills if that. Cloud finds yet another headshot in the game, and David P drops the dark cover, trying to hold on to the gun. Gets the spray at range, but it's traded off. SSK closes down the round, and Na'Vi pick up a 4th.
Well, that's great for them, given that they actually fully invested in that last round, so they're not going to be losing too much economically. Instead, can build off of that, rather than falling from an expensive buy. So it's a nice spot for them to be in, considering. And if you're Giants, you can just buy up what you need, because you do have the money for it. Now, having a look at these ultimates that are available, so, I mean, you have both of your duelists on Na'Vi have got your ultimates, and you have a res too. So, if any round is you're gonna get aggressive for you, this would probably be it.
Moving on up, Ambi leads the charge with the blast packs at his back as well from the teammate. Ambi with the knives out, swings. Able to land it. Get rid of that Killjoy util as well. Try and move straight on through it. And there goes the neural theft. They'll know where the defense is, and they can start to ping on through. Move on to the fights. Try and gather those rotates, and look at that. That's exactly what they'll do. David P moves in and caught with a knife out. Cloud will fall. It's going to rain on his parade as Dino tries to swing the same corner and meets the same fate. Meadow able to land those headshots. Ambi with the knives has one more, but it gets reset and lands yet another triple kill on the round. The right click to seal the deal. Add insult to injury. Beautiful stuff from the knives of Ambi.
I mean, Ambi just showed the hell up there, because it's not even just those last couple of kills he got. That opening kill onto SSK was directly after the Empress had been popped. So what I said at the beginning of the round about that probably being what Na'Vi would want to lean into, they thought the same thing, but they were just shut down immediately. So their plan got taken away from them, and it was all because of Ambi, and then just being able to clean up with the rest of them at the end there. A really good round from him. Taking off that, you know, valuable ultimate, that option for Na'Vi, it stings.
Talking of options, though, that's a showstopper in the back pocket for Cloud, as well as the res, and pretty close to the Cosmic Divide. The ult tempo in favor of Na'Vi, but we're so close to the half that it might not matter. Every game so far in this series, Gio, it's been 6-6. So the data doesn't lie. We might be going for an RV round here. See if they can hold out, because it looks like A Heaven again under threat. They've moved the Killjoy. They've tried to play us somewhere else, but this time around, they're going to be caught lacking. Arch, though, sprays down Vitinho, and a big tool in that paint shell going to be denied there. Meadow trades it off. SSK is going to fall. And out comes the showstopper on the defense. Cloud trying to stymie the flow of players towards the site, but the spike already getting invested. Traded off, 1-for-1. Abby gets another, and David P doubles up towards the spawn. And now it's just Cloud who gets taken apart. Vodafone Giants break the curse, and we're going 7 in the first half.
Last round.
It's a very interesting assault there, actually, onto the spawn through screens, because when you had those attackers who filtered out and they went back down into elbow, it kind of draws the defenders with them. So, you know, you have Cloud going through with the showstopper, and he did get the kill onto Meadow, but they don't realize that they've still got David P behind them, and that's not the first time he's done that. We mentioned it a few rounds ago when he came up from behind to try and trap them. It actually worked this time because Hoodie wasn't there to get a 3K. So
David P, king of the ratty plays.
Yeah, yeah, that was a real pincer technique there from Giants. It totally paved off.
David P lurking again. Goodness me. Cloud pinned behind the Cloud Burst. And Ambi will be able to get the best of him. Finds the first frag, the opener. Dino deadly with the judge. In these close range scenarios, Arch as well to back him up. There's the Cypher camera. Oh, they want to see an ankle. They want to see a toe. They're not stepping out. Not one jot. Trading back and forth again. Hoodie checks the angle, but this time Dino's ready and waiting. Drops back in. There's a teammate at his back as well. 32 HP as Meadow finds 1, 2. Now lines up for the last. SSK last standing for the defense. Na'Vi on their last legs in this round and in this half as well. It's 8-4. Vodafone Giants go strong out of the first half.
They are finally breaking tradition. Not having a 6-6 half. What is this? Unprecedented scenes.
I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah, oh, I know. It's crazy. And the thing is, as well, we can't forget what this match means. What this specific map means. This is, of course, the final map of this series. Both of the maps before ended up being quite a tug of war. And whoever loses this series is out. They're not going to Berlin, definitely. So this is a big, big half for these two teams. Na'Vi, who are a relatively new team, who are looking to make their mark in the EMEA scene and hopefully internationally and beyond. And then Giants, who are this self-proclaimed gang of misfits, the underdogs of the region, who've really impressed of late.
That's pretty impressive there. SSK able to get 1, 2 as well. Traded off though as Vitinho chimes in with a paint shell and the frenzy. Lights him up, sends him back, sends him packing. Dino low on HP, Dinks as well, not really close by enough. As the spike did get spotted, will have been seen there in mid. They can just fall back. They don't want to try and wrest control. They don't want to try and keep it in their possession. They want to allow Na'Vi to run down the clock and play for these spoiler plays. David P going on his own. Why not? It's happened before, it's going to happen again.
Well, these two players from Na'Vi are sticking pretty close by together. This is the first kill from Dinks. Nice one. Want to look...
Falling back, though. With the frenzy at range, I mean, you're not going to be able to get too much done. You're really waiting for David P to go to the post-plant retake, right?
Yeah, I mean, with that spike down, you've got a little bit of utility for both of these two defending players, but just 4 HP if you're Vitinho.
1 enemy remaining.
Pretty low, though. David P from up on top will be able to find 1. Dinks shuts it down with a triple kill. 5 and 8. Na'Vi take the pistol.
Pretty important round for them to put on the board, just given that they are, of course, on the back foot at this point and need to be making up for that deficit. But again, Na'Vi winning pistols has certainly been no abnormality in this series so far. You can tell the way that they actually come in for that, you know, when they were coming into the B site, they've been pretty good at doing their due diligence when they actually try to aggress, especially if they're lacking in information. That's something that Na'Vi have done pretty well so far.
need to continue, though, and they need to continue strong. They're at a deficit right now. 5 rounds for Vodafone Giants to try and see themselves into the next round in this lower bracket. Crucial to stay alive in the tournament, but Na'Vi hot on their heels. And starting off with the pistols, a good way to go. First time we haven't seen a force into round 2, though. Seems to have been the way it's gone most of the time, but out they go with the wall. Trying to be broken early. Cloud gets the spray down through the gap that's created. Fatinho falls. So no paint shell to be spoken of for the rest of it. David P swings, though, on the blind target. Gets one, and Ambi trades again. 3 versus 3 now as more shots echo with the Sheriffs. And once more, we go 1 for 1. But overall, Na'Vi come out on top of the trades. Hoodie now last standing. I don't think they know that he's managed to sneak his way all the way around here, covering the rest of the site, and they've got to be worried. SSK, though, covering towards the garage, is going to double cover towards the flank as well. And like it or not, he gets the kill. Triple on the round, and Na'Vi up to 6.
Yeah, I mean, difficult one at the end there, pretty much just by the nature of mathematics. If you're the guy holding the angle, you have an advantage there, just because you're probably going to see a shoulder before the peeker sees you. Pretty tried, though. Na'Vi getting closer to evening things out. See what it is they go for here. Giants are actually have most of a real buy. Got a Spectre in there.
Whoa, okay, Cloud wasting no time in the round going down as Fatinho lines them up. David P with one as well. Only SSK able to answer. In the meantime, goodness me, I think that was protection from the robot there. Gonna be good as Ambi finds SSK. Dino last to go in and will go down last as well. 9 rounds now found for the Vodafone Giants as they answer back in round number 3 of the half.
Very aggressive attempt there from Na'Vi, which almost seems uncharacteristic when you think back to the game that we had on Ascent, where everything was so... Oh, it was at a standstill the whole time, incredibly slow. Meanwhile, these engagements seem to be not quite so. Didn't work out, though, for Na'Vi. Once again, find themselves on the back foot. They've got the Empress again here, although I'd be very surprised to see them use it in this round, given that they're going for a full ego.
And this, remember, Gio, this qualification spot is all the more important for both Giants and Na'Vi, because at the moment, in terms of circuit points, they're both sat on 30 right now. Minimum accrued, fair enough. If they get further, they'll get a couple more, but they need more than that if they want to be a team that's going to qualify for the Masters. So it's not only a crucial half to qualify for Berlin, but it's going to be to qualify for the Valorant that's going on in the rest of the year as well. A very, very important match.
Champions, baby. Everyone wants to be there. Now, there's a nice kill from Ambi. I was going to say Giants have put more kind of physical effort into cutting off mid, and it's just allowing them to scoop up these kills. Na'Vi having to expend more utility to push on up, hence the paint shells, but it still doesn't work for them.
Against the pistol, they're clearing it out. They're controlling the mid, and it's working for them. Na'Vi gonna have to go down and rethink their strategy. I wouldn't be too surprised to see attack pause coming out after this, I'll be honest, Gio. It feels like now's the time for Na'Vi. They want to stay alive here. 10-6 on the half, and Vodafone Giants now 3 rounds away from seeing themselves further into these lower brackets. No
So far, no tag pause, yeah.
I think they've got something.
Let's see if their suspicions are correct. I mean, what do they have? Yeah, they've still got the Empress. They're very close, of course, to the Showstopper. What we got on the other side? Blades from the shadows. Well, I guess we'll find out. You can see actually where they've placed those stars over by vents and by mail rooms. They want to try and cut off the lines of sight that can be held by those players of Giants, who did do a pretty effective job at denying mid entirely to Na'Vi. And that was something that when Na'Vi were on the defense themselves, they really struggled to do. They weren't investing utility into that space, and they very rarely had physical presence anywhere that could kind of hold crossfires or hold lines of sight to prevent Giants from taking it. So it's something that I think Na'Vi have run into here, where one of these lanes that was available to their opponent is suddenly not so much to them.
Shutting that
that's-
down could be pretty crucial, right?
Yeah, it's quite hard.
I mean, you've got to forge a new path at that point, trying to figure out where you can find these openings. Because for Na'Vi, I mean, their style has been slow, methodical approach, and right now the Vodafone Giants, they aren't letting that sort of thing fly. They're controlling mid. They're doing very well on that front, and they're not letting them go bull rush into these sites as well. So what do you do in these scenarios? I feel like you have to maybe play a little bit more for mid controllers. That seems to be where, on their attacking side, Vodafone Giants had a little bit more strength.
Well, I mean, it's a hard thing as well because you have to consider the fact, and we did see it in that last round, that in order to break through mid, Na'Vi are having to use a lot more utility. So things like the paint shells, which we saw come out. And what that means is you don't have those available to you later on in the round. So once you do actually finally break in through mid, and let's say you get onto one of the sites and you can plant the spike down, as soon as that post-plant situation comes out and you want to be holding the defenders back, what have you got to do it with? So that's one of the really effective things that happens as as a direct result of this type of play from Giants, is not only do you hold the attackers back, but you force them to use all of the resources that they would need later on.
An early wall coming across the mid for Hoodie, and maybe I think Na'Vi are gonna try and put some presence there, but they're sent back, the paint shell, to see them away. And this is the resources being invested, but by Vodafone Giants, to just send them away from mid. And they back off with not really too much competition. And instead, they've just got to try and leave a lurk to A and go for B.
They're going to be watched. You see that utility place right there. Yeah, the camera is literally on top of them.
And the wall is straight across. They're going to try and swing early, but David P has an excellent angle for this. Not to mention the one-way cyber cage. And Na'Vi are just getting bullied around the map here. It feels like this feels like they're moving pretty scared. There's checking in with intel towards Garage as well. They know there's only one player, and they're going to try and leave the spike there. They're splitting up. They're going to try and flank towards Heaven, I believe, and move up. Late control of mid. That's what they were vying for. Falling back, getting some intel. They saw the early wall and they played it like that. An unfortunate blast pack for Cloud means they slow down a little bit, but Hoodie's in danger. Needs to be worried. David P around the side as Na'Vi lose a player, but two are answered back and it's traded evenly across it. Meadow goes slow and can't quite find that frag. Two players left now standing for the Vodafone Giants, and Na'Vi, a crucial round to find. Can't quite close it just now, but the spike getting planted needs to be delayed. Will come out with the knives. Swinging is going to get planted. Goes up on high. Swings for it, but can't quite get the kill. Dino able to shut it down, and Na'Vi find a crucial round for their tournament lives.
I'll be totally honest, I was worried for a little bit there. When the satchel didn't work properly, they had a little bit of a slip up with that. I got a bit concerned that maybe Giants would be able to aggress and really punish that, but that wasn't the case. They still managed to fire in the showstopper. They got a couple of really valuable kills off the back of that, and that gave them so much space on the site that they could use to flood in. So even though there was then an avenue up in Heaven that those defenders could come in from, already Na'Vi had pretty good power positions to deal with that.
Early wall again. Maybe looking to keep some util in the back pocket for B Heaven next time if this is going to be the route for Na'Vi. Look for the challenge, and Abby nails it. Beautiful start to the round for Vodafone Giants to take the game back into their control. As Cloud moves on up, tries to play aggressive. They're playing with 4, but if they move together, they can have a numbers advantage for a time. That's what they got to leverage. Moving in through vents. There's a trap wire they need to worry about higher on up. Very difficult to deal with this one. If you go up fast, you just get caught by it.
Shadows traveling.
I had the spike. Dark cover, and once again, we're seeing this classic David P lurk. Although, actually, he's going to be potentially going back, and I wonder if that's partly because, you can see where Cloud is right now.
You should run.
And there's a lot of openness over towards A, but... Alright, the lockdown's going to be put down over in Garage. It's not going to stop David P from getting it from behind. He can't quite shut down the lockdown, though.
Not quite, and that's going to allow the B Heaven push to come through from the Spike carrier. The Raze and the Sage, but it's going to get spotted out in the crossfire. Spike now in control of the defense. 2 players left standing and only 1 for Na'Vi. 14 seconds on the clock. It's a tall order, and there comes the showstopper to put an end to proceedings. Na'Vi go down, and Vodafone Giants 11 and 7. They take the game back to their tempo. So close now to knocking Na'Vi out.
Oh my god, this is where it actually starts to feel real. Na'Vi are on the precipice of having their Berlin dreams ended right here. Giants, they're so close. I mean, you look at Na'Vi, you look at what they're choosing to bring here. I mean, you know, we've got not a very substantial buy. They have to be careful with where they're spending their money.
I mean, it's kind of now or never. They have a couple of people who could buy rifles, a Spectre as well, and what can they do here? What are they going to try and get done? Taking mid control, it worked for them once. They weren't able to get the post plant for the second time around after Vodafone Giants regrouped. I know you got a res to face off into. There's the Cosmic Divide at your back, but you really need the guns in this round. The ults might come online in a round or maybe 2 if you're lucky. It's going to be hard. David P up to face, goes for the spray, and at range, Arch goes down, gets away, 36 HP, but the damage is done. Arch no longer in proceedings.
Things is going to have to be careful as well, because if he pushes up too much here, then Ambi holding the operator is going to be a problem. Meanwhile, SSK trying to look around into Mel. There's that shot from Ambi that I was worried about. Defenders have really firm control here of both sites. They have to invest the Cosmic Divide, the attackers, to try and hold back some scrap of defense that they can. And even though they get 1 kill, there's another for SSK, but they keep being traded.
Patino just answering from heaven, trying to play around this Cosmic Divide as well. Finally swings out, Cloud gets it. Ambi with the operator against Cloud, the last standing for Na'Vi. They're down and out in terms of money. They're going to be destitute after this one. Ambi around the corner, turns out the pistol, and Ambi wins the duel. It's 12 and 7 for Vodafone Giants, and they are on the precipice here. Over on split, on match point to knock Na'Vi out.
It has been a long series so far. This has been a long road to try and figure out who it is that's going to be going forward, and it could be answered in this next round. Na'Vi, the pressure is so much on their shoulders. But I can't help but feel things are working against them. They can't even afford a full buy. They have no ultimates. They're going up against an op. They're going up against rifles. They're going up against a res.
As soon as one of them goes down as well, if Meadow's anywhere nearby, they can get the beat on it. A little bit less impactful on the attack than it is on the defense, but still, so you need to be worried about control of the mid continuing to be taken here. Na'Vi don't want to give anything over. A site now on the menu. Ambi held it down last time. When the chips are down, will he be able to do it again? Long range operator covering the cross. And what do you have? You have the Lear to try and guard it. You have the Star as well. Not really going to be able to do too much. Off goes the blast pack, and will send the rays over the top now. The blind comes through, the sprays are there, trying to control the opening. Cloud nails the headshot, but Vitinho starts to spray into the paint shell. Blast pack to stay alive, and it's 1 for 1 so far on a shoddy buy. That's good news for Na'Vi. They're able to bring things back a little bit, but what more can they do? Ambi needs to hit the shot, and he does. Sprays are good though for Na'Vi. 2 kills go down, and they start to get the plant in. 2 ultimates are available. The res for Hoodie as well, and they will invest it here. Bring back David P. Bring back the Rat King himself and see what he can rise from underneath. They will start to move on through, control all of the players towards the back of site, corral them in. As a slow can come on through. Now for the retake phase. They pick up a Spectre. They look for the drop. There's not a lot of time, Geo. In comes the showstopper as Na'Vi try and hold on to it. They want to peek out towards screens, slow things down just a little bit, but it's not going to find the damage. Hoodie gets 1. They mount up for more, but the rest is invested as well as Cloud gets the spray. Finds 4 on the round. It could be an ace to close this down, but Meadow going to be the last to face, and there's no time left in the day. Out wide, it's Dino, and he's looking for more. Will fall down to the spike, but it's not going to matter. Na'Vi stay alive in the 11th hour.
Oh my god, I feel like I held my breath for that entire round. Good lord! Res being used on both sides. The showstopper invested from Na'Vi. Oh, I mean, ultimately, really, time won. The clock really won in that round. And that was so nerve-wracking as well, because Na'Vi, they didn't have anything to prevent any kind of defensive push coming in from screens. That was just so
Great
scary.
start to the
Ambi straight up taken out. First blood in this round. That's a big loss as well.
Vodafone Giants cannot let this stumble get to them. They need to keep it together here. Stay strong, stay vigilant, because it's picks like that that will lose you games. And with Ambi going down, that's not the best start. Didn't have the knives online, but Vitinho picks up the operator and can trade the gun back potentially over towards Hoodie, but it's so far away. David P continuing to rotate through the map, but it's slow.
Again, I guess Na'Vi are going for this very similar approach. Vitinho narrowly misses that shot. He's going to change his position.
Spike down A.
Oh,
my
huge.
God.
Vitinho finds two. SSK swings to get the trade, and the spike will go down, but the job has been done. Two players fall, and it's even Stevens. No res is available. They were both used last time. David P has got the ult. Can try and gather some intel on positions. They might try and move as a wrecking ball. They move down the ramps. Two players trying to swing. Only a sheriff in the hands of Hoodie. Cloud playing close, gets spotted and a headshot lands. Beautiful start for Vodafone Giants, and they leave them with one. Dino goes down, and it's Meadow to close it out. It's Na'Vi taking a tumble, and the Vodafone Giants come back for the retake. It's the game, it's the match, and it's Na'Vi getting eliminated. Vodafone Giants stay alive in the lower bracket here at the VCT.
Na'Vi fought tenaciously, but at the end, it just was not enough. And in a series that felt like it seemed to last forever, finally we get our answer as to who is going forward here in the lower bracket. It's going to be Vodafone Giants. It's going to be that continued redemption arc for David P. It's going to be this gang of misfits who are proving what they're worth on this international stage here as they play in the EMEA playoffs. Na'Vi, I mean, honestly, for a team that has only just started being represented by a tier 1 org, I have to say they've had a fantastic run so far, but they just couldn't pull it out at the end.
Absolutely. They need to be proud of themselves to hold their heads up high on that one. It was phenomenal. Phenomenally strong there coming through from this team, and a great performance. I mean, you take a look at what they were able to do on map 2. Great. Over and over again, proving their mettle. But unfortunately, when it came to split, they just weren't up to the task of that attacking side. Vodafone Giants, it seemed like they may have figured something out about that map, have tried to regen their confidence there, and it actually did work out pretty well. And one of those players for Vodafone Giants is going to be our Pay Safe Card Player of the Match. That's right, you need to head over to Twitter and take your vote. Your choices are going to be Meadow, Vitinho, and David P. We're going to be taking a look at just who that is over on the desk when we talk about that later. But Gio, I've asked you so many times before, who is your vote?
I mean, I feel like I can't pick anyone who isn't David P, just because, even though, you know, we actually spoke about him quite a bit in that last map because of specific plays he was doing, but there were a lot of times where we could recognize certain calls that were being made by Vodafone Giants, and knowing that he's the epicenter of a lot of that, and that he's so much of the brains behind what's going on within this team. A great support player as well, so that's who it has to be for me.
Fair enough. I think that's a very good read, but I'm a Cypher main, and Cypher mains stick together, so Meadow all the way. Of course, I'm a big fan. Meadow, give me some pointers. I'll hit you up on Twitter later. But we're going to be headed over to a break. We'll come back with the analyst desk. That's going to be it from me and Gio. We'll see you guys later. Get some water, stay hydrated. We'll see you in a few.
groove. I got the ooh. Finna take them to school.
The Vodafone Giants, they emerge on the other side of this series. Yeah, they're bloody, they're battered, they're bruised, but they're certainly looking better than the other guys, the saying goes, right? For Na'Vi, their journey here has drawn to an end. And now, you know, to the victor, the spoils. We get to sit back and actually talk one-on-one with the Giants guys. We got David P on the line, so let's get him up on the screen here. Let's pull him in. David, how's it going? How you feeling? You must be pretty happy after this victory.
Yeah, of course, happy because it was a tough match, to be honest. Losing all pistols was really hard, to be honest. They gave us a hard fight. And yeah, proud to be winning this game. Proud to be winning and looking forward to be playing Guild in 3 days.
So David, we are going to get on to the real hard-hitting questions, but talk to me about this background that you got going on behind you here. It's quite the setup.
Yeah, I don't know. I love a lot of movies, a lot of series, so yeah.
Right. Zesh, you got anything for the guy?
Yeah, I would be very interested into something, David, because you have absolutely voluntarily tried to play Breeze in this, right? And it didn't go that well. Specifically, it seemed like the A-side defense was sometimes lacking options. What was the thought process behind the Breeze pick? Was it more an adaptation to Na'Vi or your own choice that you actually feel comfortable on the map?
We feel comfortable, but we just need to talk about few things that we need to fix. It's a new map, right? And we are a new roster. We didn't have time to work on every map, so obviously we cannot be ready on 6 maps already. So we just need to work and review the game and just fix few things, and I believe we will be really good on this map.
All right, well, I'll have a question as well. Typically something that I ask almost everyone from the IGLs who are showing up here, because I'm always interested to hear, did you do any specific preparations coming against Natus Vincere here? Did you take a look at the playstyle? Did you have any counter strats? How did that look from your side?
Yeah, I personally rewatched their game on Split. So I had few anti-strats against them. I knew when they for example, Killjoy ult, they will be playing in a certain way, so it was a free round for us. They played exactly like I saw on the VOD, and yeah, I watch every maps against them because I wanna be ready for every opponent and see the play style, see how they play. So we're ready to adapt in the game, and of course Pipson did it as well, so he briefed us, and yeah.
All right.
We do it against every opponent.
I have just a quick follow-up then. Did you feel comfortable playing against the slow default setup that they typically do? Was there anything that you wanted to do to counter that default positioning when they attack?
Every maps you mean, or split?
Yeah, they typically like very slow attack very slowly, right? And set up a default position.
I feel like on Ascent, yeah, it was a bit rough, but on Split, we are really like I feel like we are one of the best team in Europe on Split. To be honest, we are crushing everyone on this map. We know how to play. We know like we have like a really good feeling on the map. We know how to play against slow, like executes. We have everything. We are adapting. So yeah, we like it doesn't matter how we play. We just adapt, and I feel like we have a good communication and we have a good chemistry. So
all right,
yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so final question then, and then we can get you out of here, David P. I'm just curious, you're facing Guild next, still down in this lower bracket, still fighting with your backs against the wall. When does the prep get started? When does the hard work begin? And what are your thoughts ahead of that matchup?
We're gonna chill a little bit because it was a exhausting match, to be honest. And then we will have 2 days, I believe, to just work, see how they play, and just like fix our mistakes. And yeah, we will give everything till the end to qualify to Berlin. To be honest, we really want the qualification, and we believe that we deserve it. So we're gonna fight.
Right. Well, best of luck, man. Thank you so much for coming on here, and it's been a pleasure. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sweet. So that was David P from Giants, the victors here. Na'Vi's journey drawn to a close. Stick around, because we'll be back in just a moment, right? We still have a whole series to break down. We've still got some things to tee up, some housekeeping to attend to. Don't go anywhere.
Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back, got. Down, up, back, back,
Burger? Pie? Try it and decide.
I got the moves, I got the groove, I got the ooh. I got the ooh. I got the ooh. I got the moves, I got the groove, I got the ooh. Better take them to school.
I haven't seen these Mongols before. They claim to follow someone called the Eagle. I have to go back.
Count that big bang.
What's been your impressions as to how these hotly contested regions are stacking up against one another?
This is gonna get clipped and put on the Valorant competitive for sure, because it's the EU analyst that will say that right now, in my opinion, NA is ahead of other regions, at least ahead of EMEA.
and gentlemen, welcome in. You heard it from the best analysts out there in Europe. Shout out to Lothar. Welcome to the best region in all of Valorant, the VCT NA Playoffs Analyst Desk. And I'm your host, William, and I'm here once again with my boys, Vasily and Bach. And Bach, they know the real deal over there in Europe, don't they?
Listen, we've been saying it all weekend long. NA's number one.
Whoa.
Hold on, take a sip of that Red Bull.
There we go.
Red Bull clutch, didn't spill too much. But seriously, we've been saying it all weekend long. NA is the best region. We will place top 3 all positions at Masters, not just one of us. We will get gold, silver, and bronze, and if they give us a trophy for 4th place, we'll somehow find a way to get a 4th team there. Well, I don't know, somehow.
Right, you've been in tactical shooters for what, so long now, right?
Oh, man.
How does it feel to just see NA just dominant and other regions starting to take notice?
Man, it feels good because what? I've been casting games for like 20 years. There was only maybe one time. It was the Cloud9 win in Counter-Strike for the Major in like 2017.
Yeah.
Since then, really nothing that happened.
CS
18?
Source.
16? Yeah,
CS
no,
Source. We had CS Source, so I mean, Team Dynamic.
Valorant's still number
come on.
1. It doesn't matter at this point. But now I'm super happy to see, especially now in Valorant, that we do have a very strong region. By the way, Lothar, love you. Jacob, come over to North America whenever you want. At this point, though, you have North America that's been solidified by one team. North American Valorant is built by Sentinels. But today, there are some thieves that are trying to steal that glory away.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a crazy week of games out here in NA for the VCT playoffs. We have a finals game today, but before we got here, let's go ahead and check out a recap where we saw the likes of Envy take a loss by 100 Thieves in order to make it towards the end.
That's not the case. Nitro stays alive. Victor trying to isolate the 1v1s. It's just one player left. Oh, he pulls out the showstopper. Knows exactly where Nitro is. Close as he has been, but he'll have more of a challenge this time. Gets out of there. Has been damaged. Oh, what was that? Positions on the extremities. Marv is left alone here. Marv able to get a quick double, but there's 2 more to find, and he has to beat them out of position. There's his Sky Flash. The peak's coming through. Oh! That said, though, he is able to find one. Obvious in trouble. He's going to get swarmed. Oh, nice shot from Ethan. Backside Ye is doing great damage, though. Such a good support, and he's going to bring out the Blade Storm. He's under a lot of pressure. 2 places to look, and Crashes is in a 1 versus 3. I don't know how many options Crashes has here. Here of Envy. All that remains, Marv now, the chances rest on his shoulders. In the 1 versus 3. Just getting eaten away by the Viper's Pit, and Hika's going to finish him off, and that's it.
All right, now, this whole week has been crazy. 8 teams walked in with the sole purpose of making it towards the end to be one of the top 3 to represent North America, overseas, in Berlin, Germany for Masters 3. With Vasily, we've had surprises, we've had upsets, and there's also been heartbreaks. We've seen a lot of our fallen comrades go home, and they weren't able to make it, but safe to say, they put on a crazy show, and we're happy about every single one of these teams that are in this bracket.
Definitely agreed. I mean, you could name a few. Rise, LG, FaZe, every single one of these teams had their own style. Exit has their own style going into the game as well. So I love to see, you know, we always talk about region. X team, Y team of each region is like they kind of have their own nest. But I like for how in NA we have different play styles within the region itself. So much appreciation with all those teams that didn't make it. Hopefully we'll see them for the LCQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some disappointment on this bracket, but I got to point out all the surprises that we saw. Rise really stepped to the plate, and they've shown great promise for the future. Exit, yet again, falls just a little bit short, but they continue to push that line further and further forward. Envy finally makes it to this event that we've been hoping to see them at for a while. I think that we said it on the show, Exit will kind of be the new Envy, potentially, that team that's on the bubble, right on the edge.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're at that point is great, because they haven't necessarily been that far. They've been the team that qualifies, but then maybe a 6th through 8th finish, to see them do something like this, that's pretty incredible.
Yes, now, the most important part about that bracket is the simple fact that we actually have a finals game today, and it couldn't have been better without the 2 champions from NA to battle it out. 100 Thieves and Sentinels, and it's about time to break down these teams. And first things first, let's talk about 100 Thieves. This is a team that we have seen just not make it after first strike. I mean, time and time again, we were wondering, hey, this team, this roster is filled with great players, and they finally made it here, Van Silly. I can't wait to see what they do against Sentinels.
Yeah, we aside from the interview yesterday with Asano, once we had a conversation with them and saying, look, we're trying different things. We understand that sometimes we're lacking behind on our own meta, trying to develop our own kind of thing. And to see now that they've been testing out different compositions, different roles, trying to test things out with Nitro at the same time, saying, hey, let's give a chance for Steel. Like, Steel's an IGL for this team, and he even asked his team, hey, is it okay if I play KO? And the team was like, let's try it out. During the most important matches to qualify to Berlin and see how it goes. And I love the result, at least, that it's been going well for them, The KO songs continues to go up.
I think the important part, the most important thing about that interview with Austin is the simple fact that Austin was saying, hey, there's a lot of things that we were trying and we weren't too sure if it was going to work. So going in Astra in the lineup in a tournament like this was pretty scary, but it lets us know that they're working on those Asian comp lineups behind the scenes. But now, Bach. It's time to talk about the Kings of NA, the Kings of Valorant. It's going to be all about the Sentinels. And there is a really surprising stat fact where the top 3 players with the top 3 KDs in this entire event have been all 3 Sentinels players, Sick, Tens, and Shazam in that order. What else can we say about them? These guys are dominant.
I mean, it's not really a surprise, is it? I guess you could make an argument that Shazam being in the mix is a little bit different. You would expect someone else to be in that position, but Sick and Tens, that's the 1-2 punch for this team. They are the Wombo combo. Tens is obviously the chief duelist, and then Sick is the backup. Like, literally, what do you need me to do? I will do it, and I will do it well. Sick is not the type of player to do a half-ass job. Yeah. Every role that he plays to the highest possible level. He is better on his 3rd, 4th, 5th agent than some people are when that's their primary. That's incredible.
Yeah. Actually, what I do like about Sentinels, too, is like every single one of these players is a pillar. And it starts with a silent pillar, it's Zoms, right? So when you're trying to get into his site, it's Zoms utility as the Astra. Then it's what? You have to go up against Tens, who, well, most likely you'll lose a fight to. If not against Sick. If not Shazam's up. And then if all those 4 people fall, who's left? Dapper the Clutch.
Yeah.
It just looks so good right now on paper, in game. And I'm proud to see Sentinels actually as that North American #1, world #1 team.
Number 1.
Yes, now talking about all of these great players, it's only right we give some respect in his head-to-head to none other than Sick and Ethan. And speaking about Sick, by the way, I was taking a look at the player stats from Sentinels, especially in that top 3. Sick outperformed whenever it came to First Bloods, and he was 25-12. But that also has to do with the fact that he's been an amazing duelist so far this event.
Yeah, so actually, if you look back historically, since Tens has joined this roster, there are multiple events or multiple stages of challengers where Sick has actually outperformed Tens, but it was such a silent outperformance. There was not like that big map where he comes out and goes and drops like 40 kills. It was just constant, always delivering. Again, consistency is key, and that's something we've been seeing from Ethan as well on the other side, especially now that Ethan is changing roles and finding more comfortability on Skye. I love Ethan on Skye. I think that it's great. It's a solid setup for the rest of the roster, but it also allows him to kind of flex some of his individual strength, similar to what we saw like from Victor yesterday on Breeze, like using the Skye flashes, those guiding lights to get yourself in an advantageous position.
Yeah, it's just fun to see players in general utilizing Skye as if she's a duelist. Kind of like what we were saying for like Sage. When we see a Sage at a comp, we don't really consider her as Sentinel. She's kind of like a battle Sage. She can be an entry, doing a lot of things. So it's nice to see that Skye is being utilized to mesh into different roles too.
Yes, now both of these teams, they've chosen maps already, Van Silly. We know where these teams are going to be going.
Yeah.
And I have a question. How do you feel about what we've been seeing with 100 Thieves on Split so far? I'm going to be completely honest. I'm starting to love what I really see, especially with what we've been talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Nitro on Astra.
Still not going to be good enough, I think, against Sentinels at this point. Like, it was good when they played against Envy, when even Envy, back before getting into this qualifier, right? We said it before, they haven't played since July, but even before then, Split was considered one of their best maps. So to see that, you know, you had a victory from 100 Thieves over that, looks good. But against Sentinel are back at that regular form too, where Split is actually a strong map in a rotation. Even then, you look at this right now, having a set not in this rotation, I think it fares very well, bodes very well for Sentinels, because that, for me, has been their weakest map. So them being the higher seed and taking that away first, I think it's a good idea.
The fact, too, that it starts off with Bind, which is 100 Thieves permaban, is going to prove to be somewhat difficult. That's the pace setter. They'll set the pace for the series on that first map, and it's going to be a blistering pace. I expect Sentinels to do what they've done all tournament long, which is win by huge margins when they're on their map. So I look at Bind for this first map in this series, and that's a scary start for 100 Thieves fans.
They want to end it now. They want to end it now, which is good and not good at the same time, because, you know, we have Sean Garris and DDK casting today. I know Sean Garris gets very giddy when we get 5 maps, so that's what I hope to see today.
Yes, now this is going to be really interesting as well, with Bind being the first map, the map after that being Breeze, a map that really hasn't been fully fledged out yet. The meta really isn't there, and we're seeing these teams really try to define something special there. But down the line for predictions for the finals game, Van Silly, 100 Thieves, are you rocking with the Masters Reykjavik champions?
Oh, man. So it's one of those moments where, you know, I always cheer for Envy, but I always don't cheer for 100 Thieves just because they always have so many tough opposition. At this point, I think it's going to have to stay the same. I'm going to have to go for Sentinels in this series.
All right, fair choice. Bach, how are you feeling?
I don't think there is a world where you can root against Sentinels currently. I mean, no disrespect to anyone on 100 Thieves. It's not to say this team isn't good. It's just that Sentinels is so incredibly good. They're very well polished. The map pool, sure, it's just one map removed and one map played that 100 Thieves would not like to, but it just leans so heavily in Sentinels' favor. We should jumpstart with a strong win, and then it'll probably just snowball across the next 2 maps.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. The finals are finally going to start. It's none other than 100 Thieves and Sentinels. So my boys, DDK and Sean Garris, take it away.
What is up, everybody? Yes, DDK and Sean Garris here, and we are, just like yesterday, super excited about this, because even though these are seeding matches, there's like that elephant in the room, we can just immediately vanquish it, Sean, because these matches are super important, absolutely critical for so many reasons. I mean, how are you taking this matchup right now? 100 Thieves, they're getting to maybe get some vengeance here against Sentinels, who destroyed them. That in of itself is important, the psychological victory.
Yeah, I think so. And you saw Shaz tweet earlier this week, or he did an interview saying he doesn't want to lose to any of these teams, right? It doesn't matter that they've already qualified for Berlin. There's something about having this unbeatable aura around you in these FPS titles, right? We've seen it with all kinds of teams in CSGO. Once you start winning and you keep your foot on the gas and you don't let go, you have this presence in the server where you win unwinnable rounds because the other team crumbles. And Sentinels knows they have to keep that. That's what they need to stay on top.
Oh, you put that so well, and it's so amazing as well, because we had Nitro in an interview recently said we had that mental issue. It reminds me of Team Liquid versus Astralis, and for those of you who aren't familiar with CSGO, that was a huge mental block for Team Liquid. Right, so enough about that, because we're straight into the matchup here. We've got Binds coming up first, and we've got the Agent select. So off of the bat, what are we seeing here, Sean?
Yeah, from Sentinels, you're probably going to see their standard comp, right? Shaz on the Sova. I'm sure Tense, he flips between Yoru and Reyna. I think he's better on the Reyna. He said he thinks Reyna's his best agent. He'll probably end up locking that in. This is really interesting, because 100 Thieves hasn't played Bind for a long time, Dan. This is their insta-ban. They don't like going here. But if I had to guess, they pick this map to anti-strat Sentinels. This is like one of those plays where the other team never expects it. They'll run their standard comp. They'll do their normal things. And you're just a wild card. Like, you have that going for you. And you can see Steel hovering Jet. I wouldn't be surprised if he locks it. And there it is. Hiko locking Breach, too. This is like, Dan, this is my dream. I am so happy right now. We get Steel on Jet. We get Hiko on Breach. This is going to be great.
It's so interesting. I cannot wait to see how this actually plays out here on Bind. And what an interesting, first map to go to, as you said, for all the reasons that you said. And it is Sentinels. One of the reasons why they're such a difficult team to play against, and they're so good, is because they've really mastered this loose style where they can adapt to any scenario. They can have some structure, if they need it. They do the study on their opponents, and we know that with Shazam, if for the moments when they really need to understand the kinds of adjustments they may need, or the kinds of executes that may be particularly important. But generally speaking, this is a team that's like maybe the most adaptive team in the business, which makes them extremely resilient against any style of play that Valorant has to offer. And Valorant has a lot of styles that you can throw at a team. So Sentinels are always ready, but are they ready for this?
Oof, let's see. We have the breach fault line. Looks like Hiko's lining it up for showers to get shower control for Ethan. This is probably going to be an A play. Oh, that's actually for you. This is different. They're going to burst through short A here, Dan.
And there's the fault line, getting sent straight through. Sick will try to delay things as best he can. The boombot going out, but is he able to pull the gun out in time? Yes, just about able to deal with Asuna. And there's 3 players here, and Steel is going to go down. That's a spike in U-Haul as well. That is a problem right now for 100 Thieves. They've got to reclaim control there, and Sick is still going to be able to get the paint shells going. So 100 Thieves have nothing left. Great defense there from Sentinels.
Wow. Wow, Asuna was so close to taking out Sick and opening up that site. Just couldn't get it done. But that is an important factor. Going back to that previous matchup, we're going to use this Eek round a little bit here to talk about it. I'd imagine 100 Thieves is going to save here. But when you watch 100 Thieves, it looks like they rely on Asuna a lot to open up these rounds. And that's because they do. Asuna has the second highest first skill per round in the playoffs, right? It's 0.21, which is like 20%, over 20% of the rounds he's opening up. He also has the second highest deaths per round to open things up. Whereas you look at Sentinels, they have 3-4 people above the second highest player on 100 Thieves. They have so many different ways to open up the rounds, and that's what makes them so terrifying. To kind of go on to what you were saying before the game started.
Yeah, and I think you picked the good rounds, because one thing we were talking about off camera actually is that sometimes it's so hard in this game to get all the time you need to discuss things. In Counter-Strike, if you have an eco round, generally speaking, you can look at the loadout and be like, okay, cool, we have this like a minute to play with, but you never know in Valorant. Like every round is very interesting, even the rounds with very little, but we are going into our first gun here. Obviously, Sentinels playing with the bonus, but definitely packing a punch. You're not really seeing much in the way of SMGs there.
Yeah, and if you look, this is a short A aggression coming out of Sentinels. And I don't think 100 Thieves is ready for this. They don't have many people holding this. Oh, man. Ethan's going to get shower control for free. What does that really mean with these two players right behind him and Nitro?
Yeah, the pace is really slow here for 100 Thieves. They may get completely caught off guard by this. Sick. Oh, with this, Spectre is so ready for this. Takes down Nitro. The spike is, of course, towards the B side of the map here. Ethan's able to defend with that Vandal. Now just has to try and survive. Again, what does this mean? Will they go for the TP to assist? They will. 100 Thieves here now crunching onto Dapper. Oh my god, Dapper somehow gets 2 out of that. Ethan able to respond, but now it's about picking up the pieces. Spike can be collected, but again, 2 versus 3 here for 100 Thieves now.
Austin has managed to lurk his way up short. He's gonna get this fight with Zombs. Can't get it.
There it
and
is.
Shaz actually rotated through the TP to end. The B site's open. They're gonna get this post plant.
So there might be a chance here after all. Get some Astra Stars put down there. Gravity Well to slow things down. That won't actually work out. Well, the Seeker's coming out here as well. That's going to be beautiful. Asuna can play off of the back of those. Takes both fights. Beautiful gunplay there from him. So precise. And now it's onto Shazam's shoulders. The 1 versus 2. Shazam's looking confident. He makes his way through the window. Just barely gets out there. Able to get the pressure on. The Trailblazer's going to connect. He's concussed. He's going to go for the stick here. Not afraid. Shazam might just commit this all the way. Actually comes off of it now. Ethan trying to toy with Shazam. Waste his time as best as he can. Shazam now trying to get that ping. And Ethan ready and waiting. Will get the kill and the round there for 100 Thieves.
Oh, the absolute courage on Ethan right there to not push Shaz, knowing he's not going to stick. I thought when Shaz uses the recon, he pictured everything so perfectly, right? He knew exactly where Ethan was going to be in that one-on-one, but Ethan doing what he does best this entire tournament on Sky, saving 100 Thieves. He's been one of their best performers right there in Asuna.
That's I mean, already, we're getting 100 Thieves straight on the board, so that's good to see.
Ooh, I like this from 100 Thieves. They're using Breach to actually fault line Hookah for Asuna. He's going to get this real quick.
It's quite an aggressive setup coming through here towards Garden and Stabby side, but similarly, we've got the defenders of Sentinel, of 100 Thieves moving their way across as well. So let's see if they are able to defend this. Very ready for it. There's no control towards A whatsoever here. For 100 Thieves, they are committed to this. Dashing through. There's the updraft. Steel and Ethan getting the entries that they need here. Doesn't matter that there's so many players. Shazam spamming through the smoke, able to get a couple. That will keep this defense somewhat alive. Dapper actually going straight through the smoke and threw off the lineup. There's one more to go in the window. It's Ethan, ready and waiting, able to take down Shazam. One more to go, but Dapper stands strong there, and that's going to be the round for Sentinels.
Wow. Sentinels, they just have next level awareness of what you want to do and what you can do as a team when you play against them. They had 4 people at this B site, and they left one person A, and Dapper's actually taking out the planter, the spike, before it ever gets down. He's the 5th. They're just all over the hits.
Yeah, Sentinels had such a good read there. That rotation was really good. And 100 Thieves, you know, they've been playing pretty slow so far, so yeah, Sentinels read the game really well, and we're going to get the Bladestorm out straight away on this eco here for 100 Thieves. Still will get tagged by the drone, flash out as well, straight in Seal's face, unfortunately, but might be able to find something here. Not have the dash available, but the updrafts are. And Tens will easily deal with that, so it's looking pretty good right now for Sentinels. Like they're only looking like they'll only lose just the one player here. Indeed. So 4-1. Sentinels 3 rounds ahead now.
I feel like a lot of these NA matches, Dan, the beginning of the match is just who is the alpha duelist? Who's going to peek into the other duelist and win and make them play passive? And Tens wins every time. This guy is so insane. He just peeks right into the Bladestorm and takes 2 out. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. That conditioning is like really critical, like the confidence battle.
Yeah, so early on in this game, 100 Thieves had this game plan to use the breach fault line to clear out hookah, go into the B hits. They're going to try it again. If this... Oh, Dapper just threw his poison orb through the TP.
Yeah, that's awesome, actually. In fact, doing some damage there to Asuna as he makes his way through, and will get taken down by Tens. Just spamming through, knows the angles. That is really solid there from him, but out go the Seekers to try to gain some forward position. Ethan takes Zombs out. And Tens, oh my goodness, he just knows, again, all of these angles, is able to get a lot of damage in. Sick pulls out the showstopper. That's going to stop this push. They can't really push forward into this. The Sick's just going to buy time. Eventually, it's going to let it loose. Not going to connect, though. Still, Sentinels holding the sights. Steel in a forward position. It's traded out, though. 100 Thieves still trying to work on this site. Will find success, but Nitro's on 5 HP.
And look where the spike is. It's in hookah, and that's exactly where Dapper's heading. His poison orb is waiting for him because he threw it through the TP. Are you kidding me?
Galaxy Brain, Dapper. 100 Thieves have to walk in here, and you can see Dapper. He knows exactly what's going on.
30 seconds
it's
left.
The headshot as well, the overkill, but there's another player in this position. Dapper! He's going to get taken down just as he looks away. Hiko. Such good awareness from him. And the 100 Thieves will take the round. A much needed round. That's going to bring them up to 2 against the 4 of Sentinels.
Oh, man. They really have to scrape. They're clawing through these rounds to get him. But a win is a win. 100 Thieves gets 2 on the board. They have the breach ult, man. This is where stuff gets spicy. This is what we love. We love the breach ult. Dapper with the standard Viper wall going through showers. Requires actually 3 crosses to get out of showers, which is insane. Ooh, that's some hookah.
Yeah, Asuna straight out there. He takes down Zom straight away. That's a big win. Tens looks to defend the garden. Dismisses away. And in fact, might just be able to hold this one now. There's only 2 players left. Make that one Hiko in garden. I mean, if there was a plan for the Rolling Thunder, it is gone. It's going to have to come back in another round later on. Sentinels just shut it down.
Jeez. You would think when Asuna gets that opening frag onto Zoms with the showstopper, things will get a lot better. I don't know how it got significantly worse. Tens just getting the pair of frags from long. I mean, what can you do? There's just this Reyna that's playing so disruptive, dismissing away. It seems like he has all the answers for 100 Thieves hits right now.
Yeah, he's playing so well on that B side. His hold, his anchoring is so impressive, but...
Oh, look at the setup. The Poison Orb one way, block 6 spot. They'll never expect this, Dan. The Jiggle Peek from Ethan might see it.
Yeah, it's so difficult here because 100 Thieves, I don't think they want to commit any of their ults into this round. Working with so little. Steel goes down. They didn't really get any bodies behind Steel there. They'll slowly work their way up. But actually, looks like they're able to find a couple kills here to try to push out it short. But Tens is still there, and he is, of course, unstoppable.
The absolute raid boss. The absolute raid boss. Like, he's just always there. Look at him, 13-3 down after 8 rounds. Oh, this is not what you want to see if you're about to go into a grand finals against Sentinels on map 1.
Yeah, it's not the best of looks, I will admit. But perhaps the 100 Thieves, you know, with the Rolling Thunder, they've got the Cosmic Divide as well. Ethan's 1 away from the Seekers, so if they play for an orb for Ethan, of course that can come online. I'm not sure that they would want to build a strat around that or an opening around that this round, but I mean, you mentioned this yesterday, Sean, as well. When you are going for a tactical timeout, your opponents are probably going to throw something at you aggressively to try to throw you off of the game. So, you know, there are some mind games in that as well. You know, some teams might start out really slow just to make sure they don't get caught by that. But what is the best plan here for 100 Thieves?
They definitely need to get these ults rolling. I mean, Nitro's Cosmic Divide and Hiko's Rolling Thunder are massive ultimates that can win you around. Ethan can easily get his in showers as well. This should be an easier round for 100 Thieves in theory, but they are playing Sentinels, and Sentinels has so many tactics to work with, such a deep playbook. They have the 3 stack on B, and it looks like actually this is slightly different. This is slightly different from 100 Thieves. You can see Nitro lurking in showers, and he can do this in the Astral. You can play stars anywhere, so it's a great agent to lurk with. Oh, that's brutal. The tag lets Sentinels only 1B.
And the drone on long. Exchange with the Trailblazers, and there goes the Rolling Thunder through that short position. Dapper does take down Asuna. Always good. Sick trying to hold on to U-Haul. Will get flooded backwards there by the flashes. Can't hold on to that position, and there's the Cosmic Divide. So we see the set piece doing its job, but Sick, is he going to try to challenge this? Is there a flash for him? The Hunter's Fury from Shazam's going to actually take down Steel, and the spike still hasn't been put down. Nitro's trying to get it planted here, but these satchels are also quite annoying. Sick is just holding onto this position.
Spike planted.
And eventually the spike is planted, but it's just a burst straight through from Tens.
One enemy
Take down
remaining.
Nitro, and these positions are not working out for 100 Thieves. They could never stabilize it. Leaves it onto Ethan. There's 1 versus 1. That's going to be a great initial pick up there from Ethan. The Seeker's going out there trying to duel Tens, jiggling for his life. Picks the moment, but it's Tens again. He cannot be stopped.
He can't. He can't be stopped, Dan. And you can see him just holding strong, so confident. So confident. His bullets dwindling. I'm just thinking in my head, he can't have much ammo left. He can't have much left. And he just doesn't care. He's just staying in the middle of the open, waiting for Ethan to peek. Ethan did a great job of staying out of the typical spam spots, jiggling close to the box. Nope, nothing's enough to kill this man. Nothing.
Oh, my goodness. And just, again, like, Ethan's jiggling there. It's so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Tens is not phased. He's in the zone. He is dialed in right now, and it's another eco. Sheriffs are out here for 100 Thieves.
And people might question how Steel got fragged by Shazam's ult, right? A jet updrafting all over the place. I don't know if you caught it, but when Steel went to plant the spike, there was a gravity well placed by Zoms, and that stuck him to the ground, and that's what got Shaz that frag. Absolutely insane.
Oh, Steel's going to get taken out.
Spike
the updraft.
down A.
Bladestorm not really doing what 100 Thieves are looking for. Shazam through the TP. Wants some action. It's getting a little bored, perhaps, over on the B side of the map. Yeah, it's a tough one here. I mean, if 100 Thieves had a plan for their attacking side of Vines, going with the Vine Pick, we're definitely not seeing it come to fruition.
One enemy
On
remaining.
the few maps, you'll see Dapper on the Viper.
Not a terrible eco for 100 Thieves. if this were the start of the game, Dan. Oh, that was kind of nice. I think we're so deep into the half. There's only 2 rounds left. You're not really looking at economic damage into a team up 8-2 at this point. So it's all or nothing when it comes to these rounds right now for 100 Thieves, and I think they need 4 to end this half. These are some must-win rounds coming up.
Yeah, and they don't have any ultimates to work with here. And if you look on the side of Sentinels, they have almost every ultimate to work off of. So this is a nightmare. This truly is a nightmare.
Rich,
and Tens with that Reyna ult, he is perhaps, I mean, the best Reyna in the business with that ult. He makes it look way better than most Reynas will.
Oh, look at the gravity well that Zombs has placed inside Hookah again. This netted them a frag earlier. Austin's going through. Oh, he's gonna get trapped. Gets out.
Lots of pressure there. Still working B-Long as well, just trying to keep it honest. And Sentinels have committed 3 players towards that B-Long position, so they're going to have to start playing for info at some point. Of course, they're relying on the Viper's Pit on short A. That's giving them a lot of control and information. The question is, will 100 Thieves decide to go through it?
Like they really want to, but they have second thoughts about it. I think Asna's position in Hookah makes them want to... It's kind of enticing them to go back to this B site, but that's where the stack is, Dan.
It's all by design. They're being shepherded to that B site, as you say, and...
Ooh, Shaz is rotating off, though. This could work out well.
There's the fault line, trying to open things up here towards Garden. There's the showstopper from Sick. That's going to slow things down. Oh, able to actually get through the TP to dodge that one, stay alive, but now out of the action. Nice follow-up from Hiko, taking out Tens before he can do anything. He has been a problem on this B site, so that is a good omen for 100 Thieves moving forward. But they have 20 seconds to plant the spike. Time is becoming a problem now as Shazam sits posted up on the cubby angle. That's his first one. That's the spike now down on the ground. Someone has to collect that very quickly. And they're running out of bodies here, 100 Thieves. Nice trio of kills coming through, though. Just enough time for Ethan to plant the spike, and Zombs has to make his way across.
Spike planted.
That's the Cosmic Divide.
Zero Nebula, though, and the Seeker comes out from Ethan. That's going to make things a lot harder for Zombs.
And he might want to hold on to the Cosmic Divide here as well. This seems very uncertain. As you say, they know where he is. Zombs looking to see if he can maybe catch a mistake. But it will not be given easily here for Sentinels. Zombs having to go so deep, wasting so much of his time. Steel will eventually fight Zombs and go down, but so much time has been killed. Zombs had to go so deep for that he's not really left with any options after getting that frag. Well played by 100 Thieves to close this one down. A much important and needed third round on the board for them.
I couldn't agree more. And something to note about this, I said it didn't matter how many frags 100 Thieves got on their eco prior. The opposite can be said for Sentinels in this scenario, right? Taking that gun out of Steel's hand for Zombs, it will definitely hinder the buy on this final round of the half for 100 Thieves. So they, again, every round they've won so far has come down to a one-on-one with one player living. That makes your economy in the following round really, really rough.
We've got Tens on the operator here as well. First time we're seeing that.
Yeah, and he's going to take it long.
That might be quite surprising.
Oh, damn, yes. Through the gravity wall.
Oh, never mind. Steel is ready for that. I don't think Steel even recognized the operators in the hand of Tens. It didn't matter. All right, well, Shazam, it's a game of one-upmanship.
Hiko turning at the wrong time.
It's the aim battles coming through here on this B-long position. Getting traded back and forth, but it's Hiko to make the difference.
Massive. That gives him the Rolling Thunder, Dan, and the team is waiting by A. You can see Sentinels. Zombs has to rotate to B. No one is left in the B site.
As you say, it's all about setting up for the Rolling Thunder now.
And Sentinels is leaving 3 at A, and that's exactly where 100 Thieves is going. I don't think they'll ever read 3 people are here.
Big moment for Dapper, though. He could make a difference. A big difference. Takes down the first player. The Rolling Thunder comes through. Misses Dapper. Out comes the shorty. It's not enough, though. Hiko locks it in for 100 Thieves. They will get the 4th round at the end of the half. So some recovery here, Sean. It's going to be a very tough, very, very tough second half for 100 Thieves, but they have something at least.
Yeah, they do. So they got the 4 that we thought they needed. I think they can make a rally on their defensive half, especially with the comp they have, but we've yet to really see how 100 Thieves plays on the map. So we'll have to see after the break.
Yeah, lots of questions to be answered. Can't wait. As Sean said, we'll be right back after this quick break.
Yeah, so the Student Volunteer Army is an organisation set up after the 2010 earthquakes. I've found it's really incredible experience getting to organise people, and it's pretty special that you can head to this office where there's these other like-minded people, right? We sit down, we engage our brains, and we're just like, so what could be done? What could we do? What's next? Within a couple of weeks, you know, we've got the volunteers. We're always looking at places where we can help out. And we are back. We're live with 100 Thieves against Sentinels. This is map 1 of this finals best of 5 affair. And 100 Thieves had a pretty poor showing to start things off, but we saw them rallying at the end of the first half. Sean, the question is whether they can continue that now that they switch halves.
Yeah, can they shut 10s down is the real question, because it seems like the rounds that Sentinels win, they're kind of at a slight disadvantage, and then 10s finds his way into the gunfight. So, I mean, they just need to slow the man down just a little bit. But this is a massive A aggression, and Ethan is all alone in hookah versus what looks like a three-person hit coming his way.
Love it.
He has a Nebula right in front of him from Nitro.
Okay, this might get pretty hot for Dapper.
That's the smoke for you, and the wall for Sight. Ooh, the fault line from Breach from A.
Oh, there we go! Straight through the TP. Everybody's here to party for 100 Thieves, and they are destroying this effort from Sentinels. Oh my goodness. It's like a Zerg rush.
That was
Just
absolutely
swarms.
sick, Dan. That was
Just that fault
absolutely
line
sick.
as well.
The nebula turns into a smoke, the breach fault line comes in from U-Haul, and the sky flash comes out of Hookah. This is insane. Actually, there wasn't even a sky flash. Ethan just swung.
Oh, they
Oh
got
my.
just totally mobbed. It was beautiful. That was beautiful. Gorgeous.
But yeah,
Now
I was
we
talking
have...
about, I was talking about
Oh,
last
go
time,
ahead.
this wall at A that Dapper throws blocks all vision, and when you combine it with the smoke he throws for U-Haul, there's only a couple spots you can play. There's literally not many. That's not where the fight's going here.
And that's got to feel good too. Again, 100 Thieves getting schooled at the beginning of the first half. Really struggling to win some of the fights and to make work their strategy. So they get to start off really well here. Got to be careful not to give Tens any free shots on that Sheriff. You never know when he's going to convert that into a headshot and a chance for the team. Dapper able to pick up an AWP there, so that's a small victory here in this pistol eco. Ethan spots the entire team almost on B-Long. That's a lot of info here for 100 Thieves.
Oh, this is terrifying. Tens picking into the B side with a Sheriff is terrifying to me.
Yes, it is. And Asen has already been tagged down to 64, so he's not particularly strong now. Oh, it's a little bit awkward there for Steel as well. And here comes the B attack. Asen again, pretty weak. Has a lot of support here from Cubby, but the Sheriff is doing so much damage. And just like you said, it's starting to fall apart here for 100 Thieves. They've got to recover. Ethan, the quick pop flash, but they're going to switch through the TP and hit that A site. They're going to walk straight into Steel, though. He's ready and waiting here in the Shower's position, and he will be fed all of the frags, perhaps. Decent eco here from Sentinels, all things considered.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought Nitro was all over to the nebulas. He popped the smoke, and then he had the gravity well waiting right outside, and that's why Asuna swung. But I don't think he ever expected to see 3-4 people on his screen when he swung like that. Just such a compact hit coming out of Sentinels and Tens when he had 150. Oof. Oof. Now it's a full buy, though. He got the frags to make it worth it. And again, 100 Thieves is going with this 3-person A setup. Dapper with the wall across the site, the smoke for U-Haul, and you can do this when you have an Astra, second controller to take care of the B site. You can waste all your utility every single round at the A site as Viper.
I love how oppressive the Viper utility is. Forward position from Steel is actually caught. Sentinels were waiting for something like that. The drone comes through as well to allow them to push further forwards. They have that Poison Orb as well, previously placed by Dapper. The push players out of U-Haul, so Sentinels with a lot of control right now. Nitro and Asuna ready and waiting to do damage. It's a body through the teleporter, not any players.
Oh, Nitro hits an off timing there on the peak with Shazam.
Oh, big window from Ethan, trying to win that battle over U-Haul control, but Sick is doing a fantastic job here, maintaining control for Sentinels. He cuts in a 1v3. This is rough. Takes down one at least. And you think he has the info as to where the remaining players are. Has a good sense at least that they are towards this short position.
That's the fault line to work with. It has charged up.
Captivate the players. The double peek comes in. Not much you can do against that. Hiko does get one frag out of it at least, but Sentinels get their first round on the board in the second half off of the gun, the full gun rounds.
Yeah, but a lot like 100 Thieves, only one player survived that round, Dan. That puts them in a very fragile state now, economically speaking. And if they lose this next round, we could be looking at another save coming in for Sentinels. And that's when it gets scary. That's when it becomes anyone's map. So huge round here. A lot of pizzas almost full, as we've been saying on the ultimates. Again, the same Dapper setup coming in, and the Blade Storm aggressively coming out of Steel.
Yeah, trying to get that first kill, and he's going to actually find it onto Sick. That's not here.
He's not ready.
He's not ready at all, and there's nobody there to trade. The right click misses for Steel, so the momentum now has been, the wind has been sapped from the sails of 100 Thieves. Maybe they can get another couple kills. Just like you said, it would be very important to get some extra economic damage if they can charge up ults as well, Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
Nitro, hello. See another couple kills here. Could be possible. Difficult shots though. Zom's the running, jumping Spectre. And that's going to be 10 rounds now for Sentinels. 100 Ds. It feels like if they're going to come back into this one, if they really need to make the movement happen here. And the question is, what do they have to work with? You know, how do they want to open this round up? It feels difficult sometimes on the defense. And Steel's on a Marshall.
No, I believe that's actually the operator. That's the
operator.
Yeah,
Oh, the skin. That always throws me.
Yeah. No, we don't like that. We don't like that skin, Dan. We don't like it at all, actually. In fact,
It's like the money doesn't add up, but
yeah. He's on half armor, and he's actually planning on peeking into Sick right now. This is very bold. Oh, but tons of info is gained with that peek. Look, he knows Sick has run away. It almost... He can guarantee his teams that this is a hit.
Full line coming through again. And there's already rotation coming across. They got the info for the defense. Get the Viper's pick being laid down here as well. Tens opens up. And here comes Nitro. Still holding on to that usual position, but again, you know, oh my goodness, Asuna from the elevated spot, when all of the smoke drops, he's able to have free reign on Sentinels. They have no position to work with right now. The Cosmic Divide comes through as well from Nitro, making life even more difficult. And that spike is in the territory of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, what a massive play by Nitro to find Dapper in the ult, right? He gets that frag, and like you said, the smoke cloud dissipates, and they're left in the middle of the open where Austin cleans it up.
One enemy remains.
With a miss onto Shaz. Makes up for it with a better find onto Tens.
Ooh. And an even better one there onto Shazam. I was actually going to say exactly the same thing there that you were saying. That's again, we talked about how important that round was. Comes up a big dub for 100 Thieves. Oh, again, that's such a huge kill. We get to see the aftermath.
Down A.
Ooh, and some very valuable ults used right there for Sentinels. You can see Sick lost his, Dapper lost his. Shaz one orb away. So the triple stack onto B here, and again this peak. Oh, peeks into
Big
both
win.
duelists.
Big find from Steel. The old jump peek. Trailblazer comes through to get some info. He's going to trade the drone. We'll slow the drone down, actually. Trying to flash it as well. Ethan does actually get tagged. Sentinels, again, they've lost a player early here. Might want to try to find something aggressively around so you could position, but oh, the aggression's taken right back here. 100 Thieves.
Damage. Wow, that did tons of damage to Tens and Zoms.
Kill them though. So we'll have to see if there's any room to be played with here for Sentinels. The light comes through, that's going to isolate Steel. Ooh. Nice shot from Steel though. Finds the head of Dapper with that operator. Ethan plays beyond the wall, and Sentinels still struggling to gain ground. Ethan with a superior position will not fail at all in any sense on those angles. And that's 100 Thieves converting yet again. Thanks to Steel's opening, really.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have a game here. I was worried that Sentinels was going to run away with this map, but now at 8-10, I think Sentinels' economy is gone. 100 Thieves might get 9 on an eco.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Great stuff so far from 100 Thieves.
I'm going to say this. Sentinels' sheriff rounds like this, as Pansy calls them, Shikos, are insanity.
And still, you know, he's mixing up his positions with that operator, so you never know where he's going to be at the start of a round. Won't be able to connect that shot. Has the dash available still. Wants to go for the repeat. He's gonna. Oh no, he gets blocked for a second there. Almost gets taken out. Very awkward stuff there for Steel. And Dapper will actually catch him as he goes across the short position. So 100 Thieves are actually taking some serious hits right now, but they are staying alive, largely speaking.
He's on 5, man, but this Reyna, ooh, Hiko puts him down. Leaves Dapper in a 1-on-4 open B side, but the gravity wall's really going to mess things up for his timings here.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Spy plant would be pretty awesome to get. Charge up the ult, gets extra money for the team.
What is
Oh, that was
Guiding
close.
light, that was insane. Came from spawn.
Just able to dodge that one. He has to take the gamble on a plant.
30
Pray that
seconds
nobody's
left.
nearby. We'll stick this. And that's a big win. He's got the spike down. Anything else is a bonus. And here we are. We've got a really good position for the ults for both teams here now as well. Still one away from the Blade Storm. Shazam on the Hunter's Fury. So definitely a lead for 100 Thieves in terms of the ults. And Hiko having that Rolling Thunder and the Seekers on Ethan gives so much retake potential for 100 Thieves. It gives them on the defense so many more options strategically.
Absolutely. And this is the point in the game where I think the momentum has shifted to 100 Thieves, right? They have the ults, they have the economy, they're on the easier half. But you know what they're not, Dan? They're not the best team in the world that has been in this scenario and won every single time in the last 3 months, which is what Sentinels do this to everyone. They always end up in bad spots late game. But can they keep doing it here?
Yes, there's a big push towards this Hookah position, lots of pressure. Steel's actually playing aggressively towards the cubby on A short, so there's forward information here for Sentinels. And looks like Sentinels will be slowed down slightly because of the Seekers especially. Shazam will drone forward to try to pressure this defense even more. And we get a rotation here as well.
Dan. Steel is way up short A. He has all of the info.
It gives this extra man to this B defense. So really good look here right now for 100 Thieves. And again, they've got that Rolling Thunder to fall back on if they need it. Hiko is on the A site right now.
And Dan, this is the type of preparation that I meant when 100 Thieves picked this map. Look where Steel is. He's completely open to that left peek from Showers. He's totally vulnerable, but he knows no one comes that way for Sentinels.
And here comes the push. 100 Thieves will defend this. They've got great angles. You can see Ethan also in a pretty good spot right now. Zoms is on, or could be on that garden attack, and Ethan will go to the flash out. He knows his player's there now because of the guiding light, but the timing is good here. Asuna and Nitro trying to defend. It is an all-out gun battle. 2 versus 2 now. 20 seconds to plant the spike, and Dapper, he's going to actually run for the TP. He's switching it up to the A site, but Hiko's got the Rolling Thunder, and he's going to get there in time.
Yeah, he could shut down this plant, and Zoms is way out of the picture, Dan.
Oh no, is he going to get caught by it? He does. That's going to waste too much time, I think. Dapper, I don't think he can do anything about this. Steel over the top of the toxic screen is going to try to catch Dapper, but again, no time. The Rolling Thunder will secure the round.
One enemy remaining.
That's the most breach thing I've ever seen, Dan. Just winning rounds with abilities. Holy! The Initiator squad on 100 Thieves, Ethan and Hiko on top of the scoreboard. Rightfully so. They are dominating this game with their utility.
Oh, look at the money here for Sentinels too. They don't have anything to work with. Dapper keeping the Phantom from the previous round, and they'll try to do what they can with that and a couple sheriffs. Actually, Zoms got a Bulldog, then Solo again.
Still switched to the Phantom off of that Operator. That's interesting. He knows it's a low buy. He doesn't want the Operator.
And he has that Blaze Storm as well. He really needs it. Nigel's going to get caught by that. Steel with this Phantom does give him a lot more maneuverability. See what he's able to do here. Viper's Pit comes through, but they have to try to find a way to convert onto the spike plant. And you can see that there's free reign to spray into this. And Steel knows his angles. He takes down Sick, the spike's down. And Steel now is just going to be above these positions. This is actually quite difficult. Oh, he tried to make the jump across, and he actually fails. He's in the Viper's Pit now, tries to take down Dapper. But that is not going to go well for 100 Thieves. 3v4 now, but the spike has to get planted still, and you can see Sentinels are really afraid. They don't want to try to plant and then just lose a player to spam. They have to eventually at some point go for this spike plant.
Oh, you feel the tension, Dan, and he finds Zoms.
And that's exactly what they were worried about. Ethan, he's going to go in off of the next one, and the running spray almost takes down another. It's almost like a stalemate here, but on the Asuna, he's on the flank. He's going to, is he going to ruin this? Because Dapper is waiting for him, actually turns just at the nick of time. Now Ethan with the spray. This is a truly ridiculous round. Ethan, 21 points of health, 5 bullets in the tank to go. Can he make this happen? No, they go for Ethan. They've had enough in the Viper's Pit. And Sentinels converts.
My goodness, the stalemate there, Sean.
Oh my goodness, they're just absolutely wild. Yeah, Sentinels knows the game that's being played. They're tapping the spike, they're trying their best to not get spammed through this Viper ult. Jeez. So ridiculous. And then Steel just trying to make that jump. But it's like a budget baby bay, you know? Like he's trying to do crazy stuff and he just can't do it because it's not his main.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Well, into the next round, Sentinels is eking out that extra one, and we've talked about the Blade Storm being activated. Asuna has that showstopper as well. They're looking for a play here. They're going to crunch on two Sentinels. Oh my god, Sick almost dodged that one. But Asuna can finish it off, and we get a response here. The showers take coming in from Sentinels, but actually outside of that, Sentinels don't really have much map control. They did at least trade onto Steel.
There.
Now there's a minute left. Sentinels start to move towards this A site.
Oh, Hiko makes contact with Tens, the Reyna in shower, and immediately Nitro smokes that off for him.
This poison orb is so annoying. Asuna with the pain shells. That's going to cover his drop down into the cubby there by Triple. Uh-oh, Nitro spotting a lot of players there. Has to pull his gun back out. Can't get the frag though. And it's going to be up to Ethan to try to 1v4 clutch. Not an easy ask.
Spike planted.
And that doesn't help all too much. Ethan, not really in a great spot here. And I mean, Sean, you talked about the Sentinels being in this position. You talked about how 100 Thieves had the momentum, and somehow Sentinels will win anyway. And it's kind of playing out like that, I feel like, right now.
I'm really sick of whoever's writing these narratives on who wins these matches, Dan. It's getting old. It's getting old, man. I'm so sick of watching the Sentinels come back. It's so ridiculous how they always do this to their opponents.
It's like the sitcom writers that just keep going and going, season after season after season. It's like, come on. Let's just write a new show now, guys. Take this off the air. Okay, so 12 rounds for Sentinels then. It's just one more to take Bind. Bind has been weird, I think, for both teams in many respects. I think seeing Steel on Jet, as you say, sometimes it looks a little bit awkward. He knows what he's supposed to do, and he's doing a good job with it most of the time, but you can tell that it's not his main.
Yeah, he's doing all of the right things. He's just not very comfortable at doing them. You can tell he's not. Yeah, it doesn't look like a Jet main when you watch him. Like his crosshair's not moving around like a Jet main. But here he is again. He's going to try to open things up on short A, and he is definitely going to get a battle.
Yes. This is a great opener again for Steel. You can see Sentinels have been wary of it, though, in multiple rounds.
Ooh, they boosted Nitro up in showers. Look at this.
It's a battle around Hookah as well. Sick gaining space here. He did just take a guiding light in base. Now there's the drone coming through showers. So map control plays on both sides of the map here from Sentinels. What will they win? What's showers control?
Someone will come into Steel right now. I think it's Shazam. Shazam is making his way back to this angle. Is he going to be aware?
He needs this kill for the team. He gets it and dashes away, unpunished. And there's the fault line to protect Steel even further, and that's beautiful because now there's a 5v4, 40 seconds left. They've lost Shazam. Sova's gone.
God, the shower player has a Spectre against Tens.
That is not a great look. We'll see what Nitro can do with it. So we'll actually open things up here, but it's a crossfire mostly.
30 seconds left
for Nitro. Waiting for the perfect moment. Oh, and in fact, it's Nitro to seize the opportunity, takes it away from Tens. And now, Sentinels, they've been bled out here by just these slow, proactive plays from 100 Thieves, keeping them on their toes. And there's no time left at this point. It's just going to be a rush into the site. They've got to hit the shots. They've got to be extremely aggressive. And Dapper will take down one, but Spike, can it go down in time here? Asuna will stop that in its tracks. 11-12. One more for overtime here for 100 Thieves.
What an insane round from Nitro on the Astra. It's an agent that he's not too comfortable with. I mean, we've seen him so much on Omen, right? And by the way, it's worth noting, he's last in the entire playoffs in first deaths per round. He's a very passive player. But he closes out the round so well for 100 Thieves. The gravity well on the spike right there, gifts it to Asuna, takes out the shower player, takes out another player after that. huge impact from the veteran player.
And there's so much to talk about with Nitro, but maybe we'll take that discussion in other moments.
Ooh, Ethan did a guiding light through shower, saw nothing, and look, Dan, look at the rotate coming from 100 Thieves, but will they make it?
Here comes Sick, Showstopper out, satcheling forward. Oh my god, Asina's in the air though, and Sick's gonna go down. The Showstopper gets nothing. The Cosmic Divide there to try to make their way onto the site, and you can see Asuna is scanning, looking, tracking for these players, where they're going to be coming from. Ethan taken down by elbows, Sentinels gaining ground on the site, getting the entry frag. It's fully challenged here by 100 Thieves. No retake setup at all. They're going for it, and they've been left quite short after that. It's just Steel who remains. He has to go for it. It's the last round. He's got to find a 1 versus 3 to secure the overtime. Take Bind away here. An important pick for 100 Thieves to open up this best of 5. Steel looking with that operator, and they are not giving him a single thing. I say that, but Tens peaks. He goes down. Steel going forward again, has to force these players out, but no, Shazam comes in with the headshot, seals the deal. Map 1 in the bag here for Sentinels against 100 Thieves. A good start for them.
Yeah, wow, valiant effort by 100 Thieves, but Sentinels, our best team here in NA, takes map 1. A heads-up play by the in-game leader, Shazam, to jump out right behind that Cosmic Divide, use his drone, tag Asuna in the site, and that's what opened things up and allowed Sentinels to just collapse the B site. They're just so creative. They're too creative.
And I mean, it's a great showing from 100 Thieves as well, because they started off really poorly, let's not forget. And in the last series against Sentinels, they got totally slapped. So it's really good to see that they could find their pace and make it a really close game and create a strong argument for themselves. But with that said, we have a long best of 5 ahead of us, hopefully, between 100 Thieves and Sentinels. And now it's time to throw it to a break. We'll be back with the analysts after this.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Tens.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. One more, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starting to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
I remember waking up with that sort of movie moment where somebody says to you, hey, you've been in a car accident. I had no idea where I was. I didn't really understand the fact that I was seriously injured. Something like wearing your seatbelt stopped me from going through the windscreen. I feel as if I'm very lucky. Got through it, and yeah, still here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCT NA Playoffs Analyst Desk, where we're about to break everything down. But before we do, I want to give a big shout out to Zowie. Now, other companies out there, they don't put their money where their mouth is like they did. And if you're in the market for a new monitor, you gotta check this out. For the remainder of the VCT, Zowie is now allowing players the opportunity to loan out their monitors and have a chance to see and experience the same settings as the pros. Use the code VCT10 at checkout for $10 off of your rental and have the opportunity to test out these settings in the comfort of your own home. Once again, the code is VCT10. You're going to want to check that out if you're definitely in the market for a new monitor. But right here on the desk, like I said before, I'm Veli, Bach, and Vansili. Let's be completely honest for a second. Going into this map, we saw a very different comp lineup in Vansili. A lot of people out there, we didn't expect to see what we saw.
You know, some people may think it's a troll to see like Steel on a Jet, Hiko on a Breach. I'm not mad with it. This is actually Vision Strikers in Korea, their composition. We see a lot less of Sova in this rotation. You see Vision Strikers work a little bit more B-side with the Breach, which was what Hiko was doing. Maybe they were being shut down a lot more than they did versus Sentinels when they were playing the attack, but it was actually looking quite good on defense. I gotta point out that pistol round, actually, that even Sean and DDK were super happy about. The utility that was being used moving into the pistol round for Hunter Thieves on defense was really nice. So I'm not against this. I think in the end, too, is that if you actually had Steel even play Astra and Nitro going on a Jet up,
okay,
I'd not be mad with that.
Yeah. So this is the thing, though. It makes sense. Steel is an amazing opera. We've seen it all the time, right? I love watching him on the set whenever he picks that rifle up. But also, I love seeing Hiko on Breach. And Bach, we were talking about it. The reason why we were saying we would like to see Nitro on Astra is to slow down attackers. but you could also do that with Breach. That's a double whammy.
Yeah, and they actually did that in the pistol round. So their pistol round strategy, where they went for a fault line towards lamps, and they threw down a gravity well. There was the blast pack and the dash. Like, everything just kind of came together all at once. It didn't work. They kind of got beat up a little bit on that attacking side, but I liked the approach. The question is, you know, will we see this in Berlin?
Yeah, and we haven't seen this team play this map since April, right? So the fact that they brought it out here for, of course, because it's a BO5, but you also bring a composition to look pretty good because, again, you think it's a troll, it's still 13-11 as a final score. They still made it very difficult for Sentinels.
But here's the thing, right? You said it's been since April. That's also the last time we saw Hiko play Breach, and we've actually never seen Steel play Jet in an official match. Or actually once. One other time, which I'm pretty sure was an open qualifier match early on, kind of goofing off, realizing they've got a massive mechanical advantage over their opponents. So I'm not hating on the comp. It's just different. Wasn't what I expected. It kind of worked out.
I like it.
I
just
it,
wonder.
I
just wonder, like,
Still
will
OP
this be
Jet.
what we see?
So
The socks
also
are good.
talk about lineups as well. Vansili, you and I were discussing this in the back. We're delegating a little bit. So remember when Sentinels were on Biden, they were down 0-1 on maps. En route to get here, and we saw that Yoru pick. There's a lot of different picks when it comes to Sentinels, when it comes to Bind.
Yeah.
But which lineup is their absolute best?
Yeah, you know what? I think they're good on both. The C tends to be go on to like a Yoru, Dimensional Drift, come out with the short and get a couple of kills, which now makes me mauled in my ranked games when I see a Yoru. I know like at least somebody like Sean Garris could deal with it because he's like a Yoru main these days, but he actually did make it look really good for this team of Sentinels on the map of Blind. But on Arena, it still looked really good because remember when we said 100 Thieves are trying to use his Vision Strikers matchup, and try to move into this B side. Tensu's doing a really good job just shutting things down with Zombs and not allow 100 Thieves to get more past the past Hookah, and past Long B, So that's it. At least 100 Thieves, they made it close, but Sentinels, they still always shatter their dreams. It's always looking so close, maybe overtime, and boom. Suddenly, it's just a dominating last round, and Sentinels wins.
You're right. And by the way, I love how Tens is just so finesse whenever he's on Reina. He's so hard to get. But now, Bach, we're going to Breeze. What are a few things to expect? Do you think we actually might see a Yoru on Breeze as well?
I mean, it would be cool if we did. I don't think that we'll see anything too crazy here. I think that this map should follow the patterns of the maps we've seen both teams play previously throughout this event. And the biggest part of that pattern is Sentinels being solid on this map. If that's really a surprise. I mean, they're pretty much solid on every map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did see some Corey on Yoru for FaZe, but I don't think it's really going to change much for Sentinels on that map. I feel that Sentinels weren't that tested against Rise when they played against them on that map for those qualifying matches in the qualifier, right? Rating that like 13 to 12. They didn't change any setups at all on the defense because they were just shutting it down. For 100 Thieves' side, I feel that versus Envy, we saw Asuna like pop off a little bit more on the defender side, but a little bit more quiet on the attacker side, just because they couldn't get through off the defense that Envy was doing. So if we see a little bit more of Asuna, on that attacker side, I think we might see a closer game here against 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and it's their map pick too.
Right, now Bach heading into Breeze. What do you think is going to come out on top, man? This is right now 1-0 for Sentinels, a best of 5, by the way. Do you think they're going to rock off with a 2-0 when this map is done?
Absolutely. I just don't think you can root against them here. Again, this is not a disrespect or a slam to 100 Thieves. I just think that Sentinels is a little bit more well-versed on the map, and I look at 100 Thieves. They're just a little bit below Sentinels currently on the pecking order. They have to prove it to me that they can play at a level higher, and we haven't seen that yet. So I got to give the nod to Sentinels.
I think if it's still 100 Thieves' map pick right now, we see some Nitro on that Omen with the operator, works a bit. I still find that we had stronger results, or at least stronger defensive play for Sentinels on this very map. So I think they're still going to beat 100 Thieves on this one, but we might see the comeback later on in the series here for 100 Thieves in terms of maps.
Now, speaking of agents as well, I'm really loving what we see with Ethan on Sky. He's becoming one of my favorites. Shout out to Strong Legs, by the way. We love you too, baby.
Sky
but
Legs.
Also, yes, exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into map 2 on Breeze to see if 100 Thieves go ahead and try to tie things up, and we might see another agent lineup that we might not be comfortable or used to seeing yet. Oh, we do. Sean and DDK, take it away.
Thank you very much, Veli. Yeah, we're going into Breeze here, Sean. Are we going to see some Yoru? No?
Whoop, I'm muted. Wait.
You're muted?
I don't think we're going to see any Yori.
Am I
man.
muted? Gonna check now.
No, you're not muted. You're good, probably.
Okay, it's
but
just you.
I think we'll see some vanilla comps from both of these teams as far as what they're used to playing. Now, they're going to look totally different from each other, though, because 100 Thieves runs the double controller on this map. They'll run an Omen with a Viper, whereas you look at Sentinels matchup, they run 2 initiators. They'll run the Sova Sky together. And this is a map where they let Tens play the Jet. There's a lot of differences when you look at the lineups here. Austin is playing Reyna. Like there's nothing similar about the lineups. Killjoy versus Cypher. The only thing similar is a Viper. So it's going to be really cool to see the contrasting styles here if they go that route.
Okay, well, we're about to jump into the Agent Select to see exactly what the compositions are going to look like. And already the preview that you gave us, and you'll have to tell us if it's going to divert too much. Going to get the Omen on Nitro. We've already saw that yesterday how effective that was. But I feel like the Jet diff on Breeze is a big deal. So I'll be really curious to see if that dynamic ends up proving particularly notable here for Sentinels. But we'll have to see what 100 Thieves have to play up against that. Obviously, Asuna on the Reyna is just an absolute demon.
Yeah, I think Hiko's trolling a little bit with his Breach Hopper. He played it on Bind, but they had a very, very specific game plan for his utility. And I can't see them doing the same thing on Breeze. I couldn't see them changing an entire game plan overnight.
The issue is that Hiko, since beta, has always trolled Agent Select here, Sean. It's getting a little old. I feel like it needs to be a team effort. They should switch it up, and then that would really throw us. But I feel like at this point, it can't even have a discussion around it.
Yeah, you know what? When we're in Berlin, I'm gonna come a little bit like prepared or something, just to like roast him for this, for what he does to us. You know, Dan? Like this is just—it's not fair. It's not fair.
Hope you do, Sean. He deserves it. Okay, right. So we're gonna get all of the agents locked in, and it is expected. It's what we expected to see.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect. I think, like I said, I don't think the agent comps for the teams in last map are weird. I actually think that's how 100 Thieves wanted to approach Bind. I thought they did a lot of anti-strat work, and unfortunately for them, they ran into a bus hour. Tens tore them apart in that first half, and if it wasn't for that performance, they may have stolen Bind. But here they are. They're on an undefeated map for Sentinels in Breeze. I mean, Sentinels taken out some serious scalps on this map, too. It's not like they're beating bad teams. Rise, Xset, 100 Thieves, Envy, all since the start of July. They're in trouble here.
They are in trouble, but I mean, I feel like you're always in trouble. You're in a finals against Sentinels, so I feel like there's no way to slice it other than that. And let's have a look and see exactly what Sentinels will be up to here on the attack against 100 Thieves on the defense. This is map 2 of this best of 5 finals, and this is to decide who is the best team right now in North America on their way to represent North America at Masters Berlin.
Indeed, and right off the bat, you see 100 Thieves doing a full retake A setup, and they have a good guess here because this looks like a B setup coming from Sentinels. Spike actually on the B side of the map.
They are just hiding it at this point in time.
And Ethan's actually jumped. Ethan's spotting over the little box inside elbow right now with those jump peaks. That's what he's not trolling with those jumps. He's jumping to look over it while crouched. There he is. And he's going to be first contact if that position is spotted. But look at the speed.
The paranoia coming through. 100 Thieves will get to have their defense here after all. The snake bite catches Dapper. He's got nowhere to go. And this has worked wonderfully. However, there is still a chance here for Sentinels, more than just a chance. They're going to have a good shot at this round. They have a free and open A bomb site. Ten's already in a forward position. Has cleared quite a lot here for the team. And they will be able to get their spike plan after all. 4 players, or 5 players, I should say, on the retake against the 3 of Sentinels. But they have to close the distance.
Yes, and Hiko still has his wall for this retake, Dan. This is the difference with the double controller. No utility on A for Sentinels.
And they're just going to just use the force of numbers here to charge down Sentinels. Shazam and Zombs, all that stands now. And, well, they're gone just as quickly as I said that. So the spike does go down, but it will be a round. The opening pistol on Breeze will go to 100 Thieves on the defense.
So cool to see how 100 Thieves meticulously uses their utility, right? They know what they can use at the start of the round. The Omen Dart covers, the Paranoia. They know they can get rid of Ethan's guiding light. But Hiko has to stay true and hold that wall for the retake. They didn't end up needing it because it was a 3-on-5. But you could see the ideas churning right there for 100 Thieves on that pistol.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out here with the Marshals in hand, the Sick and Zoms, Sheriff on 10s, and Dapper. So honestly, this is really scary, I have to say.
Yeah, there's that elbow recon coming in early. That alerts Sentinels that no one is pushing that position.
Okay.
Yikes.
And that's why it's scary, because you don't want to give up free, like, you don't want to not peek anything. You have to challenge something. Ooh. Nitro, nice shot there.
One enemy
Vandal.
remaining. Spike
And it's
down
looking
mid.
pretty good. They will control mid after all. Sick might be able to extract an extra bit of damage here. Takes down Nitro. One more to go. It's a good attempt for the following frag, but it is cleaned up, and we'll go into the full gun round here for Sentinels.
I will say, Dan, as a fan that wants 5 maps here, I do kind of like 10s on the Jets. That way when he gets the picks, he doesn't just go back to 150 health and get more picks. You know, like, it's a
That
little
is
bit more
true.
fair this way. When you...
Yeah, and I can't wait to see, you know, if Aston is really going to get, you know, that running start, which on that Reyna, because that's always just glorious to witness. And
Ooh,
going into this first gun rounds,
This looks
we
kind of
have here?
sketchy, Dan. This is a double A setup with Nitro opping A on Omen and the Reyna Asuna baiting him. But you can see by the alarm bot placement of Dapper, this isn't going to be an A main hit. He's just going to play really passive up here. They're going to go through elbow right now. That's where the fight's going to be.
And we have questions being asked by Ethan. We know him to be fairly active in trying to find information around elbow and B window possibly. But at this point in time, holding position, perhaps an expectation that there's a rotation coming in from Sentinels, which there is, but it's towards this A site now.
Look what just waiting has done to this setup. The setup has dissipated in the A site. Asuna all alone now. Nitro's kind of floating. He has to watch these mid doors. They don't really have anything going for them here anymore.
It will be an awkward defense. The question is how much damage they can do as Sentinels bring their way forward. Or there's going to be a ping. That is not fun for Nitro. The flashes come through as well. Asun's doing a good job. Gets one frag. Gives Nitro a chance here. Nitro hearing the dash forward is worried about the first position. And he's going to miss that shot, but Steel is there in time. They delayed enough to give 100 T still a good chance to make this defense work. Dapper creeping forward, takes down Steel. Very quick stop there from Dapper as he repositions, and the spike is going down now for Sentinels. And the 2 versus 2, they are beginning to look quite strong, and they've got the rifle advantage. The Spectres at these distances are not going to be all that enjoyable here. Sick and Dapper close it down.
How did Sick control that Vandal spray? What? Where was his mouse at on his mouse pad? What the? That is a game-saving spray from Sick right there. Winning the bonus with that after getting tagged so heavily. And yeah, I thought Nitro and Asuna were doing a fantastic job holding that site. Oh my goodness. Sentinels squeak through the bonus round, and if you look, 100 Thieves, they don't have a lot to work with. Nitro on a Marshall here.
Yeah, that's it's definitely difficult. You know, again, in that earlier on in mid, they did lose a couple players against the Marshals and Sheriffs. Got an aggression coming in from 100 Thieves in mid here. They've got Asuna right out there with Nitro support. They know they have to get something early if they can. And at this point, there's a lot of info here for 100 Thieves. They understand what's going on because they've got calls control, they've got all this mid control.
Dan, Shaz is gonna drone this, and if it tags Hiko, the wall goes up, the jet dashes in, he goes in big trouble here.
The Seekers are coming in as well. Can Hiko stop it? Just about in time. Hiko playing behind the toxic screen now. And that's Ethan to deal with 10s. That's a big win early on here for 100 Thieves. But Sentinels have managed to breach the site. Spike is there at the back of the site. Still needs to find some space to plant as they try to defend these positions. The Seekers coming out. No time to plant this Spike. They have to keep the guns out. They have to fight. Fighting is working. 3 versus 3. 100 Thieves might want to just keep pushing the issue here. That Spike still needs to go down. Paranoia out. It's not going to hit anything. 2 versus 2. Fighting over the site still. And Sentinels will hold the defense there on that B site. And that's the 2-2.
I thought Hiko did a fantastic job putting up that wall, finding some space behind it, stalling the hit. But yeah, the mid rounds is where Sentinels is thriving in this series so far. It's when the round collapses into the 3-on-3s, these 2-on-2s. They have the big plays that they just make those plays. They make the peaks, they hit the shots. When there's no abilities, there's no more structure involved. That's where Sentinels lives. They live in those moments.
Went down to a 2v2 as well. It was a pretty close round, but gonna get a lot of control towards A here. The drone straight forward. And it's a save round here. So keeping things simple in the anti-eco, our Sentinels just using the numbers, getting to that spike plant as quickly as possible. And Tens is just crushing this defense.
One enemy remaining.
There we go. It's all being cleaned up nicely. No damage done at all. It's a good win. Sentinels.
Yeah, and you can see the style of Sentinels is throwing 100 Thieves for a loop here, because what they're doing, they're running, like I said, a single controller comp. But Zomps is using his wall on B at the start of the round, and they're just not using it. They just go out A dry. And you can see what it did to Steel. He was caught off big time by that lurk out.
So the question is now, are we going to see any kind of adaptation? I feel like 100 Thieves have been pretty active on the map, and like that previous round when they had the mid control, the halls control.
The duo of Austin and Nitro Dan, they're going to push halls now, and they're getting a fight here. Dapper will be here, but it's going to be a turret first.
There's a turret. Nitro looking for the cross, unable to find the shot though. That's unfortunate for him. But it does give Asna all this space to push down halls, gain greater control. And meanwhile, Sentinels are in the site. Tens right out there. Lockdown is available, as is the Hunter's Fury. Nice shot by Nitro. Finds the pixel. Connect with Tens' head, and there's the Hunter's Fury coming in from Shazam to deal with the rotating players. Very good here from 100 Thieves, getting force control. Steel in a great position. Asuna causing problems up high. Steel has a moment to go in. He's going to go for it. Takes the fight against Sick. Can they deal with the lockdown in time, though? That lockdown is going to be a problem as it's coming to completion. But Dapper's the last man standing here in this position, defending it. And the remainder.
He's got the turret to work with. Maybe he can swing when he places it down. That's about all he has, though, Dan. And he won't even get that.
Go to drop the turret. So really nice retake from 100 Thieves. They managed that so well.
Yeah, I was terrified. I think you were as well. When we saw how advanced Tens got, the second Sentinels realized it was a double halls push, Dan, they were out A. Tens was just at pyramids. He knew at best there would be one player in this site, so they just used numbers to swarm the site, and Steel living and getting this frag onto Sick. Massive round for the in-game leader.
Yeah, we talked about it before. I think you made such good points about Nitro on the Omen, on the Operator, how that role works out on defensive A. He is so excellent. So much value for the team. And into the next round is a 4-buy for both sides. 3-3 the current score, of course, and another A push in very quickly.
They pinged the trip. He didn't get it with the Trailblazer, but he knows it's there.
There he goes. So it's a full retake situation. And we don't really have retake ults here for 100 Thieves.
This is very sketchy, and there's the Viper's pick going down in the A site. Look how advanced the pit is. I've never even seen it like this. It's not even on the spike.
It's really deep. This is going to be really awkward for 100 Thieves. We'll have to see what they can do to try to deal with this. Will be forced out ever so slightly. Gonna actually be forced to get some jewels here. Tries to keep himself safe with the dash. He's so far doing a good job. In comes Steel though. Steel's able to convert. In fact, 100 Thieves somehow are dealing with everybody, but Shazam gets the lineup. Now it's just down to Steel, the 1 versus 1. Despite ticking away, he swings and he gets the win. Oh, wow.
Wow,
100 Thieves.
Incredible play. Yeah, that's all you can say right there. It's just, wow, how did they retake that site? Jazz with the insane flank and the immediate thought to recon that box to know Steel's location, and Steel just says, no, I'm going to hold this down. Don't care about the recon. And he wins the fight. Again, a huge round for Steel.
It's amazing. And also like the snake bite that come in to actually like force Tens wide as well initially, and then only having that one spot to dash into after taking so much damage. There's like so many small little things there that 100 Thieves did that made that winnable.
Yeah, exactly. Is Nitro on that back platform at B? This is going to be a B setup coming in from Sentinels. They're going to do their elbow play, though, I believe.
Aggressive Viper's Pit. Force Cave. That's going to allow 100 Thieves to move towards the horse position, put more focus there.
Beakers are going to give 100 Thieves a lot of info here. All 3 destroyed, though. See this A setup. It's bolstered a lot by the Cypher utility. The Cypher utility is holding halls as well as a trip right next to Asuna and a cam there as well. So they're feeling real comfy over there.
They slowed the pace right down. They want to catch 100 Thieves going aggressive for information, but 100 Thieves are giving them nothing right now. All the timing there with the guiding light for the peak. And will take down Ethan. Oh, another frag from Tens as he pushes forwards with the knives.
Spike down mid.
Asuna able to hold things down in mid, though. Beautiful work from Asuna.
Player standing.
This is a very important play from him, but it's up to Hiko now, coming out of the Viper's Pit on the A site. And Zoms and Tens are very
30
weak.
seconds left.
We might be able to find a way to do this one. Looking to slow things down with the snake bite. Won't get there in time. So difficult. And in the back comes Tens.
And did you
That's
catch
gonna
that?
be a tie game.
What happened was Ethan jump spotting spots, throws the guiding light out, Steel peeks out window, dinks Tens for 140. The Phantom 140 headshot comes in. And Tens still gets 3 more kills with 10 HP. What?
Oh, man.
Incredible.
I didn't even catch that. That was a dig coming through. That is so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
What can you do about that?
I mean, he's just
Fly
too
Vandal,
good.
I guess.
Too
Vandal and
good.
Breeze.
Oh man, 4-4 scoreline. 100 Thieves forced the eco after that, and we're going back to the dog park here. Elbow, all the doggies.
I think it's going to try to get the damage in mid. Why not? Doesn't work out, of course, though. Into B with the plant for Sentinels, and 100 Thieves will again try to get some more damage, try to charge up those ults. Nice shot by Nitro, so I'm getting some damage off.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, can Nitro get anything else with this Ion Sheriff?
Yeah,
Like the Ion.
I do. This is such a clean sheriff skin. But it doesn't get anything. It doesn't come with... You can't get the headshots when you buy the skin, unfortunately.
No, doesn't work like that. This game is not pay to win. Okay. So, really close game on our hands right now. It's kind of... It feels kind of difficult to know... It feels to me like Sentinels are beginning to pull away in terms of the way that they're actually approaching these rounds. And I guess this round will be quite telling, Sean, because we're going to see an adaptation. We should see it here. And we've got the usual stuff here. Although Nitro looks like he might go...
They're going to go for the double mid play. Yeah, he's never taken the op here. It's only a Marshall, and he's going to get a fight versus Tens. Oh,
Cool
aware of his
timing
left
here.
wall, Dan.
There's the peak. Oh my god! I thought for sure that Nitro had that. Steel at least converts one of those. But this is a terrifying
Look at
start
Dapper.
for...
Yes, look at Dapper. He knows he's out for blood. He knows Steel's alone on this site, and he is actively picking in. He's cut down the pyramid rotate. He's telling his team to come back. And that's just the knowledge of rotation on Sentinels. They're just so quick to pounce on these openings. Wall goes
Especially
up.
with Nitro gone.
Wow.
Oh wow, this is like so little you can do to stop this spike from getting planted now. You see, Steel will try to spray, but at this point they kind of delayed their entrance, so it's harder for Steel to see. But actually, you can see just over the top there, finding a turret. There's a chance now, actually. 100 Thieves, you know, they're able to delay with that play from Steel. And the spike hasn't gone down yet, so this means that players are committed onto the pyramids or go up. This will allow them to close the distance here, 100 Thieves, and the Ether's going to capitalize, takes down Shazam. Dapper, he knows he has to do something, and it all falls apart for Sentinels.
Ethan's fingers, Dan. How does this guy jiggle so much? His fingers are going to fall off from how much that he's using his keyboard. This is every peak as a jiggle peak for Ethan. It was the same thing in CSGO. The guy just never full commits, and he always just owns people. What a sick retake there by Ethan. And like you said, Steel progressing forwards on that ult and finding the frag over the wall was, I just can't even say how big that was for 100 Thieves right there. And they answer back 5-5.
And they used the lockdown there as well. So that's huge, because now we can see a really massive ult advantage coming forward for 100 Thieves. Again, they don't have quite the impactful ults as Sentinels do, but still. Nitro's playing B again, has that Omen ult, so he can TP very quickly, using the ultimate to get to that A site if he needs. He might need to here, because we've got a lot of players from Sentinels looking to get into that A site, and the drone tag doesn't find Steel. The Hunter's Fury is available too.
Enemy kill. I've got
Oh, what a find for Tens onto Ethan, and the Seekers come out right away. The site is lost. 3 on 5, Dan.
Yeah, this is looking really bad. I'm wondering at this point, are 100 Thieves thinking of saving here? You know, they've got the operator, they've got a lot of value in their hands. Asana's actually in a deep position. He might be able to make something happen here with this spot. He's got to be good, though. Asana playing around the pyramids, not finding the peaks he's looking for. There's one. Gets the heal in. Asana trying to take these jewels, eventually goes down. And maybe that's the best chance gone now for this retake. We'll have to see what 100 Thieves can do. Eco traded out, so indeed, Nitro have to get one very quickly to make this even a question, but he's just going to play it safe and get out of there.
Yeah, there's you can tell 100 Thieves economy is definitely teetering on being broken here, and there's one round left in this half. I think if Nitro were to lose this operator, he wouldn't be able to get another one going into the last round, so he makes a wise decision here to save it.
Definitely, and Sentinels, that's 6 rounds then for them. Really close first half so far between these two sides. And we are going to see what the buy looks like now for both of these teams. The 100 Thieves in particular.
Well, here's that adjustment you were looking for, Dan. They've been playing very heavy towards the B site, but look at this setup at the start of the round. We have 400 Thieves players circling this A site.
It makes sense too, because the Asana's on a Sheriff as well. They need to kind of need to find early value.
Dan, I think Nitro might hide from Shazam's drone and let Ethan break it. Is that the setup they're going for? Because he's not peeking.
There goes the drone.
There it is.
Ethan
His peek comes
takes
in.
It out.
You've got to be kidding me. The Molly coming in from Dapper. The perfect counterplay.
That's going to make life very difficult for 100 Thieves. Ethan pop flashes through the wall, but gets taken down immediately. Looking very hard now. Steel, nice shot from him. There goes to Viper's Pit as well. Sick drop Steel, leaving very little to answer for here for 100 Thieves. Hiko in the 1 versus 4. He is no stranger to 1v4s in his career, but I don't know about this one. Getting tagged up by the Hunter's Fury. Hiko now, it seems inevitable. Tries to win this duel every fight, every moment flavored here for Hiko as the round comes to an end, as does the half, with a 7-5 scoreline here in favor of Sentinels. They're looking really strong right now.
They really are. They're looking really, really solid on Bind. I think the map is a little bit attack-sided because of how big it is, so I think 100 Thieves should be able to put up a good fight, but the lack of the second initiator could come into play here. We'll have to wait to find out.
After this break. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the second half here. This is map 2, Breeze, between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. And we'll have to see if 100 Thieves can actually bring themselves back into this. They need to get a map here. And is Breeze going to be it, Sean? We're on the attack now, 100 Thieves.
I mean, it better be, Dan, because can you imagine a team reverse sweeping Sentinels? I can't even imagine it. Yeah, I can't.
I mean, I can't imagine it, but it'd be spicy.
It would be. We could only be so blessed. Nice jump spotting. That poison orb's going up. The molly's coming in. They're going to run through it.
Going straight through. They don't care. Right through the toxic screen as well. Steel will open things up as well. So the entry is really coming into play nicely for 100 Thieves. Got the B-side well and truly under control. Very little left here now for the likes of Sentinels. Tens will do what he can, but he will get shut down. So, well, there you go. That's what you need to see. You're a 100 Thieves fan. They're going to pick up the pistol here in the second half and start things off nicely on the attack.
Yeah, and that's a good sign for 100 Thieves, because what they just did was disrespect the Viper utility on B. They're getting into Zom's head at the start of this half. Obviously, winning pistol is a huge, huge thing in this comeback for them. And that's a great way to start. Going into the solo controller like that, going through the poison orb, going through the molly. Now he's always going to be worried that you're going to do that.
Love it.
Cage triggered.
Love the aggression, the ruthless aggression. Give me more.
Steel's Cage. So Steel's Cage makes 100 Thieves think it could be a mid to A split, but he's actually lurking B, and Dapper sneaks by.
Yeah, this like 100 Thieves have totally circumvented
Spike planted.
these players. That's a nice pickup though by Tens. I'm a bit afraid now for 100 Thieves as Tens marches in with the confidence of the Spartan army. Although we'll get shut down. So that's perhaps the best chance gone now for Sentinels to get some extra damage in. The spike's ticking away, and that allows 100 Thieves to just play super passively. They don't even have to risk having additional jewels. And for Sentinels, they could try to shut down the exit routes to get kills, to force fights. We'll see if they all try to do that.
They are,
Might get a couple fights here because they are holding these exit positions. Dapper, he's got the turret set up.
Oh no, look at this little nerd angle Dapper's found.
Oh, and the swing comes in. Acid and Nitro, they are going to just deal with everything with no problems there. 7-7.
Yeah, not a horrible eco by any means for Sentinels. This is a big round. This is a huge, huge round. If Sentinels loses this, they're going to lose all their footing on this defensive side of Breeze. It's already attack-sided, and when you find yourself down economically, ults, round, it's so hard to claw back in. So this is a big round for Sentinels to come up huge. And the mollies are on the A site plant locations, and that's where it looks like the spike's going to head.
Vandal diff, here we go. Dapper just taking these fights. Asuna, though, he is a hard person to beat in these duels, and he is just running this all the way forward, creating so much pressure and presence. And if these have the side control, or do they? Ben's, oh, he's going to get stuck in his own smoke there. Nice flank from Asuna as he powered through the halls. And after all said and done, it's a 2v2. And look at Steel go, and there's so much time on the clock right now, and Steel's very far away. See if you can find that flank timing.
This is sketchy, because Heal didn't even Hiko didn't plant for him. Oh man, Steel's gonna, oh, he's gonna get heard by Zombs if he keeps running. Oh, this is so scary right now for Hiko. He's got the molly lineup, Stan. Oh, the nerd play.
And Steel now, they don't know where he is. He's going to make the drop happen, and he is in the perfect position. 100 Thieves are set up so nicely for this, but that said, Hiko's going to go down. Steel has to do it, and Sick doesn't miss a single beat on that one. Oh, 100 Thieves, they had everything going for them in that 2v2, Sean.
Oh, when I saw Hiko with the lineups, I mean, I didn't think it was losable. I honestly didn't think it was losable at that point. And
I mean, was it the decision between the plant for the lineups or the plant for Steel?
Yeah. I think it was a good idea going for the lineups. I didn't think about it as he goes planting. But unfortunately, you know, if you have one molly lineup location, after you shoot one, someone like Sick is going to push into you, right? Especially on that sky with the guiding light, the trailblazer. He's going to get the info, and he's going to come and take you out. That's exactly what he did.
And that's what gets Sentinels the edge here on the scoreline, at least. 100 Thieves have a great buy, though. The steal on the Spectre. Sick will take down Asuna around the window, so...
He goes out at A, Dan. He's walked out the alarm bot's gonna detect him, and he's all alone out here.
Dapper's not showing himself, too. That's actually great from Dapper. They still have no idea where he is. And more rotation towards this A site, so... Oh, Ethan able to find the kill there onto Shazam, so the openings towards A, but now Dapper's revealed his position around pyramids, and we'll get the rotation with the spike towards that A site.
Yeah, and I think it's because they know Dapper's alone over here. They know Hiko took out a lot of his utility. There's one Molly left on the site, but that's not a lot.
The Seekers now trying to make this attack a reality. Good defense from Tens. It's looking very strong indeed. And they just can't get in here, 100 Thieves. They can't make their way into the A site. You know, they reset, and they really made it look like Ethan was just chilling here in cave as a lurk, trying to pull rotation away. But Sentinels have just stayed strong in the aim battles here, so it doesn't really matter too much. 10 seconds left. This is not happening here. It's going to be a save with Nitro's Operator and Steel's Vandal. So this did not work out, Sean, for 100 Thieves.
No, not at all. And Dapper gets his upgrade. Oh, man. Rough round for 100 Thieves right there.
Cage triggered.
And that's a 9-7 scoreline. They will take these two guns into the next round. Nitro keeps the Operator. Let's see if he can find an opening. How on earth would you find an opening with an Omen, though?
Yeah. I'm curious if they'll keep going to that default that we saw. I think, what was it initially, like a 3-2 split?
Yeah,
round
yeah.
B to round A.
They even have a really, really fast A split through halls and one through the door. It looks like they're grouping around A again, and they're going to have Steel lurk mid. He had success on the lurk. It's just they lost the round. I mean, that's not a failure of the strat, though.
And Ten's looking after the Hall's position, has that Operator. And 100 Thieves coming from Cave here, looking to circumvent Tenz's position, but set up here with the Killjoy turret, the utility, the Operator from Tens, Shazam as well. It just feels so strong to move into this defense, but that's what they're going to try to do. Can they make it happen? Nice trade coming in from Ethan, gaining some ground onto the sites. You can see now Tens at the back with that Operator, supporting Shazam. Shazam tries to clear out these close positions. Spike going down with Shazam, go for the push to deny this. Ooh, he's at the open, he gets caught. Nitro takes him down, but there's the trade from Tens. It's looking pretty good here now for Sentinels. Still holding this defense. The Spike's down in a forward position. 100 Thieves can't get to it. Ouch.
Oh, Hiko has the snake bite, but there is no Spike down and a lot of trouble here.
Everything's known by Sentinels. Absolutely everything. Six with a better angle. And, oh, did we get punished? Or maybe not. Maybe not. Sentinels hold very well there. And so that explosion did not work.
Yeah, you really, it felt like they were going to get the spike down, right? The paranoia comes in, the guiding light comes in. They used 3 different flashes. The Reyna Lear comes in, and you can see it put tons of pressure on the A players. But when Tens responded as Shaz got traded, and then gets a frenzy kill, the frenzy kill is what ultimately caused this round to crumble for 100 Thieves in my eyes. And, oh man, this is, again, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel for this buy, Dan. And I think this is that split you were referring to. The Hiko wall into mid, allows him to lurk up. Take out the drone, that'll save Hiko's life here.
Gravitating towards B, and Ten's looking after mid. We get the lurk play from Steel as well. In the halls. We'll see what he's able to do with that.
Ooh,
Tens will see the Trailblazer.
I think it also saw him, though.
Definitely did see him right at the end there. And, oh, that's amazing.
Steel is
very well done.
We didn't even catch that 10. What? Shaz from the ropes, but it's a B split.
Able to trade it. The Lear goes up and completely ruins Sick in such an open position. Tom's at the back of the side. They haven't spotted him just yet. He gets the 1v1, but Nitro has the game sense. He knows what's up. takes down Zombs, so the plant on B will come through. 4 versus 2 post-plant. Great position for 100 Thieves now. Dapper and Shazam are going to have to do something pretty epic. The lockdown is available, but I don't know if Dapper's going to want to invest that in such an unlikely round. Oh, clean taps from Asuna. And that's a wrap here. Shazam's going to run away. Saved this Vandal, perhaps. Or will he try to go for some frags? Looks like he might be coming back in for another reposition for a frag, but Asuna with another tap.
That was such an insanely thought out lurk from Steel, right?
It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even see it on the minimap because I'm so tunnel visioned on, you know, what Tens is seeing into mid right there. And that's the player that's accounting for both Halls and the Nest area. So they draw all of his attention to Nest, and at the perfect moment, Steel just walks up A Halls and kills him in the side of the head. And it's because Dapper, if you look, all of his utilities on A site. So that's a great opening that Steel found right there. But how are they going to continue to string rounds here?
And they're actually all bolstering this B push. Nothing on the mid or the A side of the map here. So this is very committed from 100 Thieves. This push has to work. Going straight into Zobs. Close range. Oh, Zobs gets 3 on the spray. That's insane on that defense. And there's very little left here for 100 Thieves. But somehow they're able to get some frags back. They've got space in the backside, but the spike's down in the choke point, and Sick is watching over it from B window. So they have to find something onto Sick. Nitro has the operator, so he might be able to get a challenge in. But the question is, what about these positions from spawn and mid?
They are 2 controllers, Dan. They have a lot of utility to block vision here. So Nitro's aware of the Nest peek.
Oh, just mistimed it. And Shazam gets caught going through. That's a spike collected. Thanks to the, just as you said, Sean, this utility is coming in huge in this position. Eco not going for the plant straight away. They're going to hear surely some, yep, they hear the push into the Viper's pit, but that's actually not paid off. Sentinels are going to steal it away.
Again, these late rounds that Sentinels are in, the 2-on-2s, it looks like 100 Thieves has really good ideas, but they just get almost skill dipped, right? The guy peeks out spawn and wins a 1v1 against Nitro opping. Sick goes straight into the Viper's ult, takes out Hiko. And there it is, 11 for Sentinels.
And Zom's actually getting 3 off of that 1 spray is kind of insane, actually. Like the instant headshot on the second player with the transfer, and then just back to the choke point, gets 1 through the smoke. Really strong stuff from him. And Tens now watching over Halls in this next round.
Ooh, Asuna got vision of him too.
And look at the aggression in mid. There's lots of info here for the Sentinels.
We saw him get taken out by this exact play yesterday.
Here's the push coming from Halls. Nice trade coming in from Ethan. Oh, wow. Okay, Sentinels, you're talking about the skill diff right now. We're seeing it. Huge effort on this defense from them. Steel and Hiko are left, though, and they are able to get this. Oh, never mind. The Hunter Shuri will be burned to prevent the plant from going down. But in the meantime, Hiko's actually able to take down Sick, finds him isolated. I believe towards those mid-double doors. And Steel also gets another one there, so it's up to Shazam suddenly. This is looking great for 100 Thieves. Shazam looking for the clutch, both players.
Recon in 6, Dan.
Positions. Shazam fine, the wall goes back up again, and they get out of there. Safer positions.
Let him know that, though, so he's right on them. There's a trip on the spike.
Oh, that was close. He also did this time here. There's the double peek. Eco takes down Shazam. Ping pong as 100 Thieves fight back. That's fantastic. What a comeback. They were really not looking like they would take that round.
No, not at all. The play by Shaz to sit in the dark cover, recon, and then get a cheeky little kill through it. You know, Tens bringing out the Blade Storm, getting some of his own. But Hiko settling into the A site and finding Ethan, which then allowed him to plant. Steel lurks in. There's just all these little things that had to go perfect for 100 Thieves, and they got it. They finally got the late round.
Big movement from Tens through Halls, going really close. Of course, you know, with the pistols. Want to get those close range engagements, and Asuna, he knows. All back. Very passive here from 100 Thieves. They don't want to get blown up by any aggressions, any plays made where Sentinels might be putting lots of players together and then kind of bursting.
You can see 100 Thieves really just trying to fill out this round to make sure they don't run into a stack. Make sure they don't run into a wild 10 somewhere. So they're spreading out. They finally regroup at A. And this is when the hit comes in. Dark cover going to bridge like always probably.
Yeah, using that utility to secure a spike. Asuna just goes right out there.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. This is a problem. That gun is also able to be collected. Asuna just dropped in a forward position. This prevents... They have to, like, retake the site now. They don't know where any players could be in mid. And there's only 30 seconds. They're going to have to commit to this A site, Sean.
This is so sketchy for 100 Thieves, Dan. That lockdown was so unexpected.
You're going to have to brute force it. There's no time. There's no chance to mess around. And Sentinels are surely going to just go straight forward. They're going to try to collapse on top of them and prevent them from getting the spike planted. 100 Thieves able to defend here. But again, time is of the essence. Is anyone in the position to stop it? It doesn't look like it. 100 Thieves get the spike planted. They deal with the very annoying aggression from Sentinels, and they save the round.
Wow. Jeez, that is such a sketchy round for 100 Thieves. The lockdown from Dapper at the pyramids. I mean, the Molly pushes Asuna out in the open, then he lockdowns the rest of the players. It's just such a heads-up play to do from Dapper. I always wonder how Killjoys can find use of that thing on such a big map. That's exactly how. You do exactly that.
Yeah, it looked honestly extremely scary. I think a lot of teams would not have been able to convert that like 100 Thieves just did, but into the next round we go. A super important buy round here. This could be to force Sentinels onto Eco. It could be to tie it up 11-11. 100 Thieves, they need a good result here. We get the drone coming out into mid. Lots of info.
It didn't get to Eco though. It didn't make it. That recon will get a ping though. Also doesn't get Hiko, so his spot completely unknown. Steals out A, but there's a turret that makes sure Dapper's safe behind that same pyramid he locked down.
Oh, the ding comes in, and that's going to finish off Steel. So his lurk has been blown up, and okay, that is a very good response. They get something back elsewhere on the map, and it's 10s no less. Well, they expect Shazam to be here as well. Ethan has the game sense to be holding that position at that time, but still they're bursting onto the B side. This player's backside, a two-player set of backside here to deal with. Asuna turns around and takes down Zoms. There's two more players to go, though.
One enemy remaining.
There's their position here. Hiko wraps around the side of Sick. So now it's all onto Dapper. And they know that he's the A anchor, so they know where he's likely coming from. Spam.
Oh!
20 seconds.
They're both running.
Oh, well, Hiko's going to be able to punish Dapper, but that was looking a little bit scary. But 11-11 is the score, and surely Sentinels can't have much to buy with here.
Dan, it's just the layers on 100 Thieves. The lurk from Steel into the lurk from Hiko where he trades the 10s kill. He makes a lot of noise, baits the peek into Ethan. Ethan guiding lights through the wall. Nitro Paranoia's close feet. It's all so drilled. It's just one thing after the next, and it nets them the 11th. This round might be for the game, Dan. Look at the money.
Oh, wow, yeah. There is something in the tank for 100 Thieves, but, I mean, this is scary. And we've got 10s going down halls again aggressively. He's got the Phantom. He's looking for those close range spray downs. And he might just find it. Find Steel and Shazam with the shock dart. Takes out Ethan. Traded is Dapper. That's a big win. There might still be a chance here. Asuna unleashes the Empress. We know how deadly Asuna is with that Nitro holding the flank. How far did they go here? Sentinels are waiting to see what 100 Thieves are doing. And Asuna is creeping forward. He's looking for value out of this Empress. Cover goes down. Asuna hears one go up the ropes. He's going to have to make the risky play. Goes through, up onto the flank. Now Asuna could have ruined their chances. Nitro entertaining, dashing past Nitro. 10 takes him down. Asuna has to come out huge. There is one. Gets the heal, but the rest of the players here. Hiko's the next up here. 100 Thieves has to hold on to this. Asuna now looking, scanning for the next players. The taps come through. This is what he does best. Asuna traded. It's up to Hiko now. And he's managed to find his way out of the Viper's pit. Sick has no idea where Hiko is. It's all about the time here. There goes the tap. Hiko with the snake bite, and that's a wrap. Sick, there's nothing left for him to do, even if he gets the kill. It's been guaranteed by Hiko. The flash comes through. It's all Sick can do to get the operator away, and he can't. Huge round for 100 Thieves.
The stones on the young fragger. Asuna pops the Empress. Oh my god. It was a 3-on-5, Dan. The early push from Tense, the shock darts from Shaz. Asuna answers back, immediately pops the Empress. No hesitation. Pushes through towards bridge. Up and over. I can't believe it. I can't believe 100 Thieves claws their way back into that round. Asuna and Hiko. Oh my goodness, what a round by the two of them.
Yeah, the tension's crazy. That like 20 seconds Asuna's pushing. Walking in the side must have felt like minutes. 12 to 11. 100 Thieves playing against a couple Spectres. This is the round.
Dan, the first time we've seen this kind of play. A triple Halls alert coming out of 100 Thieves. Nitro falls off. 2 still in Halls.
There's the Seekers. The crunch comes in. The timing is amazing, but Asuna drops down straight into Sick, and there's nothing left for Sentinels. Zoms against 4 players, truly out of position. This could not be worse for Zoms. 100 Thieves, they're almost there. They've almost got this map. They just have to deal with Zoms now. What a drill, Sean. The coordination of that was just perfect to the millisecond.
Just an absolute masterclass from Steel on in-game leading this entire half. And here's Zoms in this 1-on-4. In the Poison Orb, Nitro takes him out. Dan, we have a tied series.
What a sick game there from 100 Thieves. Sentinels looked so good, but just the way that 100 Thieves were able to answer back, and that moment, as you said, between Asuna and Hiko, the last players standing, is such an important, intense round. I mean, I can barely. I mean, we don't have enough time to go into all of it, but what a sick game.
I got the nerd chills right now on my arms, man. Just the hair standing up, you know. I just couldn't believe the play that Asuna made, and Hiko with the Vipe. Oh my gosh, the pit was so smart from Hiko. The way he played with the Molly. Whew, what a half from 100 Thieves. But they're
amazing.
just getting started. They did it 2 more times.
Yeah, 1-1. We're all tied up here. Sentinels, 1 bind. 100 Thieves, 1 breeze. We'll have to see where that leaves us, but it's time for a break, and we'll be back with the analysts.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Tense.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. 1 more to get. Now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Product design is a mix of science, engineering, and business. So you get to take business courses, which is great if you want to go out on your own and you just learn a whole bunch of different stuff from different industries. All the lecturers are amazing and the teachers are amazing, and it's a lot of hands-on work, which is quite fun. You just kind of get thrown into the lab straight away, which is pretty nice. I think it's really easy to learn when you're just in there doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally have a series where 100 Thieves tying things up on Breeze. We're going to take it to a third map on Haven, but before we do, we're going to break things down right here on the analyst desk for the VCT NA playoffs. My name is Belly and Bach and Van Silly. That was a good one, man. Van Silly, we saw a little try-hard towards the end. That was a good map of Breeze.
Honestly, I think we see some try-hard from map 1 and map 2 so far. I think I love the series that we have so far in these two maps. And what I wanted, like my biggest question mark going into this matchup was, how was Sentinels going to get tested on a defense? Were they going to get tested on a defense? And I felt like they did.
And then I was kind of wondering after the start of that first map, I'm like, okay, is this going to be one of those blistering paces that Sentinels sets across the series? Are they just going to come out and win this game? Super easy. It's not going to be a challenge. And 100 Thieves bounce back on map 1. There was actually a scenario where they could have won that with a comp that we hadn't seen from them yet. And then they come out here on map 2. And yeah, it doesn't always go perfect for them, but they end up coming out with a victory 13-11. A close series on both maps thus far.
Yeah, and where I felt they had to step up here for 100 Thieves, I feel they had to pull out all the stops to actually win this series, because when it came down to actually trying to just rush into that B side, the Zombs was shutting them down. On that right side, still weren't tested for Sentinels, kind of like what we saw them play against Rise, where we did see some success later on, for 100 Thieves, was trying to see this mid-aggression, mid-control. Sometimes you had some players pushing two players up towards A pipes, sometimes a lurk from that side. Good timing from Asuna, had to help out for 100 Thieves to win this one too. In the end, I think this is why you see a lot of these players in the pro scene love a map like Breeze, because it's so out in the open. So the timing has to be right, or if you're not timing timing it right. You're caught out in the open, and technically you should lose a round or lose your fight if you're going to be the one lurking in. So to be able to see Asuna do those type of plays from Steel as well, be able to lurk around a bit on those A side, to be able to help 100 Thieves to win these rounds in the end, it paid off. Hiko definitely stepped up on the plate too.
Oh, Hiko was phenomenal. The screen before this one, the objective wins was 2-6 in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
But Bach, I want to talk to you about the utility play as well, and especially when it comes to Hiko. Remember that 1v1 clutch where Hiko, he was able to throw out the snake bite and stop the defuse from happening. They were able to win games because of his great play with Viper. I think 100 Thieves were just great all around.
Yeah, it's something that we've talked about on the desk all weekend long. It's aim versus brain. It's the idea of winning a round without having to take a direct fight, and Hiko plays that one masterfully. We saw that a couple times throughout the series already, and I expect to see it more and more. But Hiko just drops the Viper's pit and then just hides in the corner, waits for the tap on the spike, snake bite comes out, hides in A main, and the round is effectively over. Ethan can't do anything. We also saw another round that was turned around really easily by 100 Thieves. They go for a BXQ to 3v5. They turn things around with some good utility use, and of course, Asuna being the tip of the spear. He comes in and gets a couple of kills to equalize, bring things to a 3-on-3. Post-play takes place on B. So we did see that towards the tail end, and then obviously towards the last round, that 3-player mid-push where they split onto the A site. You love what they were doing. It's clear they've been working on their breeze play. They had a couple of different things they were throwing into the fold, but that last round is really awesome just to see that come to fruition for them to close out the game the way that they just did.
Yeah, and by the way, the Hiko clutch was like we call it a twofer. It was like a threefer. He was able to win the round. He was able to get the kill. No players were left alive at the end of the game, but also the op wasn't picked up as well once the fight was won. But let's break things down for what's about to happen on Haven now. Van Silly, there's been a little storyline when it comes to 100 Thieves and Haven, and it has to do defensively. Going into this map, if they want to go up yet another map to make it 2-1, what do you want to see for them? Because we know their attacking side is definitely good.
Well, it's totally different from what I remember from 100 Thieves when they were really having like these comeback games on Haven, when this was days where Steel was still in a Cypher. You also had Nitro playing the Omen, but now that they have the triple initiator, they've been a lot more aggressive. Will it work now against a team that's so strong on a map like Haven? We were just talking about before, DDK and I going into this series saying, and 100 Thieves, if we want to make this a series, they actually have to win the second map. If not, it would have been a 3-0. So at this point, I feel like it could be competitive. There could be some very close games that we know 100 Thieves are able to do on this map. But still against Sentinels, I feel really bad. Every single time I'm like, oh man, it's so good. This is going to look good for 100 Thieves, but it should be Sentinels. But in the end, it's still Haven and Sentinels on this map.
That's why I look forward to them playing on the international stage, because then I don't feel bad. I don't feel like we're rooting against our own by being like, oh, Sentinels are going to win, Sentinels are going to win. I mean, they already played on this map once throughout this tournament. It was 13-8 in favor of Sentinels. And like you had mentioned, the defensive side left a lot to be desired. So I do believe that Sentinels should take this the way that they did before. I would love to see 100 Thieves get double-digit rounds, though.
I mean, we would love to see that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like the desk is still unanimous on Sentinels winning on Haven. Let's see if 100 Thieves can prove all of us wrong. Let's lock it up and go over to Haven. Sean and DDK, take it away.
Here we go. So we're going to have to see if there's adjustments, Sean, because, I mean, in theory, if we want to frame it like this, there is a positive spin for 100 Thieves, because they got crushed by Sentinels previously, so that puts them in a situation where they've got more that they can actually work with in terms of coming back with adjustments to fix what went wrong and also to maybe surprise Sentinels, right?
I actually agree. I know. It sounds crazy, but as an in-game leader, when you get dominated by a team and you run into them later in the tournament, you can change everything. They don't want to change anything. They think they're just going to own you on the map, right? It's their map, and it's just gifted to them. I would be shocked if 100 Thieves does not approach this map slightly different than the first matchup they had against Sentinels. And I'll say this. In that first matchup, Dapper played Killjoy, I believe, for the first time on that map, as opposed to Cypher, right? He had been playing Cypher a lot, and that probably threw Steel for a loop. How can Sentinels get that same tactical advantage this time around?
Yes, and also KO. KO is definitely an agent that's. I mean, there's not nearly as many reps with that kind of composition too. So, presumably Steel will have also found some extra ways to optimize this comp around KO as well. So, really curious as to whether, I would assume that he's going to stick to his guns in the composition. So we're about to find out here as we see 100 Thieves and Sentinels picking their agents here for map 3 of this best of 5, Haven.
Hiko's such a boomer. These fake hovers over breach, Dan. I mean,
It's just so predictable. I mean,
it's
come on,
just so
it's just,
predictable. It's
I am
so
not entertained, Hiko. Not entertained.
We have the standard comps like you were expecting. Hiko's gonna go to Sova. Let's not play that game with him anymore. Dapper again on the Killjoy. Tens again on the Jet. And I'm sure Sick could go several ways here, actually. I mean, Sentinels have given so many Haven looks. He could go Sky. He could go Phoenix. He could go Raze. There's a lot of things Sentinels could do right now with Sick that could change things up. And there it is. There's the Phoenix pick coming in.
That's pretty cool, actually. I think there's a lot of ways you can say that, like, Phoenix... I mean, that's most of Sky's kit is just overall going to be better.
Yes.
But at the same time,
he played
run
it against them.
back.
He did play it against them a couple days ago, Dan. And I'm going to say this before you go against Phoenix. He was 7-1 in opening duels in that matchup. 7-1. That's a big difference maker right there. And overall in this map, I mean, it was 13-8, the scoreline, right? It's kind of lopsided towards Sentinels. The First Bloods are outrageous in this matchup right here. It was 16-5. Yeah, 16-5. Like, that's insane. Sentinels wiped the floor with them in the game. So, can they have that success again?
Yes. And, you know, definitely to be clear, definitely not knocking Phoenix. And one of the things that's pretty amazing about Sick as a player is he can go to so many different agents and so many different looks. And just Phoenix is such a solid kind of bread and butter pick for a map like Haven as well. You can build a lot around Phoenix. So I'm really curious to see how 100 Thieves are going to make their comp work, especially with the KO, right? Because that's, I mean, do you see a lot of evolution that's from that still, Sean? I mean, of course it's so new, so I feel like the obvious answer is yes. But 100 Thieves, they've got a lot to live up to, considering how badly they got slapped the first time around a couple days ago on this map against Sentinels.
With a flash for front B. Austin is right up in there with the frenzy. There's a molly on the plant location though. It's not going that way.
It's going straight in, gets shut down by Tens though. That frenzy doesn't do what Asuna wanted it to do. And Tom's at the back of the site here on C, looking to hold that down. He's got so much support too. Sentinels are all over this right now. There is not very much going in the way of 100 Thieves. Just Nitro at the back of C, and he's down as well. All right, Brute Force versus Brute Force. And it looks like Sentinels win that battle this time.
Yeah, we've seen 100 Thieves try this style of pistol before in the playoffs. But the adjustment was having Asuna dash right, and that battle against Tens was massive, because you could see on the minimap right away, Sentinels recognized the tactic, and 3 people were rotating spawn to C. They didn't want to play the retake. They full fought for it, and they're Sick on the Phoenix, coming in huge already.
Scanning ahead.
And so it's the anti-eco here now for Sentinels. But 2 players on EA sites in defense with the Spectres. Just now I'm getting that info just in case this is all a fake. And you can see that in fact it is. They're falling back into mid.
Yeah, and look at what Sentinels have done. I mean, Dapper is just so aware of the style of round 100 Thieves once for these ecos. He's left C completely.
Som's there with the spray, trying to get a lot of value out of that one. Oh, the dash comes through. The spray is good for those Spectres. Oh, they get a kill, but I think, Sean, the whole purpose of this was to secure a spike plant, get the extra money, and they didn't manage to get the spike plant, fortunately for them.
Yeah, I think when you catch Zoms in that location, you suppress Dapper, you're hoping for a little bit more than 1 in that scenario, and definitely, yeah, I agree, you want the spike plant for sure. But they don't get it, and Sentinel's going to go into their bread and butter, where, Shaz is going to play this long position, the gravity well right there in A lobby from Zoms, and Steel, on the other hand, I don't know if he has the 0 point out or a flash that he's chucking over there towards Shaz, but this is a garage play. Oof. One-way smoke pushes Sick off, and here it is.
So now to get out of there. Dapper trying to hold onto position, also falls back, so the question is, can they hold back C now? And so far, this critical position is being held by Sentinels. The flashes, the curveballs coming through. Oh, that wall is actually huge as well. Dapper, let's get traded out, but Sika's going to push the issue, takes down the spike. Now on the ground, and it's a 2 versus 4 here for 100 Thieves. They are in a lot of trouble against these. This is the bonus buy, let's not forget, from Sentinels. 100 Thieves need to get more out of this if they can. It's 2 versus 4, but Sentinels not going to give them anything. The position's better for Nitro. The trades come through strong from Sentinels, and that's the 3-0 for them.
Wow, it's like 100 Thieves is trying to play the NV Sentinel style. We saw their Haven looked a little weak, right? It looked slow. They were getting picked apart. They're approaching today very different. These are very, very fast takes that they're running. And it's just a little too sloppy when you play a team like Sentinels. They're getting picked off, and they can't get their way back into the round.
Seeing some of the power of that Phoenix as well, that wall creates so many questions. But into the next round we go. It's a save. We've got a couple of sheriffs here, and Ten's already kicked things off, taking out the duelist star player Asuna. 100 Thieves are hamstrung at the beginning of this round, so we'll see if they can get any additional value by getting some kills here, getting some picks. Ticket's already sitting on a run it back.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness. There's no fear, Dan.
No fear at all. The ult situation is getting really scary here right now. We're about to see, I mean, almost everybody has their ults on 100 Thieves, but no one actually has one just yet.
Yeah, and you know what that means?
Back.
That means that the game, if I were on Sentinels right now with the pizzas looking the way they are on 100 Thieves, I think they're going for the C orb. But you can see neither team actually is going to fall for that. They're going to go with an A strat here on 100 Thieves. And I mean, it looks like it's going to be pretty fast. Like, Pico's Recon's going to hit that long wall. Steel's got the 0 point ready as well. It's going to get the short A player.
Yeah. And Shazam is one off of the Hunter's Fury, so he wants that ult orb. He's not going to be able to safely get it, so that's going to be denied. Sick goes down. I don't think he's able to use to run it back as well, so that's a really solid opening, despite the trade off on Steel.
Concealment.
Again,
Dapper
Shazam
spammed
didn't
him.
get that ult orb.
Dapper actually spammed him for the trade.
Good cover there from Tens, sensing that someone might try to abuse Shazam in the drone. Holding the site now, and here comes the push. Nice opening pick there from Shazam. Trades are in. Tens is still alive, doing damage. Dashes away after the frag. That's a huge advantage thanks to Tens or Sentinels.
Ooh, Dapper no lockdown yet. Still, Sentinels has the advantage here, 2-on-3. Nitro has his paranoia. I think he's going to save it for the retake and try to get a cheeky kill.
Might work out too, because everybody's coming from spawn here. Nitro's lining up the paranoia. There it goes. A swing from Asuna, and he's going to take down one. That is a huge effort. Don't know about window just yet. Asuna and Nitro trying to work this position. The lineup comes through, and 100 Thieves able to clutch that round. Beautiful.
Oh, and they had to work for that frag, right? The paranoia does indeed come for the retake. But you could see how hard it was for that player to swing default with a gravity well under them, a turret right there. The turret was paranoia too. That's hilarious.
Oh wow, just such a great handle on that situation from 100 Thieves. You gotta hand it to him.
Look at the ult stand. The KO ult is definitely coming in. This A site Sick might not be able to ult himself. Is it gonna happen?
Placed on out. Charging
there
forward.
it is. There is no running back available for Sick.
Ass has got position. He's clearing out so much space here. Nitro with the TP.
Ooh, Nitro fakes
actually
the
cancels
ult.
it.
Yeah, I think it was just a safety net, and also really. Oh no.
That's a problem. Asuna goes down. That makes this a lot less scary, but the lineup there from Eco, and the Seeker's coming up behind that as well. Tens, he's pulled out the Bladestorm. He might have to initiate for his team for them to get back in. Hunter's Fury available for Shazam still. They have everything, the lockdown as well. And I run it back. Here it goes. Ethan feels to be stuck in the corner. Tens manages to make his way out of the window.
Oh,
does
the
get
molly
taken
for the
out.
lockdown. Does it hit, Dan?
Don't know that it's going to be good enough. There it is, though. Actually, it does do enough damage to take down the lockdown, but they keep pushing in Sentinels. Just have to worry about Hiko now. Eco, if he can just delay for long enough with the shock dart and the spray, he might be able to make this work. He takes down Dapper, and that's it. Hiko's clutched around. There's no time for this one. Shazam has to run, and 100 Thieves managed to hold on. I cannot believe it.
Unbelievable shock darts from Hiko. You can see he gets one onto Sick. They do the diffuse shuffle, and the second one is just so true. Perfect onto Dapper as he finds Sick. Oh my god, but the molly from Steel, how does he have the mental fortitude to focus on throwing that thing, Dan? Oh my, there's so much going on.
I don't know, but it's just like this is the stuff you've got to do to win rounds against a team like Sentinels. Like it's insane the levels that you have to go to. 100 Thieves looking prepared right now. Gravity Well will slow down Asena's approach. That said, Sean, you know, Sentinels do have 100 Fury and the Cosmic Divide back, so they have a great retake potential, and you can see that they're using that. They're playing really passive on the A site. They're all shored up towards garage control and C control, so they're ready for the retakes here, Sentinels.
And like you said, Shaz has that Hunter's Fury. He's playing passive to use it. Sick finding Steel in mid is cute. Shaz caught in heaven. The A side has lost. The Hunter's Fury is out of the picture.
That is an unexpected but very good find for 100 Thieves. Nitrous Haven lurk timings are often very good. But here comes the push from Sick. You got to hold on to this site. Tens and Zoms left alive. And that Gravity Well is causing problems for Hiko. He can't win against Tens. And now it's this lurk, and they must surely know what's going on. It's too obvious for Zoms. And Sentinels will convert that one. 5-2 in the lead now, Sentinels.
Wow. The presence of mind of Zoms. It's like he knows this controller lurk style. He's a controller of his own, right? He's helping his team out with all the Asher abilities. The Cosmic Divide comes in, like you said. And he's just so aware of what Nitro likes doing. He's walking to the site as his team is full retaking.
Beautiful work there from Sentinels.
Standing ahead.
Shaz still has that 100 Fury as well, so it's always such a powerful ult on this map. You can see how passive the setup is here actually overall for Sentinels. I mean, they've got a couple peaks there on A long, but otherwise they're pretty passive across the map. They don't want to give up any easy picks to the Sheriffs.
Shaz is playing the short position with his 2 shock darts. Very difficult to make that trek up short A versus the 2 shocks. Ooh, the drone survived.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. Really big effort from 100 Thieves to try to get something. Largely being denied. Sick with that just awkward off timing out of garage, able to get a flanking kill, and not much left now.
One enemy
One
remaining.
Sheriff headshot. Nope, the Sheriffs are gone. And Eco is going to get taken out as well. Flawless rounds coming through for the Sentinels on the defense. 6-2 up. And 100 Thieves. I mean, they've shown us a lot of great stuff, Sean. It's just not quite enough.
Yeah, it's crazy because those 2 rounds were gorgeous. They were fantastic rounds, and it feels like they're doing better than they are. But it's 6-2. Sentinels has so much money. They have good ults to work with. 100 Thieves has no ults. They have nothing. So they're going to have to win this round by skill. Good luck.
Win the round by skill. So no defaulting around the A lobby position. Looks like 100 Thieves will change up the approach completely. Might catch Sentinels off because they haven't gone fast like this.
No Gravity Well.
He's hiding his position that they don't know about him, and in fact, the skill comes into it. Just the gunplay is working nicely for Sentinels. They just win the gun battles. It's just as simple as that. Steel is unable to do anything from this position. He hears the flank coming through. Dapper's ready for this. Oh, Dapper, how dare you? Trying to play with Steel. 7-2 now for Sentinels. They're making Haven look really easy.
They really are. I mean, it's crazy because 100 Thieves has tons of good looks, and They have some good ideas with the KO. But when they play the cream of the crop in NA on Haven right now, I don't know what it is. The speed at which the defense is rotating on their hits, they can't enter the sites. It's too slow. And again, they're going to go back to A. But it's another eco, and we're entering must-win territory at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of Bind, but feels worse somehow. But we'll see what 100 Thieves are able to do. Okay, so still might get a chance for one shots here, and have to be able to land it. If it's given, nothing given, and that is by design. Sentinels want to starve 100 Thieves of any possible openings.
Yeah, no need to peek. The turret will be first contact for Dapper. He doesn't need to peek. The Paranoid comes in, blinds the turret, and there's Dapper.
And the Nanoswarm helping him out as well, funneling these players. It is all under control right now for Sentinels. That said, Ethan's able to eventually get the trade. Looking for the spike plant perhaps, but no spike plants, just the 2 kills. And that's the round for Sentinels, as expected. And now we are, as you say, in that must-win territory. 100 Thieves must at least get 3 or 4 rounds here to work with, moving into the second half. But the question is whether they can do it. So far, success has been difficult to find.
Oh, and then the lockdown on Dapper, the Hunter's Fury on Shaz. It's not only taking the site, it's do you have the plan afterwards to deal with those ultimates? But 100 Thieves, they finally have a few ults of their own. And it looks like, again, the start of the round is going to be this A take, but I would imagine it's going to fall towards B based on how Steel and Nitro are positioned.
And it's winning this early A lobby control, getting that early information. Trailblazer is destroyed. At the same time, you see Steel working garage control. Nothing in garage, though. Sick might have an opening, or rather, sorry, Zoms might have an opening, or an angle, if Steel goes deep here, which looks like he might try to challenge this position.
Oh, this is a crazy off angle. Zom saw it. He knows. Oh, Steel's in big trouble right now. He thinks he has a solid lurk because he did not see Zoms.
I've got your track.
Goodbye, Steel.
Oh, even though Steel was actually quite ready for that. Steel gets obliterated. Spike is making its way towards C here, so this is a push that looks like an A play, and it looks like actually the Spike is being carried by Hiko towards A. He's just going to be very late. 30 seconds to plant that spike. Sick is looking to challenge a short position. He's got so much space. Hunter's Fury comes through, but this is looking very, very hard right now for 100 Thieves. Asuna only gets a single frag, and Hiko not connected with his teammates here to try to trade off of these kills. He's going to get taken down as well. All too easy for Sentinels, 9-2.
Last round before the switch.
You can feel the desperation too when you watch 100 Thieves. All the rounds prior are so tactical, so grouped. Here, the in-game leader for 100 Thieves tries to get a lurk play into Garage, and it's just, again, the answers are always had by Sentinels. They have the perfect reactions to whatever 100 Thieves is trying to do. And whenever 100 Thieves has success, it's almost miraculous. Like watching the rounds they win here on Haven.
Get out of my way.
So it might call for a change of pace, a change of something. We'll get a much quicker approach coming through. Garage control taken immediately for Steel. He's found a huge opening all the way through the window as well. Asuna nailing Sick in B, and they are swinging onto the C side. What a split hit coming in. This high energy play is paying off massively for 100 Thieves. There's nothing left for Sentinels. They've got Shazam and Dapper against 5 players with any position they want.
Oh,
okay.
Still an incredibly hard retake. I mean, 1 frag is great. Sentinels are in a 2-on-4 here.
1 enemy remaining.
Okay, Chaz in a
Trade
1-on-3.
available.
Scanning ahead.
1v3. Very tough. Trying to get the pings, gets pinged in return. Jazz is trying to make it as painful as possible. Sentinels obviously have so many buys upon buys, so might as well try to make this really difficult. Get extra kills.
Well, he actually has to win this one, man. It's the last round of the half, and you can see he's just,
of course.
There's no hope. There's just no hope. But
no hope.
I agree. The change of pace coming in from 100 Thieves right there. The KO ult. It allows you to do things that you would normally hate doing. Steel pops it and is running through his own Jets one-way garage. Because if he dies, he's just going to get rezzed by a teammate who trades him out. So I love the idea from 100 Thieves. It's just, was it too little too late?
Was it too little too late? That's a good point. Haven's been difficult. Can they get a better showing going into the second half? We're going to find out after this quick break.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. What if there's fire? Nah, what if there's rain? Now, create what's true to you.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the
And we're back in the game. But the question is, will 100 Thieves find their way back into Haven? They only got a measly 3 rounds in that first half, so it's looking quite similar to the last bouts against Sentinels, where they crushed 100 Thieves. So, Sean, going into the second half, are we going to see anything different with this pistol?
Well, we've lately been seeing 100 Thieves do a lot of aggressions on their defensive pistol, but they've opted for just a 1-1-1-1-1-1.
Revealing area.
So I think Sentinels is actually... they're in a setup to try to counter the push. And you can see they're worried about the C push right now. They're very worried about it. But nothing's happening. So I actually give the huge advantage to 100 Thieves at the start of this round.
Yeah, Shah's pulling out the drone. Looking to get info on B. Oh! that is unexpected. 10's like backstabbed as well, so I think that works out better for 100 Thieves in this position. That was trying to
gotta
find
run.
his way forward, takes the shock dart, at least. Tico goes down. And the spike plant should be guaranteed here now, I would think.
Steel is hot on the heels of Shazam right now, Dan. I think he has a great timing for this flank.
Yeah, his teammates will need to try to wait for him to get position. Now the distraction comes in. It's all a distraction for Steel to get something out of this. Like it too. Beautiful there from Steel. Good execution. They know where Shazam is. Dagger comes out. Shaz can't access his abilities, but he has the ability to shoot the classic, and he's shooting the classic, and everyone dies! The Red Bull clutch for Shazam. That was not supposed to happen. Shazam was supposed to be just dead in that position.
That's backbreaking if you're 100 Thieves right there. Steel with a great flank. Definitely overcommits on the fight. The 0 point might take away your abilities, but it doesn't take away your aim. Shaz wins the 1-on-3. Woo.
That's got to feel so demotivating. So just brutally deflating for 100 Thieves. We'll see what they can do here. They're going to be force buying. They have to. They're so far behind. They need to just win every round. As unlikely as it is that they may win a round with less than a full buy, they've got to take that chance.
Still gets tagged, but he has Hiko there with him. Will they expect a second player?
This needs to be a result here.
Yeah, it
for
does.
Hiko. He's a ghost, and it's a bait setup with Steel. But surely, I would imagine
seems so
Sentinels are ready
obvious.
for this.
It feels so
Yeah.
obvious.
It does.
Placing swarm turret, swarm grenade.
So far, all these plays are failing. Steel able to take down Dapper, just barely survives on 10 HP. So maybe there's a chance that they shut down the short play, and everyone's funneled through. And another one for Steel. In fact, maybe this could work out. The paranoid comes through, it misses, just barely misses Zoms. He stays alive, 46 points of health. This round might be alive here. Ethan and Nitro is still fighting for 100 Thieves. It's up to 6 now to try to save the day for Sentinels. The transfer coming through, trying to get both players down with the Spectre. There's the hot hands to try to heal with the last bullet. Finds the headshot of Nitro. For the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's written in the tablets. Sure.
Yeah.
There is a prophecy made thousands of years ago that Sentinels will win this map of Haven. You can't stop it.
Yeah. I mean, how do you mentally come back from these rounds? It's just, this A site has been so awful to 100 Thieves. Oh my god. Hunter Mims coming in with the 1-on-2, putting Sentinels on 11, and we're going to have another bye coming out of 100 Thieves. They can't just give up a round at this point. They need to win now.
Yeah, it's a tough life. 100 Thieves. Smoke there on B, and 100 Thieves, giving up the A side pretty much. They're going to go for a mid push here. They have Asuna creeping out with the Spectre. Might find a timing. Fall back though. They're going to hear all the noise towards A lobby.
True gives the dark cover for short A. He goes actually playing from heaven with that Bulldog. What can he possibly do against this? What looks like it could be a 4-player short A hit.
Ooh. Freebie for Asuna though. Is there a second? Oh, the dash comes through. He does get taken out. And the rotation comes through. This actually does put Sentinels not in the best spot now because they know that players could be lurked. Nitro has a shot here. He's got a shot, but he turns away at the last possible second. The timing is not his friend. And the splash comes in, but that doesn't work either. Sentinels looking really strong on this march towards C.
30 seconds left.
It does seem like everything that could go wrong is going wrong for 100 Thieves in this game of Haven. It really does.
It does indeed. And what actually made Sentinels leave the A site is Steel's rotate. The 0 point hits the wall, suppresses, I think, all 3 short, if not 2. So they can't hit the site going through that dark cover. And they just run into Nitro, who gets timed perfectly. All right,
okay,
Dan.
so fighting back from like map point now for 100 Thieves. It's gonna be such a long comeback.
Yeah, this is This is going to be a ridiculous, ridiculous comeback if 100 Thieves can pull this off. Starts with that Vandal Steel's holding.
Match point.
Yes. It's difficult too because they may want to be aggressive, take the initiative from Sentinels, but Sentinels, I don't think that they will get caught off guard very easily. And it's very risky to, on a map like this where the rotations can be punished so hard, it's very risky. You don't want to give even 50-50 duels at the beginning of the round on the defense. You need to have setups at the very least. And there's only so many of those you can try to run. So we're going to see a more passive approach from 100 Thieves, similar to last round.
Oh, Steel just had a 0-point lineup from backseat that broke Shaz's drone.
And he's got the finishing shots too. Beautiful. Six going to try to go in, entering forward with that run it back. It's not going to work out. Great hold so far from 100 Thieves, like holding this C site. And Asana's coming in to assist the window, garage window. Got to be really careful here. Doesn't want to give up this position. He doesn't need to do more just yet.
Steel. Tens is on the verge of making a play here.
Timing here for Nitro. There goes the paranoia. They are absolutely destroyed in that carriage position. Frag grenade comes through as well. Steel putting all the pressure on that position.
This is too suppressed and he has second thoughts. Maybe not.
Great round from 100 Thieves. The flawless comes through off the back of Steel's sharp shooting from back C. Utility kind of just closes everybody. It basically makes them just stuck in garage forever.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He suppresses both those players along C, which breaks the Sova drone, by the way. So the second it hits the Sova, he loses his drone, 400 credit ability, and then also gives Steel the info. Takes out the running back, pops the ult. Everything is just looking so good for Steel that round.
Just have to do it 8 more times.
That's it, Dan. Just 8 more.
Okay, we're going to see a faster round coming through. You know, pick up this ult orb towards C. Cover there as well. Blade Storm activated. The 10s. It's very scary. And 100 Thieves, I like this, taking forward control of A lobby. Ethan.
Oh god, Tens is coming right into the start cover.
Nice transfer coming through. 100 Thieves looking really strong here. The Cloudburst to get away. They've taken away a lot from Sentinels, but that Blaze Storm, I think it's still... I think maybe the knives were all missed, I'm not sure, but... Either way, it's a 2v4 for Sentinels. Zombs is going to desperation play. Walk into B. Might be able to, like, if he goes to the right link, find a flank timing.
He's made noise. Oh, Zombs in B site. You were right. He had a timing, he really did. Seekers come out, and that'll let them know Tens is also coming B.
Kind of scary here. Tens is stuck in a really awkward position. Multiple elevations to watch out for, and good cleanup from 100 Thieves. And you have to do it 7 more times. Well, I mean, it's got a... they're looking great now, but it's just... The fact that you can't... There's no margin for error is just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main problem is they have no wiggle room, right? So they have to survive probably a couple lockdowns from Dapper, a couple Hunter's Furies from Shazam, a couple run it backs from Sick, like all these ults are so hard to deal with, and they have to be flawless. Good position by Nitro though. Will they expect it with the recon?
Terrible coming in. Eco has to support. He's got to keep Nitro alive. This is kind of dangerous, actually. Lockdown comes in elsewhere towards Garage. Hiko able to keep his teammate alive, and then some. So Sentinels just burned their lockdown in Garage.
Maybe
What's
feeling a
spike
bit
on-
too comfy, Dan. I don't like what I'm seeing out of Sentinels.
Yeah.
They do this sometimes. When they just feel so dominant, they start playing a little bit loose. I've yet to see them blow a match like this, though.
Yes, but I'm trying to work out the argument on that lockdown. They will manage to get the spike back under control. Shazam's picked that one up, and at the same time, 100 Thieves is slowly but surely clearing the positions to get onto a flank, and see that's going to reward Ethan nicely. They know where Zombs has to be, and Ethan will finish that one off too. Excellent mechanics as always. Ethan's so reliable, and that is 6 rounds now. So these deal the anti-eco, and it's back to the buy round here for Sentinels.
Indeed. I think Shaz still has that Hunter's Fury. He does. And the Cosmic Divide, yet again, another very difficult hold to make here. Austin has the Blade Storm on deck with his Operator. Oof. I don't know how 100 Thieves keeps pushing the issue. They've been very aggressive towards A lobby thus far.
Hiko wants that Cult Orb as well to get his Hunter's Fury, but he's going to get denied, I think. You can see that Sentinels really don't want to allow that to happen. That wall's going to allow Sick to get a bit closer. Oh, okay, gets tagged by the drone. That's just enough time maybe for Hiko to get this, but you can see he's so worried about them trying to pick him, and it's actually working to their favor because Sentinels are trying to hang out to deal with Hiko. Hiko gets the kill, so he doesn't need the ult orb now.
So cheeky. Steel tosses the Molotov into the corner, and that gives the opening for Hiko, who kills the 10 swinging to try to save Sick.
And now they can play retake because of Hiko's ult. The question is, he's just got to make sure he doesn't give up the frag here. It's very, very scary. Flash in, is going to miss. With the control coming in here from 100 Thieves. Again, they know that they can play the retake here. Cosmic Divide, though, will allow Sentinels in.
Look how quick they are to take these positions down. Immediately, turret, top default. Sick has the molly out. Shaz, Hunter's Fury ready at long A. This is going to be a hard retake right here for 100 Thieves.
Here he goes, Asuna with the Blaze Storm out. We've got the Hunter's Fury coming in as well, tagging players. Able to take down Dapper, big win. There goes the dash up draft. Sick somehow lands the headshot on the airborne Asuna. And now things swing in the favor, though, of 100 Thieves. They've got the advantage, but not for too much longer. It's trades upon trades. Now down to Sova, Biff, Hiko versus Shazam. And there is some time here. There's the tap. Pressing forward. Shazam has nowhere else to go. He's got to jiggle this. He's got to try to win this with the jiggle, but it's Hiko who takes it down. Is there enough time, though? There's not enough time for Hiko. Is there enough time? I don't know. It's so close here for Hiko, but he will get taken down. And it will be the round. It will be the map for Sentinels. Haven in the bag, 13-6. It felt like it was going to happen, Sean, maybe from the start.
It really did. I mean, Sentinels around that A site in general. Their takes of A, their holds of A, everything is perfect. I've never seen a team more comfortable around a site in Valorant than Sentinels on that A site Haven. Just fantastic work all around. They weathered the storm for everything 100 Thieves had, and they looked fantastic doing it.
Yeah, such a strong showing, and we already saw this kind of result last time Haven was played between these two teams just a couple days ago. Similarly, Split was also played, and similarly, Split was also quite difficult for 100 Thieves. We'll have to see what awaits 100 Thieves, as now Sentinels are 2-1 in the lead in this best of 5, but now it's time for a break, and then we're back with the analysts.
Any corner that's like a ratty corner is called get right still. So
it's probably something with Zombs, dude, because Zombs so stupid. I'm on my teammates' if they're like trolling, and I'll always be it to Zombs because he just does like some stupid ass and he'll always be like, well, I'm the greatest player ever.
McDonald's on Breeze. Yeah, it's 2 archers on Breeze in the B site spawn. It's called McDonald's in ranked, and our team calls it McDonald's.
On Breeze B site, we also have back left is D's and front left is Bofa.
No, I remember Breeze, like the first few days it came out, it was just awful. Like the A site, I heard everything in the book.
Honestly, in the last Uncensored, when I was like, okay guys, we've been kind of getting at each other's tournament, let's reset. And Tom's immediately like, are we disbanding? Like, the way he said that, like, I didn't even realize he said that actually in the moment until I rewatched it in the Uncensored, and I feel like it's just hilarious.
Off the back of Sick and the IGL Shafts going 19 and 10, going crazy. Sentinels go up yet another map, winning Haven and 100 Thieves. They're going to have to try to tie things up once more. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to give a special shout out and some love to Zawi once more. If you tuned in earlier, I told you about their program where if you use the code VCT10, you'll be able to get a monitor rental. But it's not just that. Zawi has been doing big things with Nurse Street Gamers, and they have partnered up to call upon all the Valorant players that want to see what the pros see. With the new advanced up-to-date software on the VCT's chosen monitor, the XL2546K, players now have the ability to save, download, and transfer monitor settings across the globe. Now head on over to Nurse Street Gamers website where you'll find the settings of the pros and the ability to directly download and try them out firsthand. So for those of you at home that think you can play like tens a little bit, you know, you can get the settings and try it out yourself. You might not be as good, but you might be able to get out of bronze. But on the desk, I'm here with Van Silly and Bach, and fellas, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels on Haven. It wasn't as close as the map before, but still, Sentinels put out a big way.
Yeah, the type of comeback game that I was expecting from 100 Thieves unfortunately does not come back. We did get a double digits here that Bach wanted as well, but I think it's not a bad thing again with this composition. It's a nice thing that I only get to say it one more time. I feel that what can maybe help this composition to have this triple initiator is if we actually do have Nitro on this Astra again, because they have so much utility to be able to gather information before they hit the sites, and going single duelist to have Asuna be able to dash into create that space works out, and he can still get some frags. But I feel that if they have the Astra, and they're able to put some stars down and be as oppressive with the 0 point that KO can bring into the site, that's going to make the defenders give them a hard time actually to anchor into the sites and maybe help a little bit more for 100 Thieves on their attacks here on Haven.
Yeah, you know, one thing I actually really love is the KO play. Steel was obviously working it masterfully. In fact, in the first half, Steel was one of the few players who was really stepping up for the team. There was a round in particular in round 6 where Steel throws the fragment over the wall to take out a KJ ult, the lockdown. It was like in the moment, just quick, pull, throw, lands right on top of the ult, kills it. He dies as a result, but he leaves Hiko in a 1v2 to clutch. It's one of 3 rounds they won in that first half. So.
Yeah, put some respect on Hiko, man. Hiko's play was outrageous. It was, I believe, the shock dart kill, and then he put the gun abuse in.
Yeah,
and Hiko just made quick work of him.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not one player over the other. Like, without Steel doing that, Hiko's never in that play. Without Hiko winning that, Steel's play means nothing. So, but it's a good combination. Their efforts were definitely recognized. You can see them both sitting at the top of the charts. And it was like that for most of the game. We did see a little bit of a step up in performance as the first half kind of picked up speed and we jumped into the second half. But it was just too little too late.
Yeah, that's where it was over, actually, the second half, where the wins got knocked out of the sails for 100 Thieves, and that was based off basically what you were calling before, Veli. Those top 2 players, Sick and Shazam. It was 2 clutches that came in, because we had a perfect flank from Steel. But after that, Shazam clutch a 3 versus 1. Sick clutch a 2 versus 1 on the A side when 100 Thieves were trying to play the retake. And after that, well, you're playing the uphill battle the whole time for the second half, and it's just not enough for 100 Thieves to get that chance to get that comeback.
Not at all. Now, heading into the next map, Bach. 100 Thieves, are they gassed right now, or is the Sentinels way too much for them? Because that game right there, right on the Haven, wasn't as close as we saw in Breeze at all. It wasn't 100 Thieves like.
But to be fair, it wasn't that far off from the previous match they played. They lost 13-8 to Sentinels in the upper final. They lose 13-6 here, so it's not entirely surprising to see that happen. We know that Haven is a really good map historically for Sentinels. The problem is, so is Split.
That's right.
And we know that 100 Thieves did not play Split well. We saw them playing Split. It felt like the early round was there. The mid-round didn't quite develop the way we needed it to. But also, when they played against Sentinels, Sentinels just basically didn't let them do their plans.
Yep.
Like you had mentioned it. Go ahead, throw out that 0 point. Don't care. I'm just going to eat it, and we're just going to out-aim you. I don't care if I lose my abilities, because I know in a one-on-one, I'm going to win. It's that confidence, that swagger from Sentinels that allowed them to just steamroll rounds.
Yeah,
ultimately, I feel like it was missed opportunities. I mean, remember the Hiko flank where he was going around pillar at B while his teammates were fighting from heaven, and you just saw Tens along with his teammate just wrap everybody up and got the kills. Hiko didn't have the information, and Sentinels, they just rolled through him.
Yeah.
So 100 Thieves, in order to come out on top, Van Silly, what are a few things you definitely want to see right
Yeah.
here on Split?
I mean, we talked about it, I think, like 2 days ago. It was a composition for them to test things out and see how things work out. Now, when we see the execution of, again, the KO coming in with the Viper 2 into these sites, Zombs was the one that was able to stop them quite fast with his stars. So if you're actually able to have Steel lurk, maybe, and play a 1v1 against him somehow, against Zombs, and puts a 0 point, like any type of setouts where you have to learn how Sentinels set up, then maybe that can help out the rest of their team for the executions.
Me personally, I'm excited for Split. I can't wait to see the aggressive play in Garage, and I want to see 100 Thieves try to battle the back to make a tied game, because I know my boys Sean and DDK, they want a good series of commentating. And speaking of who, fellas, Sentinels, you guys think they're going to close out on Split or not?
They say numbers don't lie, Sean, and I guess that makes a lot of sense. I don't see any way for 100 Thieves, statistically speaking, historically. I can't find the angle. Is there an angle, Sean, on this one?
I'm buying low right now on 100 Thieves Split, Dan. I think we're getting 5 maps. I really do. And my theory is, I think right now they're about to start on the defensive side. Am I right about that? I think they floated Split, so that way Sentinels would have to pick it. Is that correct? We have to check.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Sentinels pick Split. So in the initial matchup, 100 Thieves looked very shocked when they were on the attack side. And it looked like they didn't really have solutions for the Dapper Killjoy setups. This time around, they will have those solutions. And they looked really, really good on Split yesterday against Envy. They started on their defensive side. I think this time around will look a lot different than yesterday.
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I think, they definitely got... It seemed like they were off balance for sure, and they've had time to kind of adjust that. And going into a best of 5, you're going to be playing pretty much all of the maps. And you know that those maps that came up previously are very likely coming up again. So we saw Haven, the adjustments didn't really quite work. I felt like there was definitely a better look here and there. We saw signs of strength. It just wasn't enough and in the right places for long enough. So we'll see on Split if anything is going to be a bit going better here for 100 Thieves. Do you expect any like, let's say, starker changes, like composition changes, or do you think they're just going to keep to the tried and tested?
I don't think so, especially after that game we saw yesterday against Envy, right? It was like confirmation for 100 Thieves that their Split wasn't the problem. It was their approach against Sentinels. Maybe they had the wrong game plan that day. Maybe they weren't ready for how Sentinels approached the map. It was just a fluke occurrence in their mind. I think they have the same comp today. They get to actually go through a full defensive half of Split, and we might get a very different outcome because of that. It really does matter which side you start on in this map.
Yes, and I mean, who are the key players to watch out for here going into this one? It might be obvious for some, but let's. Who do you put the focus on? What are the and also what are the win conditions for 100 Thieves?
Ooh,
that's 2 questions there. You can pick.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the win condition for 100 Thieves is Hiko having a good game on Viper. That might sound crazy with Asuna in the server, but they put a lot of pressure on him on Split when I watched these last 2 matches that they've played. He has to hit the one-way orb on B. He has to lock it down with his mollies, and we all know Hiko's not really that Viper player. He never has been, but he's recently taken up the role, and he's done a great job at it. But playing against this Reyna 10s and the Jet on it's a totally different game. It's a totally different ball game when you play against those 2 on the Duelist. So can he have a lockdown performance on Viper?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, and also, for me, 100 Thieves, can they find ways to consistently win the early game as well? We see that's obviously a big factor on a map like this, the battle of map control early on. B main control was something, let's say, the 100 Thieves very successfully won against Envy yesterday repeatedly, and that gave them a lot. So that's one thing that I'm looking at as well. But there's definitely answers for that with the composition for Sentinels. So curious to see how that very first dynamic goes in this matchup too.
Yeah, exactly. And I think 100 Thieves' approach on the last time they played Split against Sentinels was kind of trusting that Sentinels wouldn't do similar things to what they've done in the past. And Sentinels did those exact same things. So how does 100 Thieves react when they're on their attack side to sick pre-slowing Market when he comes out of ropes? Because that's his staple play. He slows down everything in mid, quite literally, with slows. And it looked like 100 Thieves was just stagnant in mid, and you can't have that on Split. Like the map suggests you should be splitting the map, not just going A and B every round.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Sentinels, if they win split, they have won this and they have cemented themselves the best that North America has to offer going into a Masters Berlin. Now, to kick things off here, we have Sentinels on that attack and looking like they want that B site. They've got B lobby control already, and oh my
goodness, my win condition is
it's gone. It's just gone. And it's gone.
Oh my goodness. They do have one more controller, but this beast side is gone, and that's 150 health for 10s, and more dinks coming in.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, it's not a good look for 100 Thieves. They're getting wrecked on these duels. What? The jumping right click at that distance? I just... what is this round?
Oh, he's gonna take a selfie.
About that round?
Let's go,
oh,
the
no.
selfie.
Oh. That's a hard one to watch, Sean. I'm not gonna lie. That's a
Yeah,
tough one.
yeah. I mean, I said he could need to lock down this site, and it's gonna be different. I mean, he's gonna be playing against some monsters over there, some demons. I know he played against El Diablo yesterday, but these guys, Tens and Chas together on a team when they're both playing duelists, it just hits different.
Yeah, it does. And here's that slow you're talking about. It's so good. It's like 100 credits, like super cheap.
Ooh, shorty gang.
Early control, this early space, that, you know, toxic screen might be somewhat annoying, but the wall there to try to get through with the flash as well, so straight through. Oh, the shorty comes in. Eco does get traded, but that's always nice. Tens is dead, and they haven't managed to win the position. Sick is actually trapped in this corner. Surely they want to go for this, and they're going to finish him off. But they know
Steel has it open now because of all this.
That's Steel gone as well, so they have that A side to get the spike planted. A couple guns collected though, and a massive lurk from Dapper.
Yeah, and it makes me a little worried because he's out of the play here.
Someone's on the heaven position. Rafters. So it can be a good spot, but it could be one and done if they decide to all come out at the same time.
And the plant location for Sentinels, brilliant. Given Dapper's lurk, it's planted for him now. Oh, man. This retake. It's getting harder and harder by the second.
Yeah, it really is, but they're all away towards elbow, so they're going to be able to fight together. Tom has dropped off now. He's actually isolated. He's going to go down. Doesn't get much damage. Dapper, though, on the other hand, with Shazam now, 2 versus 2 in these positions. It looks very favorable here for Sentinels. Dapper finishes it off nicely. Really well played by Sentinels. Just like you said, they set Dapper up to succeed.
Indeed. I mean, with that said, is a great anti-car round right there coming from 100 Thieves. Getting 3 frags, making 10s reinvest in the shields. So nothing to hang your head on right there. This round right here, the bonus. Asuna immediately bringing out the operator. We didn't really get to see much of this in their initial matchup against Sentinels because they didn't have a lot of gun rounds to work with. Let's be real. So can he have success in mid against this Sentinels attack?
And he's looking for that opening pick, and see if Asuna gets teased. Oh, he gets one, but he can't even press the dash in time. The kill came in so quickly, that trade from Tens. And they stabilize here, 100 Thieves on the defense. If Sentinels reset, they've got a 4v4. This much time on the clock, that's very favorable.
Dapper has the trip at A, so feeling quite good about no A push coming in. Hiko put up the retake wall, which is, I mean, you get no
info
vision.
play, Sean.
Yeah. They're going,
You'd love to see
going
this.
right into him. They're going right into him. It's all on timing.
Timing, I'm not sure who's going to favor hit. Oh, Nitro converts the second kill, so it's a 2v2, and the information is there. It's a big rotation.
Look at the lurk from Dapper. He's always taking this advanced ground, the opposite area of the map.
Spike planted.
Dodge the flash too. Ethan, Eco, both coming in from spawn, but the positioning is so good for this spawn approach. It will be so hard here. This might be isolated. Does he get traded? He does get traded. Does anyone know where Dapper is? It's so hard to know where he's going to be. Up in the elevated position. and he's making a home movie here.
Oh, man.
3-0 for Sentinels.
7-0 for Dapper. Oh my goodness, it's his turn. It's his turn. I feel like everyone on this Sentinels team takes turns just plowing through their opponents, destroying their confidence. And Sentinels, the more important thing to note here, Dan, another bonus round won by them to kick off the match. Same thing as Haven. This is where it's getting weird. It's getting weird for 100 Thieves because allowing the ults to build, the economy to roll like this, you don't want this against a team like Sentinels.
Slow mids aggression coming through. Oh God, Shazam! I just can't believe it. It's so painful to watch for 100 Thieves. Shazam shutting them down. I didn't even see a single soul.
Never threw his phantom to Nitro. Oh, why on earth would he be crouching right there so many times, Dan? Can't really.
Sean, can you explain that to me?
Must be something tactical about it.
Ooh, Ethan, quick pop flash there with the Sheriff. They would have won another one. They would have escaped it, reset, but they're on top of him. Ethan! Ethan did a lot of damage there. This guy is damn good.
Wow. Almost brought 100 Thieves single-handedly back into this game, and calming Dapper down. I'm sure Dapper is definitely wiping a bead of sweat off of his face after that one. But Shaz finding through this toxic screen just lines up the corner. Oh,
it feels so unfair, Sean.
Oh my goodness. Res on the table for Sick. And again, the pre-slow towards B, just being so annoying, making sure no aggression can happen there. There you go. It's opening pick again for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they've got that mid control as well. The 5v4. They can play pretty passive. Again, there may be an argument to get the res in here, so surely they would expect that. You see the smokes going up to protect that. There's no the whole team here to protect the res.
100 Thieves knows they can't fight for this right away. It might be a delayed hit. And there it is from Steel.
He's actually getting it in. Ethan crossing into the spray there. Very, very low on health, but still alive. 5 versus 4, so able to actually counterplay that res play. Gets the res off the board. Asuna is in a good position here. How much can he get though? They might be looking for this all about timing. Asuna might creep forward here. He's in such a strong position, Asuna. And there it is. Asuna is going to be able to take them down on the flank. There's one player left. He'll get taken down by 6. Steel's got to be careful. Crossing into Hiko. And now it's down to Shazam. 4 players still left here for 100 Thieves. This would be a great round to build money. Shazam's objective. Do as much damage as possible.
The in-game leader already died once this round. Looks like he's having second thoughts about dying again.
Yeah, going through that choke point is suicidal. And if he can drop the gun next round and pull out the Blade Storm as well, so keeping the Phantom actually does give him a lot here.
That's a great point. Yeah, he has the Blade Storm on deck, so he doesn't actually even need this Phantom. He might drop it over to Tens. He might drop it over to one of his teammates who are low on money, which they might be because Ethan got it down to a 1-on-1 that prior round.
Yes, yeah, exactly. He wiped out 4 players. I mean, that's incredible. Like the impact that has. Like you're completely right. Like look at the money here for Sentinels. It is awful. So Shazam does drop the Phantom, the Dapper, I think, and he can get the Blade Storm out. We've got a Spectre on 10. So because of the Blade Storm and that drop, they do actually get around here with quite a bit of firepower.
Look at the Emperor's Spectre. What is that like?
Okay, Blaze Storm and the Trailblazer taking that B main control here, 100 Thieves. And they drop the Viper's Pit in mid. This is oppressive stuff. Sentinels, how do they find a way out of this? How do they get control of anything here?
Yeah, and then look at all the Astra Stars on A. I mean, there's really no great choices for Sentinels in this round. First Nebula down for Nitro, and you can see Sentinels is taking advantage, and they're taking ground little by little. Shazam
does not have any dash. Sorry, any jump drops. So he's stuck on the low ground here.
I know exactly.
As the flower burst dashes into it to secure the flower pot position. Steel trying to stay alive at the backside here. Shazam looking for the perfect moment to go for this one. Teasing Nitro. Oh, that's a nice flick onto Steel. One more to go at the backside. Can Shazam find him? The right click misses, but it's just overwhelming Nitro here. Oh, Asana's in the picture now with his Blade Storm, trying to find the headshots. Couple knives left on this one to try to get the refresh. He gets the refresh. Asana keeping the round, the chance
He
here
has
alive.
the wall, Dan. He has the wall and the molly. The retake is possible here.
Asana looking for another one. He gets it. 2 more players to go. Asana coming alive in this one. 3 kills, looking for the ace as he starts the round corner for the backside play. There's another right click. Asana gets the ace with the Blade Storm coming all the way from the B side to save it for 100 Thieves.
Absolutely incredible round by the young prodigy on 100 Thieves to keep them in this game. Oh my goodness. Filthy shots. I think he had 1 blade left when you called the play in heaven. The refresh comes in. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful stuff from Asana.
Yeah, Jet Diff coming through here. Absolutely insane stuff from Asana. You know, good support coming through from Hiko as well right at the end here. Oh, and he's like protected by the screen there as well, the updraft. It just puts TenZ in such a difficult spot. Has to whiff all those bullets. Insane. And that's going to keep 100 Thieves really in this one. Look what it's done, Sean, to the money of Sentinels. They're on a full save because in the previous round they were already on a 4. So this is a few sheriffs.
I'm going to be ready for this. Look at him. I think he's hiding behind the box on the ramp. Shaz clear the angle. Nitro is in a great bait position for Ethan.
Oh, come on. Pulling them in. Spike down.
Ooh, doesn't need it though. Ethan will find the extra player regardless. TenZ and Zoms left, and 100 Thieves that really starting to hit their stride. Off of the back of that ace from Asana's Blade Storm, that really energized the team.
Remaining.
I mean, it always feels good when someone on your team just absolutely owns everyone, especially in a round that feels kind of lost. It just really feels good.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, he brought the momentum back to 100 Thieves. And he probably makes his teammates believe now that, you know, their star player is on a heater. Like, they can win any round. And when Asana looks like that, 100 Thieves is... They're just total... They're a different team because they rely on him so much. Oh, we're at 4-3. 100 Thieves. They're back in it, Dan. Asana is over here at A, and he's looking for the pick on Dapper. The cam is going to spot him, though.
Camera taken out.
And that does tell them quite a bit as well. The lurk play from the Cypher, it's a big mid burst. And seeing the 2 players there, they know they can go quick because they know that there's no defense here in mid because Asana was towards A. So the Sentinels are like really capitalizing on Asana picking the A push, and they've got a B site now. And it's just a retake setup here
The
for 100
Cosmic
Thieves.
Divide and Steel's ult will come in, though, from KO. This could get sketchy, but look, Dapper left a trip in mail. Still gonna get this trip, Dan.
Steel's gonna have to deal with Shazam's mail. This is a big win if Shazam gets this. He does. Oh, he's gonna go down right there in the ult form. He's just gonna get just absolutely obliterated. Oh, but push is gonna come through. It is straight into Sick. He's ready for it. He actually survives. He actually gets back into the site. 3 players left now for 100 Thieves, and they are not liking the look here. They can't get into any choke points. Steel failed towards mail, and they also did not get through spawn. So it's just nothing left.
Absolutely nothing. I was worried about the trip, but I guess, you know, the KO ult reaches Dapper all the way towards B lobby and deactivates the trip for Steel. Doesn't matter. He definitely needed some help there. Whew. So, 100 Thieves, tucks tail, saves 3 weapons. That is so fast. That's such a fast call from Shazam, the in-game leader of Sentinels.
Yeah.
He saw the 2 players on the cam. Dapper gets the info, and like you said, right away, the picture is painted. You know, the Oppers at A, run it down mid as fast as possible. They just do not stop, because it's actually likely that a 3rd player is probably floating around A, whether it be ropes or heaven. You know, like, you might not even have the whole picture from that cam, so it's worth it to run it down towards the B side.
You can see sort of the default there, just that ice orb slowing things down towards B main. Asuna will keep check on it though. He sees that nothing's actually happened towards B main, and so now they also know that this player's mid. So Nitro, can he hold on here? Oh, I don't believe it. Shazam somehow survives there. 15 HP. Gonna get healed up as well. And oh no, poor Ethan. Looks like that was a given too, but Sentinels come out the better there. Eco can't quite find the timing. So shy of it. Down to Steel here with this operator. Great shot there. Looking to try to keep hold of this position. The Ice Wall comes up to block Steel's line of sight with the operator. That's a great play for Sentinels.
It is, but that really filters them all to the site besides Tens. It was a big fight for Tens.
And that's great conversion there from Tens as well. You know exactly where he is. But there's nothing left. They've got two operators. They're going to try to hold on to these. This is not anything that they can do from these positions. So Sentinels, you know, they making really great calls here, Sean.
It's actually incredible how quick, you know, after that frag on Nitro, Shaz throws the one-way smoke on Jet, blocks the trade from Ethan, because Ethan was ready to trade that frag. He had the guiding light going under it. But he just can't. He can't capitalize on it. And, you know, I would say that Nitro and Ethan probably should have won their gun duels. But I would also say that the way Sentinels approached that was fantastic.
And it's so crazy too, because this round would have looked so different if that 1v1 there, it goes Nitro's way. It looked like he was in such a good spot. He was able to get the first few bullets out there as well. And just losing that duel, then it just becomes so difficult. And that's a 6-3 advantage now for Sentinels in this first half here on splits.
Oh, damn.
See if 100 Thieves can bring these operators.
He's going to be trapped. Steel is going to have a Nebula right below him.
Oh,
Gravity well.
It's the delayed peak.
Oh.
Gets out too. Reposition on Steel.
If Sick gets the orb though, he has ult, can bring Tens right back into this round, and there it is, the wall coming B main, he gets the orb, and Tens is coming back in.
You will not kill my ally.
Not much they can do about that. But do they reset here? Because look at the ground gained in mid. Yeah, so they're going straight for the B commit. Steel's in an extremely committed position. He is probably going to die here. He has very little support. In fact, he has no support right now. Oh, Steel has no support. They don't know about this push. Steel's alone. He gets at least one. He takes down Sick. But this site is going to Sentinels.
Careful here.
I think they have to concede the plant. And you can see Tens even has the time to get the great plant that can get seen from B main. Off on this retake for Asuna.
Gonna dash first there. Kappa, they're stuck in the corner around the Vipers. A snake bite, and Sentinels looking to defend pretty well here. Nitro in the 1v3. He's got a crossfire to deal with here. It's very hard. And Shazam will finish it off. Sentinels pick it up 7-3 now in favor of them. And it seemed like just the misread. They had the info mids, and they thought the rotation was going to A, and they stacked away from that B site, and that was an unfortunate moment for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because Steel had a good round. He got 2 frags this round. Unfortunately for him, one of them came back into it. So, and the site's lost. The Cosmic Divide comes in, and yeah, it's such a difficult retake for 100 Thieves with no ults on the board. But they have another buy in them, and they're gonna need probably both of these, if I'm being honest.
I know exactly where.
Well, Nitro goes down, so that's not a good start for 100 Thieves. Steel might be able to make this one work. There goes the punish, though. Can't get the gun out in time. It's Sick. He's going to take down Steel. Ethan answering back at least. Asuna coming through, and you can see the rotation there. All of the B sites under control here. B Heaven is under lock and key as well, thanks to Tens. So 100 Thieves really coming in behind on this round. They've been outpaced, outpositioned.
Spike planted.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't have said it better. It looked like all 3 of those players just completely unaware of what Sentinels is going for and all of the options available to them. All 3 of those kills just from unaware players.
It is a tough life here on Split. The 100 Thieves, in the best case scenario now, is 4 rounds at the end of their defending half. I mean, that's rough. That's very rough indeed. Want this to go all the way, and you know what? I mean, it's going to go as far as it needs to. Sentinels looking to make the statement that they're not only the best team in North America, but it's by a large margin.
I mean, they have definitely proven that so far in the last couple of maps. They have found their form late in this series. It was like that map loss invigorated a different style out of them.
Yeah, like one of these rounds was won by Asuna with like a clutch ace off of the Blade Storm. And so if you remove that round, we're not looking at consistency here for 100 Thieves. Okay, we're into the next round then, and we've got the operator on Asuna. He's going to be focused on that mid peak coming in from B Heaven. And we're going to get the Eyesore, I presume, at the same timing to prevent early control plays around B lobby.
Oh my goodness.
Shazam!
The
That's nasty.
openings, that is absolutely filthy. Just such a different look, too. They see the cages coming over, but you never expect the Blade Storm coming out of Shazam. Change of pace, Steel overextending again, but can he find something this time?
This is huge. This is really smart because they need someone to take a risk. And hopefully for them, this risk from Steel will pay off. He can catch a rotation. Oh no, he goes so deep and he gets caught by tens. So that's been blown up as well. And at this point, I don't know what they need, but they need to find some kind of advantage. We get the rotate back to A.
The
Asuna
wall
sees
from
nothing
Sick.
mid.
Look, it's pulled Nitro over to B. It's making Asuna rotate to Heaven. Oh, Sentinels just outplaying their opponents, not only with their aim, not only with their openings, but their mid-round decisions as well.
It's so beautiful to see that. Just like to see how they are controlling the
30
rotations of their
seconds left.
opponents in a situation like this. In the 5v3, obviously, there's very little info for the defenders, and it's very hard for them because they want to make information plays, but it's so risky because if you lose another player, the round is definitely over. Asuna goes for a peek. He gets shut down by Shazam. Dapper with the fake flash, trying to be cheeky there. Nitro's going to punish, but it's up to Hiko. 1 versus 3. And he's coming in from the attacker spawn. It's not a good look here for him. You can see Shazam's looking for it. Hiko knows he's coming. He's going to take him down. 1v2. Tense is in the Empress.
Yeah. Tense and the Empress on that Vandal. Both of them holding the smoke.
Oh, Hiko! Hiko's making it look possible here, but Zoms will shut it down. Great snap onto Tense, but that's a wrap for this half. 9-3 finishing score there for Sentinels. Again, this is match and series for them. If they win this map, they are definitely the best in North America here, going against 100 Thieves in this best of 5. But 100 Thieves are not done just yet. They have a chance to save this one. We'll see if they can do it after this quick break. This might be it here for 100 Thieves in this second half of split against Sentinels. It is looking like quite the hill to climb here for them, Sean, and they switch onto the attacking side. It is hard to find the win condition, but we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, and there's Dapper throwing that nerd cam on the wall. Hiko's going to have to look for that. He has the lurk wall B himself. But first, we got to get through this wall. Sick has put it mid. Very passive setup from Sentinels, if I'm being honest. They're just split across the map.
Yeah, really reactive. You can see that they're going to allow the movement here. And Chaz is actually going to try to stop this. He's got this advantage if they come up the ropes, so he can stop this. Asuna is beyond his angle, though. That's a great pickup. So now it's like the question of, okay, the calling. What is the adaptation here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I would imagine that they have a good call. There's a 2-2 split, so they have their choice at either side. The rotate's going to be long. There it is, through the ropes.
Concealment.
I love how they pressured B first, just to delay the B rotation, just that extra bit. And yeah, they're going to go into Tenzi. He's going to find his timing. Oh, he goes straight through with the ghost. Takes down 2 players. Zombs is backside as well. Tens is doing so much damage. Asuna takes down Zombs, but Tens is still left. He's looking to decimate the entire push in this second half. Sick comes through, takes out Nitro, and that leaves very little to work with. Hiko against the world with 35 points of health. 20 seconds on the clock. Has to pick up the spike, and they know exactly where he's coming from. There's the drop down into his poison orb, but that's where he's going to die. Sentinels pick up the pistol because Tens is a god.
Oh my god. I think he just ran through that Nebula. I'm almost heard 3 bullets straight were headshots right here. Let's see. This was insane. 1, 2. Oh, no, yeah, I was actually body shot at Ethan. Just insane. That's incredible that he goes for both of those kills, doesn't dismiss out, gets the 150 the second... You know, the suppress is gone. He is a beast. Slow towards market that I was referring to before the game. You can see it's just going to slow Asuna down and single off steal. The one-on-one is gotten for Sick, and again the advantage goes to Sentinels.
Yeah, they're so good at playing off of these situations in the mid round too. They go really passive because 5 versus 4, you don't need the information as much, you have the player advantage. And 100 Thieves are looking for those picks. They can't quite find them though. Sick is really confident to take these battles, but it's a quick headshot from Ethan that will shut him down. Need to get the spike though now, and uh-oh, it's him.
It is
has arrived.
Run.
Run for your lives. Tens is coming. And looks like he's going to find it on the flank, and Hiko being spotted now as well. Trying to get some extra. Oh no, Dapper! I can't believe you've done this in the Grand Final. Have you no shame?
Oh no. Well, actually, you know what? He kind of deserves it for all the breach nonsense. You know, that's karma, Dan.
Ah, you know what?
Yeah.
Fuck with that angle.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm rooting for Dapper.
Oh my goodness. Tens actually has the Empress here on the bonus round for Sentinels. They've won 2 bonus rounds so far in the last 2 maps. Are they about to win another?
That's a really good point. Yeah, 100 Thieves, you know, spending everything here. They are going to be going for it, just full sending to this A site.